Hello there, I'm Jimmy Vegas and this is how to make a survival horror game in Unity, and welcome to episode 1. So in this series, what we intend to do is create something which will help you build your own personal survival horror game, and you can mold it and change it to what you would want. We're going to go through all the things you would expect to see within a survival horror game. We'll be taking inspiration from different games like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Evil Within, and many others along the way. And if there is anything you want to see added to this series, leave comments in each and every video that you feel is necessary, and I'll try and get back to as many comments as I can. So this series is aimed at absolute beginners to Unity. So if you've just downloaded Unity and you're not sure what to do, but you know you want to make a survival horror game, then this series is going to be perfect for you. Absolutely perfect for you. If you have a little knowledge, then this is going to be good too, because you'll be able to learn a couple of different things. And we'll be doing lots of different things in this series that we've not done in any other series. And if you just want to know how to make a survival horror, you want to see me make one, then stick around. There's lots to see. So if you're up to this point as an absolute beginner and you don't know what to tick here when you're installing Unity, it's worth pointing out that you would definitely need the Unity engine. Documentation is probably worthwhile, and I'd have the standard assets as well. It's also worth ticking all the different platforms you wish to develop for and port to. You've even got Facebook down here. You can also tick, if you wish, Microsoft Visual Studio. This is what we're going to do programming in, but you can also do it in MonoDevelop. For this series, I'll be using MonoDevelop as well, but the code is going to be exactly the same for you as it is for me. So it doesn't matter if you use Visual Studio or MonoDevelop. It's up to you if you want to tick this or not. So once you've got through the process, it's all installed, and you start up a new project, you'll be presented with a window very similar to this. Just need to enter your project name, so you could call it My Survival Horror, and then the location on your hard drive where you want to save it to. Make sure 3D is ticked, and don't worry about adding any asset packages. We'll do this as we need to as we go through the series. So once you've clicked Create Project, it'll take probably just a moment to build itself up, but once it's done, you'll have something which looks very similar to this, if not exactly the same. So for someone who is brand new to Unity, it may appear a little daunting at first, and you're not quite sure what to do. So this window over here is called the hierarchy. Now the hierarchy is where we store all of our game objects in text format. So everything that we see here in this scene view is also accessible here in the hierarchy. We currently have 2 game objects in this scene. One's the camera, one is the directional light, and you can see as we click them here, they highlight necessary in the hierarchy. Next to the scene view, we have the game view. The game view is where we actually see how the game will play out as if you were the player. So everything that we build in the scene view is displayed in the game view, but as the actual game itself. So the scene view is where we build everything, the game view is where we play everything. So over here we have the inspector panel, and you can see we have the camera selected, and we have 2 components listed here. We have transform, camera, and we have the option to add more components using this button here. We'll do that as we go further into the series and deal with different game objects. And down here we have the project window. This project window will contain things like assets. So anything we import, all the textures or materials or game object scripts, everything like that will be stored down here. Next to it we have the console. Now the console, this little button here, is something that we'll use not too early on, but as we get into our scripting, we'll use it a little bit more and more, because when we have errors in our script, this is where everything will display to say, we have this problem, here's how we can deal with it, and then it takes to the script. You'll also get different warnings here as well, but as I say, we'll explain a little bit further on. The last tab I have here is animation. Now, if you've just installed Unity, by default this tab may not be here. If you want it here, we're not going to use it in this tutorial, but we'll use it in a couple of tutorials time anyway. But if you want to have it now, over here you've got this little button. If you click, you can click on Add Tab and then click on Animation. And you'll notice each section has that same button. So you can add and customize different windows, different tabs for where you would want them to be. You can also arrange the size. So for example, if we wanted the hierarchy to be a little longer, you could just move it like so. If we wanted the hierarchy to be over here, you can just click and hold the hierarchy tab here and move it over here. So you can customize the Unity window as much as you need to. I'm going to keep mine as default for now because generally most people will stick to default when they first get Unity, but if you want to customize, please take the time to do so. It may work in your favor. Another thing you can do is you could actually take a tab and pull it into its own separate window. So if we click on Game, for example, and pull it out to here, you can see it's now a completely separate window. And to couple this back, all you would need to do is drag and drop that tab back to where you would want it to be. So make sure you're clicked on Scene View right here. First thing we're going to do is we're going to check out our build settings. Our build settings are what we can define what platform we want to build for. So if we go to File and go down to Build Settings, you'll see here on the left you have a list of the possible options that you want to develop for. So personally for me, for this series, I'm going to stay with PC, Mac and Linux standalone. And you'll see that the little Unity icon is next to it. This means this is what you're aiming for. If you wish to develop for something like Android or iOS mobile devices, you would just click on it and then click on Switch Platform. This can be done at any time during development, but the longer you leave it, the bigger your game, the longer it will take to switch platform. It's also worth noting that if you develop for mobile devices, obviously your limitations are greater. You can't have too much going on because of the restrictions you've got with mobile devices. So let's stick with PC, Mac and Linux for now, or if you want to do whatever, it's up to you. So I'm going to click on the X to close that down. So what we'll do now is we'll take a look at the scene view. So basically Unity is a very object orientated engine, but that's not to say that there isn't just as much coding involved, because there is. So let's insert a game object. So if we click the game object menu up here, 3D object, and let's click on cube. So you can see over here in the transform section of our inspector panel, we have some crazy long numbers in our position. So let's override these by typing 0, tab, 0, tab, 0. 0, 0, 0 is defined as the dead center of our scene. So here is the center, and we can change these positions by going 1, we can change this to 5, change this to 9, and you'll see now that it is moved off screen. So what we'll do is we'll explore a couple of mouse button shortcuts that we can use. So if we hold down the right button, we can pan around on the spot we're in, so we can look up, down, left, right, anywhere we want. We use the left button to select objects in the scene. We can use the mouse wheel to scroll in and out, and if we hold down the mouse wheel, we can actually move the scene around. At the same time on the keyboard, you can also use the arrow keys to move around the scene quicker. So let's move this object back into the center of the scene. 0, 0, 0. And let's double click on this cube here in the hierarchy. It will take us straight to the cube. It's a way of focusing on an object quickly and easily. So I'm going to hold down my middle mouse button now and scroll upwards. And now I'm going to hold down my right mouse button to look at the cube. So we can also rotate. Another thing we can do with the transform is if we hover our mouse over the X, Y, or Z, we can change the rotation by moving the mouse over like that. So if we hold down the left mouse button and move, we can see the rotation. Same with the Z. And if we ever get lost, we can always hold Control, press Z to undo. So these arrows here on the cube itself, we've got the red, which is denoted by X. So X is always red, Y is always green, and Z is always blue. So we can move like this. Keep it in a straight line. And let's undo that again. So that's another way of moving an object. So the scale is the size of the object. So if we have this as 3 by 3 by 3, we can see if we scroll out, our cube has become 3 times larger. So what we'll do now is let's have this as kind of a floor. So let's make it thinner. So we can change the Y because we want to make it thinner. So we want to decrease here. So let's hold our mouse over here, hold down the left mouse button and shrink it, and we can see it decreases. Or we could manually type in 0.5 and hit enter, and there we go. Let's increase the size going outwards and alongwards to 5 by 5. So now what we can see is this is kind of like turning into a bit of a floor. So what we'll do now is let's add in another game object. So game object, 3D object, and sphere, just there. And hopefully you should be able to see now, if we set it to dead center and pull it up slightly, we can see a shadow forming. Now, light and shadow is something which is very important within a game, but in a survival horror game which gives atmosphere, lighting and shadows are essential. So we're going to play around with them quite early on in this series. In fact, we're going to play around with them now. So lighting itself is done in a couple of different ways in Unity. The main one that you'll be left with is the directional light, and this one acts as kind of a sun. It doesn't matter whereabouts in the scene it actually is, the light will always be displayed the same. The only way to change this is to change the rotation. So for example, if we rotate on the X, you should be able to see that the shadow is changing. So you can imagine this as like a sun object. So the more we rotate, the more the shadow and light in the scene changes. So we can rotate it all the way around constantly. So another good thing to do is let's add in a point light. So let's rotate the directional light so that it's facing upwards, so as it gives a bit more of a darkness to our scene. So we can see it's pretty much black here. We can't distinguish between the cube and the sphere. So let's go to game object, let's go to light, and let's add in a point light. We can see it looks a bit like an eclipse at the moment, doesn't it, the way it's placed? But we can change this if we go 0, 0, 0, and let's bring this point light upwards. Now, by default, you won't have a shadow type, so we just need to click on no shadows and change to either hard or soft shadows. I generally like to go for soft shadows because I feel it gives a bit of more of an atmospheric feel to any game. We can change the range here. So if we hover our mouse over and use the left mouse button, we can increase the range. And in the scene view, you'll notice the range is shown by the yellow sphere surrounding the light. So the larger this is, the further the light will reach. We can change our color here. So we can have it red or green, blue, any color you would want. Having it white gives it its main color, but having it black will actually turn the light off theoretically. So let's have it as white. Intensity can be increased, and you can see just how intense it will be. So depending on what type of survival horror game you'd want, the intensity is quite important. So I'm going to hold Control Z to undo that. The last light we're going to look at is going to be a spotlight. So go to light again and go to spotlight. You can see that it is acting just like a spotlight would. And you can see here the shadow on the floor, if we zoom in, the main shadow is being shown by the point light. And we're having a further kind of shadow being shown through the spotlight. So the spotlight itself is kind of glowing this section right here. So it's another good way of creating an atmosphere. So if we take our directional light at this point and rotate it back towards us, you'll see that we still have the shadows up until a certain point. When the direction light becomes overwhelming, this can be changed by changing the intensity down. So it's worth playing around with the lighting and seeing what kind of effects you can come up with. There's nothing too strenuous about lighting at the moment, but the more light you have in a scene, the more it can use up on resources. But we're going to work ways around that later on in the series. So I'm going to change the directional light. Let's keep the intensity as 1, and I'm going to change it back up so as the scene's kind of dark again. And I'm going to take my spotlight and I'm going to increase the spot angle. And you can see the yellow kind of shows where the angle is going to be. And the range, obviously again, it defines how far it can be. And the intensity works the same as all the others as well. Colors can be changed quite easily. So if we change this to kind of a blue color, You see it's giving a blue glow. And again, this is vital when you're doing development, especially on survival horror, because colouring and light can be absolutely essential. If we change this now to maybe a yellow colour, you can see the two colours contrasting give a moody kind of atmosphere, and we'll be working a lot with lighting. We need to get things just right. So the last thing I'm going to show you guys in this tutorial is this little tick box up here in the inspector panel. If we tick it, or untick it in this case, it makes the item or object that we have selected disappear. It doesn't delete it from the scene, but it just turns it off. So we can see it's turned off now. Tick it again, it turns it on. That's quite handy when you need to see if something is causing a lighting issue, a problem, something's clashing, or various different things. You can use that to turn each object off. And if we press this play button here, we should be able to see what's in our scene. So let's move our camera a bit more into position. So let's double click our camera, and you'll see down here we have the camera preview. It's a quick, neat little way of seeing what we would see in the game view, but through the camera in the scene view. So if we bring it up, bring it close, and let's change the rotation on the X so as it looks down. Let's bring it a little further in. And now let's press the play button to go to the game view. Let's perhaps select the spotlight and untick. And we can see it changes in the game as well. Great little thing about this is if you've done something you're not too sure about, once you press play again to get back to the scene view and stop the gameplay, it reverts all the settings that you had when you pressed play. So we'll leave that there for now. We've had a good look at the lighting, and next episode we're going to look at importing things. We're going to look at textures, materials, and we're also going to look at effects that the lighting has on textured objects, because this is again quite essential. It gives impact and it gives environment and it gives lots of visuality to it. So until that next episode, have a play with the lighting, see what kind of moody effects you can get just with a couple of simple game objects. Explore Unity itself, feel free to move things around, and guys, I will see you in the next episode. So between the last episode and this episode, I have saved this scene, which I should have covered at the end of the last episode, and I apologise, but all you really need to do is go to File and either click Save Scenes or Save Scene As, and you'll be presented with basically this to say, save your scene. I've just saved my scene as scene 001 for now. So this episode, what we're going to look at is importing things into Unity. We'll look at some textures, materials, normal maps, and all the effects they can have on the game objects in your world, especially when it involves lighting. So what we'll do first off is we will create a new folder in our Assets window. So on Assets, right-click, Create, Folder. And we'll call this folder Textures. What we'll also do is we will create another folder. So create, folder, and we'll call this one Objects. So for now, we have two folders, one to import all the textures we're going to use in this tutorial, and another one to include the objects. So I'll explain a couple of things of how you can import into Unity. The easiest way is just to drag and drop from folders. So let's firstly go into our textures folder. And I'm going to drag and drop these two textures, which you can get on the website, which is in the description of this video. Head to the Downloads and Assets section, Survival Horror, and go to episode 2, and you can download everything we used in this tutorial. So if you select both of these objects and drag them into Unity and then drop them here, they'll import straight into Unity. Now it's also worth noting that you can't import from a compressed file. So if you've downloaded something with textures in, it's a zip file, you would have to extract them before you bring them in to Unity. So these files basically, there are other things you can bring in as well. You can actually import folders. So if we go into our objects folder and we import this mushroom folder, the entire folder then imports as well. So it's still drag and drop. I got an error in the console there, but that's nothing to worry about. We just click clear if you get that same error. We'll deal with this mushroom in just a bit. So firstly, let's go to our textures folder. Now, in Unity, textures don't actually belong on objects. Materials belong on objects. And the way that works is you can either create the material yourself, or you can actually let Unity create it. So if we For example, drag and drop this rock 001 texture onto this game object. Same way we imported it, drag and drop. You can see that texture is now on here, but you'll notice this folder has also been created called materials. This is Unity creating the material itself. Now, if we go to that materials folder, click on a material called rock 001, you can see it's only basic. Only basic things have been brought into this material. So let's make this rock look a little more realistic rather than such a flat surface. So if we click on our textures folder again, on rock 001, we're going to create something called a normal map. Now, a normal map gives a bit more depth and visuality to the object it's attached to, but you can't just attach any normal map to any object. It doesn't quite work like that. So to do that, hold Control, press D, and what that does is duplicate whatever you have selected. You can see it's now called rock 002, but I'm going to change that by pressing F2, rename it to rock 001 underscore N. So it kind of stays the same. So we know these two are connected. If we have this rock 001 N selected, over here in the inspector panel, you can see an option called texture type. By default, that's what it is. So if we click that list and go down to normal map, you'll see you get an extra option called create from grayscale. I'm not going to go into that just now, and we're just going to click apply. Not too much is going to happen because we need to apply that normal map to our material. So if we go on the material folder, click our rock 001, you can see there is a little option here for normal map. So what we need to do is drag and drop that normal map into this little space here, and you should hopefully see that this now changes how the object looks. And you can see instantly that especially if you've got the scene set up the way I have, it looks very different on different sides. This is all down to lighting. This is where lighting has a dramatic effect on the object's textures and materials. So I'm going to click on the spotlight and disable it. I'm going to go on the point light and disable it. And I'm going to go on directional light and rotate it back down to about there. Now the rock looks a little more realistic, but there's another way we can deal with a normal map. If we click it again and click on create from grayscale, you'll see you get a little bar here to change the bumpiness and the filtering. But if we click apply straight away, we can see that it dramatically changes how that looks. It gives it a bit more shiny, and well, it looks slightly more realistic if we change the bumpiness down to about there. So we can see the kind of effect it's having. So it gives it a wet, glossy kind of look if that's what you're going for. But once again, the light also affects how this looks. So if we take our directional light and rotate it again, you can see that it has an impact at every stage of how the light looks. So we can change this again, change the filtering to smooth and click apply. You won't notice too much of a difference, but in game, when you're dealing a lot with normal maps, you probably would notice a difference. I would recommend having it as sharp so as it gives a clear, crisp image at all times. And I'm going to keep this bumpiness as about 0.68. I think that's fairly decent for now. So let's go back to our materials folder and click on rock 001. We also have the option of changing the metallic and smoothness, and once again, this also has an impact on your lighting. So for example, if we change the metallic look all the way up to 1, you can see this rock now looks quite, well, a lot more realistic than it has done. But then that's also affected by the smoothness. So I would recommend playing around with the metallic look and the smoothness and change it in relation to what your light looks like. So if we put our spotlight back on and put our point light back on and change our directional light all the way off to about there, again you can see what impact it has on the material. So if we change our smoothness, you can see having it that smooth isn't going to work if you end up with a dark atmosphere, and having it like that gives it a kind of a cave look with the atmosphere of the light. So play around with these settings and get it exactly how you think it should look. So another way to create a material rather than let Unity do it yourself is right click, create, and then all the way down here you have material. and then you could create your own material this way. For beginners, I would let Unity create it yourself, but as I say, you end up with the same results pretty much. So I'm going to call this wall 001. And the idea is we drag this wall 001 into the albedo square just here. So drag and drop. And you won't see anything different in the scene. That's because we don't have this applied to anything. But let's create another normal map for this. So hold Control and press D on wall 001. Let's press F2 and rename it to wall 001 underscore N. And let's put it into our scene and let's see what it looks like. So I'm going to use this game object we have already in our scene, the cube. And what I'm going to do is hold Control, press D again to duplicate. And I'm going to hold Control and I'm going to pull it on the blue, which is the Z. Now the reason it does this is because that's called snapping. If we were not to hold Control, it would just move freely like so. And if we go to Edit, go to Snap Settings, we can see in what intervals our snap settings would be. So we'd move it in stages of 0.5 at the moment. If you wanted to move it in stages of 1, just change X, Y, and Z to 1. As long as you always hold Control, you'll be able to see the snap settings work just fine. So we'll change this wall 001N now to a normal map. We'll create from grayscale, we'll keep it sharp, and we'll have the same as what we had with our rock. We'll have 0.68. 0.068 that should be. And apply. Now let's add that to our material for the wall. So click on wall, textures, and drag and drop into normal map. And now let's drag and drop that material onto this object. And I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees to make it look more like a wall rather than bricks on the floor. So let's select our object and let's rotate on the X by 90 degrees. In fact, we'll do it by -90. So it gives the same result. So hold Control again and let's bring this object closer in. And let's bring it upwards. So now we can see, but what I might do is I'm going to change this floor to 4x4, I think. Change the wall to 4x4 as well, just so as it gives us even numbers rather than odd numbers. And let's bring it down into position. And a little bit closer. How's that looking? So at the moment I'm just playing around with how it looks and seeing what I can come up with using the light. And you can see already with the wall itself, it does look vastly different when it comes to the lighting, because it is very contrasting. So let's set it as 90 again. Now let's just move it inwards so we can see it there. Okay, so at the moment the objects are kind of crossed, but we'll get into that at a later date because there is so much to do. Let's have it as -90. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. So now it's a case of how you want the wall to look in relation to the floor in this case. So let's see. Let's play around with our wall material. So we could change the metallic look to give it a darker, intense look, and again with the smoothness depend on what you want. So we could have the smoothness about there and slightly less metallic. Okay. So I'm quite happy with how this is looking now. It's looking very eerie, I would say. So I'm going to take this cube now and let's do something. Let's change the properties of the material to make it wider. So let's say we want this floor to be, let's say 10 by 0.5. So 10 by 10 on the X and Z, but we want to duplicate it. We don't want it to be one single texture. If we go on to our rock 001 texture, down here we can use the tiling. So if we change this to, let's say, 2 by 2, we can see that it's created 4 iterations of our texture. What I might do is just change the direction of light so as we can illuminate the scene a little more. There we go. So we can see it a little bit better now. So it's kind of given us a biggish space to work with. So if we take the cube, and we can also do that in the inspector panel if you do have the cube selected by clicking this little option here, and you can change this to perhaps 10 by 10. And you can see it's kind of given that tiling effect, but having it this much kind of gives kind of looking into oblivion kind of feel, but you shouldn't really do that. So let's have 2 by 2. Same with the wall. We can have the wall extended, so let's change the wall scale to, let's have it long ways. Let's have it 10 by 5. So what we want to do is change the tiling to be 2 by 1, because we want, if we were to do it 2 by 2, it would give the stretch look, and I don't particularly want that, but you can have that if you want. But playing with the tiling gives a different impact on the texture itself. So let's pull that out to about there. Let's change our floor back to 0.5, and I'm going to pull the wall upwards to about there and bring it in. So you can see already we're kind of building ourselves maybe a cell, maybe a kind of a room. I'm just going to play around with the rotation for now and see what kind of things we can come up with. I might rotate that by 180 just to make it appear slightly different. Now, the great thing about Unity is, especially at a beginner level, it doesn't necessarily mean that things are difficult. So we could build a room just by using the basic objects that Unity gives us. We don't really need to use a modeling program at this point, although in later development it is wise to use a tool to develop assets. But at this stage, we're going to build a room just using the game objects that we've been given. So if we take this cube here, let's right click, rename, and let's call this floor 001. Let's take the second cube, which is our wall, F2, and call it wall 001. And on wall 001, let's hold control, press D. Keep hold of control, bring it outwards, and let's rotate on the Z. And let's change it to 270. And now let's bring this wall in. And let's bring it across so it lines up quite nicely with the texture that we already have. Just a case of lining it up nicely. So bring it in, bring it across. There we go. So one thing that we can probably note at this point is the room itself is nicely coming together on the inside, but the outside is a little bit messy. Now, the idea of how a survival horror game works, i.e., for example, if we look at Resident Evil, the game is contained inside the playable area, and a lot of games are like this. In the playable area, everything looks hunky-dory, it looks fine, but on the outside the playable area, it can look a little bit messy. I wouldn't worry about trying to maintain the outside area, because when you're deep in development, the outside area doesn't matter too much. So let's take this wall here, hold control, press D, and let's bring it to the other side. And I'm going to rotate to 0 on the Z. And that looks okay. I'm happy with that. And I'm going to take this wall, hold control, press D, bring it all the way over here to about there. And should we rotate? Yeah, we'll rotate. Let's have that as 90. So you can see now the room has come together quite nicely, and the lighting does have an effect. So we're going to stick with the directional light for now, and let's get rid of the sphere, the point light, and the spotlight, and take our directional light and just rotate it to about there maybe. Or do you think we should go with a point light? So you guys can probably choose whatever you want at this point. As I say, it's all about the lighting. You should probably find out what is the best lighting. If you want to trial and error things, there's a neat little trick that you can do is, if you have directional light in there, for example, you can click on the type and change it to spot, or directional, or point. So you can play around with the settings if you need to. So I quite like how that looks. I'm going to give a bit more of a yellowy tint. And intensity, no, we'll keep the intensity as 1, but we'll keep the range as about 70. So you can see if you double click, it kind of really zooms out because it has to show you the entirety of the game itself, or rather the area of where the light is being exposed to. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to deal with that mushroom, just to have a little bit of extra added bonus to this little room we have. So if we go to our objects folder, go to mushroom, and we have this little object here called mushroom. This is something called an object. Sometimes it can be called a prefab. A prefab is basically a collection of objects or items or anything that is brought together inside the asset window down here. So if we drag and drop this mushroom into our scene, we should be able to see it's quite large. So we need to kind of refine it a little. So if we change it to 0.01, 0.01, 0.01, and let's bring it center, 0, 0, 0, and double click, we can focus in on a mushroom and we can place it. So firstly what we'll need to do is bring it up and rotate it on the X. So we'll rotate it to 90 or minus 90, depending on which way it's facing. So we can put it on the floor, bring it over here, put it in the corner, and then let's add the texture to it. So if we go on the mushroom here, click the arrow, click on cylinder 01 as it's made in a cylinder within Blender. Click here, and then we just need to drag and drop the albedo, which is this, onto there. Change the color of it to white. And as we did with the others, we can hold Control, press D, change that. So I want to keep it as GRIB1, but we can change that to a normal map. Grayscale, have 0.068, click apply. And then we can just drag and drop that onto our normal map. And then change the metallicness and the smoothness to make it how you would want it to look. So once again, the lighting also has an impact. I think I might want to rotate just a little bit. So I might rotate it on the X. There we go. So I'm going to put it against this wall, slightly rotated on the X. So it's kind of growing out the wall a little bit. It's just a little attention to detail that matters. So we'll leave that there for now. Next episode, we're going to bring in a player. So we'll start off with a first-person player. If you have a model for a third-person player, we can deal with that as well if we get time. But we'll start with a first-person player because it's the easiest thing to do. And we'll go from there and we'll build up this room. We'll build up a story. We'll build up multiple different things going from the next episode. So this episode, we are going to look at putting our player in there. So we're going to start with a first-person character, maybe move to a third-person character, depending on how the game kind of plays out. And we're also going to start looking at expanding this little area, and we'll also look at some environment. So we'll probably do some mist or some fog or something like that. So firstly, before we go anywhere, I just want to quickly go into Edit and go to my snap settings and check that they are set how I would like them to be. We briefly covered it previously, and I have mine set to 0.5 by 0.5 by 0.5. And if you recall, holding Control actually allows for movement in the snap settings. So this means that everything gets aligned quite nicely. So I'm going to have them set as 1 by 1 by 1 for this particular section, just to show you the same kind of thing works. I'm going to take the floor here that we have as floor 001, hold Control, press D to duplicate, and I'm going to bring it upwards to kind of imitate a roof. And you can see it's moving in much bigger increments rather than the 0.5, which is fine. So it doesn't matter too much what you have as these snap settings. Generally, try to keep them as either whole numbers or half numbers, so i.e. 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2. Have them as anything different may muck up your alignment with the rest of the game. So I'm going to have this back as 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. The reason I brought that up is I had a couple of questions asking exactly about snap settings and how we can use them correctly. So I'm going to just bring the roof down to about there. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go to a quarter. We'll go 25, 25, 25. It is okay to use them if you feel it necessary, but I tend to not do that so much. In this case, it is aligning everything a bit more perfectly. So we can do it in this case, but do try and stick at least to the whole numbers or the half whole numbers. And if need be, you can go to quarters. Okay, so we've got a room kind of coming together here. It's looking pretty decent. Let's dim the lights a little bit on here. So let's see how we should do this. Let's change the intensity. In fact, no, we'll have it as smaller range. I think let's have it as a range of 100, and let's decrease the intensity to 0.5. So it's kind of a bit duller in here, but we'll be dealing with a bit more lighting in the next episode. So let's bring in a player to walk around this area. And we can do that by right-clicking in the asset window and go to Import Package, and then you need to go down to Characters. Now the great thing about these packages is they are pre-built by Unity Technologies themselves. So in this case, we can import a third-person controller and a first-person controller. The third-person controller probably isn't great for actually making games with, but the first-person controller certainly is, because it's everything you would need within a first-person controller. And because it does come with Unity standard assets, you are allowed to use it for your game if you would need to. If you feel like creating a completely separate first-person controller, that is entirely up to you. But I think realistically, at least for a beginner, you may as well use what you've been given. So if we go into our standard assets folder here, go to characters, and then first person, and then prefabs, we can drag and drop this FPS controller onto the scene. Now all a prefab is a collection of objects and scripts combined together in one object, so we can bring it into a game quite easily. And you can see here the FPS controller has multiple scripts attached, and it has a sub object, which is the first person character. So by default, if you've done the same as what I have, the character will kind of be in the floor a little bit. So we just need to drag him up above the ground. And you can see that if we go through the ground, the green lines which dictate the actual surroundings of the player, which is the collider, you can see that it kind of fades as it goes into the floor. This indicates that it's colliding too much with the floor. So you just have to make sure that it's pulled up above. So now we have a player. If we press play, we can actually look around in our scene. And the controls that you would use are what you would expect from pretty much any PC game that you play. Use your mouse to look around, and W, A, S and D to walk, or if need be you can use the arrows to walk around if you want to. So here's another little shortcut that we can use. If we hold Control and press the letter P on the keyboard, it stops play mode. Same also happens if we're in scene view. We can do that again, Control and P, and it takes us into the game. So at this point, some people do have a little problem with the character not being able to look around correctly. It only looks that way, you can't look up and down. If this does happen to you, the easiest way to get over that is on the main camera here, delete it. It's not worth having two cameras in the same scene if we're only using one. It's just a waste of resources. So we've got our character, we've got our room coming together. What we'll do is let's expand this outwards a little bit, and then we'll play with a particle system. So you'll be absolutely amazed at what you can actually do with just basic objects in Unity. Looking at this right now, yes, it doesn't look amazingly fantastic, but this is pretty basic, and this doesn't look half bad. All this really is just a cube with some textures, so a little bit of playing around and fiddling and getting it just right, you really will be amazed at what you can do. So another little trick, because we're going for kind of, well, in this section anyway, it's a bit squarish, like a prison sort of. What we can actually do is if we move this wall out the way over here, you can see that the texture is compressed here. And we can change that to make it the same as this just by expanding the size of this cube to make it kind of like a hallway. And remember, because this is on the outside of what the player will ever see, it doesn't really matter too much what is on here. As we get further and further into development, we'll do different things and we'll design walls probably in Blender or something similar, and we'll be able to see this kind of thing not happen, but we can use it to our advantage. So what we'll do is we'll take this wall and let's expand it on the y-axis, which is here, to 10. Or is that too? I think that's too much. That might be a little bit too much. Let's try 5. Okay, so you can see here that it's kind of going on its side, but on top it isn't so much. So a great way we can get over this is using rotation. So if we rotate it on the X going this way, so let's change it to -180 and then expand it to Y, sorry, keep that as 5 and the Z is 10, we can see that the entire thing is kind of a cube again, but the wall is the same all the way around. So if we just realign it to where we want it, so about there, we can see that it's still perfectly fine here, and we now have the makings of a hallway. So I'm going to take this wall here, hold Control, press D. I'm going to move it all the way down, and we can see our hallway is starting to emerge. And we can use this cube as well to create more of the floor. Hold Control, press D, move it along to about there. Now, for those of you who have a little bit of knowledge towards game development, you may be wondering, is having too many objects going to be a bit bad for performance? Generally, with most PCs these days, no, you're not going to have too much of a problem when it comes to performance. Even if you have, let's say, 1,000 objects within a scene, it's not going to affect performance whatsoever. But if you utilize that correctly, you honestly will have no problems. So at the moment, we're only putting this together so we have a bit of a world to walk around in. And I'm going to take this floor, which is actually the roof, and we'll call that roof 001. Hold Control, press D to duplicate, bring along. And as I say, from the outside, it doesn't make too much of a difference. You can see objects colliding here, but that will never ever be seen by the player. So I cannot stress that enough. Do not worry about how things look outside of the visible area. So in just a couple of minutes, we've changed this room into a room with a bit of a hallway. And obviously we'll expand further and further. But one thing I have noticed, is this really casting the shadow we would like? So if we go to our light, which is currently named directional light, but I think we'll rename that. Right click, rename, let's call it light source. And let's change the shadow type to hard shadows. You can see a bit more prominent there. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to insert a particle system. So let's give a bit of atmosphere to our game, a little bit of foggy mistness to it. So let's go to Game Object and Effects and Particle System. Now if we bring this into view to about there, by default you can see this particle system is kind of, it's crazy. It doesn't look like fog or mist or anything, but if we cleverly place it behind this wall, so bring it this way and rotate on the X by 90 degrees, so it's kind of facing inwards towards our level. So we could probably just put 0 for that. And we're going to use all this to our advantage now to create mist. So to do that, we're going to go through these settings here on the inspector panel. Now the duration we'll leave as 5, we don't need to worry. Looping we'll keep ticked. Pre-warm means to start pretty much as if it was just going the whole time. So if we press play now, we can see that they don't appear until it generates them. Pre-warming means that they'll already be there. So if we press play, we can see that it's already there as if it was constantly going anyway. So we'll have pre-warm ticked. Start delay is grayed out because we don't need to worry about that too much. Start lifetime we'll set about 30. So we want it to last around 30 seconds. we want it to go kind of slow. So it needs to be much slower than what 5 is at the start. So let's change that to 0.5. Next thing, if we go down, start size, let's have this set as, let's have it a bit bigger. So let's have it as 3. So you should be able to see that this fog and mist is kind of starting to take shape now. And the key to getting this just right is changing it to kind of a grey colour. So probably about that. But then changing the alpha. The alpha means everything in this case. So we can see here, alpha A at the bottom. We just need to drag this down to about there. So it's kind of low. And we can see now that we should have at least a mistiness to the scene. So we can close X on that. Let's go further down. We don't need to worry too much about any of these right here. They're just kind of default. They're fine as they are. Emission, set as 10. 10's fine. That's a good emission. Shape. The shape we're going to use is going to be cone, and it is already set to cone. The angle I'm going to use is going to be quite low. So let's have this as maybe, in fact, let's have this as 1. So we've got a steady stream of fog. You could increase this a little bit so it kind of sprays it outwards just a little bit more, but that's entirely up to you. I'm going to have the radius as about 2, I think, just to expand it a little more. We don't need to worry about the other settings here too much. You can play around them if you want. Just remember, if you ever go too far, you make a mistake, hold Control, press Z to undo. So if we tick shape again, we close that up. And then let's go down to size over lifetime, which is right here. So if we click this little button there, turn size over lifetime on, and then click the word size over lifetime, we just need to click this grey box here. And you'll see down the bottom that we have a red line. If this bit doesn't appear down here, all you would need to do is drag this particle system curves upwards until you see it. So what we're going to do is we're going to have this all the way up here. We're not going to have too much of a curve on this, but we're going to drag this end dot all the way down to the bottom. This just ensures that by the end of the animation of the particle, it doesn't just disappear, it fades outwards. But we don't want it to fade out over the time it's active. We want it to fade out kind of quickly. So if we right click here and click on Add Key, we can then drag this upwards to about there. So it retains the amount of mist that we can see, but then it also fades out appropriately at the end. So next thing, once we have our size set, we can close that up. We have pretty much a nice fog system going, and it comes down to how much you want to play around with how it looks. For example, you could have the thicker fog by changing the alpha just a little bit higher, the grayness a little bit deeper, and if you want something crazy, you could always change it to red or a deep burgundy colour. We'll probably play around with that later on in development anyway. So I'm going to have that about there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the particle system and I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to bring it over this way, rotate it on the Y by 90, and then bring it this way. And with this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the start speed to about 0.15. So we can see that it is much slower, but it's not exactly, it should be going across a bit more. So we just need to increase our speed. Let's try 0.25. And I think I'm going to decrease the alpha on this just a little bit. And let's press play. So the atmosphere is kind of taking effect now. We can see it doesn't look too bad. But this is just the simplicity of it. This is the simple things that we can create in the game, the effects that we can have. There's plenty more to do with it. And I would recommend playing around with the particle system just a little bit more to try and get what you would like. Obviously, having your light source around does kind of change how the fog will look. If you have the game much brighter, you probably won't be able to see this mist and fog anywhere. So one last thing we're going to do, if we go to Window, go to Lighting, and then go to Settings, we can see here we have something called Skybox Material. If we click on the little radius button next to it and click on None, click X, and we can see that we have much more control about our environment as a whole now. So we could take our light source here, let's increase the intensity just a little bit, and we can see how much of an impact changing the skybox now has. So we can see it gives it a bit more of an eerie look about it. And just to close that up now, so we don't have the blue skybox, we can just take, in fact, let's take this wall here and bring it all the way down here. So next tutorial, we are going to get rid of this wall. We're just putting it in here now for dramatic effect, as it were. Let's rotate this on the X by 90, so it's in line. About there. Okay, so we've closed that up now. So now we can see the eeriness that is our game. And remember, it does come down to that lighting. If we were to literally turn off the intensity, we wouldn't be able to see anything. So in our entire scene now, it really does depend on the lighting and how you want it to look. But next episode, we're going to look at a bit more lighting, but with a bit of a twist. So we'll leave that there for now. You play around with your particle system, and if you feel the need to, maybe have like a weird mist down here that is a different color, or whatever you want to go for in your weird minds that you want to make for this game. So in fact, what I'll do is I'll get rid of this wall now in preparation for the next episode, and I'm going to save my scene. So next episode, we're going to look at some simple animation, which is going to involve some more environment, and we're also going to look at some C# coding. So everything we do in this game is going to be in C#, literally everything we do. The reason for that is because C# as a language is much more supported than what anything Unity offers. So this episode, we're going to combine things we've learned from the previous episodes to bring together something which will help the atmosphere and give us some experience with some coding. So that's going to be the main focus of this episode. We're going to do some coding this time. But before we do, we've got to set up a couple of things in our scene. So we're going to create like a torch holder on the wall, which will have a flame. And that flame is going to animate via a particle system. But we're also going to have some lighting in there, which are going to animate ourselves. So firstly, let's bring in the torch that we're going to use on the wall, and much in the same way as we did with the mushroom in the first episode, or second episode I think it was. If we go to Objects and bring in this torch, so drag and drop the entire folder into the Objects folder. And you can get this on the website, head over there, downloads and assets, and you can download it from the survival horror page. So in the folder, we'll have a prefab, which is torch 1. Drag and drop that anywhere on our scene. And if we use our right mouse button, we can pan around and use the middle one to drag ourselves over here. So let's rotate this by 90 degrees on the Y. So let's change it to, I think we should be able to do 270. By default, it should be 180, but you just get the angle right to stick on your wall. So I'm going to drag it up here and drag it into position so as it sits on the wall quite nicely. Okay, that should do the trick. So what we'll do now is we will use a particle system again, but we'll use it in a different way that we previously did. So if we go on torch here, right click, and we can actually input effects and particle system directly on the torch, which is what we want to do. And what we want to do is make it go upwards, so we can rotate on the X by probably -90 it should be. There we go. So it doesn't look much like a flame at the moment, but we can do a couple of things to change this. So I won't go into too much detail about particle system again. If you feel like you need to go over some things, just head back an episode and you'll be able to see. So we want it looping, we want it pre-warned because we want it to occur when the scene starts. We'll go with the start lifetime as 5, we'll keep that. Start speed will reduce to maybe 1. We'll see if that's all right later on. Start size we'll have a bit smaller, 0.5. Start colour we'll have it as an orange colour. So a bit more of a deeper orange, about there should do it. And we want play on awake. Yep, they should all do. Emission we'll keep it as 10. Now shape. How are we going to make this into a flame? Now we could change the shape as much as we want. We could change it to a circle, but it would go outwards. We could change it to a sphere, but it would just basically bring it, same as a hemisphere. It works in a similar way. I think the best one to work with is still going to be cone, but if we reduce the angle to probably 0, so as it goes straight up, change the radius to 0.1 maybe. So now we can actually bring it into position just here. So hopefully we should be able to see it becoming a bit more flame-like, but there's still quite a bit more before we can actually make this look like a flame. So what we'll do is we will do size over lifetime as well. So if we tick size over lifetime and click on the grey box here, so we want it to start fairly high, so about there, but we want it to end rather small. So if we drag this point down, we don't need to add any more keys, but if we drag it down and bring it to about there, we should be able to see that yes, it is slowly becoming more like a flame now. I think what we'll also do is we'll add some rotation. So if we scroll down here and go to rotation over lifetime and click on the little icon there, you can change the angular velocity. Now this does have an impact to some degree on here. We won't notice it too much right now because we don't have a texture added to it, but I'm going to set it as 90. I feel like that's a pretty decent way to do it. I think what we may need to do is go back to start speed and shrink this a little more, maybe to 0.5. And in doing so, we may need to change the size of lifetime. So what you've got to remember is the size of the flame itself is going to be relative for the start speed and size over lifetime. So these two are related in a lot of ways. So we could actually have that all the way over there and change the start speed to 0.1. You can see that it does change, but it dissipates later on. Early on, I should say in that. So let's have our start speed as maybe 0.25, and I think we'll change the start size. We'll have that a little bit smaller, so we'll have 0.3. Okay, so I think 0.3 is going to be pretty decent. So although it looks okay now, let's have this looking more like a flame. So to do that, what we need to do is we need to go to our textures folder and import a flame texture. So drag and drop this fire texture into Unity. And you can drag and drop it onto the particle system itself, but this isn't all we have to do because we have to play around with a shader. So drag and drop onto particle system and it'll look like this. This is where you can now see the rotation over the lifetime taking effect. You can see the texture itself rotating as it's ending. So what we need to do is we need to change the shader. So if we down here in the inspector panel where it's got shader, click, and then click on particles, and then let's go to additive soft. And we can see that it does look a little bit more like a flame, but it looks a little bit funny. So we can play around with this a little bit more. So let's see what else we can do. Let's change the start lifetime to 2. You can see it shrinks, but if we change it to 8, it's quite high. I think 4 is probably a decent number. And if we untick rotation over lifetime, you can see, yeah, still not perfect. So the rotation over lifetime does need to actually be active, but I think we should probably have it. Maybe, let's experiment a little. Let's try it as 270. That's crazy. That's way too high. So let's have it as 35. That's not too bad. Start rotation. Let's have this as 45. No, too much. I think maybe 0. Start speed, start size. Maybe I do want to. You know, I think we will have start size a little bit bigger. I think it's just a case of playing around with these settings and getting this how you would want it to be. Size of a lifetime, I think we do need to change that. So let's bring this down here. Let's bring this up, or rather down, and let's add a point in the middle. So let's add a key in the middle. Okay, so that looks a little bit better there. You play around with these settings and you get looking exactly how you would like it. I'm not going to play around too much. It's all down to you how you'd want your flame to be, but you can play around so much with these settings to get the visualization you would want. What I might do is change some of these settings here. If we change the radius to 0.05, okay, I think that's a bit better. So I'm happy with how that looks for now. I'm just going to move on quickly. You can take your time, as I say. So what we need to do now is let's add in some light for this, because we've got flame, but there's nothing surrounding it to give it a glow. So on the torch itself again, if we right click, light, and this time we're going to need point light. So you can already see we have illumination in this general area, and if we bring it just to the edge of the flame itself, and we need to change the color, what we'll do is we'll use the little pipette tool, and let's pick an orange color which is in the flame itself, so about there. So now we can see the illumination from this flame is more accurate. We may need to reduce the range, so let's reduce it to 5. And intensity, let's have that as 2. We'll add shadows, so click on shadow type, and we'll have soft shadows, I think. And we'll keep that as it is. So now what we'll do is let's add some animation to our point light. Actually, I'll right click and rename the flame first. Just call it as torch flame, and I'll call the point light torch illumination. So what we'll do now is we'll create some animation. Let's go to our assets folder down here, and in here right click, create folder, and we'll call this animations. And in that folder, make sure we have torch illumination, the light object selected, and go to animation. Click on create. In fact, actually, if you don't have this animation tab, just click on this little menu button here, click on add tab, and click on animation. And it'll bring this up here. So to simply animate this, what we'll do is go on create, and let's call this torch anim 1. So we'll create 3 separate animations here, and then click save. Then click the record button, and we'll notice here samples is set to 60, so we're working with 60 frames per second. First frame is going to be 0, that's going to be our default frame. So what we'll do is hit 0 to overwrite that as such, hit enter, and the okay, how should we do this? I think we'll deal with the intensity. So the intensity by default is 2. So if we hit 0 and then overwrite it with 2 and hit enter, that will set a keyframe as our first frame. So you can see these 2 little dots here. This represents the intensity is changed to 2 because we have it as red. So whatever you have here, retype over and hit enter. This just ensures that the keyframe itself has been set. So let's make 3 animations, each lasting 1 second. So let's go to our 20th frame. So type 20, hit enter, and you'll see this moves along. So at the 20th frame, let's have our intensity of our light decreased to 1. Then hit enter. Then by the 40th frame, hit enter. Let's have our intensity increased to 2.5. So this gives it a bit of a flickering motion. And hit enter. So then by the 60th frame, which is 1 second, so 60, enter, we need to reduce this back down to 2. So hit 2 on intensity again and hit enter. So that's our first animation of a flicker. So then we press the record button once again. That just creates the animation and completes it. So let's create a second animation. All we do here is where you've got the name of your first animation, in this case torch anim 1, click this little box, then click on create new clip. You'll be prompted to save another animation. So torch anim 2 and save. Same again, let's make sure we're on our first frame, and let's set our first keyframe. So I'll put 0 here. Oops, it does help if we press record first, doesn't it, guys? So earlier versions of Unity, I think before Unity 5.5, the record button was automatically pressed. So anything after, I think 5.5, you would have to hit that record button. So let's set our intensity to 0, then back to 2 and hit enter. And what we'll do on this is let's make this one a slow kind of increase and decrease. So we'll go to frame 30, hit enter. We'll have 2.5, hit enter. And then we'll go to frame 60, hit enter. And we'll go back down to 2, hit enter. And click the record button to complete that animation. So we'll make one more, same process. Torch anim, create new clip, torch anim 3, save, record, frame 0, intensity to 0, then back to 2 and hit enter. And let's go to frame 25, hit enter, and let's have our intensity at 0.5. Let's go to frame 60, hit enter, and let's have it back to 2. So the reason we start and end with 2 is just to add consistency so it doesn't suddenly change its animation and make it look a little bit funny. So it's always best to start and end this kind of animation with the same settings. So let's hit enter and press the record button to complete that animation. So you can take as much time as you need to with this. I'm just getting this over and done with as quick as I can, but without making it look silly, so we can move on. So one thing we need to do now is over here, when we have the torch illumination selected, we need to remove the animator component. So right click on it, remove component. May seem a bit strange, but we need to add something else on here. So we need to add component there. And in this search box, let's type in anim. And we can see we have animation animator. We've removed the animator, so let's click animation. Change the size to 3 because we have 3 animation clips and hit enter. And now what we'll do is we'll add each one of these animations to the component, and then we need to change them to legacy. So by default, animation, that's going to be torch anim 1, but it's also going to be element 0. So drag and drop into there, torch anim 2, and torch anim 3. You may notice at the bottom it does say it needs to be set as legacy. So let's select the first one, torch anim 1, and in your inspector panel, click the little menu button at the top here, click debug, and then tick legacy. Same applies with the other two. We just need to tick legacy. And then if we head back to normal, change the wrap mode to once on all 3. So you just have to make sure you're in the right menu using this little menu button at the top. Okay, that's great. So now should we get into the good stuff? Let's get into some programming. So let's create a folder specifically for our scripts. So back to the asset window, right click, create, folder, and let's call it scripts. So in here, we store all our scripts. Create, C# script. So we'll be doing everything in C# for this because C# is a much more versatile language in Unity and it's much more supported. So let's call this Flame Animations and hit enter on the script, and it will open up in either Visual Studio or MonoDevelop. For this series I'll be using MonoDevelop, but if you have Visual Studio, the script is going to be exactly the same, so don't worry about any differences. So when we open the script up, you'll notice a couple of things. All these at the top, using system collections, generic, and using Unity Engine, the script needs to reference these few things just so as it works and understands what's happening. It's just a way of the script giving itself a bit of inside knowledge of the engine. So everything that we do is going to be inside the public class. And you can see here the public class name is Flame Animations, which is the same as our script name. In JavaScript, it doesn't matter what the file name is, but in C# you have to make sure that the public class name is also the same as the script name itself. Here you can see we have 2 slashes and some grey words. When we have 2 slashes like this, it just brings up a kind of a note. So you can use that to type notes into a script. So that could say anything at all, and the script wouldn't actually run that line of code. So we don't really need that, so we can delete it. Gone. Simple. A void start is a way of showing, or rather the script realizing that when this script runs, it actions whatever is inside these two curly brackets. And the same applies for void update. The difference between start and update is that update runs constantly and start just runs once, which is when the script starts. So at this present moment, we don't actually need void start because everything we're doing needs to run constantly. So what we need to do is declare a couple of variables. Now a variable is something we can reference within the game. So that can be numbers, it can be objects, it can be strings, it can be pretty much anything within the game world. And to define a variable, we need to type the word public int, and in this case, int is short for integer, and an integer is going to be the whole number. So we're going to have a mode and animation number. So animation 1, animation 2, animation 3, animation 4, whatever. So however many animations you have will be stored within this integer. And let's call it light mode. So that's how declaring a variable works. Semicolon. Public, what the variable is, and the variable's name, followed by a semicolon. Most lines within code end with a semicolon. It's just a way for the script to recognize this is the end of the line. So now we'll do public, and rather than specify an integer, we'll do a game object. And obviously a game object will be something inside the game world. So game object. And let's call this flame light with a semicolon. So what we're going to do is every frame we're going to check if light mode is equal to 0 because we don't have an animation number 0. If it is 0, then it means that we can run one of the animations. So if, and in brackets, light mode is equal, and that is a double equal. The reason we put double equal is because it could be greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to, or not equal to. So it's a couple of different reasons it could be. So we need to put a double equal to 0, close bracket, and then open curly bracket. So we've stated here on this line of code, if something is equal to 0, then we need to perform the following actions. And it's only one single action that we'll do at this point, and that is to start another routine, i.e. we can call it whatever we want. It'll all come together slowly, and if you have problems with this script at all, you can head to the website, download an assets, get it from there, same as any other assets. So we'll put start co-routine, and in brackets we get to call this anything we want at all. So let's call it animate light, and then open close bracket again, semicolon, down a line, and then close curly bracket. Now if you're in MonoDevelop, you'll notice, at least MonoDevelop, it may do it in Visual Studio as well, but it's highlighted red. The reason it's highlighted red here is because the coroutine of animate light doesn't exist yet. So what we need to do is create it. Now we need to go to the point after void update, which is down here. So it'll be between these two last curly brackets. And we need to put, rather than the word void, we need to put I enumerator. The reason we do this is because we're going to delay the script from running for a second. And you can't do that within void. It can only be done via I enumerator. And now we put the name of what we call the routine, which was animate light. Then open close bracket, open curly bracket. Let's go down just a couple of lines and then close curly bracket. And we should see that animate light here turns black. So within this coroutine, enumerator, what we need to do is we need to randomize the number for light mode. So light mode equals, and we can use something called random.range. Random.range. And in brackets, we need to range it from 1, and the maximum is going to be 4. Even though we have 3 animations, we actually need to put the number 4. The reason we do that is because it's just one of them little quirks of random.range. It will never generate that maximum number ever. Not quite sure why. It's always been like that for as long as I can remember, and I've been programming in Unity for many years, but I don't think there's any real answer. So you always need to put 1 above whatever it is. So semicolon. Next, what we need to do is play the animations. So once we've generated a light mode number, so we've got 1, we need to play animation number 1. And we can do that with an if statement again. So if, in brackets, light mode equals, and once again that's a double equals, 1, close bracket, open curly bracket, then what we need to do is we need to reference the component called animation, which is on torch illumination. So we need to reference this component and play this animation. So everything is going to be named the same, so we shouldn't have a problem. So you just have to make sure that all your naming conventions go into this line of code. So we need flame light dot get component, and then in spiky brackets we define the component name, so it's called animation. So close spiky bracket and then open close bracket dot play with a capital P, and it is important to have a capital P because when programming everything is case sensitive. And then in brackets and quotes, and it should turn orange if you're going to develop at least, and we need to put whatever our animation is. So torch anim 1, torch anim 1, and then quote again, close bracket, semicolon, and then close curly bracket. So that's our complete if statement. So it's saying if it's number 1, it's playing animation number 1. So then we can repeat the same again, and we don't need to retype everything out. We can just copy these 3 lines and paste them again. We just need to make sure that we change the light mode is equal to 2, and we change the torch animation to 2. And once again, we can do number 3. So 3 and torch anim 3. So the final thing we need to do is we need to allow the script to wait for 1 second or just under 1 second so the animation can complete. So to do that, we need to use yield return new. So we're creating a wait function. Wait for seconds, and in brackets we want to wait for just under 1 second, so it's going to be 0.99 with an F. The reason we put an F here is because unlike our integer, this is called a float. So a float is not a whole number, so we need to put an F afterwards. It's just one of those things that you have to do in C#. So close bracket, semicolon, and the very final thing we need to do after we've run this animation and waited, we need to set light mode back to 0. Light mode equals 0, semicolon, and save the script. So the reason we set it back to 0 is so as in void update we can run the start coroutine animate light once again and generate a different light. So if we head back to Unity now with our script all complete, and hopefully we'll see down here that little spinning thing just checks the script for any problems, and we can see no problems whatsoever. If you did have a problem, it will appear down the bottom here. So what we'll do now is we'll attach this flame anim script to our torch. So drag and drop that script onto torch 1, then click on torch 1, and we can see here we have light mode is 0, flame light non-game object. So we need to drag and drop the actual game object, which is the light, there. Drag and drop. And let's save our scene there. Hold Control, press S, all saved. So now, hopefully, when we press play, we should be able to see the animations playing on here, and we should be able to tell which animation is going to be played by this number here. So let's press play. So you can see here, the illumination and flicker of the light is playing different animations. So it may play the same one again. It may play the same one 3 times in a row, but it's always going to generate at least 1, 2, or 3. So you can see here the effect it's having. And to have that a bit more of an insight to that, let's turn off our light source here, which is the point light here. We just need to untick. Let's press play again. And we can see there in the corner, the light is flickering. Now, obviously, it's up to you how you want to work with these animations, but if you have an animation and you want to change it because you think it's not quite right, make sure you have the object selected in the hierarchy, and then go to animation. And then here, select the animation you want to change, and then press the record button, and you can change anything you need to here. So, for example, let's make animation 1 flicker just a little bit more. So if we go to frame 10 here, hit enter. Let's have the intensity here bump to 3. Hit enter and then press the record button to complete that animation. So now that animation is going to be defined as number 1. And hopefully we should be able to see a bit of a difference. We can see a flicker there. So it's all down to you and how you work with these animations. Take your time with it and build up on it. Create as many as you want and use the same principle here on this script. So we'll leave that episode there for now. Next episode, we'll look at a little bit more animation. We'll look at some more coding. We'll look at some UI. And we'll probably look at a door or something to kind of expand this area a little more. So guys, until that next episode. So this episode, we're going to carry on looking at a little bit of animation. So we're going to add in a door to maybe get out of this particular area here. So it'd be kind of the same as the light we've been doing, but well, you'll see as we go along. And we're also going to deal a little bit with some UI. Now UI is user interface. So commonly in most games, it's as a player, it's referred to as the HUD, but when developing, it's referred to as UI or GUI. So what I'd like to do firstly is just add the light source back on, just a little, so we can see what we're doing here. And I'm going to add in a door right here. So let's go to our objects folder. And I'm going to bring in this door right here, which you can get on the website for free. Head over there, downloads and assets section, survival horror series, and you'll be able to download it. So in here, we have a couple of objects. So we have this one here, which is the door. So let's drag and drop. You can see it's quite small, so we just need to rotate it and increase the size. So we can rotate it to 90 degrees. And let's change the scale to 10 by 10 by 10. And we can see the door is taking shape, but it needs to be much bigger. So let's try 25 by 25 by 25. Press play, and let's just see if the scale of the door is appropriate, which it is. And we can currently walk all the way through it, but we're going to resolve that anyway. So now let's texture this door. Let's make it look a little bit better than what it is. So in the materials folder here, we can see that we have 2 materials which are currently blank. Now we've dealt with materials before about how we apply them to different things, but these materials are already pre-made. So what we do is let's take the first one, which is called door frame. Let's head back to door, and we just need to drag and drop the door frame texture into the albedo. Same applies to the other material. Drag and drop the door onto the albedo. You can see we now have a door. Textured at least. Looks a little bit better. So it's up to you guys if you want to add some metallicness to it, a bit of a feel to make it more grittier. Same with the smoothness. It's up to you what kind of levels you want to play around with. I'm not going to tell you obviously how to make your own game. It's something that you work on yourself. So I'm going to leave that there. And the idea of what we're going to do here is create an artificial hinge for the door to open, and it's going to be the hinge which actually animates. So to do this on the door, right click, 3D object, cube. And let's increase the cube size to about 10 by 10 by 10. And we can see that overall it's huge, absolutely huge, even though it's only 10 by 10 by 10. The reason I've done this is because I want to make a point here that when you increase something that's rather small within Unity, like this door originally was, if you attach something inside it like a cube, it's kind of relative to what the size is. So if we uncouple this cube now, you'll see the scale change. So it's changed to 250 by 250 by 250. So this is the scale of the Unity world around us. But when it's attached to the door, it's the scale of the door, but it still remains the same size. So always be wary about what you're doing here. So I'm going to Control Z to undo all that. Set the cube back to fairly, well, I'll say fairly small, but it's not very small at all, is it? So I'm going to change it to 0.05 by 0.05 by 0.05. And double click to zoom in. We can see it's still a little bit too big. So what we'll do is I'm going to pull it up and into place about there. And I'm going to decrease it, sliding this. So we can see we need to definitely decrease this. Let's try 0.01 by 0.01 and 0.01. So let's make this like an artificial hinge. So let's drag it into place at the edge of the door, about there. So that looks fine. And just for effect, I'm actually going to increase this to about 0.03. So you can see this is the one that's going to swing. And what we need to establish now is which object within this door is the actual door and which is the frame. So if we click the door in the scene, and again, we should be able to see that pCube2 is the actual door. We need to make sure that we drag pCube2 onto cube and click continue. All this means is we're breaking the prefab. The prefab is the collection of objects. We need to break it because we've added an object to it. Now, if you want to see your door, I should say, working without animation, just to check that everything is looking okay, what you can do is if you click on cube, let's right click and rename first and have it door hinge. Let's take the mesh renderer off here so it disappears, so we don't see it when we press play. But if we rotate on the Y, we can see that the door swings open. So this is the kind of motion that we'll be going for. So next thing to do is to create an animation for the door, or rather should we get the door in the correct position first. Let's take our door and let's drag it to about there and see if it does look pretty much in line with this wall here, which will do just fine. Now I know there's no doorknob on there, there's nothing fantastic on there, but we'll probably get a little bit more detail with that as we go on, but I'm just going to work on the door itself here. So let's go to our animations folder. Make sure we do click on door hinge, not the door. Got to be door hinge. Animation, create, and let's have first door open anim and click on save. So we've worked with animation before, so I'm not going to take too much time here, but we're going to open this door over the period of, let's say, 2 seconds. So frame 0, the keyframe, we need to make sure that our rotation, at least on the Y, is set to 0. So I'm going to press 1 just to set that as red, and then reset it to 0 to make sure our first keyframe is set, and hit enter. So we're going to do this over 2 seconds, as I say. So we need to type in frame 120, hit enter. And by the time we're on frame 120, which is 2 seconds, we want our door to be fully open. So let's rotate on the Y to our fully open position, which will be, I'd say about there, I think. Just short of 90 degrees. About 80, we'll do minus 89, I think. And hit enter, record button to stop, and project. Now let's save our scene. And let's press play, and we should be able to see our door opening. So it'll open constantly because we have the animator component on there. So let's sort that out now. Door hinge, remove component on there, and add component, animation, and let's drag and drop the first door open animation clip. We need to set it as a legacy, which we've done previously. Set it back to normal, and wrap mode is going to be once. So let's press play, and our door opens just once. Perfect. That's all we want to see for now. So the idea of what's going to happen is we want our door to open when we have some UI. So let's take a look at some UI. Game object, UI, and let's start with just text. So what we want to happen is when we approach our door, we want UI to appear on the screen to say, for example, the E key says open door. So if we double click on our text, it'll probably take you way off screen like it has done for me, because all of this white line here is the canvas, and the canvas is what's represented as your screen. It is overlaid on whatever's happening in the scene with whatever is inside the canvas. So if I change this, and let's just put in square brackets the letter E, and I'm going to align it center, and then I'm going to position the whole thing in the center and increase the size of the font. So let's increase it to 30. Hit enter, and let's change the color down here to white. So you can just basically click on there and drag it, or you can use the pipette tool and change it to whatever color you would like. So I'm going to use this little tool here, and you'll notice all four corners are now selected in blue, and you can just drag to increase the size, shrink, large, whichever one you feel is best. So I'm now going to click in the center of this and move it upwards. And you can see the line of blue there represents that is kind of locked in the center. You can shift it away, but if you want it center, make sure it's on that blue line. So just to show you what I mean with UI is overlaid on top, when we press play, we can see that this E key is overlaid on top of our screen at all times. And obviously, as we get further into development, we're going to have a script to disable that and only enable it when we need it. So let's right click and rename this, and we'll have action key. Hold control, press D, and I'm going to right click and rename this one just to say action text, and just drag it down to about there. And I'm going to change this to say open the door, and we just need to expand this and put it about there. I think I may change the size of the font on this to about 24 just to decrease it a little. And let's press play again, and we should be able to see, yep, that is how we want. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn these elements off. So select the first one, hold control, select the second one, and then tick at the top to turn them off. Because we don't strictly need them on right now. There's no point, because in the next episode we're going to code a way of actually activating it. The final thing I want to do is head back to this door, because at the moment we can walk through that door. So we really need to set some colliders. So if we click on our door hinge and then click on our door itself, let's head back to our cross tool. Let's go to add component, delete if anything if you got it in the search bar, click on physics, and then let's click on box collider. And hopefully we should be able to see, I'm not sure if we can see it too well on this, but we have a green outline as well as the orange outline. This green outline now represents the fact that we cannot walk through this door. So even though it's opening, which we'll turn off in just a second, we won't be able to walk through it. So click on door itself, which is where the animation component is stored, and untick play automatically. So if we press play now, we shouldn't be able to walk through our door. So obviously it's got to be open. However, I think we need to do the same for the door frame as well. So let's go on door frame and add component physics, but this time we're not going to use a box collider, because if we have a box collider on, it will put a collider around the entire object itself, not around the edges. So even if this door was to open, so I'll play automatically again, if the door was to open, we wouldn't actually be able to go through, because the collider is stopping us from going through on the frame. So having a box collider on the frame is not a good idea in this case. So we need to right click, remove. The collider we do need, if we go to add component, physics, is mesh collider. And then we need to tick on convex. Now what this does is it puts a collider around the entire object outline. In this case, I'm not quite sure if it has worked because of how the door works, but we'll have a quick look. Generally, I'm not a fan of having colliders in the mesh sense because they can be a little bit buggy in how they work. This door itself is a prime example of a collider not working properly. So I think ultimately what we'll do is remove component, and we'll end up setting the colliders ourselves manually later on. We could always do it via a cube, but essentially, as long as we have this collider on, just the door, we won't be able to pass through it. I think that's the important thing at this point. So we've gone a fair way now. We've got some animation, we've got something being built for ourselves now. So we're going to leave this tutorial here for now, and I think next episode let's add in some audio. So we're going to look at some effects. Maybe for this door we'll have a creaky door sound, and we're definitely going to start coding to open this door, and we're going to do it using something called raycast. So from the next episode onwards, the scripting is going to get fun. I like coding, I like scripting. It's one of my favorite things to do, and the scripts are going to get longer and longer and longer as we go along. But don't be afraid, don't be scared, don't be too worried about the scripts themselves, because they may seem complicated, but when you stop and think logically, the scripting is pretty good. So this episode we're going to cover quite a few things, and I'm hoping it doesn't drag on too long. So we're going to look at some sound effects, specifically a noise for our door when we open it. We'll look at compiling a script to open our door on command, and we'll be doing that using something called raycast. So first things first, what we need to do is set up a key on our keyboard as an action key, which is going to be the E key. So edit, and down here we have project settings and input. So we need to go on here, and in the inspector panel, click on the arrow next to axis, and whatever the size is here, we need to set one more. So the size is reference to all these possible options that we have here. So let's change this to 19. If yours is set to, for example, 21, set it to 22 and then hit enter. If yours is like mine, 18, set it to 19 and hit enter, and it will duplicate whatever the last one in the list is. In this case, it's cancel. So we click the arrow next to that second cancel there. Let's change the name to action. What we need to do is change the positive button, and only this positive button right now. So at the moment it's set to escape because that would be cancel, but we want to set it to the letter E. Doesn't matter if it's in caps or not, I'd have it as lowercase, still works just fine. So we've set our key. So what we want to do now is set the raycast, so as when we press the E key, we open this door. So let's start creating this script, and I'll explain raycast a little more as we go along. So in our scripts folder, right click, create, and let's do a C# script. And we'll call this player casting. And let's open it up in Visual Studio or MonoDevelop. And this is a fairly simple script, but it's the process of it is very handy for us later on. So let's get rid of any notes and void start. We don't need that. And we're going to need to define two variables. The first variable needs to be static. So if we look at our previous script for flame animation, we haven't used static. We've used the word public, but we haven't used static. The reason we use static is because we need other scripts that we create later on to be able to reference this script. So if we have something as public static, it means that wherever we set this variable name as can be referenced in other scripts. But we'll do that as we go further along in this tutorial anyway, because we'll need to reference it when we make the script to open the door. So it's going to be a float, and a float is basically a decimal number. It's not a whole number. If we look at flame animation, we had int, which is integer, which is the whole number, but player casting can be a decimal number because it's much more precise than just 1, 2, 3. And this will be distance from target. And now maybe you're thinking you know what raycast is because we've used the words distance from target. So raycast is a way of, think of shooting an imaginary beam out from your player to whatever object it hits, and then it returns the value of how far away that object is. So if something is quite far away, it could return a value of, let's say, 42.618. If the object is very close, it could return a value of 2.1064. So that's how it works. It basically returns a value of how far away whatever you're looking at is. So the second one, we're going to have public. This one isn't static, but it's still a float. And we're going to have to target, semicolon. And I'll explain this as we go further through and create the raycast. So within void update, we need to create a further variable. But this one doesn't need to be public or anything like that. It can just be the type and then the name. So in this case, the type that we're going to use is called raycast hit. And the name we're going to use, we'll just call it hit. So semicolon. Next, what we need to do is create an if statement to say, basically, it's always going to return true because we're saying the physics of the raycast, we need to return the value of how far it is. And we do that by doing if, and in brackets, physics, and that is a capital P, because remember, whenever coding in Unity, it's always case sensitive, dot raycast, and then in brackets, what we need to do is put transform dot position, comma. So that's basically the position of what we're doing, essentially. Next is transform. You'll notice here at this point, the transform we're using is lowercase, same with the position there. So we also need to transform the direction. So in other words, which way we're facing, which is going to be forward. So we need to do transform dot transform direction, and that is a capital T, capital D. And in brackets, we need to use something called vector 3. So you can think of vector 3 as a way of defining a 3D world. So you can have all different directions, whereas something like perhaps vector 2 would only be in the 2D world. So obviously we're doing 3D, so it's going to be vector 3. And it's dot forward because we want it to always be forward. We don't want it going sideways even though we're walking forward. It has to be forward to see how far we are. And then close bracket, comma, and then we need to output this to the variable that we've stated here, which is hit. So out hit, close bracket, and close bracket to close the if, and then open curly bracket. So basically, we're saying once we've fired this raycast, we need to then set the target, which is going to be the internal version of this, and we need to set the distance from target. So we'll explain why we have two variables which are basically the same thing. We need to do to target equals hit dot distance, semicolon. So what we're saying here is the variable we have as to target is going to be equal to whatever our output is in our raycast. So the distance is going to go to target. And then we need to make distance from target equals to target, semicolon. Then close curly bracket. And this close curly bracket will close the update. And this one will close the entire class. So we can now save that script and head back to Unity. So the reason we have those two variables will be obvious, hopefully, now as we add this to our player. So what we need to do is on our FPS controller, let's double click, and currently we are looking this way. So let's attach our player casting onto the FPS controller. And then if we go down, we should be able to see that even though we've declared two variables, we only see one here, which is to target. So what I like to do generally is be able to see what my variables are within the inspector panel. Because this is static here, we don't actually get to see that in the inspector panel. It kind of, think of it as a way of hiding it. So I like to have this second one, which is going to be the exact same value anyway, to see what it is in here. So if we press play now, we should hopefully see to target change, and we can. So that to target at the bottom is telling us how far away we are from things. So if we walk towards this wall now, that variable down there should decrease. And you can see that because we're that close to the wall, it's a very small number. So what we intend to do is, as we get to this door here, we want to be able to open it using that player casting script. And to target is set as that, so you can always assume that the distance from target is going to be exactly the same as well. So let's move on and let's create some UI. Now UI, commonly known as GUI or HUD, it's referred to in different ways. So it's basically text and imagery that you see on top of the screen. And we've done that before in Canvas because we've already got them set up. We need these to be able to display when we're close enough to the door. So if we were close to this door, for example, we would want the E key and the text to display to us. And that is what we need to code into the script that we attach to the door. So what we're going to do is we need to create a brand new script here. So right click, create C# script, and we'll call this door cell open. And before we go any further, what I think we should do is on the door itself, let's untick animation because we don't really need that at the moment because we only want it to play at a certain point. So let's open that door cell open script in Visual Studio, Monodevelop, whichever. And what we'll do is we'll get rid of the notes and void start again because we don't need them. What we do need to do is at the very top, we need to put using Unity engine.ui. So the reason we put this is because we need this script to recognize that we are using some UI elements of objects within the script. So let's get to this. The script is going to be, I'd say, longer than the others that we've done, but it's kind of fun along the way because you'll see exactly how the mechanics of scripting works in real time. So firstly, we need to set the distance from how far we are from the door, which is the one where we'll reference the player casting script. So we'll do public float, and we'll just call it the distance. Now it has to be a float because we need to reference this script, the player casting, which is also float. So they need to be the same type. Now the next couple of objects are going to be game objects, much in the same way we did with the flame animation and refer to the flame light as a game object. So the first one, public game object, we're going to have called action display. So that will be our E key that we have displayed as UI. Next one, public game object, and this one we'll call action text semicolon. So this will be our text that we say underneath, which says open the door. The next one is going to be the door itself. So public game object the door semicolon. Next, what else are we going to need? I don't think we need too many more. That should probably do it, to be honest. Oh, of course, we're going to add in some audio, aren't we? So let's set some audio in there. So public audio source, and we'll call it creak sound semicolon. So this one here, audio source, even though it's going to be a game object technically, we need to reference a specific component of audio within that game object. So to do that, what we'll do is we will go back to Unity and we'll bring in a creaking sound to add to our first person controller because we need the audio sound to be right next to us. So in the assets folder, let's right click, create folder, let's have audio. Within this folder again, let's create a new folder and call it effects. And then I'm going to drag and drop this creaky door sound into Unity. And you can get this on the website for free. Head over there, downloads and assets, survival horror, you can download it there. Same with the scripts. If you have any problems with the scripts, you can get them there for free as well. So what we'll do is we'll go to FPS controller up here, and we will right click and create empty. And if we double click, we should be able to see that this game object itself is actually in the middle of the controller, which is perfectly fine. So let's right click, rename, let's call it effects. And then within there, let's create another game object. So this is all parented, as you can see. So it's connected here. So if we move this object anywhere, anything beneath it will move as well. But right click, rename, let's call it creak sound. And then drag and drop that audio onto that object there. And then make sure we untick play on awake, but we'll just test this works first. Perfect. So the sound works, so let's make sure we untick play on awake. Now what we need to do is in void update, we need to be able to make the distance, the variable here, equal to the player casting script that we wrote. And we could do that by going the distance is equal to player casting, which you remember is the name of the other script, dot, and then we reference the variable within that script, in this case, distance from target, semicolon. So that's all we need in the void update. It's not too difficult. The next part we need to do on mouse over. So on mouse over is whenever the mouse passes over the object that this script will be attached to. So obviously we have the inverse of that as well, which is on mouse exit, but that one is a very simple one. It's this bit that's a little bit complicated bit. So void on mouse over, open close bracket, open curly bracket. And the first thing we need to do here is we need to check if the distance is an acceptable distance, because we don't want to be stood all the way over here and then we just look at the door and the action key displays. We need to be able to be fairly close to the door, and we can do that by making sure the distance is below or equal to, let's say, 3. So if the distance is less than or equal to 3, close bracket, open curly bracket, then what we need to do is display those two action keys. So we need the E key displayed and the text beneath it displayed as well. So action display dot set active true, semicolon, and then action text dot set active true as well. So once we've done that, we can then set another variable, which will, sorry, not a variable, another if statement, which will allow us to control whether we are pressing the action key on this door or not. So to do that, we just need to close that if statement and start a new one. So if input, that's a capital I, dot get button down, and in brackets and quotes, we need to put whatever we set the action button as before, which was the E key. First thing we did in this tutorial, and I called it action. So quote again, close bracket and close bracket. So we close that if statement and then open curly bracket. And within there, let's do a nested if function. Now a nested if function is another way of checking if something else is true. We could do and up here, but we'll get onto that in probably next episode, to be honest. But there's different ways that you can create if statements. So this is just one of the ways. So if the distance is less than or equal to 3, again, so obviously if you want to be further away from the door, you would have that number higher. If you want to be right up to that door, you would have a lower number. But I'm just doing 3 now as a generic number. Then open curly bracket. So what we're saying here in this if function is if we're pressing the action button and then if we're less than 3 to the door, then what we need to do is disable the box collider first and foremost. Now the box collider on the door itself, which is going to be, I think this one, isn't it? Yes. So this itself needs to be disabled, because what's going to happen is if we don't disable this box collider, it will essentially make the door itself able to completely just keep reopening, opening. So what I think we may do is put a separate collider around this object, but keep it active. I'll explain what I mean by that as we go along, because it might not be a wise idea to actually attach the script directly to the door. So what we'll do is this, because this always refers to the object that this script is attached to, dot get component. So obviously the component within the inspector panel, and then in spiky brackets the name of the component. So in this case, box collider. And basically all we do is open close bracket and set it as enabled is false. So enabled equals false, semicolon. So next thing we need to do is turn off these action display settings, because we've already opened the door. We don't need it to tell us that we still need to open it. So action display dot set active false semicolon. Same again. Action text dot set active is false semicolon. So you can see what's happening here is it's like a routine that the script is going to go kind of scroll through and do each line by line, one after the other, but it'll do all this in the same, pretty much almost the same frame. But it is just a case of setting a routine for the script to run through. So next thing we need to do is play the animation component within the door so it opens. So the door dot get component again, and in spiky brackets it's called animation, because remember we took away the animator component and changed it with animation. And then open close bracket dot play, and then in brackets and quotes we put the name of that animation. So let's double check. It's called first door open anim. It has to be exactly the same. So first door open anim, quote again, close bracket, semicolon, and then let's have creak sound dot play. Creak sound dot play, open close bracket, and it's as simple as that. So let's close that if statement and then close the original if statement, and then we can close void on mouse over. So as I said, the inverse of that would be on mouse exit. So when we're not looking at the door, we need to make sure that we turn off the action display and action text. So void on mouse exit, open close bracket, open curly bracket. We can just use these two lines of code here. So we can just copy them, paste them here, go down and close that and save the script. So then this final curly bracket will close the entire public class. So let's head back to Unity. I think I missed a semicolon somewhere. Yes, I have at the end of creak sound.play. So I missed the semicolon there. That's the handy thing about the console is if you make a mistake in the script, it'll always tell you here where you've made the mistake. So we have that script all set. Now we need to attach it to the door and set everything up in a fun way. So game object, and let's go to 3D object and cube, and we'll use this as, think of it as our trigger object. So if we move it into position over here, right by the door, and we'll make it big enough to actually cover the door area. So let's shrink it on the Z, I think we should do first. Maybe let's put it as 0.3. Bring it to about here. Let's increase the size on the Y, so it kind of covers the entire door. And then same again with the X. And then let's turn off mesh renderer, so we can't actually see that object at all. And then let's attach this cube to the door here. Right click, rename, and we'll call this door trigger. So now let's drag and drop this door cell open script onto door trigger and set these variables. So action key is on action display. Action text is action text again. The door is the door, and then creak sound is going to be the creak sound we imported. So fingers crossed, guys, we should see this distance change pretty much as soon as we start, so we can see how far away we are. So let's go up to our door, and we can see it's quite so I think we're going to need to reduce that a little bit. We can see we're quite far away from the door, and it still displays. So let's set that as maybe 2 and save. And let's try this again. So let's head to our door and let's open it up. So let's head forward, open door. Okay, so it didn't play. Of course, I know why. Because I do believe on the door itself we set the animation component as off, and we need to untick play automatically. So just make sure you do have that animation component on and it isn't ticked to play automatically. And one more time. There we go. And now we can go through. So if I press escape to get the cursor on, and I go to the scene view whilst keeping the game still running. You can see the game is still running, but we are in scene view. If we go to this door trigger, you'll see that the box collider is now off. This is what makes us able to pass through the door, because if we try and pass through the door without it actually doing, you still can't pass through it. You can see the box collider turns off as soon as we press the E key. And that is how we make a door open on command. So that player casting script is going to be something that we use quite a lot, because we need to use it to perhaps pick things up, to change things in the game. It'll be it's one of the most essential things, I would say, to making a game. So this time we're going to look at creating some crosshairs. We'll look at objectives, and so we'll start piecing together a bit of a story here. We'll also look at a fade screen as well to fade into our game. So crosshairs work pretty much the same way as any other generic UI that we use, and we can do a real simple one by going to Game Object, going to UI, Raw Image, and this will put a great big white blob, well, pretty much anywhere in the screen, but what we want to do is make sure we have it anchored, center, and then position is 0, 0. This ensures that the actual dot itself is center. Now at the moment it's huge. If we press play, we can see it's absolutely huge. It's not much of a crosshair or cursor or anything. So what we're going to do is shrink it. Let's change the width to 2 and height to 2. So it just becomes a little dot in the middle of the screen. Now obviously you can have this as big or as small as you want, and I'm just going to increase it maybe to 4 by 4. Let's just see how this looks. Okay, so I'm going to keep it as 4 by 4. Now what I intend to do here is I want the crosshair to be dynamic. So for example, when we come across something that we can open, pick up or activate or anything like that, we want the crosshair to kind of change, just to give that little notification that something can be done here. And the best way we're going to go about doing this is if we take the crosshair itself, this raw image, hold Control, press D to duplicate. Let's move it outwards to about there. And I'm going to increase the height by, I don't know, how much do you think we should increase it by? Let's double it. So, 8. And let's take that again. Hold Control, press D to duplicate. Bring it to about there. That looks pretty... That looks okay. Let's just have a quick look at what that looks like. Okay, so it's obvious that what we're going to need to do is pull it out a little bit more and obviously increase the size of it. So to do that, simple, let's have this as, let's try 16, so it's a bit bigger. And we're going to take this one again, hold Control, press D, bring it all the way across. You can pretty much measure it because you can see here that it looks fairly center. So obviously you can take as much time as you need. I might decrease the width to 2 and 2 just to keep it a little bit different. And I'm going to take that again, hold Control, press D to duplicate, and I'm going to rotate on the Z axis by 90. And then I'm going to bring it over here and up to about there. And then hold Control, press D to duplicate again. And let's bring it down to about there. Now, obviously, you should take as much time as you need to. You should get your measurements perfect. I'm just doing this to kind of rush things along. But the last thing I'm going to do here, right-click, create empty, empty game object, right-click. Oops, I didn't want to create another one. I want to rename this one. My apologies. And we'll just call it extra cross. And what we're going to do is untick that so it isn't active. And then we're going to put our other 4 crosshair images into that extra cross. So basically what's going to happen now is when we look at our door, these extra crosshairs will appear. When we look away, they'll disappear. So to do that, let's go on our script, door cell open. And in here, we're going to set another variable. And you've probably guessed what the process of what's going to happen now. What we need to do is go public, game, object, extra cross, semicolon. On mouse over, if the distance is less than or equal to 2, we want them to appear. So extra cross dot set active true. Then obviously we want the inverse of that when the mouse leaves the area that where they would appear. So extra cross dot set active false semicolon, save the script. And now obviously we just need to set that extra cross as a variable on the door. So let's go to our door trigger right there, extra cross, and let's drag and drop straight onto there. So we play the game and you can see we have our normal little dot crosshair. We go to the door and you can see that it appears. And like I say, you take your extra time. Mine's a little bit wonky because I'm rushing things so we can get things moving along, but I think that adds a nice little touch to the game with the crosshair that changes dynamically. So next thing we'll do is let's create a little fade screen to fade into our game to kind of start giving us the feel of a story. So to do that, we're going to use animation again, like we have done previously. So make sure you're in the animation folder, and we're going to use the UI raw image again. So double click and let's right click and rename. Let's call it fade screen in. And we want to set it black. Let's also anchor stretch. So we want it to stretch the entire screen. So then we can zero out every number here, so as it literally covers the entire screen. Now, obviously with the canvas, this white outline is the edges of the screen. So as you would imagine, if we press play now, we'd see complete black. So let's create the animation to fade it. So animation tab, create, and let's call it fade screen in, save, and let's press the record button. Obviously, if you're using an early version of Unity 5, you would not need to press the record button. If you're using anything after, I think, Unity 5.6, you would have to press the record button. So if you're using 5.6, 2017, 2018, 2019, whichever, you would have to press that record button. So, first frame, we need to set the keyframe to be maximum as 255 here. So let's overwrite this 255 value in the alpha of the color. So we've just clicked here and we have the alpha here. So let's overwrite 255, hit enter, close. And let's do this over a course of 1 second. So the 60th frame. So 60 here, hit enter, and we'll have the color, change the alpha to 0. Hit the X and then press record to stop. So what we need to do now is remove the animator, right click, remove component, then add component, add in our animation, change our size to 1, and then we just need to drag and drop that fade screen animation clip onto there and into element 0. And we've done this before, so we know what we're doing here. We just need to change it to debug and then legacy and then set as once. So now when we press play, our screen will nicely fade into the game. Perfect. So what we'll do now is we will look into starting to create a story. So the idea of what we're going to go for at the moment, I think, is let's imagine that we're stuck in this kind of room here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this wall and just move it a little bit closer to the door, and I'll take this wall here, hold control, press D to duplicate. Let's rotate by 90 degrees and let's just put it into position about there, I think. Let's bring it across there to about there. Okay, so we're stuck in this room, that's the idea, and we need to get out. So what we'll do is we'll create a script which will allow us to start a sequence of events before the game itself starts. And there's a couple of things that we're going to have to do first. So let's get ourselves a text box. Again, real simple, game object, UI, text. Let's double click. I'm going to F2 and just call it text box. So this text box is going to be what our player says. So let's have it anchored to stretch bottom down here. So we want it at the very bottom here. And let's have it as white. So let's change our text to white. And let's zero out the position on the X and the Y. And then just rearrange it into the position we would want. So probably about there. I'll have it center alignment. I'll have it a bit bigger as well. So we'll have it maybe 22. And then let's stretch it outwards and upwards, so we maybe have 2 lines if possible. Okay, so what I'm going to do is in this box I'm going to type something which we're going to have in the script, so we need to see if it's actually going to look okay. So let's have I need to get out of here. So this is what our character is going to say at the beginning, and that looks fine. That should appear okay on the screen. So now what we'll do is we'll create a script. Head to our scripts folder. Let's right click, create a new folder, and let's have sequences. So right click, create C# script, and we'll call this one 001 opening. Okay, that's probably not a good name for a script actually. We'll call it A opening. So we'll kind of keep everything intact. So A opening, just to kind of make it be the first script in this particular area. So what we'll need to do is get rid of void update and any notes because we don't need them. But we do need 3 variables. Now we're going to add in a couple of extra little things in this script as we go along, but I'll explain what they're for. So public game object, so we're defining the game object, and it's going to be the player, semicolon. Next is going to be the fade screen, because I think I'm going to turn that fade screen off just in case we need to use it again at any point, or in case it decides to glitch out on us. So public game object and fade screen in, semicolon. And finally, the text box that we've just created. So public game object, let's just call it text box. Nice and simple. So what's going to happen here is we need to disable the player from movement as soon as the scene starts, just in case. But to do that, we actually need to tell the script that it needs to reference something. So up at the top, where you've got these using system collections, generic, Unity engine, what we need to do is underneath that, we need to do using Unity standard assets dot characters dot first person, semicolon. So the reason we're using this is because we want to reference some components that are in the first person character that's in the standard assets. So without this declaration up here, we wouldn't be able to reference it. So we need to do the player, which obviously is the first person controller, dot get component, and in spiky brackets we need to type the name of the component. So if we look at it, FPS controller, we have something called first person controller. Now this is what enables us to control the script at any given time. We need to disable this as soon as the game starts up. So first person controller, close spiky bracket, open close bracket, dot enabled equals false, semicolon. Now what we need to do is use the IEnumerator. Now if we go to our door cell open, you can see that we've only used voids there. Flame animation, we did use IEnumerator there. So it's going to work on the same principle because we're going to use this yield return new in this opening scene, because it's, like I say, it's going to be a sequence of events that we can kind of pan through. So I'm going to call it, let's call it scene player. So start co-routine, and in brackets, scene player, open close bracket, semicolon. So now let's create that scene player. IEnumerator scene player, open close bracket, open curly bracket. Let's go down a few lines and close curly bracket. And scene player will work just fine now. So within this scene player, what we're going to do is we'll allow our fade screen to occur over the course of a second. And then after maybe 1.5 seconds, we set it as inactive and set a text box to say, I need to get out of here. So yield, return, new, wait for seconds, and in brackets 1.5f because it's a float, close bracket, semicolon, and then we'll do fade screen dot set active false. So that'll set our fade screen in as inactive, and at that exact same frame we'll get our text box to say we need to get out of here. So text box dot, in fact before we go any further we should probably declare it up the top, using Unity engine dot UI semicolon. Remember, we used it in the door cell open script here because we referenced some UI within the script. Same principle applies here. Textbox.get component, and in spiky brackets text open close bracket dot text equals, and in quotes we'll say I need to get out of here. Close the quote and semicolon, and then we'll wait for 2 more seconds. So yield, return, new, wait for seconds, 2, semicolon, and after that we will set the text box to be blank. So the text basically disappears, but the game object is still active. So text box dot get component text open close bracket dot text equals double quote semicolon, and at that exact same point we need to re-enable our game player to walk around. So the player dot get component open spiky bracket, and it's first person controller open close bracket dot enabled equals true semicolon, and save the script. So if we head back to Unity, hopefully we should have no errors. Perfect. And if you have any problems, as always, head to the website, downloads and assets, survival horror series, and you can download it there for free. So if we go to game object, create empty, so we've got this empty game object to store this opening sequence script. Right click and rename, and we'll call it sequence objects, and within there create another empty game object, right click, rename, we'll call it a opening sequence, and if need be we can always modify this opening sequence script at a later date. So let's set the variables, controller and fade screen and the text box. What I might do actually is quickly rename this raw image to say cross hair, but I'll leave them raw images there because the parent object in this should suffice as it is. So I'm going to save the scene there, and let's press play and check this out. Perfect. So, and we're looking pretty good about now. So you can see that this is really coming together quite quickly, and we're only in episode 7. So this time we're going to look at a trigger to carry on our sequence of events of what we're doing. So after we get past the door, we'll have a trigger to say there's something on the table. We'll bring in a table, and we'll also look at creating a marker icon as well. So first things first, what we do need to do to sort out our storyline of sorts is we can use the same sort of system that we've previously used in our opening script. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend out here, and I'm going to use this light right here. And what we'll do first is let's create a prefab of this torch as it is. And what we can do is if we go to our torch folder just here, Now we already have torch 1 as a prefab, but this second prefab we're going to drag into here will contain the light and animations as well. So we can just drag and drop that into there. So now whenever we drop this into our scene, it isn't going to be the original torch we've used, it's going to be the proper prefab one. So we could go over here into this section and drag and drop our torch onto the wall there and just rotate it so it actually aligns with the wall itself. So I think if we just put this back to 180, I think, or is that the wrong way? Okay, so 0 should do it. Perfect. So now we have light in this section as well. Just move it to about there. There we go. And I tell you what, let's have one on the other side as well. So I'm going to drag and drop onto the wall here. Okay. So now let's quickly extend this little area here. So I'm going to hold Control and press D on this floor. Pull it out to about there. And in fact, what I think I'll do, instead of having that torch there, I'm going to put it round here. So we've got a bit of light round this side as well. So let's bring it out this way. Bring it this way, and let's rotate 180. And just bring it against the wall. I think it's not quite right, is it? It's the wrong way around. There we go. So 90 degrees should bring it flush with the wall when we bring it this way. Okay, perfect. So let's do a quick bit of modeling, and at this point we are only doing simple kind of things with our area, because we'll get onto more complicated things as we get further into development. We are struggling to kind of see a little bit here, so let's take our light source and let's quickly change it to directional so we can see. We must remember to turn that back to spot. Okay, so we just bring in this inwards to about there. That should do. And I'm going to hold Control, press D again to duplicate, drag over here, and drag along here. Should we rotate that a bit? Does it make much of a difference? Okay, so we can see the lighting has an effect on this wall here, so we'll have to deal with that. Lighting is something which is obviously quite vital within a game, but there's always different ways and means that you can change lighting, but it's something we'll delve into later on in development. Okay, so as I say, what we're going to do is deal with the story, and we're going to say that there's something on a table, so we're going to need a table. Let's go to our objects folder, and let's bring in this wooden table. As always, you can get these on the website. Head over there and download an asset, go to the Survival Horror series, and it'll be right there. So in the wooden table, let's drag and drop this into our game. If you don't want to use this table, it's perfectly fine. You can use any table at all, really. So I'm just going to change the scale. Let's have it as 3 by 3 by 3. Still too small. Let's have 7 by 7 by 7. Bigger table. Let's bring it out the ground. There we go. That looks all right there. So next thing we're going to want to do is, I did say we're going to have a kind of a marker going on. So this marker is going to kind of point to where we need to go. So I think I'll actually bring that in now. So let's go to our textures folder, and I'm going to bring in just a simple arrow. It's a PNG file, and you can pretty much use any sort of arrow. If you want this one, it'll be on the website, but feel free to use any kind of texture for this. And I'm going to do this using a plane. So game object, 3D object, and go down to plane. Now, a plane is just basically a 2D image of something technically, but it still classes as a 3D object because we're in a 3D environment. Now, to do this, I'm just going to drag and drop this yellow arrow onto the plane itself. And then down here, we have shader. Click on standard, click on particles, and then let's try, I think it's alpha blended. So it kind of gets rid of all the black around it, and you can see that it looks a bit more like an arrow. We need to rotate it on the X by 90 degrees, minus 90 that should be, so it kind of points downward. And let's shrink the arrow because it's far too big as it is. Let's have it as 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. Might be still a little bit too big. Let's try 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Okay, that'll do. So what I want the arrow to do is be hovering over here and kind of point down to say this is where you need to go. So I'm going to bring it just above the table, and we're going to use some animation. So let's go to our animations folder. Let's right click actually and rename And let's call this guide arrow 01. And let's create an animation for it. So add component. In fact, we'll create the animation first instead of adding it. So let's create the animation and then add the animation to it. So animation, create, guide, arrow, anim. And then we need to click the record button. And we're at frame 0. We're doing 60 frames a second as we've done before. And we'll just start it at the position on the Y, I think. So we'll start it here and set a keyframe. So we'll do, oops, sorry, not rotation. We don't want rotation, do we? Let's right click, delete key. And we want position. So we'll start at 3. And let's say by the first second, we want it to kind of come down just a little to about there. That's fine. And then by the 2 seconds time, let's have it as above about there. So then at 3 seconds, so it'll be 180, we want it back to 3. Now obviously you can play around with this animation as much as you need to. There's no specifics about it. I'm just showing you what you could do for your game. So I'm going to press the record button there. And do you know what? I think we'll actually leave the animator on. So if we, in fact, no, do you know what? I'm not comfortable with using animator most of the time because I feel it's a little bit uneasy to work with. So I am going to actually remove it and we will work with animation. I feel like animation's better because we can control it more. So what we need to do is need to drag and drop our guide arrow animation. Play automatically is fine. Size 1 and drag and drop guide arrow onto element 0. Let's change it like we usually do to legacy, and we'll have it rep mode set as loop because we want it to continually go up and down. So let's just quickly check our guide arrow is working just fine. Let's head over here. Okay, perfect. So, well, it's as good as it can be. Obviously, you play around with your animations as much as you need to. So now, let's set up that trigger, that all-important trigger to say there's something on the table. Now, we can do that by going Game Object, 3D Object, and Cube. And this cube can serve as the actual trigger for as soon as we step through this little bit here. So we just need to adjust the size of the cube to fit this corridor area. We can do that by stretching on the X. Doesn't matter if it intersects the walls. It's not too important because the player will be able to collide with it anyway. And make sure we tick is trigger and untick mesh renderer because we don't want to see a big cube in the way. So let's go to our scripts folder, sequences, and create a new C# script. And let's call it B first trigger. So you can see the reason I'm using A for opening, B for first trigger. It's kind of following the sequence of A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Because this first area, I don't think we're going to have more than 26 sequences. But you can have different types of sequences as you go along. It's just a way of being able to quickly find a script at this point in time. So we're going to use pretty much the same sort of script what we did for our opening. So if we open up our first trigger in MonoDevelop or Visual Studio, it's entirely up to you. And let's see, so if we go to our opening, we can copy the 2 statements up here. In fact, no, we'll just use, should we pause the player or should we keep him going? I think we'll pause. We'll do the same. So we'll copy these up here. If you want to stop your player moving, I'll tell you what bits of code you can keep in, and if you want to keep the player going, I'll tell you which bits of code you can remove. So underneath the Unity engine there, let's paste them in. Let's get rid of void start and void update for now. We're going to use this one, so we can copy public game object the player into there, and we can also copy the text box one. So we can copy straight into our first trigger. Now, we're not going to be using void start. We're going to use void on trigger enter. Open close bracket, open curly bracket. And what we'll do as soon as we enter, we will freeze the player in position. So the player dot get component, spiky brackets, first person controller, open close bracket dot enabled equals false, semicolon. And we need to start our coroutine because, again, we use a coroutine because we're going to be waiting for a couple of seconds. So start coroutine, and let's call it scene player, open close bracket, semicolon, and then close curly bracket to close that on trigger enter function. Next, what we need to do is the I enumerator. I enumerator, and we called it scene player, open close bracket, open curly bracket. Let's go down a few lines and close curly bracket, and we should see scene player up here turn to black if you're using monodevelop at least. So once we start the scene player, we're going to turn on our text box. I don't think, do we turn it off at any point? I don't think we do. I think we do keep it on, so we don't need to turn it on right now, but it may be something we can play with later on. So text box.get component, spiky brackets, text, open close bracket dot text equals, and let's have our player say, looks like a weapon on that table. Looks like a weapon on that table. Semicolon. And then we'll wait for, let's say, 2.5 seconds. So yield return new, wait for seconds, and we'll have 2.5f close bracket semicolon. And after that 2.5 seconds, we can copy this line of code, paste it beneath, and just remove the text out of there. So it makes the text box look like it's disappearing, even though it's still on screen. It's just got no text to actually display. And then after that disappears, what we can do is copy that line of code, place it here, and change that to true. So while we're at it, at this point, we've got that little marker arrow, haven't we? So we can add in a couple of lines here to activate that marker. So public game object the marker semicolon, and after we've enabled our character, we'll just do the marker dot set active true semicolon and save. So all we need to do is add our trigger script to the cube. So drag and drop. Let's right click, rename cube, and let's have it. Oops. Rename. First trigger. And let's press play. And now hopefully, oh, I've just realized we did not set our variables, did we? So we just need to go on there and drag and drop the player. Drag and drop our text box, which is in our canvas right there. Text box. And the marker itself, so guide arrow. And while we're at it, we'll also turn the guide arrow off up here, so it doesn't appear until we actually trigger that script. So now let's give this a go. Looks like a weapon on that table. There we go. So you can see the sequence of events. What we're doing here is working as intended. So next episode, what we're going to look at is we'll look at picking up the weapon, animating it. We'll add in some effects maybe for the when arrow pops up. So because we're going to start looking at enemies. So guys, until that next episode. So firstly, let's bring in the weapon that we said we can see on this table. So I'm going to go to my objects folder, and I'm going to bring in this pistol. Drag and drop straight into Unity, same as before. So the idea of what this is it's just a simple model for a pistol. And if you want hands visible at any point, you'd probably need to find a specific model for that. But this one will do just fine for the tutorial series. I mean, if you head to the asset store, there's loads of stuff on there that you can find. But I mean, some stuff is paid for, some stuff is free, but it might be worth checking out anyway. So there's a gun on the table. So what we need to do is drag and drop the gun into the scene, and it is huge. So let's shrink the size over here by scale. So let's have 0.2 by 0.2 by 0.2, and still looks a little bit too big. So let's change it again to probably 0.05. That looks acceptable, I would think. So let's rotate. In fact, maybe a little bit smaller, because the model is quite large. Okay, that looks fine. So I'm going to rotate it and place it on the table. So we need to rotate on the Z. So let's do that to 90. Place it onto the table, and I think I might rotate on the Y as well. So the idea of what's going to happen is this is going to be like a fake pistol, and we're going to have the real thing in our hand. So we switch out one for the other as we execute the script to pick it up. So let's hold control, press D on that pistol, and drag and drop it onto the FPS controller, and then onto, in fact, let's check if that is okay on there. So I'm going to zero out the position so as it goes to the center of our player. Change the rotation back to normal, and I think we could do with a little bit more light so we can see what we're doing. So let's add in an extra light, directional light, and I'm going to right click, rename, I call this testing light, just so we can see what we're doing as we're creating. So FPS controller, let's bring this gun into the right position. So bring it forward, and let's press play and see how that looks. So we just need to move it probably over to the right, up a bit, out a bit, and rotate it kind of inwards very slightly. So about there. And let's have a look. Okay, so that should pretty much do as it is now. The placement seems okay, and obviously you would take as much time as you would need to get it just right. So that looks okay there. And let's see how it looks. I think we may need to add it to the first person character because it's going to go a little funny when we move everything around, because it's just a floating gun. So it needs to go on first person character. And let's turn that off because we don't need it on because we haven't picked it up yet. So next thing we need to do is create a trigger to have a look at this and pick it up. So game object, 3D object, cube. And now drag the cube over to the gun and kind of change the size of the cube to fit around the gun. So shrink it to about 0.5. Let's bring it this way. Still needs to be a little bit smaller, I think. So 0.4 should do the trick. Shrink it this way, so about 0.8. And that should do. And let's turn off Mesh Renderer. Now, previously what we've done on this door is we've had a kind of a script which will say to pick up the, or rather open the door. And we need the same thing for the gun. So if we click on this door, let me see if we can door trigger, that was it. So this cell door open, if we take this script, hold control, press D to duplicate that script, you'll come up with an error, but don't worry for now. F2 to rename, and let's call it pick up pistol. And now let's open that up in Visual Studio or Mono Develop. And the absolute first thing we're going to need to do is make sure this public class name is the same as the script name. So we called it pick up pistol. So we need to call public class pick up pistol. Now there's no point retyping everything out simply because if the script already exists, why should we bother? So we can have a look at a few things here. So action display we need, action text we need, public game object the door. Let's change that to fake pistol. We don't need this audio source, but we do need another variable called public game object real pistol semicolon. And the final one, instead of extra cross, we're going to have this as guide arrow. So it's a sequence of events again with this one. So what we do is When we over here and look on the mouse over, if the distance is under 2, we don't need to bother with that, so extra cross can go away. In fact, no, do you know what? We will keep the extra cross because the extra cross is those extra little crosshairs, isn't it? So we'll keep that in just in case. I think that would be kind of cool to keep having that. So public game object extra cross, and what we're going to need to do is in this same area, void on mouse over, we need to change what these say. So action display is, I think that's going to stay the same, isn't it? And action text is going to change. So action text dot get component, and in spiky brackets text open close bracket dot text is going to be equal to pick up pistol. So the instructions on screen are going to say pick up pistol. Next thing, once we do action, so we press the button to pick it up, we want to turn off the box collider, yes. Turn off the action display, turn off the action text. There's no animation, so we can get rid of these two lines here, and we replace them with fake pistol dot set active false, and then real pistol dot set active true. So you can see what's happening here is when we activate whatever is attached to this, then we're basically just disabling fake pistol, the one that's on the table, and enabling the one that is in our hand. So at the same time, let's turn that extra cross off as well. So extra cross dot set active false semicolon, and let's save that script. So hopefully it's taken us just a couple of minutes to write this entire thing basically, and that's the beauty of being able to do this, reusing the scripts we've already written. So what we'll do is rename this cube, right click, rename, and we'll call it pistol trigger, and drag and drop that script. So now we just need to set those couple of variables. So the what should we start with? Let's start with the real pistol. So this M9 that we turned off before is going to be the real pistol. The M9 that we had originally is going to be the fake pistol. And in the canvas, we have these here. So extra crosshairs is extra cross. Action key is our action display. Action text is action text. And the guide arrow is the guide arrow. So now hopefully this whole sequence should work quite nicely. So I'm going to turn off the testing light. So we have our atmosphere back. And let's give this a go. So you can see we've got no pistol. That's all good. Open the door. Looks like a weapon on that table. Sure is. There we go. Pick up pistol. And we have it right there. So you can see at that point it's disappeared off the table, although the guide arrow hasn't. It's still there. I think we've missed out that line of code, haven't we, to turn off the guide arrow. So we just need to add that in. But you can see the process is actually working quite nicely there. So let's add that extra line of code in there. And it is guide arrow dot set active false semicolon and save. So that is that script complete. We shouldn't have any more problems with that. So next thing we're going to look at is animating our weapon. So let's turn our testing light back on so we can see. And let's have the pistol in our hand on. So let's re-enable it. Head to our animations folder. And on the pistol itself, let's bring our camera around so we can see. There we go. Animation, create. And let's have this as pistol shot. Let's press the record button and set our first keyframe. And obviously our first keyframe, much like the door, is going to be the position it's in now. So the rotation is going to be 0. So let's have the Y rotation as minus 10.4. Hit enter. So next thing we need to do is let's figure out how long each shot is going to last. It's going to be a split second kind of thing. So when we get to, let's say about frame maybe 10, considering we're doing 60 frames a second, we want our gun to have fired. So we're going to rotate it Let's rotate it upwards first. So let's rotate up. And I think we're going to bring it backwards just a little to about there. Maybe rotate a little more on the X. And next, let's go to keyframe probably 30. And at this point, we're bringing it back home, back down to where it belongs. So let's set it back to 0 on the rotation on the X. And let's double check all of our other selections here. So on keyframe 0, the very first one, we need to set the position on X, Y, and Z back to these. So the X, let's copy that number in there, head to frame 30 and paste it in there. Back to frame 0, copy Y, back to frame 30, into there, and finally let's do Z. So copy, frame 30, and into there. So it's always worth checking out your own animation and kind of working with it by yourself and working out what you think is the best kind of mechanic, kind of animation style that you would want your gun to appear. So I don't mind to kind of fire quickly and then slowly come back down. So I'm going to press record button to stop that animation. And what I'll do is the pistol shot, I will untick loop time for now and press play. So that's pretty decent, I think. I think that's working okay. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how that's firing. So every time we fire, that is the animation that will play. So the last thing we'll do is we'll actually remove the animator component. So right click, remove component, and we want to add in the animation right there. And same with the door, we've done this before, haven't we, guys? Drag and drop the pistol shot onto there, set the size to 1, and element 0 is also pistol shot. And the last thing we need to do is change it in debug to legacy. Normal, wrap mode, once. So when we press play, we'll see it fire again, like so, which is all good. But next episode, we're going to look at creating a script which will allow us to fire at will, as well as creating all the extra little bits that go with it. So the final thing I want to do is I want to expand this area just a little more, because we're going to bring in our enemy with our jump scare. And I'm going to take this floor right here, hold control, press D, duplicate, bring it over here. Let's bring this wall over here. And let's expand this game object to 10 by 10. It's gone a bit funny there. 10 by 10, there we go. Oops, that should be 5, my apologies. And I'm going to rotate. But let's have it 10. We'll use this game object here. Let's hold control, press D, duplicate, bring it over to about there. Whole way back. So here we're going to add in a door. And the idea of what we want to happen is once we picked up the gun, we're going to head over here because this would be the way to go. And then all of a sudden, a zombie is going to come bursting through that door. And that will be our jump scare. So we're going to plan all that and get it working together. So we're going to bring in a new type of door. So drag and drop this new type of door into our game objects. And it's thinking about it. It'll take just a second, but there we go. And you can get these assets on the website for free. Head over there, downloads and assets. I'm just going to bring the door in. I'm going to rotate 90 degrees and let's bring it to size. So it's going to be scale of about 6 by 6 by 6. I think that maybe a little bit bigger, 7 by 7 by 7. Okay, so that looks about right for what we're going to do. So like I say, we're setting this scene up now for the jump scare, which is going to come in the next episode. Or we're just going to start planning it in the next episode because the enemy is going to be them. So this time we're going to look at our jump scare. And firstly, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some enemies. I'm going to use one in specific, but there's plenty for you to choose from. We'll then move on to some animation with our door, and we'll set a sequence of events to trigger the jump scare. So if we go to the asset store, you can get to it by going to Window and Asset Store, or holding Control, pressing number 9. And I'm going to use this zombie right here. To get it, all I've done is type in zombie in the search, and it should be one of the very first ones to appear, whether you have free only ticked or not. It's quite a popular and common asset, and I feel it'll do absolutely perfect for this series. And you'll probably notice it being on the thumbnail of this series itself. You just simply click import or download, and it'll just bring it straight into your project. And I've already gone ahead and brought it in right here. So the idea of what we're going to do here is set up this scene so as we can literally have our zombie barge through this door when we have the gun picked up and when we're close enough. So to quickly get that into place, I'm going to get everything and move it so we have a stage for our zombie to appear on, and we actually have some walls for it to kind of make it look like it is a separate room. And I'm going to make it more of a corridor, so I'm going to bring it to about there, and same this one here. And obviously, as I always say, you take as much time as you need to design all this, because it's, you know, it's your game after all. It's not mine. I'm just showing you how it's done. Yes, bring this a little bit closer. Bring it this way, touch more. That should do the trick. Let's make the door a little bit wider actually. So let's take the entire door and stretch it on the X to 7.5. Okay, so it's not perfect, but it will do the trick for now. So what we'll do is let's get our zombie behind the door ready. Go to our assets, zombie, model, and bring in this one here with Z at walk. Let's bring him in. And let's turn him around, because obviously he needs to face this way. So let's rotate him 90 degrees. And he is fairly small, so we could do with increasing his size. Bring him into place. And let's increase to 1.5 by 1.5 by 1.5. Seems more accurate there. So you can see him, the orange outline, ready to barge through that door. So now let's set up this door to actually work for us, and we're going to do that in an animation and using a hinge, much like we did for that previous door down there. So I'm going to speed through this now, because hopefully you guys already know how to do it, and I will quickly explain a couple of things as we go along. So with this door, we have 3 separate objects. And this first one, labelled door, is actually the handle itself, which does technically need to be attached to this P-Cube 5, which is the main door itself. So, drag and drop that onto there. Yes, we want to break the... yes, that's fine. So now let's add in a cube for the hinge. So, game object, 3D object, and cube. Let's bring it into position, about there. And let's shrink it down to the correct size. So, 0.1 by 0.1. And then get it about there, and that looks about right there. Next thing we'll do is right click, rename, door hinge with an E at the end, and drag and drop that onto door 1. And then finally P-Cube 5, which is the main part of the door, onto door hinge. And let's turn off the mesh renderer on that hinge. So now we can rotate, and we can see our zombie is ready to come at us through the door. So now let's set up a quick animation for the door. To our animations folder, and let's click on the animation, create, and we'll have this jump door anim, because this will be referred to as the jump scare door. So press the record and make sure we are at frame 0. And we're going to want to set this Y value to what it already is, because we want to set this first keyframe. So I'm going to set to -90. Hit enter to make sure we do set that keyframe. Next thing we want to do is we want to literally slam the door open. So we'll do that over the course of, let's say, 3/4 of a second, maybe. So because we're doing this on 60 frames a second, 3/4 would be the 45th frame. So by the 45th frame, hit enter, we want the door to have rotated to probably about there. So the door literally slams open. Hit enter and let's stop that animation. Back to our project, and what we'll need to do is, as you've already noticed, it's not appeared on this door hinge because the animation will be on door 1. Animator, remove component, and then add component, and let's type in animation because we want that one, because we want to control when we play the animation. And all we need to do is change the size to 1. Untick play automatically because we don't want it to play automatically. And we need to add in the jump door anim into both animation and into element 0. And obviously we then need to set it as legacy. So make sure we clicked on the animation, click there, click debug, click legacy, back to normal, and wrap mode to once. So I'm going to quickly press play and just make sure this is as we would expect. We've still got hold of the gun there, haven't we? So let's go through here. And let's just make sure. Okay, so the door is ready and waiting for us. So now what we need to do is we need to set up a trigger to get this whole thing working. And this is where it gets fun. So the idea of what we'll do is have a trigger all the way across the floor here, which only activates once we've picked up the gun. So we'll obviously have to modify that pick up gun script. So game object, 3D object, cube. Let's bring it into position about there. And let's stretch it all the way across the scene, well, the area bit here. So that should do about there. Let's bring it up a touch. That looks just fine. And basically what's going to happen is we're going to activate this when we have this gun here. So right click, rename, and we'll call it jump trigger 001. So next thing, we go to pistol trigger right here, and we need to edit this script. So double click there, so we open this up in Visual Studio. Now you'll have noticed I have changed from MonoDevelop to Visual Studio in this series. Reason being is MonoDevelop will no longer be part of Unity as of 2018.1. So we're going to go with Visual Studio. Now the script is going to be the exact same, even if you are using an older version of Unity and still have MonoDevelop, it's fine. The script will be the exact same, so you don't need to worry about that at all. Now this pickup pistol, what we need to do is add in here public game object, and we'll just call it the jump trigger semicolon. And the idea of what we do here is as soon as we pick up that pistol, we can then set the trigger as active. The jump trigger dot set active true semicolon and save. And then we just need to add that extra variable right there. So jump trigger 001 added to there. So before we actually play test this, we will turn off up here in the inspector panel this big trigger here. So let's set up the sequence of events. So sequences, let's create and C# script, and let's call this B. Let's call it BZ for reference because we're going A, B. So I want to do BZ because this is the second part. So as it kind of follows in order along the screen. So BZ jump trigger. And let's open that up in Visual Studio. Now, what we're going to do is this is all going to be done on trigger enter. So we don't need void update or start. We do need a couple of variables. Now, I want to actually play technically 2 sets of music in this. So we're going to see how this pans out. So I think what we might do actually is bring in that music and sound effects before we do anything so we know we've got them ready to go. So if we go to our audio, let's create a new folder. Let's call this music. And in that folder, I'm going to bring in this jump scare tune, which you can get on the website for free. Head over there, downloads and assets, and the survival horror series. The other thing I'm going to bring in is this door bang, and I'm going to bring that into the effects folder. You probably guess what that is. It's going to be the noise that plays when the door slams open. So let's get to work on this. Let's add those two to our first person controller. So on there, on effects, let's duplicate creak sound. So hold control, press D, right click and rename. We'll just call it bang sound. There we go. And let's drag and drop door bang onto there. Next thing we'll do, excuse me, is let's create a new folder. So right click and create empty, and let's have this as music. Hold control, press D and drag that onto music again. So we've got that as a sub object, so it's a child object. And let's call this jump music, and let's drag and drop the jump scare music onto there and untick play on awake. Excuse me, problems with my throat today. So let's get going with this script. Public audio source door bang semicolon. Public audio source door jump music semicolon. And next thing we'll need to do is disable, or rather enable I should say, the zombie to appear. So we'll actually declare that as a separate object again, rather than have him active and play the animation. We'll just set him active and play the animation at the same time. Public game object the zombie with no space semicolon, and we can come back to a couple of other variables a bit later on. For now, let's just get this method written. Void on trigger enter. It doesn't need to be private. We don't need this in the parentheses, that's fine. So as soon as we enter this trigger, what we want to happen is disable the box collider so we don't keep re-triggering it. So get component, and in brackets, box collider, spiky brackets remember, open close bracket, dot enabled equals false. Next thing we want to do is reference the door itself. So let's set that as a variable. Public game object the door semicolon. So we'll do the door dot get component spiky brackets animation open close bracket dot play open brackets, and in quotes we need to put the name of that animation on the door, which is jump door anim. Door anim quote close bracket semicolon. Okay, so I've spelled component wrong there. There we go. So we've played that animation, so now let's make that banging sound. So public sorry, don't need to declare it. We've already declared it, haven't we? What am I doing? So door bang dot play open close bracket and semicolon. After that, what we need to do is set the zombie as active. The zombie dot set active true semicolon. And on that note, what we'll do is on the zombie itself, what I'll do is I will do this a little bit differently. I think I'm going to go to the model here, and you'll notice if we click the arrow we have all these bits and pieces, and we also have this little animation there. I'm going to hold control press D to duplicate that animation and drag it out of this particular FBX file, and we're going to use this separately. So realistically we can probably drag and drop this walk animation onto the zombie like so, and it should technically work. And I think what we'll do is we'll quickly try that out. So I'm going to bring the zombie closer to us just so we can kind of see if it is going to work as intended. So let's quickly test this out. He should be playing his walk animation. He isn't. we can always solve that. Let's do this via animation instead. So let's remove the component and add the animation again. Probably best to rename the zombie as well. Rename zombie 001, and we want size of 1. We'll keep play automatically ticked. Drag and drop walk into both of those, and let's set that as legacy over here. And wrap mode loop is fine. Yep. So let's check once again. Hopefully the zombie is making that animation. And he is. So that's fine. We can drag him back to where he belongs now. Back through this way, behind the door. There we go. So he's ready. He's animated and ready to go. So we've activated him here. So the door slams open and basically we see the zombie straight away. So the next thing we want to do is we want to kind of pause for maybe half a second and then have the jump scare music play, and we're going to have to do that via an enumerator. So to do that, we'll do start co-routine, and in brackets we're going to put play jump music, open close bracket, semicolon, and that'll be the end of the void on trigger enter. Underneath we're going to do enumerator and play jump music, open close bracket, open curly bracket, and it's just a simple case of yield return new wait for seconds, and in brackets we'll wait for 0.4 seconds maybe, F because it's a float, close bracket, semicolon, and then door jump music dot play, open close bracket, semicolon, and save. So it's a small sequence of events, but it should get the job done. So now we need to drag that script from sequences onto our jump trigger, set those variables. So we need door bang, which is the bang sound, and jump music onto there, zombie onto there, and finally the door, which is door 1, onto there. And remember, we need to turn the zombie off in the inspector panel. Now I'm going to leave this mesh on for now because we're going to see this working in action. So I'm going to press turn off that trigger. Now let's test that this whole sequence works correctly. So I know we've got hold of the gun, but it's not a big deal. So you can see if we come through here, and yep, we see the weapon. If we go over here, it doesn't trigger, so the zombie isn't ready to come through. It's only when we've picked up our weapon that trigger will then appear. Oh, and it is absolutely my fault there. I should have ticked is trigger. So if we're going to test again, then I'm going to do this properly, and I'm going to turn off the M9. And let's do this properly. Yep, we get the idea. We need to get out of here. Let's go through. Yep, that's fine. And let's pick up the gun. And let's give this a go. Okay, so that was unexpected. So the music I've used there is just something that I have quickly thrown together. It took me about 30 seconds. It's just an example. If you want to use better music, and I recommend you do use better music, then there are tons of other places that you can get it from, just through a simple Google search. So you can see how that sequence of events works for a jump scare. And next episode, what we're going to do is we're going to get the zombie to kind of come towards us as soon as we cross that trigger. And we're going to look at gun mechanics and probably killing the zombie as well. So the idea of how we're going to do this is we're going to bring in a muzzle flash texture. We're going to animate it, combine it with a gun, combine it with a sound effect, and then create a script to allow us to do everything together. So to get this in motion, what we need to do first is let's import into our textures folder the muzzle flash. So I'm going to drag and drop this texture straight into here. And as I always say, you can get this on the website for free. Downloads and assets section, Survival Horror, episode 11. So what we'll do is we'll attach this to a plane. So let's head over to our M9 weapon, our pistol just here. For convenience, I'm going to turn the canvas off so it doesn't get in the way. And I'm going to turn the M9 object on. So let's bring in a plane to do this. So game object and 3D object and plane right there. Let's change this to about 0.05, 0.05, 0.05 and rotate about 90 degrees on the X. There we go. Drag and drop the flash onto there. That looks like I need to rotate it the other way. Rotate it around on the Z, so 180, there we go. And what we need to do is, because we can still see the black around it, we need to change the shader type from standard, if we go to particles, and go to additive. We need to make sure we do have additive here, because the way we're going to animate it, if we click this little arrow here, we need to use this tint color to do so. Now what you need to do is just quickly align it up roughly to where the gun is and how you would want to see the muzzle flash. So I'm going to say about there. Press play and have a quick look. So yeah, it's pretty much okay there. So now what we do is let's animate it. And the way I'm going to do it is if we go to our animations folder, click animation, click on create, and let's call this muzzle anim, and press record. So we're going to do this over the course of probably half a second. So that's going to be 30 frames because we're working at 60 frames a second. So at 0, our keyframe, I want to have the tint color as literally nothing, so we can see straight through. So then by about the 10th frame, we want it full, so we can see. So you can see the idea of what's happening here is very quickly this muzzle flash is showing. And then by, I've set that as frame 101. Let's change that to frame 10. So if we just drag it along here to there, I think. So there's frame 10 right there. And by the 30th frame, I want it to be completely dissipated again. So gone. And then press the record button. And we're going to leave the animator as that. We're not going to change it to animation. So if we press play, we should be able to see our muzzle flash. That's how it's going to work, at least for now. You can obviously take a bit more time on it, work a bit, maybe work with the transform data in the animation to make it kind of increase, decrease, or whatever. It's entirely up to you, but this is the general way that you can get this going. So if we head back to our project, right click and rename, let's call it muzzle flash. And inside that, I'm going to add in a light source, point light. I'm going to change it to kind of a dark orangey kind of color, about there maybe. Yeah, about there. And reduce the range to about 5, but increase the intensity to about 2. Just so it kind of makes it a little bit brighter in the immediate area. Next thing we need to do is we need to drag this muzzle flash object onto our M9 object, because we want it to be permanently attached to the gun itself, but we don't want to necessarily control the animation from the gun itself. It can cause a little bit of a problem, especially if you're trying to run 2 animations at once. What I will do actually before we do that is untick loop time, so it only plays once, just to be on the safe side. So drag and drop muzzle flash onto our pistol. There we go. And next thing we'll do is let's import the sound object. So in our audio effects folder, let's bring in pistol shot. And in the effects here, I'm going to duplicate bang sound, rename it to, let's have it as fire pistol, and drag and drop the audio. So we have all the mechanics in place that we need. Now we need to control them via the script. So let's head to our scripts folder, right click, create C# script, fire pistol. And let's open up in Visual Studio. So within this script, we're going to do two methods. One's going to be update, and another one is going to be our customized one using an enumerator, because we need to control the time in which this script is running. We don't need start and we don't need any notes, so they can be deleted. We do, however, need 4 variables. The first one is going to be a game object, and it's going to be the gun itself, so the gun. Next one is going to be the muzzle flash. So public game object muzzle flash semicolon. Next one is going to be that audio sound of the gun firing. So public audio source. We'll call it gun fire. Next one, we're going to use a bool because we need to know if it's true or false if our weapon is firing. By default, it's going to be false. But when we do fire our weapon, we need to set this as true so as we can't repeatedly fire it every single frame. Public bool is firing, and I'd say by default it'll be false. So what's going to happen here is we need to take a look at what button we want to fire the gun. So usually it's something like the left mouse button. So if we go back to Unity, go to Edit, Project Settings and Input, you can see here we have something called Fire 1. Now this name refers to these buttons here, either the left control on the keyboard or mouse 0. And mouse 0 is a reference to the left mouse button. So using Fire 1 means that either of those two can be pressed and we'll be able to fire the weapon. So if we go back to our script and put if get button down, input, of course, input.get button down, and in brackets and quotes, fire 1, and close bracket and open curly bracket. And obviously, if you want a different button that isn't already set, you would just need to set that up in your section here. You just need to change the size to 1 above whatever it is. And much like we did with this action button, you just add in whatever button you want to be able to fire the weapon with. Once we've checked if we're pressing the button or not, we then need to check if the weapon is already firing or not. So if is firing equals, that's double equals, remember, false, then do the following. And that's going to be a coroutine because that's where the enumerator comes in. Start coroutine. Let's call it firing pistol. Open close bracket, semicolon. So this close curly bracket is a reference to here. This one closes this if statement, and this one closes the method. So the next one is going to be enumerator. And it was called firing pistol. Open close bracket, open curly bracket. So the sequence of events that we're going to use here is quite precise. The first thing we're going to want to do is make sure that we can't fire the weapon again. And that means changing the is firing variable to true. Is firing equals true. Semicolon. Next we want to play the pistol shot. The gun dot get component animation in the spiky brackets, remember, open close bracket dot play, and in brackets and quotes the name of whatever is attached to our M9. So in this case, pistol shot. And since we're here at this point, let's just make sure our size is actually set as 1 and play automatically is unticked because we don't want it to play as soon as it becomes active. So let's head back to the script now, and it is pistol shot semicolon. Next thing we need to do is set that muzzle flash active. Muzzle flash dot set active is true semicolon. Next thing we need to do is play the audio sound. Gun fire dot play, open close bracket, semicolon. Now this is where we have to wait for, I'm going to say half a second, because the actual animation of the muzzle flash lasts half a second, so we can do it that way. So let's have yield, return, new, wait for seconds, 0.5 f. Remember the f, it's because it's a decimal here, it's a float. And then after we've waited for half a second, let's set the is firing back to false so we can refire over again. Is firing equals false, semicolon. So that basically resets the entire process. Now this yield wait for seconds here, it's all dependent on how often you want to be able to fire the weapon. At this point, I can fire the weapon twice within 1 second. That may be too much, it may be too little, but it's where playtesting comes into play. So it depends how you want your game to play out. So let's save that script there, head back to Unity, and hopefully we have no errors. Perfect, nothing. So I'm going to attach the fire pistol script onto the M9. Now you don't have to have it attached to the M9. The reason I'm doing it is because I only want the script to be active when we have hold of the weapon, i.e. when the weapon is on the screen, because we don't want to be able to fire the weapon if it doesn't exist on the screen. So this script will only become active when the weapon becomes active. You could theoretically add it to another object, but you'd have to make sure that that object also becomes active when your pistol becomes active. So the gun is going to be the M9, muzzle flash will be the muzzle flash, and gunfire will be the fire pistol. So at this point, let's turn our muzzle flash off up here, and let's press play. So let's wait for this little sequence to end. There we go. And hopefully. So, yep. What's happening here is it's a case of the muzzle flash. It's kind of not resetting the animator as and when it needs to. So let's try adding something in here. Let's have 2 lines of code. Let's try this out. So this is a little bit of trial and error. So let's have muzzle flash dot get component animator dot enabled equals false, and then let's re-enable it in the same frame, just out of curiosity to see if anything different does happen. And save the script. Head back to Unity and press play. In fact, while I'm here, I'll actually put the canvas back on. There we go. So let's see if this works now. Nope. So that doesn't help it at all. So I think what we're going to have to do is actually control it via animation. So let's uncouple muzzle flash. So let's bring it as its own object within the hierarchy. And let's add component, animation, and let's have the muzzle anim into there. And change the size to 1, untick play automatically. Muzzle anim straight into there. And remove the animator, right click, remove component. Muzzle anim, debug, legacy, normal, wrap mode, once. And then reattach muzzle flash into M9. And then if we go back to the script, what we can do instead is change this one here. So muzzle flash dot get component, change that to animation, and have that as dot play in brackets and quotes muzzle anim, and save. And hopefully we should have no more problems and everything should work. Okay. So it's saying unexpected symbol, gunfire. Of course. I missed off the semicolon at the end there. My fault. So there we go. the script should be in working order now. So let's press play and check it out. Ready, and here we go. So you can see, there we go. And you can see I'm clicking rapidly with my mouse, but I can still only fire at that interval because that bool is preventing us from firing our weapon. So as I say, there's many different ways that you can piece together a muzzle flash, and this is just one of them, and it's up to you how you want to work with that animation, whether you want it to dissipate or maybe add in some particle effects. And to be honest, I like particle effects. I like working with them, so we may actually add in that at some point. So we're going to carry on with this from the last episode, and we're going to work on our gun mechanics more and start working a little bit with some AI with our zombie. So the intention of AI is basically a big load of scripts, big lines of code, telling certain objects what to do at certain points. That is the general consensus of what AI can do. And we are going to get around to AI in many different ways and forms. Like I say, we're just going to touch a little on AI in this episode. So firstly, what we will do is, because we have our gun working, we have an enemy here, we need to get to a point in our game now where we can fire our gun and actually do some damage. So to do that, we're going to head into our scripts folder, and we're going to take this script right here, fire pistol, and open it up. So all we need to do is add in a raycast to detect how far away our shot is. Now, it's not too drastically different or massively complicated, and there's different ways of defining, say, for example, a long distance. It's a bit harder to hit, but for now we're just going to go for the basics and build from there. So what we need to do is, after the is firing statement right here in the I enumerator, we need to add in a couple of lines of code which will allow us to use the raycast data and send it to a different script to actually impact itself. So we'll start by going if, and in brackets, physics.raycast. And we've done raycast before, so we don't need to explain massively what's going on here. Obviously, we need to transform the position and direction to make sure we are going forward, because that is the most important part. Make sure we are going forward with this. So transform dot position. So we're stating the position is there. That's fine. Now we need to transform the direction. So transform dot transform direction and forward. So it's vector 3 dot forward, close bracket, and then comma, and we need to out shot. So we're outputting to shot. Now we've done that before in a different script. Shot is going to be the variable, and I like to keep things consistent when I'm coding. So we've used the same variable here in this script and in a different script, but they never ever see each other, so they're both irrelevant technically. And we'll open curly bracket, and then we will set the shot up here. So we'll have it as simply raycast hit shot semicolon. So there, our shot here gets rid of that little jagged red underline. So now what we need to do is we need to add in a new variable, because we'll need the target distance again. So underneath our variables at the very top, let's add in target distance. So public float and target distance semicolon. You probably guess what's going to happen here. We make target distance equal to shot dot distance semicolon. Now at this point, what we have to do is send some information to another script. Now the best way to kind of get around this is to send a message, as it were, to kind of start another method in a separate script. And this script doesn't actually exist yet because we haven't written it, but we're going to kind of future proof for the next 10 minutes. So we're going to go shot.transform dot send message, and in brackets what we need to do is let's find the message we want to send. So we're damaging the zombie here, so that'll be the message that we send. Damage zombie, and that's in quotes, comma, and we're going to have this name, let's call it something that we can relate to, so it's an amount. So let's have it damage amount. So this is the variable we're kind of sending as well, and because this is actually a variable itself, we need to declare it at the top. So public, and I'm going to have this one as an integer, so int and damage amount, and by default I'm going to make it equal to 5 semicolon. You'll see now that that means damage amount is a valid variable in this line, and because we don't need to receive anything back into this script from that other script, we can have send message options dot don't require receiver, close bracket and semicolon. Not sure why it's defaulted a there we go, that should be right. Save. Not sure why it put an extra bracket at the end there, but if we head back to Unity, we should hopefully see that we have no errors. Excellent. So now we can move on. So now we need to create a script which will allow us to stick it onto the zombie for the zombie to receive this damage. So I'm going to right click, create C# script, and let's have this called zombie death. Now, I think before we actually write this script, there's a couple of things we have to set up in place to make sure this is going to work. So if we start by going to our zombie folder, going to the model, and let's get its death animation, because this is where the little bit of UI comes in. We need the zombie to recognize that it has received enough damage to then die. So let's have this one, backfall. So let's take that animation, hold control, press D to duplicate and drag it out of the prefab. And we need to go to our debug menu and click legacy, back to normal. And wrap mode we want just once. We don't want this animation to keep looping itself because the zombie will just keep dying over and over and over. We only want it to play the once. So at that point, let's add that animation to our animation component on the zombie. So size is equal to 2. Element 0 is walk, which means element 2 is going to be back fall. At the same time, we then need to add a box collider to the zombie itself. So let's tick our zombie active so we can see him. And let's zoom in a little so we can see him. And now we need to go to add component, physics, and box collider. You'll see, if you're using this model at least, that the box collider isn't necessarily the best at detecting where the object is, so we just need to kind of shift it up and move it into the correct place. So let's move it upwards, let's extend it a little, 1.4 maybe, yep, that looks pretty much it. We need to shrink it a touch, so 0.75, 0.75, and let's shift the center to about there. Now that should roughly surround our zombie, so we should be able to detect anything we throw at it. You can take much more time than I have here. I've just done this for convenience sake, just because I need to speed things up along. I don't want to waste too much time here. So next thing, let's go to that script that we created, which is here, and zombie death. So let's open up that script. Now, there are a couple of variables we need to state and a couple of methods we need to create. Hey, I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. So the first variable is going to be the enemy health itself. My voice went there, apologies. So public int, and let's just call it enemy health. And I think by default for the zombie, I'm going to make it equal to 20. So because our shot is worth 5 hit points, our zombie is going to have to take 4 shots before it dies. Next is going to be the enemy itself. So public game object and the enemy. And finally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in something called a status check. Now, the status check itself may not be necessary, but depending on what we're doing and how we're coming about with this, we can actually use this status check to stop the sequence constantly occurring. So, depending on how you use your own AI scripts, you may need a status check. So, public int status check. Semicolon. Now you could use a bool here, true or false if you wanted to, but I may use 3 different statuses. We'll see what happens. So firstly what we need to do is, rather than do void update, we need to do the damage zombie method that we created in our other script, which is this one, damage zombie. So void damage zombie, and in brackets we need to define int and that damage amount, which is the one we stated in the other script, if you remember. So within this script, all we need to do is have the enemy health and then take away the damage amount. So minus equals damage amount, semicolon. So every time we fire at the zombie now, it's going to take away this amount. So to work with that, we need to have some lines of code which say, oh, we've received enough damage, let's die. So we need to have if, and in brackets, enemy health is less than or equal to 0. And rather than nest these if statements, because we also need to make sure our status check is equal to 0. So rather than have another if statement below, we can use the 2 ampersands. So and status check equals 0. Close bracket, open curly bracket. At this point, let's change the status check. So status check equals, and let's have it set as 2, just so we can't run this if statement again. It will only run the once. At this point, what we'll do is we will stop the walking animation on the zombie. So the enemy dot get component, and in spiky brackets animation, open close bracket, dot stop, and in brackets and quotes, walk, which is that walking animation name. And then what we have to do is we have to play the death animation. So the enemy.getComponent, and in spiky brackets animation again, and then open close bracket dot play, and it is, I believe, back fall, and semicolon, and save that script. Now, we will modify this a little bit later on as well, because it's going to get to a point where the zombie could be playing its attack animation, in which case we would have to stop both walk and stop attack at the same time, just to make sure that we don't do anything else to it. So for now, this script should be fine. So let's head back to Unity and check. No errors. Excellent. So if you do have any problems with the scripts, head over to the website, download an assets, and you can get them there. Or you can ask in the comments below if you have a problem and you need some help. So let's drag and drop this zombie death onto our zombie. And then we just need to set the enemy, so the zombie itself, onto there. And let's turn it off up here. And now let's test all of this out. So hopefully, if we go on the M9, we have the fire pistol, we have the target distance up here, the damage amount up here. So everything should work as intended. Hopefully anyway. So if you remember, we go through here, pick up the weapon that's over there. If I can actually get my aim correct. And then if we head here, and there we go. So that music is way too loud. I think I meant to change it at some point, but I think I do need to turn that down a bit. I realize it's a jump scare, but it's making me jump every time. So I'm going to put it as 0.3 for now. One thing I did notice as well, the jump trigger. We need to turn the mesh renderer off that, just so as it doesn't look a bit silly when we walk into it and we expect something to happen. So now, hopefully, this whole sequence that we have set up should be just fine. So it's always good to play test as much as you need to, because you know many things could always go wrong, and they always do, usually for me. And there we go. Our zombie has died. So next episode, what we're going to look at is we will sort out our zombie being able to walk towards us. We'll look at ammo for our gun. And I think we should probably stop that music from playing when the zombie's dead, because we've been scared enough. We may also start looking at some health. So this time we're going to look at creating a script which will allow us to move the zombie towards us and attack us when it gets close enough. And we'll also look at doing a couple of other things, for example, stopping the crazy mad music whenever we actually kill the zombie. So we'll start with that just for now. So if we go to the zombie itself here, I'm going to set him as active just for now. And we can see that he is still surrounded by the cube. Now we have to make sure that this zombie itself does have that box collider, because that is going to be useful for us later on in this tutorial. On zombie death, if we head into there in Visual Studio, we just need to create an extra variable once it loads, and that variable is just going to be the audio source for the music. So public audio source, and we'll just call it jump scare music. And basically, as soon as we play the animation for it to fall backwards to die, we need to stop the music. So jump scare music dot stop semicolon. And we're just going to need to set that as the variable. So let's find where it is. It should be on our first person controller. Music, jump music, and we just attach that to there. We'll test that a little bit later on. Next thing we're going to do is let's actually look at creating a script to give our zombie a little bit of AI. So I'm going to put this in the scripts folder, in the main scripts folder. Right click, create C# script, and we're just going to call it zombie AI. Now this isn't going to be a too fancy AI script. It's going to be a case of the zombie comes towards us and attacks when it gets close enough. We'll work with more advanced AI as the series goes on. So to start off with, we're going to need to set a couple of variables and get rid of void start and any annotations. We don't need them. And let's start with public game object, and let's have the player semicolon. I'm going to reference the enemy itself directly, just in case the script decides to not play ball with me later on. So rather than reference itself as saying get component, we're going to have the enemy.get component. So public game object, the enemy semicolon. Next we're going to do the enemy speed, and we're going to have that as a float. So public float enemy speed semicolon. Next we're going to have an attack trigger. Now I haven't decided whether I should use this attack trigger as a bool or whether I should use it as an integer. So let's try a bool for now, and we'll see how that goes. So public bool attack trigger. By default we'll make that equals false. So I can't remember if I explained before, a bool is just whether it's a true or false statement. And next we'll have public is, in fact I don't know whether we can use a bool for this one as well. The idea is we need to check if the zombie is attacking or not, but there may be a couple of different states, but there may only be two, so whether it's true or false. So we'll try a bool as well with this one, and we'll see what happens. So is attacking equals false, semicolon. There we go. Okay, so in our void update, what we need to do is we need to make the zombie actually look at us. And we can just go transform dot look at, and in brackets the player dot transform, semicolon. So all that does is makes the enemy look at us. Next thing we're going to do is essentially make the zombie detect whether it needs to attack or whether it needs to walk. So what we do is if attack trigger equals, that's double equals false, which by default it is because we have it up here. So if it's false, then we need to make the enemy play the walking animation, which it should do by default, but we can always stop that if we need to when we do the attack, which we'll get to a little later on. So for now, we'll just do the enemy dot get component in spiky brackets animation open close bracket dot play, and in brackets and quotes the name of the walking animation. So if we click on the zombie itself, we should be able to see it's called walk. So we type in walk in the quotes and brackets, semicolon. And next thing we need to do is move it towards the player. So to do that, we need to transform dot position, and then we can use a vector 3 to make it move towards the player at the given speed. So we will put by default enemy speed up here equals to 0.01 f. And remember, we need the f because it's a float. So vector 3 dot move towards, and in brackets we need to put the current position, so transform dot position, semicolon. Then we need to put the target position, so in this case it'll be the player dot transform dot position, and then the speed at what we want to do it. In this case it'll be enemy speed, close bracket, semicolon, and we've closed that if statement there. So the next if statement is going to be if the attack trigger is equal to true and is attacking equals false. So if attack trigger equals true, and then double ampersand to mean and, is attacking equals false. That should be double equals there, my apologies. False, then do the following. So what we're basically saying is if we're within the zombie is in range of attacking us and it currently isn't attacking, then we need to play the attack animation. So let's prepare that attack animation to begin with. Let's go to our zombie and into model, and let's extract the attack animation from this one right here. So hold control, press D to duplicate, and let's set that as legacy in the debug settings. And then we just need to attach it to the zombie itself here. So we need to change the size to 3, and then drag and drop attack into element 2. So remember, it's called attack. So that means that we have to go the enemy dot get component spiky brackets animation open close bracket dot play, and in brackets and quotes attack, semicolon. So at the same time, what we're going to have to do is allow the zombie to inflict damage upon us. Now, I'm not entirely sure if we're going to get to the point of a game over screen in this episode. It'll probably be a little further down the line. But what we need to do is actually set up a global health script. So before we carry on with this script right here, let's actually create that global health script so we have something to reference. So in our scripts folder, right click, create C# script, call it global health. And within this, all we're going to do for now is have two variables. One is going to be a static variable, so it can be referenced from a different script, and the other is going to be the internal version of it. So what we need to do is public int, and we'll have current health. In fact, that can be the static one. So public static int current health, and by default we'll make that equal to 20. You can have any number you want. I'm just using 20 as the example. And then public int internal health semicolon. So I'm sure I've explained this before. With statics, it doesn't appear in the inspector panel in Unity, whereas if we have this internal one, it will, because I always like to see what values are. So in update, internal health equals current health semicolon, and save. What we'll do now is we'll attach global health to our FPS controller up here. We should be able to see it down there, no problem. So now we're able to reference that script to take off health. So let's go back to our zombie AI. Is it zombie AI? It is zombie AI, that's the one. And we're going to need to start a coroutine at this point after we've played attack, because we're going to need to use some timing methods to prevent it from attacking again and again until it's done what it needs to do. So enumerator, and let's call this inflict damage, open close bracket, open curly bracket, and the first thing we're going to have is attacking equals true, because that is what is happening. He is now attacking, and we will wait. So yield return new, wait for seconds, and we're going to wait for about 1.1 f seconds. The reason we have this is because we need to wait for this attacking animation to play, and because I've used this model before, I know roughly that around 1 to 1.1 seconds is the time it needs for the zombie to attack us, and we take health off. So at this point we can have global health dot current health minus equals, and then whatever value you want the zombie to take off you. So let's have 5 for now, semicolon. Then let's wait an extra maybe 1/5 of a second, possibly, maybe 2/5. Let's just see what happens. So let's have yield return new, wait for seconds, and in brackets 0.2 f semicolon, and after that we'll set is attacking equals false, because it's no longer attacking, semicolon. And then in the attack trigger section here we put our coroutine. So start coroutine, and in brackets inflict damage, open close bracket, semicolon. And I put inflict there. There we go. Inflict damage, and save the script. So we should hopefully see at some point this actually in action. But one thing I have noticed here, we probably need to set the enemy speed to 0 at a certain point. So if attack trigger equals false, in there, let's set the enemy speed equal to 0.01. And in the other if statement, let's set it to 0 to stop it moving. So enemy speed equals 0, and resave that script. Okay, so let's head back to Unity, and let's attach this zombie AI script onto our zombie. There we go. And let's set those variables. So the player is going to be the FPS controller, and the enemy is going to be the zombie itself. And like I said, I'm not sure if Unity is going to play ball with this. Hopefully it will. If it doesn't, that's the reason why I have set its own object as a variable. So I'm going to save the scene, and I'm going to press play, and I'm hoping there is going to be one little extra thing that we will have to do once all this has worked, and it's to do with turning off the AI script itself. So let's have a look at this entire sequence. If I can pick up the pistol. I'm not doing very good here, guys. Oh, okay, the zombie is kind of coming towards us there. That's because I forgot to turn him off. Sorry. So let's turn him off again, and I think we're probably going to need to sort this out over here. I've noticed it a couple of times where the trigger isn't quite working properly. So let's check this trigger. Okay. So I'm going to pull it back a bit, bring it up a touch, and then let's try this now. Sorry about that, guys. So this is one of the quirks, I should say, of Unity and the whole playtesting thing. There's a lot to usually go through and a lot to try and work out. So, gun. There we go. Now let's try this out. So he's kind of coming up towards us. But at least that motion works. So let's try adding some gravity to him. So add component, and let's go on physics and rigid body. And what I'm going to do is, for now, I'm actually going to turn the zombie back on and just see how he behaves, because I'm not interested in actually completing the routine that it goes through. I just want to make sure that the zombie is behaving in a way it should do. Not quite. He's gone a bit mad, hasn't he? Okay, so again, this is testing. So let's see what's wrong with the zombie itself. He's gone through the floor. So this is going to be the best way to work around this now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the zombie himself into a cube. So game object, 3D object, cube. In fact, you know what? I'll attach the cube to the zombie. So zombie, 3D object, cube. And what I think I'll do is I'll bring the zombie outside the door so we can see a bit more. Okay, so zombie, let's turn off his box collider. And we'll use the cube as the actual enemy object. So I'm going to expand this upwards to about there. And I'm going to detach it from the zombie and then reattach it to the cube. So the zombie is now inside the cube. So the scripts we have on here, so zombie death, we need to reattach to the cube itself and reassign the variable. So jump scare music, and the enemy is going to be the zombie itself and not the cube. Next, let's F2 to rename and call it zombie enemy. Next thing, let's remove that zombie death script, and let's add the zombie AI script to the cube and remove it from the zombie. Next, what we'll do is add those quick variables in there. So the player and the enemy is going to be zombie, not the cube. Remember that. And next, let me see, let's turn off the mesh renderer. And let's add, let me see, let me just pull the enemy out of the ground slightly, about there. And I'm going to turn on, in physics, rigid body. Now let's see how this one plays out. So I'm going to leave the zombie on. And then if we open the door, I think it's failed again. He's disappeared. So let me... Yep, he's gone absolutely mad. Yep, he's gone crazy. So let me see if I can sort this out. So let's take off the rigid body on the zombie itself and try it that way. And as I always say, guys, playtesting is sometimes the hardest thing. So let's check out our zombie once more. And he's vanished again, I think. Oh, no, he's there. He's coming towards us. Okay. So he's not coming towards us very fast. but he's at least looking at us. So let's try and figure out why the AI script isn't working. Okay, he's doing something. So let's try changing the enemy speed to 1. Okay, so it looks like we're going to need a little bit of play testing here, guys, to actually get this sorted. This is the absolute joys of trying to work out how to get this right. So what we could do is try changing the mass to 0, angular drag also to 0, because that could be preventing the zombie itself from actually coming towards us. So I'm going to press play and hopefully see this in action. Usually it's just a case of trying a couple of things out here and there to get things working in the manner you would want. And he's still... Okay, so what I think I'm going to have to do at this point is turn off the rigid body until we can actually get the physics working correctly. However, don't worry too much, because what it comes down to is the actual physics of the enemy, which we can work at later. So for now, he's just going to kind of come towards us, which is perfectly fine. So that's perfectly fine now. Bit glitchy, but that's something we can work on. Last thing we're going to do in this one is actually make the zombie attackers, and what we do for that is really easy. If we go to FPS controller, go to 3D object, and let's go cylinder. Now this cylinder is going to act like a trigger. So if we turn off the capsule collider and remove it completely, add component, physics and mesh collider, and then tick convex and is trigger, it will allow us to put a kind of a field around our player to be in a certain position. So I'm going to scale this down to 0.2 and scale on the probably wide to about 3 by 3. Probably make that 0.1. So if anything comes within this trigger area, let's turn off mesh renderer, then a trigger is obviously triggered. So on the zombie, it will attack us. So let's take a quick look at this. And hopefully we shouldn't have any problems here. So yeah, that's all good. So let's come over this. Yes, I know about that. Let's come over to this side of the room and hopefully... Nope, he's not doing it. And I've just realized why. Because we need to put the on trigger enter function in here. So let's quickly go into our zombie AI script and have void on trigger enter. It does need to be private, and it doesn't need this in the parentheses. And all we need to do is put attack trigger equals true, semicolon, and we can literally copy that function and change it to on trigger exit and turn attack trigger to false and resave. And let's finally test this last little bit for the last time, I hope, in this tutorial. I mean, at this point, guys, feel free to work on different things and you try and work out your own bits and bobs here and there to get your settings just right. So now let's try this. So there you can see he's in the trigger, so he's attacking us. So next episode, what we're going to do is carry on with this AI and get the zombie actually working a little bit more fluidly, we should say. We'll look at preventing his AI from working when we actually kill him, and we'll probably start looking at some ammo and ammo counts. So guys, until that next episode, thank you. So this time we're going to carry on with our health and our AI. In other words, when the zombie attacks us, we actually lose the health, which we've already scripted, but something actually happens this time. So we're going to look at hurt sounds as well, so like an ow or ooh when we get hit. We'll also look at an ammo object that we can put in, and we'll also look at new scenes. So we'll need new scenes, i.e. for when we die. So what I want to talk about first is, I know a lot of you guys, especially new people to the series who, not you guys who've been following it since the beginning, the zombie itself has changed in the asset store, and I do know that's maybe a little bit of a problem, and struggling to get the animations working, there is a workaround for it. I have posted a video recently. I will link it in the comments below. I will pin it to the top. So if you're struggling with your zombie, getting its animations at this point, please take a look at that video. It will help you a million. So let's get to work, shall we? Now, our health script is this global health. And generally, it's nothing too complex. It was just a case of taking health off ourselves. And we start with, I think, how much health? 20? And every time we get hit, the zombie is taking about 5 off us, I think. So 4 hits and we would be dead. So in this episode, we're going to add in some sound effects and actually make that number worth something. So in our effects folder, I'm going to bring in these 3 audio clips, and you can get them on the website for free. As always, head on over there, downloads and assets. And let's add these sounds to our FPS controller. So in effects, right click, create empty, and let's add hurt1 to this object. Rename it to hurt01 and turn off play on away. Let's duplicate twice and add the other 2. Just make sure we rename 2 and 3. And each of them are unticked, play on away. So what we're going to do is we're going to randomize which one of those is played whenever the zombie hits us. So for that, we'll need to go into, if I can remember, zombie AI. So in this script, we're going to add in those 3 variables as well as an extra one, which will determine which one is going to play. So public audio source, and we'll call it hurt sound 1 semicolon. And I'm going to copy and paste twice and just do hurt sound 2 and hurt sound 3. And finally, public int, and we'll call this hurt gen. So we'll generate a number. And what will happen is in this enumerator, inflict damage, right down here, after we've done is attacking is true, and after we've waited, the instant we lose the health, which is when the zombie actually attacks us, that is when we need to play a sound. So after that, we go hurt gen equals random dot range, and we have 3 different types, but we're going to add 1 extra because I can't remember if I said it in this series. Whenever you deal with random dot range, you always have a problem of it never generates the maximum. It's just one of those little quirks. It's not specifically a bug, but it's existed for as long as I can remember, and I've been using Unity at this point 6 years. So minimum 1 and maximum 4, close bracket, semicolon. But at this point, we need to do an if statement. So if hurt gen equals, and that's a double equals, 1, then we do the following. Hurt sound 1 dot play, open close bracket, semicolon. And the same applies for the others. So we can copy that if statement, change it to 2, change it to 2 again, and change it to 3 and 3 again, and save that script. So what will happen here is every time the zombie attacks us and actually makes contact with us after this point and we take the health off, our character will make a sound, go or whatever those 3 sounds are. So just for the record as well, those hurt sounds are something I've recorded. It's my voice, so we'll soon see. So now let's head back into Unity. Let's head to our zombie right here, and let's add those audio clips. So hurt 1, hurt 2, and number 3. And let's save our scene. So it's pretty easy to piece all that together, and the general thing about it is that kind of script could be used elsewhere. It could be used on any enemy. So we'll more than likely do it with the other enemies that we've got coming up later in the series. So let's now work on our death. So we're going to build a couple of things and then we'll test everything we've done all in one go. And we'll need to create a new scene. So let's go to File, a new scene. Now I'm not going to make this too fancy, but I'm just going to call this the game over scene. So if we file and save scene as, let's call it game over. And the way this is going to work is we're going to have to reference this particular scene from our other scene. And I'll explain what I mean by that. If we go to File and Build Settings, we actually need to place our scenes within this menu here. Now, ideally, I would like the first scene to be something like a splash screen, the second screen to be something like a menu, third screen to be the introduction. So we are going to have to jiggle scenes around a little bit later on in the series, but for now we're okay as we are. So let's set up this game over screen first, and all I'm going to do is just add in a raw image and stretch it all the way, zero out the position like so, and just turn it black. And to add to this, I'm just going to place some text in the center of the screen, fairly big, so let's say 60. Let's resize, and it just says game over. I'll change it to red, I think, so we can see it. Let me just change this so we can see. There we go. And I'm going to have it center and center. And let's save that scene. So let's head back to our main game scene right here, and then go to File, Build Settings, and Add Open Scenes. That will add in our main scene, which is now scene 0. So we have to remember that this one should be scene 1. So Build Settings, we need to remember number 1. So what we need to do is in our global health script, we need to add into our namespace at the top, like we have done previously with the UI elements that we have. We're going to have using Unity engine dot scene management. And what this will allow us to do is if our health is, for example, 0, less than 0, we'll be able to use the scene management function to send ourselves to a different scene. So after this section here where we have internal health is equal to current health, we'll need to go if, and in brackets, current health is less than or equal to 0, then scene manager dot load scene, and in brackets 1 and semicolon. So essentially our global health will send ourselves to the game over screen if the zombie attacks us too many times and we lose too much health. So let's give this a test. So let's press play. And all this should function quite nicely now. And I do know that, at least in my project, there are a couple of bugs. That is going to be something we'll address next episode. I think this is one of the bugs here. It repeats it, but we can sort that out quite easily. So let's pick up our gun. And let's have our zombie attack us. And there we go. Game over. So I think it needs a little bit of playing around, because as it stands right now with the zombie itself, the way it's attacking us doesn't quite seem to fit. So we may need to jiggle around the zombie AI. So I'm trying to think what the best way of doing this is. What if we take this generation here and place it after the is attacking? And let's try this out. Hopefully we have a little bit of fun here and it actually works perfectly. So I'm pretty sure I've said it before, guys, and I'll probably say it again. Game development is all about testing and getting things just right, because you'll be testing things over and over and over, just trying to get them right. So I have noticed there he seems to lag a little bit when he's attacking us. So we may need to delay ourselves. I think this down here could do with an extra delay. So let's change that to 0.9, save and play. So at this point, I think it's all about you guys doing your timing correctly here, and you shouldn't really have a problem. So this is the last time I'm going to test this, and hopefully it should work nicely. Fingers crossed. Go on, zombie, play nicely. Yeah, so it's almost as we would expect. So let's add in the final thing of this tutorial. So I'm going to click on my M9 here to zoom in, and let's have an ammo box just here in the corner. And it's going to be pretty simple. I'm just going to drag and drop this ammo box straight in. And when I bring this into the scene, it's going to be quite large, but we can just change the size, 0.01, 0.01, 0.01, and it fits nicely in the scene. Now, at this point, we're going to leave this tutorial here, and next time is going to be all about getting things sorted. So, next time we're going to fix a couple of bugs and glitches, maybe try and get the timing on the zombie a little bit better. I'd like to add in some maybe red flashes when we get hit, so there's a little bit of visual there. I know there's a bit of a glitch going on with this gun here, picking it up, so we'll get that sorted. I believe as well the zombie doesn't quite die as he should when we shoot him, so fingers crossed we're going to get that sorted. And I know there's a glitch here where it triggers twice, so we'll get that sorted in the next episode as well. And we'll also look at what should we look at? Let's look at picking up this game object here, which is our ammo box. In this tutorial, we're going to fix a lot of bugs and glitches that we have up until this point. And we'll also look at creating a bit of a flash when we get hurt. And we'll also look at picking up this ammo over here. So the first one I want to address is the one for the jump scare. So initially we have our zombie, and yep, he comes through the door when we cross the jump scare object, which is somewhere here. I think it's this one, jump trigger. Currently, the object that makes the zombie appear, if we click here, the zombie, is set as the zombie himself, not the zombie container, which should be zombie enemy. So we need to fix that bug by changing zombie 001 to zombie enemy right there. The second thing I want to take a look at is this trigger right here. It's invisible at the moment, but if we select the first trigger right there, we need to go into this script and we need to change something. So the idea is once we come into this trigger, we need to deactivate it, i.e. we need to disable the box collider. Now, I think we probably should have done it a while ago, but it's one of these things, as you play your game, as you test the environments and test the mechanics, you'll come across many, many different bugs. Even though you don't think they seem to be bugs when you first put them in there, eventually, because of things that happen, they can become bugs and glitches. Like, this tutorial is going to have about 6 or 7 bug fixes. So, void on trigger enter. First thing we want to do before we do absolutely anything at all is go this dot get component, and in spiky brackets, box collider, open close bracket, dot enabled equals false, semicolon, and save. So what will happen here is as soon as we enter this trigger, it can only ever trigger once because we turn it off as soon as we trigger it for the first time. So another glitch and bug, or whatever you want to call it, that I have discovered is that when we kill the zombie, he kind of still keeps moving. So what we need to do is on the zombie enemy himself and the zombie death script, we need to go into there, and on death, what we need to do is disable the AI component. So just above status check change, where we make it equal to 2, we have this dot get component, and in spiky brackets, the name of that script for us, it was zombie AI, and open close bracket, dot enabled equals false, semicolon, and save. So basically what we've done here is we've stopped the AI for the zombie happening whenever we kill it. because previously it would slide across the floor, look like it was sliding across the floor. Next thing we need is we need to disable the box collider on the zombie himself, because when we kill him, the collider will actually stay on, and it means if he dies in front of the door, we can't go through this door. So we need to disable that box collider on the zombie. And what we'll do is, I think we can do it in zombie death again. So same again, in zombie death, we'll have this .get component, and in spiky brackets, box collider, open close bracket, .enabled equals false, semicolon, and save. Okay, so as you can probably tell, I have sat and I've worked with this project file to notice all the bugs and glitches that we have. If you followed it exactly the same as I have, you'll probably have the same ones as me. Another one I noticed was the pistol trigger. Occasionally, it struggles to detect it and doesn't let us pick it up. To get around that, what we can do is rotate the trigger by 30 degrees on the X, or rather negative 30, and it will give us a nice surface, I should say, that we look at to pick up the gun. So this will always allow us to pick up the gun now. Another thing is two things we can actually pass right through. The firstly being the door, and the second being this table. So let's take the table, go on to mesh, let's add component, and then type in col, short for collider, and we have box collider right there. And the same applies for the door. We just need to take the door itself and add component and add a box collider. Now that'll stop us going through the door. So last thing, let's put our zombie behind this door again. So zombie enemy, put him behind the door, about there, and then finally let's turn him off. So we just need to turn him off up there and save. So now let's play what we have so far without all these bugs, without all these glitches, and we'll see how we go. So generally, when you are developing, you will come to a stage like what we have done here, where we have several bugs and glitches that we need to sort. So there's the first one sorted. Gun, no problem. This one is technically a glitch, by the way, but it's something we'll deal with pretty soon. This is something that we'll deal with tags and layers and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be coming pretty soon. So now our zombie should come straight to the door at us. Yep, and here he is. There we go. And now, there we go. We could walk right through that door. So you can see here, we can no longer glitch through the door. So eventually, this will be a little set of stairs and a door going to the next scene. So let's carry on with some normal development now we've sorted our bugs and glitches out. So we want to create a bit of a red flash when we get hurt. So we can achieve that by doing some more UI. So component, game object, UI, and we'll go with raw image. I guess you could use image if you wanted to, it's entirely up to you. I'm going to right click, I'm going to rename, and I'm going to call this hurt flash. And what I'm going to do is stretch this across the entire screen. So anchor, stretch, zero out everything so it covers the entire screen, and change the color to a nice bright red. However, I'm not going to keep it entirely red. I'm going to change the alpha to be relatively small, so in the 40s I would say. And if we see, we can see that's the kind of image we're going to look at. So if we press play, this is the type of red that we're going to see. So we're going to make this flash when we get hit. So for now, let's disable it up here. And if I remember correctly, we go to zombie AI. And at this point in here, this is where we inflict damage. So start coroutine, inflict damage. We can insert this in here, but remember we've got to add it as a variable. So at the top, let's add in public game object, and we'll have it as the flash, semicolon, obviously not the superhero. And what we need to happen is as soon as we get hit, so basically when we play the hurt sound, we need to make it flash for a split second. So after we've played the sound, we need to have the flash dot set active true, semicolon, and then yield, return new, wait for seconds. We'll wait for a minuscule amount of seconds, so it's going to be something like 0.1. We'll test that out. F, because it's a float, close bracket, semicolon, and the flash.set active, and it's going to be false, semicolon, and save the script. So you may want to reduce this time frame here to reflect the additional time here. It's up to you. You should probably refine this a lot more than what I'm doing, because I'm just doing this to kind of show you how it's done. To get yours looking perfect and flash on perfect timing, you would refine this as you wish. So let's head back to Unity and let's go to our zombie enemy. And we just need to add in that hurt flash variable over there. So drag and drop. Let's press play and test this one out now. So we should be able to get hit by a zombie and it should flash red, i.e. we've been hurt. So let's give it a try. Yep, looks like a weapon on the table, as always. Pick the weapon up. And let's get hit by our zombie. There we go. So we can see a flash of red. Again, it's all down to you to get that refinement timed perfectly. That's what development and bug checking and everything comes down to. So the last thing we were going to do in this tutorial was to get our ammo picked up. And it's relatively simple. All we're going to do is attach this to a game object. So the game object is going to be a cube, and that's going to be the top level ammo box. So game object, 3D object, cube, and let's place the cube roughly where the ammo crate is and reduce the size of the cube to reflect the actual size of that ammo. So it's probably going to be about 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Does that look relatively decent? Yeah, that should probably do the trick. The ammo box is a little bit bigger, but don't worry about that because there's no actual collider going to be on that ammo. So drag and drop wherever it's gone. I've lost it. I think it's box, isn't it? So drag and drop that onto the cube, so they become one whole object, and remove the I can't get my words out. Mesh renderer off that, so we only see what's underneath, which is the ammo. Let's rename and call it ammo box. And then finally, what we need to do is create that script which will allow us to pick up the ammo. So basically what we're going to do here is just go into it and it's going to disappear, but it'll lead us nicely on to the next tutorial. So right click, create C# script, and we'll call this ammo pickup. Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot more than what we're going to do to this ammo pickup because next tutorial we're going to have all the mechanics of it. But for now, all we need to do is get rid of anything that's in the class because we're going to start fresh. And we'll have public. In fact, do we even really need that? We'll start with the actual method. So void on trigger enter. Doesn't need to be private. That's completely fine. So we'll have this dot set. In fact, do you know what? We probably just put set. In fact, you know what? I'm being a bit silly here. Game object. I really can't type, can I? Dot set active false semicolon and save. So what we've done here, top and bottom of it, is as soon as we trigger, as soon as we enter it, it disappears. And although it disappears, it doesn't, well, it does technically disappear from the scene. However, we just need to do a little more scripting to actually get it to work correctly. So let's just check if this actually works nicely. We'll walk into it. Oh, schoolboy error, guys. I've done it once again. I've not ticked is trigger. That would help a lot. So I'm actually hoping something different happens now. We'll just see what happens here. So, fingers crossed, walk over. And it's deciding it doesn't want to work. Okay, so this is a classic example. So what we'll do it a silly way. We'll do it a ridiculous way. We'll go public game object the ammo semicolon, and then we'll have the ammo.setActive false. And then, do you know what? What have I done? Guys, please leave a dislike for this. I heard you to leave a dislike for what I've just done. I have literally not attached the script to the object. I'm supposed to be a professional here, guys. Okay, so now we can test it. So, third time lucky, eh? Third time lucky. My incompetence gets the better of me sometimes. And there we go. So it's disappeared. So we theoretically picked up that ammo. So next tutorial, we're going to create the mechanics for it. We're going to create the UI for it. So we're going to allow ourselves to only be able to fire the gun when we have ammo. So if we don't have ammo, we can't fire it. And we might also look at reflection probes as well, because I think it's time to start making things look a little better than what they currently are. So in this tutorial, we're going to take a look at creating our ammo count mechanics, and we'll also have a quick look at some reflection probes. So before I do anything, there is something that I still kind of want to work with the mechanics that we have. I feel like the gun firing is just too slow and cumbersome, so I want to quickly show you how we can use animations to speed things up a little, or rather re-edit the animation. So I'm going to start by going to my gun, which is the M9 right here. And remember, the animations are in this folder right here. So I'm going to go to my animation tab with the M9 selected, press the record button to restart, and I'm going to cut it down by half. So I'm going to bring my first section, the first couple of frames here, bring them to about there, which is the 4th frame. And then I'm going to finish the gun by bringing it to about the 10th frame. So it's going to be quite a quick process firing, as we can see right here. 10. There we go. So I'm going to press the record button again, stop that. Next, I'm going to go to the muzzle flash right here, and it's the same sort of thing. I'm going to press record again and bring the first section of muzzle flash to frame 4. And the second to about frame 9 rather than frame 10. So it's going to, again, be a quick process. So I just want to quickly check this out. Like I said, I feel like it was too slow, too cumbersome. It didn't quite look right. Whereas this time, it might look a little bit more like we are firing a gun. So let's quickly pick up our gun and fire a few shots. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. So, ammo count. The first thing we're going to want to do is create some UI. So we've got like a bit of a section or a segment of the screen which dictates our ammo count. So let's go to game object, UI, not camera, game object, UI, and we'll start with, in fact, we'll start with a panel, because we'll have a little section down the bottom right of the screen that tells us, you know, this is our ammo. So double click panel, and you can see it covers the entire screen. So we're going to have this anchored down to the bottom right. Position, I'm going to have 0, 0. And then I'm going to change the width to something a bit more relevant. So we'll have it maybe 100 across and maybe 50 down. So let's zoom in again. And let's bring it into position using the rec tool. So maybe about here. And let's press play. So that looks okay. Maybe it needs to be a little bit longer, so I might have that as 120 and height is 40. So I'm just going to like that. You can take as much time as you need to. Again, this is all just something for me to kind of rush through. I'm going to change the color. I'm going to have the alpha a bit darker, so I'm going to have it as 200. I'm also going to have it as a very dark gray, I think. So let me see how that looks on the screen. Yep, that's not too bad. So within this panel, I'm going to actually have the UI text. So right click on panel, UI, text. And this is going to be our ammo count. So by default, I'm going to have it as 0. I'm going to change the color to white. And I'm going to have it aligned nicely about there, and probably increase the font size right here. So we've dealt with font before and size and everything, so I'm not going to go through this again. We're just setting up the UI in this case. So let's have this as 36. Maybe that's a little bit too big. Maybe 30. Still think it's too big, but let's see how it is. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. We'll stick with that. I'm going to add a little bit of extra UI here just to kind of give the impression of how much ammo we have. In fact, before I do, I'm going to bring it this way and bring it to about here. So as obviously if we have multiple digits, so we have, for example, 12 ammo, 12 shots, then we can fit the extra number here. So game object, UI, raw image, something real quick. Let's decrease the size and just do something real quick to make it look a bit more, well, rather than just a number in a box. So I'm going to put that there. Duplicate, change the size of this again, give it like kind of some ammo. In fact, hold Control, press D, duplicate. Let's bring it out. So we'll make it look like some kind of icon for bullets. So we can just do that. And we'll have that. Duplicate, bring to there, duplicate, bring to there, duplicate, bring to there, maybe. So that's our ammo count. Again, it's something you can deal with if you want to. This is just something that I'm quickly putting together to kind of make sense of it all. I'm going to bring all those raw images inside the panel. So I've just held down Control there and selected them, or you can hold down Shift and select multiple. So this is our ammo. This is our number that we need to maintain. And we can do all that if we go to scripts and create a global ammo script. Just like we did with the global health system, we'll do that with global ammo. Right click, create C# script, global ammo. So the idea of this survival horror is going to be ammo is very, very scarce, just because that's the style I would like to go for. If you want to have an abundance of ammo, that's entirely up to you. I'm going to go for the low ammo kind of route. So to make this work, firstly, we need to add in the namespace using Unity engine.ui, because we're dealing with the UI elements, aren't we? And we can get rid of void update and void start and any annotations because we don't need them. So the first variable is going to be a static variable, and it's going to be our ammo count. So public static int ammo count semicolon. The next one is going to be the ammo display object. So public game object ammo display. And I always like to have an internal integer whenever we use static, so we can see in the inspector panel what that number actually is. So public int internal ammo semicolon. And all we need to do in void update is make internal ammo equal to ammo count semicolon. And then we need to display that number in that ammo section. So what we'd do is we'd have ammo display dot get component, and in spiky brackets text open close bracket dot text is equal to double quote, because it obviously is a text value, but we're putting in a number. So double quote just to say it's text, but it's not really, just fooling Unity. Plus ammo count semicolon, and save that script. So let's head back to Unity. And do we have a specific object that we could attach this to? I don't think we really have any control object, do we? So let's go to game object and let's go to create empty, and we'll just have ammo control. And then we just need to attach the global ammo script to there. And in our canvas, if I can find it, we just need to attach that text there. So I'm going to rename this text to ammo display. And then just drag and drop that into our variable right there. So that's that setup. Now, the next thing is we don't really need this until we actually pick up ammo to begin with. So let's go and turn off this panel. But what I'm going to do is rename it to ammo panel. And again, this is something that you can work with and build yourself. There's no set way of doing this. I've just given a quick example of how we can do this. And I'm going to turn it off up here. Right, next, let's actually get that ammo working. If you remember, we had ammo pickup right here. So let's go into ammo pickup. And what we need to do is add in another variable to basically redisplay that little UI that we've just done. So public game object, and we'll have, what should we call it? Ammo display box. And then on void trigger enter, we'll go ammo display box dot set active true. But at the same time, we need to give ourselves a certain amount of ammo. And let's say this particular box just gives us 7 shots. So all we need to do is global ammo dot ammo count plus equals 7 semicolon, and save that script. So effectively what's happening here is I'm actually going to set this ammo panel back on just so we can see it actually working real time. So when we start the game, we can see that we have no ammo. However, whether we have a gun or not, as long as we pick up this ammo over here, it should give us, oh, I've just realized I have not actually set that. We need to set the ammo box, ammo display. Of course, we need to set that on. So again, I think it's a case of sometimes when you're building upon scripts, it can be a case of forgetting to do certain things because that script already exists on your object. You just need to add in the extra variables. I do that quite a bit sometimes. But there we go. We've picked up that ammo and you can see we have 7 shots. So that's all good and well. Now, the question is, can we fire that gun? Can we fire it if we have no ammo? No, we can't. So let's make that mechanic work so as we can only fire when we have bullets. So on our FPS controller and the M9, we have that fire pistol script. Let's go into that fire pistol script, and we need to add in a couple of extra variables here, or rather reference to the variables, I should say. So in void update, we have, if we press the fire button, yep, that's all good and well. If firing is equal to false, then we do this. However, what we need to also put here is if firing is equal to, I should say false, but it could go there. You can either nest this or you can add it here. And what we need to do is check here. The global ammo actually has ammo in it. So if input.getButtonDown is fire 1, and we do that with the double ampersand there, global ammo dot ammo count is greater than or equal to 1, then we do the following. So what we're doing here is we're saying if our input is fire and our ammo count is greater than or equal to 1, then we can fire. If it isn't, then we can't do anything really. But what we do need to do is here, before we start the coroutine, we can put global ammo dot ammo count minus equals 1 semicolon and save. So every time we fire, we should now theoretically be able to take a bullet off, and when we run out of bullets, we can no longer fire. You know, we're screwed pretty much. So let's just make sure. Looks like there's, oh, that's because of the last script. That's fine. So now let's press play and let's test this out. So fingers crossed, we should be able to go here. We'll try pick up our gun and fire, and hopefully we shouldn't be able to. Nope. Pressing my mouse button. Not firing anything. So let's pick up some ammo. We have 7, and there we go. We've got 5 shots left, so let's shoot our zombie. And he's dead. We got 1 more shot, and now we can't fire anymore. So there is more that we can do to all this mechanics here. You know, we can add in some clicking sounds, say no ammo, which I tell you what, we'll probably do next episode. We'll also have some sound effects for picking up our ammo as well. So we'll do that next time as well. So last thing I want to do in this tutorial is quickly touch upon reflection probes. They're quite handy, especially in this style of game. Whether you want to reflect things or not, they don't necessarily reflect things. So to get this in action, what I'm going to do is double click on our FPS controller to zoom in. And it's something that you can probably play around with between now and the next tutorial. So if we go to Game Object, go to Light, and down here we have Reflection Probe. Click it, things may turn blue. The reason they turn blue is basically because of the skybox. But if we change the type from baked to real time, this now allows us to control what's happening in the world around us. And it really is handy. So a good example of this, if we go to our main light source right here, which is the directional light, we can turn this off up here. Doesn't make much of a difference, does it? Now, this is where the clever play comes in, because it does make a bit of a difference here. So if we filter here and type in light, we can see testing light and light source. So let's turn off testing light. Let's turn off testing light and light source. So testing light, select, let's turn that off. And you can see it's become much darker now. However, if we select our reflection probe, we can actually set the intensity to be higher, and you can see just how much that actually lights up based on this light right here. Now, like I said, it's something that you can probably play around with. It's not necessarily something that you would want in your game. It's something to work with, you could say. There's not a lot to reflection probe as it stands. This kind of comes in a little bit more later on, especially when we have development really going. But you can select things like box projection. The importance doesn't really matter too much, but ultimately I think it depends on how you want to visualize your game. The position of the reflection probe as well also makes a difference. So for example, if we moved it over here, you would see this section lights up. So at the same time, let's keep box projection on, and let's also change intensity to 2. In fact, let's have it maybe 3. So you can see how this is working. We could also duplicate this light, this torch right here, bring it over this side of the room, and again you can see how this is impacting the actual reflection. Now, if you technically go to this wall and change the source to albedo alpha, you'll see this kind of effect occur. Now, this happens because of the actual reflection probe, and you may want that style in your game. I think it's entirely up to you. So I'm just going to press play, and you can see how this actually looks real time. It's not exactly perfect, but it gives it a different look that the game actually presents. So I'm going to change that back to metallic alpha, and I'm going to take the reflection probe over here and press play. So again, you can see just how much this is giving off just within this section. And if we turn the reflection probe off and press play, again, it gives it that little bit of difference. And again, I think it's up to you, the style that you want to aim for in this position. It's your game at the end of the day. There's things that we can do and play around with. So one final example, if I turn the reflection probe back on and bring it into this section over here, you can see just how much of an impact this has. This is where you have to be careful. The reason this is happening is again because of the skybox. However, because this is all open up here, that's the reason this generally happens. So if we were to basically play the game, you'd see this kind of glitch occurring. Now, I did say one final thing, but I'm going to go for another final thing here. The lighting in your game can actually depend on how you want it to be, for example, positioned. Is that the best term to use? I think it all depends on the position of your light, how you want it to appear, how you want it, just in general. So I'm going to get rid of that reflection probe, and I think it's something that you guys can probably work with if you want to basically, have it. But we will get to a point where we create some, I forgot what they're called, post-processing effects. So we're going to be using post-processing. So what I'm going to do is, rather than have auto on the render mode, I'm going to have important on all my lights. Now, this won't matter too much in such a small scene, but you will notice weird lighting effects start to disappear if you do have them set as important. And as I keep saying, lighting is it's massively important, not just in a survival horror game, but in any game at all. So it's something for you to keep in mind. So with that in mind, let's talk about the next tutorial. The next tutorial, we are going to make it look a bit more like survival horror. So I think we're going to play around with this lighting a little bit more. We'll start looking at a skybox, we'll enclose the room, and do you know what, I mentioned it, nice, so I think we'll take a look at post-processing in the next tutorial as well, because I think that'll be fun to play with, and it'll be great to actually see how the game can look. So in this tutorial, we're going to work a little bit more with how our game looks visually. So we're going to work with a skybox, we're going to close this room off we've got here, and we're going to add a little bit of music as well. And so, a skybox. This is something that we'll never actually see within this scene. However, the skybox could provide a little bit of extra imagery to the scene itself. And I'll show you how this can actually work. So firstly, let's acquire ourselves a skybox. Let's go to the asset store and let's type skybox, all one word, real simple. And as always, let's click free only, because everything we do is for free. And you're presented with tons upon tons upon tons of different types of skyboxes. And feel free to explore like you've done previously in the asset store. But the one I've gone for, and the one I'm going to use in this series, is this one right here. Reason being is there's plenty to choose from, and it is pretty good quality. And it is free, of course. So I've chosen this one, and I have had no input from this. I've not even been in touch with the developer of this per se. But I want to use it because I feel this is good. So import, download, whatever, and once it's done, it'll be in your scene, well, your projects I should say, right here, and you'll have all of these. So how do we apply this? Simple. If we go to Window and go to General and go, sorry, not General, Rendering, and go to Light Settings, it's right here. It's also worth noting if you're using an older version of Unity, you can just go to Window and your light settings will be somewhere near the bottom of that menu. But if you're using 2018.2 onwards, it'll be in that submenu. So we can either click the little radius button there and select. So we've pretty much dealt with skyboxes before. You know, we've got rid of it as it were. That's why we have none there right now. However, we can drag and drop into here from these skyboxes. So let's choose, what should we choose? Let's choose this one. Drag and drop over here. And you'll see that it does change how this looks in here. And we can use this to our advantage. So I've closed that down now, keeping the skybox in place. However, I'm going to enclose this entire room now. So I'm going to take, if I scroll out, I'm going to take this right here, duplicate, and just bring it across. And once again, duplicate, bring it across, just to kind of enclose it so we have a roof over our heads. And I probably should do it again. Just over here. Now I think that encased everything. Yep, we can't actually see through. And I can't remember if I've said it in this series before, but whatever the camera doesn't see doesn't matter, because it's only ever the camera that the player will see within the game. So even though it looks very messy outside of the boundaries, when we go inside the boundary, it's tidy and is how it should be. So now we've got this to a point where it looks, well, good, look bad, not entirely sure, but it's again it's all down to your personal style and preference. So let's actually work with the lighting now to make this look how we would expect it. So if we go back to Window, go back to Rendering, go to Light Settings, we now have the option of changing the intensity multiplier, but this isn't going to matter too much at this point, simply because we already have the light source in here. So if we change this to color, it'll make a slight difference if we change it to black. However, if we go to hierarchy and type in light, we could actually manipulate how this looks using these lights if we wanted to. But on the flip side of that, because this is not particularly a sky you would expect to see in, you know, at least in a survival horror that we're aiming for at the moment, you could always use a darker skybox, like so. So I'm going to use this skybox for how this game is looking right now, because I feel it adds a little bit more to how this scene looks. And we're getting there with the visual style that we want to present it in. And it's worth noting at this point, if you set your source to color and have it black, change it to white, you can see subtle differences within the scene. And this also does count when you're working with the materials as well. So if we were also to set, for example, this back to skybox and increase this, you're going to see a difference. But generally, I'm going to keep it as, let's have it about 0.5. There we go. So now let's select this table. And if we click on the arrow next to it and click on the mesh, and then click on this down here in our inspector panel to expand the component for the material, let's select the albedo image, which is this. And we've dealt with the normal maps before, haven't we? So hold Control, press D, change to normal map, click apply, and then let's apply that normal map to the material over here. And I'm going to increase the metallic just a little bit, and maybe change it to albedo alpha, and then increase a little bit more on the metallic, and see how that looks. That doesn't look too bad. I'm quite happy with how that table now looks. It doesn't look as plain and as 2D. It actually looks a bit more like there's something to it. And let's see if we can do anything with the ammo box, because that looks like just black box in the middle of the room there. So let's change this now. So if we go to it and click on box, go to the material, click here, and ultimately, I believe, if I can remember which one it is, gosh, I'm trying to find the material for it. I think it's this right here. So we may have to extract this material out of here. I'm not entirely sure. So let's give it a go. So hold Control, press D on that material, and then drag and drop that material onto box 001. So I've not actually tried this myself yet, but we might just be able to do it like this. So take that, and now we are able to edit that material because we're using this material, not the material that's embedded in the prefab. So with that, what we can do is we can take this albedo image, so this one, hold Control, press D, change it to normal map, and click apply. And then let's add that to the material. So drag and drop over here. Don't think we can see too much of a difference. Let's increase the smoothness and increase the metallic and change it to albedo alpha, and change the color a bit more white. And I think we can actually see it a little better. Yeah, so we have actually got something going there. So we've modified that. So you can see how the game is now changing its look based on what we're doing with materials. So it's not always just lighting. So I'm going to take one of these lights over here, one of these torches, hold Control, press D. I'm going to bring it over here, over this way a little bit, and against this wall here. I should probably rotate, shouldn't I? So minus 90, and bring it into position on the wall. Now, is that a good position? Not sure. I'm going to have another one just for good measure down here, and probably one over the other side again for good measure. Now, lighting is, how can I say it? It can be a little bit restrictive at times. However, generally, you can probably have multiple light sources without having to worry too much. However, we'll deal with it a little bit more as we go on, because when we get into the post-processing, which I've mentioned a few times previously, things will start looking a little bit better without so many lights. So, what else can we do here? Well, we dealt with the reflection probes and whatever else last time, so we can, I guess, probably add them back in if you wanted to, but I think it's all dependent on how you want it to be. So if I add a reflection probe here, change to real time, you can see how much it's changing this whole area, and I like how that actually looks, to be honest. So I may increase the box size, let's say to 20, 20, 20, and bring it this way into this general section. Yeah, I think it's not too bad. In fact, I'll probably increase that to 30 by 30 by 30. Let's see how that looks. So let's place it in the center of where we want it to be, and that looks fine. So that is pretty much all set for how this now looks. There is one thing that I did want to change though, because I've noticed a few people comment on this particular particle system. We did this quite a while ago, but I'm not happy with how it looks. I know a few of you aren't happy either. It looks a little bit too, not fake, but not quite right. And the best thing that you can do is, rather than have the start size as 3, have it as 1. And also change the alpha down a little bit more to probably about 10. And then change the emission to, well, probably not 100, but maybe 25. And press play. There we go. So we can see how this looks now. It's kind of looking a little bit better. It's looking much more like a survival horror now. What you would expect, a little bit of a ooh. Is woo the right word? I don't know if woo's the right word. Oh, we haven't got any ammo. Sorry. Okay, so I did say we were going to have a little bit of music in this one as well. So we're going to quickly add in some ambient music. And we have that jump scare right there, but we're going to need to modify our scripts a little bit more. So I'm going to bring in this little audio sound, which you can get on the website for free. Head over there, downloads and assets, survival horror series, tutorial 17, and download the asset. So we're going to attach this to our music right here. So we have jump music. I'm going to hold Control, press D to duplicate that, and drag and drop that music onto there and tick play on away. Volume I'm going to have set as 1, and then rename the object to just music. So what will happen here now is that we'll have 2 music tracks trying to play, but really we don't want that. We want one to stop and one to play, and when the zombie's dead we want the original one to play. So before we play test this, let's go to our jump scare trigger, which is right here, and let's go into the script. So like I say, the idea of what we've got to do here is we've got to stop one music track from playing, or pause maybe. So you can stop, you can pause, it's up to you. Have the new track sound play through as it needs to. When the zombie's dead, you can either restart the original music or you can unpause that original music. But whichever one you choose, don't worry, I will show you how you can get whatever one you want. It doesn't really matter. You're still going to end up with the same result of one stopping and the other starting, and then reversed when the zombie's dead. So script is loading now. So what we'll need to do is we're going to need to add in one extra variable in this script and also in the zombie death script. So let's start with public. Okay. Oh, yes, I know. I am enjoying Visual Studio. Thank you. So public audio source, and we'll call it just music, just for short. So what we need to do is we've got doorjumpmusic.play. Before that line in this coroutine down here, we'll have music dot, and you can either have stop or you can have pause. It's up to you, but whichever one you have, you would have the open close bracket and semicolon at the end. So it's either stop or pause. So I'm going to have stop on mine and save. Now what we need to do is head back to Unity, and on that trigger, when Unity has compiled, there we go, we just drag and drop that music onto there. And then the same with our zombie. If I can find him, zombie enemy, there he is. So zombie death, this one right here. Let's go into that script. And what we need to do is do the same. So public audio source and music semicolon, and we've got jump scare music stop. After that we can have music dot play, open close bracket, and save with a semicolon at the end. Head back to Unity, and once again you just need to drag and drop onto there. So let's press play and test this out. There we go, so you can hear the ambient sounds there. Excellent. So let's pick up the weapon. There we go. Oh, and once again, Jimmy has forgotten some ammo. There we go. He's dead. He is dead. Nice. Okay, so that's pretty much all there is to it for that. So the next tutorial, I know I've said it, we are going to do post-processing. We are going to do it on the next tutorial because we're at that stage now where we want this to look absolutely awesome, and post-processing will help us do that. So we'll also probably deal with layers as well next tutorial. Because, and I've said this before, I'll go and clips into the wall. We're going to use a layer to prevent that from happening. In this tutorial, we're going to focus on post-processing. Yes, I know, we're finally getting there with it. So the great thing about post-processing is that it makes everything look good, providing you know what you're doing. So don't forget, click the subscribe button, click the bell icon as well, stay up to date with every tutorial in this series and everything else on my channel. And with that in mind, let's get this game looking good. So, post-processing. Before we do anything, let's know where to get it from. So we go to the asset store, and when it's loaded up, depending on whether it's in the new style or old style, then, you know, either way, we still get the post-processing from there. So if it loads up in this new style, you would just need to type up here in the search box, when it thinks about it, post-processing. And you'll see it right here, the post-processing stack by Unity Technologies. You just need to click on it. You'll notice this icon and click on import or download. And if you're on the old store, which you can easily get to just by clicking that little button there, same principle, post processing, and you just look for that same one, post processing stack from Unity Technologies. So what is post processing? Well, the idea of post processing allows you to overlay whatever is displayed through your camera to give it extra effects, things like bloom, things like ambient occlusion, things like grain. What are all these? Well, don't worry, I'll explain now. So, we have post-processing right here, but how do we get it working? What do we do? Well, there's a couple of things we're going to have to do to our editor before we can actually go any further. Otherwise, post-processing becomes kind of a little bit pointless. So the first thing we're going to want to have to do is go to Edit, go to Project Settings, and go to Quality. Now the reason we have to go to this place is because over here in anti-aliasing we have to change that to disabled. All will become apparent as we go further into this tutorial. Now next thing we have to do is if we go to our FPS controller, click down to our character, that's where our camera is stored. Now to get things working properly, what we're going to have to do is change the rendering path to deferred. Now, it's worth pointing out, you'll have noticed a slight change in your scene at this point. This does kind of take up more resources, so it's more of a strain on your processor, but it does achieve better lighting, as we can kind of see here already. And with that also, it does mean that we have to disable multi-sample anti-aliasing, which is MSAA right here. You've probably got a little warning like I have. Again, all will become apparent as we go through this tutorial. Also a good idea to tick Allow HDR. Why? Well, it's a way of allowing the camera to better control the viewing of the scene when we apply the post-processing. In other words, it helps it. So we've got this all set now. How do we get this post-processing working? Well, all we need to do is go into the runtime folder in the post-processing, and we need to attach this script right here. It's called post-processing behavior, and it gets attached to whatever object a camera is on. So in this case, a camera is on the first person character. So we need to drag and drop that straight onto there. If we click it, you'll see this component right here. Nothing's changed so far, but it says profile. That means we need to create a profile for the post-processing stack. To do that, we can be in any folder, but I'm going to stay within this runtime folder. Right click, create, and down here you'll see post-processing profile. So let's click it. I'm going to create this as, let's say, JVSH, or for me, survival horror. And then you'll see this over here. So yours may look like this if you've dealt with post-processing before. If it's the first time you've ever dealt with it, it may look a little like this. Either way, it doesn't matter too much right now. So I'm going to start with my profile like this. Before we do anything, let's go to our first person character and let's drag and drop that profile onto here. So drag and drop, and there we go. Now we're ready to start playing around with our settings. So what are these settings and what do they do? So fog, default, it's not really important right now because fog is something we'll probably deal with at a later date anyway, but we can just leave that ticked. Anti-aliasing, this is why we turn things off. You can see now why we have done it. So if we tick this, we should see a slight change. It's a way of cutting out all the sharp and horrible gritty edges of any textures on the screen. And realistically, we're better off sticking with the fast approximate method because you can see if I change it to temporal, it's going to take a little bit more strain on the processor and it probably doesn't quite look so good. But generally, having it as the fast approximate is going to do the job just right. You can already see this section here is starting to look quite nice. Next on the list, if we click on the word, we have ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion helps light and shadows work in places that they would otherwise struggle with. For example, tight corners down here. You can see already that the ambient occlusion, even though it's not ticked, but because we have our camera set up, this is kind of ready to accept what we're going to do with ambient occlusion. And if we tick it, you'll notice the difference. You can see already how much darker it's getting down here because the light is getting kind of restricted. So if we change the intensity, let's say to 4, you can see just how much of an impact this is now having in the crevices and corners of our room right here. And obviously the radius would dictate how far this darkness spreads. If our radius was 0, it wouldn't get anywhere. If our radius was quite high, you can see how much that is getting around. Now all this is happening while I'm in scene view. So I'm going to kind of do it here for now, but I'm also going to explain why it's useful in game view as well. So I'm going to have the sample count set as medium because realistically I don't want to put too much strain on the processor unless you're really aiming for that kind of thing. But again, it's all about the quality you want. So I'm going to have the radius about 1, so we have at least something that we can deal with. And downsampling, again, if you untick that, you can see the kind of detail you're getting here and how it looks overall. So if I kind of move over and zoom out, you can see just how it's starting to look here. I'm going to keep downsampling ticked just to kind of free the processor up a little bit, but by all means, it's something for you to work with. And the same for the others. You know, there's no real necessity to have some of these options ticked. It just depends what you want your game to look like. So next we have screen space reflection. If we tick it, we're not going to see a whole lot. Reason being is because we don't really have that much reflective objects within the scene. So even though we have this reflection probe right here, there is no real point in us having in our profile the screen space reflection ticked. Again, it's just not that sort of environment that you would have it in. If you're in some kind of, let's say, laboratory where you've got like reflective glass floors or whatever, then yes, that will come in handy. But we'll come to that when we do create that kind of scene. So for now, there's no point in us having it in this scene. So next on the list is depth of field. Now, this isn't really going to matter too much to us because, again, it's not that sort of scene that we're going to deal with this in. But it's probably something that we'll come to eventually. But there's no harm in you playing around with it. Next, we have motion blur. Now, motion blur is a common theme you would see in most games, especially of a first-person style. So if we tick it, we can see already what kind of settings we're dealing with here. And if I press play at this point, we'll see just how the post-processing is working on our game so far. Already you can see it looking, well, better than it did when we first started. But you can see here how the motion blur is already working. So you can literally see the blur as we turn our camera. Now, I wouldn't recommend having too much motion blur because it can make you feel a little bit sick and dizzy sometimes. But By default, I've always found the motion blur to be spot on. I quite like how it comes as default, but feel free to play around with the settings, i.e. changing your sample count up and shutter angle. Now, this is a great time for me to display how things can change and stay changed. So although we've changed some settings, let's change this to 190, do it that way. Usually, if we were in the game view and made changes on settings, they would revert back to normal, as they do in scene view. However, with the post-processing, it doesn't. It remains as it is. But you can still use that Control-Z to undo and go back to your original settings. So maybe play around with motion blur just a little bit. Eye adaptation is a way of changing how you basically come from light into dark or dark into light. It's basically how your eyes would adjust in the real world. It's doing it for you in the game world. Now, there's no point in us having eye adaptation here because we're only staying in one environment. There's no light and we're pretty dark environment here, so there's no need to have that activated at this point, but it's probably something we will do further in development. Bloom. Now, this is where things get exciting because bloom, I feel, is overused quite a lot in games. However, when done right, it can look absolutely fantastic. If we click bloom, we can already see a change is occurring. Now, we can change the intensity, but it's not really going to matter too much because it's all about the threshold. If we decrease the threshold, we can see just how stupid, let's be honest, how stupid that looks. However, with the right kind of settings, we can give it a look which may be unique. Maybe you're going for something like that, but already you can see how the bloom is affected by what we're seeing here. Well, this is a good opportunity to see the ambient occlusion in effect as well, because we can see it in these corners. Now, this is probably not a sensible way of dealing with what we have here. It's not sensible at all. So working with bloom can be difficult, but never ever overdo it with bloom because it will look ridiculous. So the intensity obviously dictates how intense your bloom effect is going to be. The threshold dictates when and where, basically. You'll have this little graph here and you can see just how much of an impact what you're doing is having. You can play around with the softening. Again, that all depends on the size and how much bloom you want it to be. So basically, it makes the lighter pixels really shine, makes the darker pixels kind of as they are. And obviously the radius would be the radius, the size of what you want. So you can always play around with these settings. Let's try intensity of 10. Let's try a threshold of, let's try 0.9. And obviously we're going to want anti-flicker because we don't want flickering to happen. What this basically means is that when you're looking at a light, you might get a horrible little flicker just every now and again just because of how the bloom is taking effect. We need to decrease the softening. Probably quite a lot, I would say. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can always do that. Just hover over and it'll give you little notes of what things mean. But you can basically see what that means. So this is going to be quite low, I think. So let's try 0.35 maybe. And the radius, let's try half of that. So 3.6 maybe. Now you're not going to see too much of a difference right now. However, this is where the next one comes into play. So if we close up bloom and go on to color grading, when we tick it, you're not going to see much, but changing the tone mapper from neutral to filmic will start making a difference. Now the post exposure is what makes the biggest difference, as we can see here. We want it to look kind of cool, but we don't want it to look ridiculous, but we don't want it to look completely dark. So finding the right exposure level here is probably best. And you can see here, it literally tells you the overall exposure of the scene, right? So let's have this as maybe 4. Okay, so we're getting there. The temperature dictates, basically, you'll be able to see, it kind of sets the balance of the whitish. So you can see the more we go, it kind of gives it that warm, eerie look. But if you go low, it gives it a dark, cold, creepy look. So I've always found either having it just as the standard, which is 0, or a little bit lower or a little bit higher. So I'm going to go just a little bit higher, maybe 9. We'll try 9. Tint, Again, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just playing with the colors, as you can see. Kind of like a disco going on there. So I'm going to leave this as 0. Same with the hue shift. There's no point playing with that because I'm happy with the color I'm dealing with in the game. Saturation, again, it's dealing with colors and it's kind of adding to how it feels. So you can see that deep saturation color happening there. But taking it away gives a black and white feel. So again, because this is a survival horror, it all depends on what you want to do and how you want it all to look. So I'm going to have saturation set as a little bit higher than usual, so probably 1.2-ish. And the contrast, well, yet again with colour, you can see how much of an impact that has. Having it at 0, not a good idea, you barely see anything. So in my opinion, you're always best either at 1 or a little bit higher than 1. So let's try 1.5 and let's see how that pans out. So the channel mixer, I'm not going to go into, but you basically can change how the colouring mixes with your red, green and blue. You could literally spend hours trying to work with this and making it look kind of cool. So maybe it is something for you to play around with, but it's all about changing the colour and how the style looks. So the next thing I'm going to play around with is, in fact, what I'm going to play around with is the grain next, but I'll explain what the LUT is. So the user LUT is basically something that's created in an external program for color grading. So rather than play around with all the color grading, you just use the LUT. Chromatic aberration. It's a weird one. If you have played Resident Evil Revelations 2 and know what a glasp is, you will see how this has an effect. If I change it to 1, you can already see up here and down here the kind of weird effect that's going on. And that's probably useful for a survival horror. It's kind of like a focus kind of thing. And I guess you could use it if you want to, but it's entirely up to you. I'm going to tick grain on this because I want it to have that weird kind of grain effect. And you can see already if I change the intensity, how it's having an effect on the screen. Size, again, you can have it really deep and really grainy, but again, I found the general kind of default view to be kind of cool. You could always turn off color just so you get the basically black and white kind of feel. And the last one I'm going to deal with is vignette. Tick it, and it basically darkens around the outside. And if I press play now, again, it kind of gives a focus feel of how the game looks and plays out. So I guess you could always play around with it. If you turn it off, we should see a difference. But you don't want it to focus, because too focus means it's too much. Like you see the intensity there, it's focused on one point. And again, I feel like that the default settings for it are fairly decent. And I can already see that our grain is just a little bit too much, so I'm going to tone it down just a little. Probably to about there. And let's see how this game pans out now. So you can see already how much different this game now looks. We can see that there's not particularly a problem as such, but the lighting can be a little bit bad. Okay, so we've basically created our own settings here for post-processing, and there is a lot more to it. We've given it that dark, eerie look, but you don't necessarily have to. For example, you could change the saturation down a little bit, temperature down a little bit. You could change the bloom, intensity higher, a lower threshold. I guess it's all up to you, really, because it's your game. It's not mine. I'm showing you how you can build it, build the mechanics. So one thing I would recommend if you're going for the exact same settings that I have is increasing light. Light is not hard to deal with, but if we tick light on here, we're not going to see too much of an impact that we would hope, just because of the way we've had this set up. If we change the intensity, all that's going to do is change the bloom, as we can see here. It just looks absolutely insane. But that is because it is a directional light. So if you do have problems with light, changing the main light source, in this case the directional light, isn't going to make a difference. What you would need to do is change the lighting that is within the scene itself. So for example, if we go to create up here, where it's got in the hierarchy, next to it the little search bar, type in light, and what I'm going to do is take those torch illumination lights, and I could theoretically change the intensity, and you can see how much of an effect bloom is having on those. So maybe it's something we could do. I guess it's something we could change with the strenuous lighting. So I guess we could set it to 5 maybe, and set the range maybe to 10. That's a bit much, isn't it, guys? So maybe set it as 7. Press play, and let's just see how this looks. Okay, so kind of a different look among the game now. Still dark, so it's probably something that we're going to have to deal with. So it's kind of, it is definitely giving the survival horror feel to it. So let's take the profile now and let's see what happens if we change our bloom. So let's try changing our intensity quite high. You can see what it's doing to the lights. So if we undo, let's add our radius. Yep, okay, so that's giving it a nice kind of feel. Softening, we should be able to see what happens now. So I couldn't really display it before just because of the style of scene we were in, but changing it really brings that out. And I guess we could change the threshold gamma to 0.8. In fact, maybe 0.5. You can see that's probably too much, so maybe keep it as 0.9. And again, this is where the color grading also has an effect. If we change this to 6, you can see just how much it illuminates the scene. But if we change it to 1, again you can see what's happening. So all I could recommend at this point is playing around with the settings that we've discussed here and kind of work on how you feel your game should be looking. Like I say, it's your game, not mine. Do you need to change the temperature up high? Go low? Do you need to change the contrast down a little bit? Give it that kind of creepy look, saturation. Play with all these things and it'll be amazing what you can come up with. Ambient occlusion. Change the radius. Not too much, but you can see how much of an impact it's having in the corners of the room. So I'm going to leave mine like that, although it looks a little bit crazy. When we press play, it doesn't look as bad. So yeah, that's not too bad. So I'll stick with how that looks for now. One last thing in regards to post-processing. If you're using a version of Unity that is not Unity 5, by default you'll see all this post-processing occur in the scene view. If this slows your scene down, just need to click here, this little image on the list, and make sure you untick image effects, and you'll just be presented with the bare minimum of what your scene would look like. You can see it's just the textures, the materials, and the lights. That's all you would see. However, in the game view, you would see it as you've already done with your post-processing. So that's why sometimes it's best to do your post-processing in game view. So guys, next tutorial, what we're going to do is we are going to take a look at creating some voice acting, and we're also going to deal with layers, because I'm sure I've said it before, as you can see the gun kind of clips through things, so we're going to stop that happening with layers. This tutorial, we're going to focus on a couple of different things. We're going to focus on voice acting, so bringing in some voice to the game to go with our subtitles. We'll look at closing up this section of our game to actually complete this little scene we've got going on. And also, I want to add a little bit more light to the scene, specifically with our gun. So I'm hoping by now you guys have not so much mastered, but you've got your game looking how you want it to look with post-processing. I know that people can spend hours upon hours actually making their game look pretty decent. So I have tweaked ever so slightly the actual post-processing settings to what you see now. And I'm quite happy with keeping them as they are, but again, it's something that we can always work on and change as we go through the series. So let's start with our voice acting. Now, the way this is going to work is it's simply just audio files that we can bring in and activate at the same time as our subtitles. So we're going to add in, or rather change maybe one or two lines within the subtitles, but we need to bring in those lines of audio. So in our audio, let's right click, create, folder, just have this as voice. Within here, I'm actually going to create another subfolder and I'm going to group everything by specific scenes. Now, although this is named scene 1, this eventually won't be scene 1. This will probably be the second scene that we have voice on because we're going to eventually create an intro sequence. So I'm going to have this known as scene 02. So within here, I'm going to bring in these 3 lines, which is actually my voice that I've recorded and changed just a little bit. They're not very good, in all honesty. If you feel like re-recording any of these lines that we hear in this tutorial, please, just have a go and let me know. I'll put them on the website, though, in case you want to download for some bizarre reason. So let's start all the way back at the beginning where we say, oh, I need to get out of here. So it's in this room right here. Now, we need to go to the script that actually initially triggers that cutscene. Oh, well, it's not really a cutscene, is it? It's the first section. So if I can remember, it's in is it sequence objects? It is. So A, opening, is where we originally put the subtitles, I believe. So we need to go into that script now. And this is where we're going to do the first set of voiceover files. And it really isn't that difficult. It's just a case of aligning and timing everything appropriately so as the audio plays at the same time as the subtitles appear. And it can sometimes just be a case of changing how long the subtitles appear on the screen for. But again, we can deal with that quite easily. So the script is loaded now, so we need to place in here 2 extra variables. First one, public audio source, and I'm going to call this one, let's call it line 01, semicolon, and public audio source line 02, semicolon. Now, I said we're going to add some extra things here because although we've only got one line right here, I want to add in an extra one before this starts. So the first line is actually going to be, I'm actually going to copy that entire line, I think it's probably best, and just place it down here for now. The first line is going to be something like, I can't remember what I recorded. I think it's where am I? So we're going to put ... where am I? And that's going to be about 2 seconds long, so that's fine. So at the same time as that being displayed on screen, we have line 01 dot play, open close bracket, semicolon. We wait for 2 seconds, and after 2 seconds, I'm going to set the text back to blank, and then wait for maybe half a second. So it's going to be 0.5 F. And then after that, we're going to say, I need to get out of here. So that's going to be another probably 2 seconds. So we need to play the line 02. So line 02 dot play, open close bracket, semicolon. And then we need to wait for 2 seconds. And then after 2 seconds, well, it carries on as normal. So we may need to change the waiting period we have here, depending on how it sounds and how it looks in the game. So save that script, head back into Unity, and on our first person controller, we need to go to, in fact, we will create a new game object. So on FPS controller, right click, create empty, F2, and let's rename this as voiceover. And then I'm going to right click and create empty on voiceover, so that becomes the parent object. And we'll call this one line 01. We could make this a little bit more relevant to what the lines are, but in such a small scene with very few lines, we can just go for the simple route like we're doing now. So let's drag scene 02, line 01 onto there, and untick play on awake. I'm going to hold control, press D to duplicate, rename it to line 2, and add line 2 over here. So now we have those 2 lines set there. Now we just need to add them over here. So onto there, onto there. Remember, this is the sequence objects object I'm on, and then the A opening sequence, so we're just adding them in there. I'm going to save the scene, and let's see how this looks and sounds.
Oh, where am I? I need to get out of here.
Okay, so that's that's pretty good timing. I think I'm just going to lower this to probably 1.7 F, and maybe I think that might do actually. So before we test that one again, let's set the third voiceover line, and that's going to be within the trigger, which is just through this door, and I believe it is first trigger right there. So this is going to be now B first trigger. So let's go into that script and do pretty much the same thing. So it's going to be public game object, and we'll have this line 03 semicolon, and all we need to do is basically just play line 03 right after we set the text. So line 03 dot play, open close bracket, semicolon, not play animation because it's not an animation, it's play. I've realized I've actually got that as a game object, not audio source. Silly mistake there, Jimmy. So let's save that script. So yeah, it's audio source, and we just play it as soon as we have that line right there. Head back into Unity, and same as we did with the other two lines, we just need to hold control, press D to duplicate it, and rename to line 3. And basically, yeah, you've probably already guessed it. Drag that over here, and that's line 03. Thank you, Malwarebytes. And finally, set on the first trigger that variable. Drag and drop line 3, and I'm going to resave my scene. And now let's see how this all pans out.
Oh, where am I? I need to get out of here.
Okay, so far so good.
Looks like there's a weapon on that table.
Okay, so this is where I want to kind of change things just a little bit more, because of the way I actually have my game set up with the post-processing, we can't really see some items, but I want to display them a little bit differently. So I figured this particular object here is pointing where we need to go, but what if it gives us a little bit of extra indication in the way of, well, a light source we haven't used yet? So let's explore the light source to actually light this area up. So we need to find the object that we have here, which is the guide arrow, and I'm going to set that back on for now. And inside that guide arrow, I'm going to right click, let's go to light, and let's go to spotlight. Now it's obviously upside down, as we can see. Yep, pointing completely the wrong way, so I'm going to change it or invert it. So 180 degree rotation right there. And I'm going to change the spot angle to kind of open things up a little bit more. Now, it doesn't really make much of a difference, as we can see right here, simply because we don't have the post-processing on here. So let's see how this looks in our game.
Oh, where am I?
So, fingers crossed, we should actually have something looking a little bit better. We can see our gun.
Looks like there's a weapon on that table.
So it's not as good as I would like. So let's try range, higher, intensity. Okay, so how is that looking? Not convinced by how that is looking, to be honest. So I think we may need to, rather than stop play, head to scene view, and let's see how it looks. So it does look like it's okay, but the post-processing is causing us some issues, so we may not be able to use the spotlight as intended. Lighting is really difficult in Unity, well, any game engine at times. Getting it spot on can be a bit of a problem. So that is how it looks, and it's not exactly fantastic. It could be the spot angle. If we change that, does it really give us what we need? I don't think so. Okay, so let's try something a little different. Experimentation is always a good thing. So let's get rid of that spotlight, and let's try duplicating this light over here. So this was our original testing light, and it illuminates this section over here, despite post-processing. What we could do is actually bring it maybe over here and see if we can actually illuminate both of these important items, as it were. I guess we can change the intensity, maybe to 2. And I think I'm going to turn the guide arrow off now because we have no need for it to be on right now. Let's see how this looks. As long as we can see the weapon to some degree, we should be alright.
I need to get out of here.
You'll find yourself at this point now testing more and more.
Looks like there's a weapon on that table.
Time is spent testing, and it can be a little bit of a pain sometimes. Okay, so it's still not entirely visible. This is where we really need to kind of work on how it looks, and I'm going to turn the image effects back on in the scene view so we can modify and change how it looks. If we were to move this light over here, we still really wouldn't be able to see it. So I think we need to work a little bit more on how this looks, particularly with post-processing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my first-person character, post-processing behavior, and change the ambient occlusion, because that is causing this. Let's change it to nothing, and we can see the gun there. So we need to work on our ambient occlusion here. So I'm thinking probably, rather than have it as 4, maybe 3 with a slightly smaller radius. Let's see how the rest of the scene looks. Okay, it doesn't look too bad. And can we actually work with this light as it is? Maybe. So I'm going to stop play there and turn this intensity back down to 1. And let me find the gun itself. And again, this is just different ways of showing how we could do things. I guess, you don't really necessarily have to do it this way, but you can if you want to. So M9, I'm going to add onto there a new light. So let's have light and let's have point light. I'm going to bring it up, but I'm going to decrease the range to 1. But I'm going to increase the intensity quite high. And hopefully we should be able to illuminate our gun a little bit better. So obviously that will disappear when we pick up the gun. So let's now check how this
where
looks.
am I need to get out of here.
Yes,
Looks
I can
like
already see
there's
the
a
gun
weapon
quite
on
well
that
over
table.
there. So I think, yep, that should do the trick now. And I guess it's all about how you want to display your gun. Oh, yep, I forgot the ammo. Okay, so last thing we're going to do is, rather than have a big blank space at the end that we could just kind of run out of and fall off, I'm now going to just quickly, finally, duplicate this door and put it at the end. So this door is going to be the exit to this area and take us to the next place. I'm going to change this back to how I originally had it. There we go. So let's take this door and use it as the end door to this entire area. Control, press D, bring it over here. And that should close up the entire area now. I guess you can always have something covering up here. It's entirely up to you. Again, it's your game. You be the one to design it in whatever way you can. You can take the time to do the things that I don't. So, guys, next tutorial, what we're going to take a look at is we're going to start, I think, taking a bit of a break from this scene.
Looks like there's a weapon on that table.
It does look like there is. And I think we're going to create or start looking at creating like a creepy menu. And from there, we're going to start building like a really cool cutscene which flows into the game. So we'll give ourselves a bit of a story and a background to the game. So guys, until then, you work on how your game looks and you get your voice acting in there. And like I said, if you want to have a go at the voice acting yourself, please. So this tutorial, we're going to take a break from what we've designed so far, but we're not going to stray too far from it because we're going to look at creating a main menu. Don't forget, click the subscribe button and click the bell icon as well. Stay up to date with every tutorial in this series and everything else on my channel. And if you've enjoyed what you've seen so far, please feel free to check out my Patreon, where you'll get things like early access, exclusive content, project files, and so much more. With that in mind, let's get to work. So the idea of a main menu stems from the fact that we need to create a new scene, and we've dealt with new scenes before, so it's not going to be too difficult. So obviously, File, New Scene, and we're ready to go. Now, the assets I'm going to import in this tutorial, you may have already seen in one of the Unity shorts that I released. I think it was earlier this year. It was a couple of months ago, I think. But yeah, if you've seen it, you'll already know them. So we're going to create a quick little scene, and we're also going to create some of that UI. So we're going to be dealing with buttons and things like that in this tutorial. So firstly, let's go to our textures folder, and let's bring in a couple of textures that we're going to deal with to make our main menu look a little bit more appropriate for what we're designing here. So I'm just going to bring in 3 textures. And you can get these on our website, downloads and assets, and they're right there. So we've got this full eye, we've got the tile floor, and we've also got this wallpaper. And as I said, if you've seen that Unity short, you'll recognize all 3 of those. If not, check out my channel. You'll be able to find the Unity short there. It's kind of cool. So to do this, let us start with just a cube. Let's set up the scene. So I've put the cube dead center, and we'll make this just the floor. So let's expand this to probably 5 by 5 by 5. In fact, we'll keep the Y as 1. Let's drag and drop the tile onto there. And let's also change that into a normal map as well. So hold Control, press D. And texture type, normal map, grayscale, and apply. So we've already dealt with a lot of this. So I'm not going to spend too much time telling you what you need to do here because we already know what we're doing. Let's change that to albedo alpha and take the normal map down here to 0.5. And we'll see how that looks in our camera. So let's take our camera and let's bring it into position. So the idea is I want us to have like a bit of a wall thing going on here with our main menu down the side. So if I bring this to about here and probably zoom in just a touch more, excuse me. And next thing, let's take this cube, right click, rename, and let's have it floor 001. Hold Control, press D, and let's shift it into place about here. And I'm going to increase the scale on the Y to probably around maybe 6, so it's a little bit taller. And let's bring it into position about there. And then let's drag and drop that wallpaper onto there. I'm going to rename. Call this wall 001. And let me see, let's do a normal map on this as well. So hold Control, press D on the wallpaper texture and change to normal map, grayscale, apply, and we'll do the same. We'll apply that normal map straight there. Let's change it to 0.5 and albedo alpha. And we'll see how that looks in just a second, but I may... in fact, we'll keep it as it is. I'm going to hold Control, press D to duplicate this way. Hold Control, D, duplicate that way. Same with the floor. Take it that way. And this one that way. So now we should hopefully, when we press play, have a reasonable scene that we can deal with. Yep, we do. I may zoom the camera in just a little more. But what we may do as well, just to be safe, is if I take these 2 right here, hold Control, press D, move them along, and then just shift the camera along a tiny little bit. So now hopefully we should be able to see how this takes place. What we'll do now is we'll attach the eye to the scene. And I'm going to add a little bit of animation to this. So if I press play, I want to show you what I intend to do. So down the side here, I want our options to be available. So new game, load game, credits, whatever. And over here, I want the eye just kind of looking around the room, looking a little bit shifty from time to time. So to do that, we're going to go game object, 3D object, and sphere. And I'm going to bring this sphere into the wall, probably around about there, and increase the size to 2 by 2 by 2. Next, I'm going to drag and drop this full eye texture onto our sphere over here. So it looks like we have to rotate our eye by 90 degrees on the Y. So let's change that to 90. Looks a little bit freaky. Quite happy with how that looks. It's a bit odd. Next, let's right click and rename this eye. So rename. Let's have that as full eye. Oh gosh, my throat today, guys. So what do we do next? Well, let's create a quick little animation for this little eye. So let's click on our animations folder, click animation, click on create. Let's have this as menu eye. So for those of you who are quite sharp-eyed, you may have realized at this point that I already have a story and idea in place for where I want this tutorial series to go. And to be honest, the way it's going, I may end up developing this into an entire game because I kind of have some cool ideas. So we'll see how far we get with the series, because I don't think we're even a quarter of the way through, because there is a heck of a lot to learn in this one. So let's animate this eye quickly. So let's have it look to the left, then to the right, down a bit, and then back to center. So we've dealt with animation before, so let's quickly gloss over. Let's press record, and on our first keyframe, which is 0, we want the rotation to be 0. So let's do 1 and reset to 0. Then let's retype 90, and then let's type 1 and 0. So now we have the keyframe of the rotation set as 0, 90, 0. So that's dead center. Next thing, let's have by 1 second, the eye looks this way and down just a little bit. So let's have about there. So then after another, let's say 2 seconds, he looks across. So 60. And 120 makes 180. So by the 180th frame, we want our eye to be looking over this way. And then after another second, so that'll make it 240. Let's have our eye looking center and center. And maybe about there. And after another second, so let's say 300, let's have it looking over here and up slightly. And let's say after another 2 seconds of that, it's back center. So 420, let's have that back as 90 and 0. And let's stop. And let's press play and let's see how that eye reacts. Okay, so it's up to you what you want to do with that. This is just a little something I'm adding in for a bit of extra effect with the menu itself. So let's actually get into creating these menu options now. So let's go to Game Object, let's go to UI, and let's go to Button right there. So we've dealt a little bit with Canvas before, we understand what's going on, but we've never dealt with a button per se. So it works the same way. We can anchor it over on the right and then zero out its position, and then we can set it in place of where it should be. So I'm going to use the rect tool right here, and I'm going to bring this one up to about there, and then I'm going to expand it to be quite a bit bigger. Let's probably bring it to around about there, and I'm going to change the text on it to say just new game. And I'm actually going to change the color to white and increase the font size to something quite big to kind of fill this area. And let's have that font size as maybe 36. That should do. So we can barely see it in the button. Now, the great thing about a button is we can actually change its different states. So its normal color, which is what we see now, is currently set as, well, it appears to be like a bit of a grey colour. However, I'm going to set the alpha as 0, so we can see straight through that button. So the highlighted colour is basically whenever the mouse goes over it. So in this case, if we were to have the highlighted colour as jet black and press play, whenever the mouse goes over new game, it would highlight like so. And I guess it's up to you what you want to do with the highlighted colour. There's no set way. It really is entirely up to you. You could have the alpha quite low, let's say 45. So you would have it kind of a greyish, but you can see that there. So I'm going to probably have my alpha about 45. Pressed color is when we actually click the button. So just to show you again, if we go on it and press it, it will change to this pressed color. There we go, you can see. So I'm going to have the pressed color as, in fact, you know what? I'm going to have the highlighter color as a red kind of color and the pressed color as a deeper red kind of color. I feel red probably fits this series a little bit more. So hopefully we should have something which looks a little bit... Okay, I might change the alpha on the pressed a little bit. There we go. So let's right click and rename. And let's call this new button. So what other buttons do we have? Well, we have load game, don't we? So we'll prepare for the future here, because obviously we don't have any functions to load or save at the moment, but we will be getting them pretty soon. So I'm going to prepare for when we do, and I'm going to hold Control, press D, and then I'm going to drag this down to about there. And F2, rename, load button. So that means that if we go below there into the text and change this to say load game. Next, we could have hold Control, press D, and let's have this as options. So let's name it as option button. And then we just need to rename that to say options. Next one, hold Control, press D, and let's have this as credits, I guess. So credit button. And let's change the text on that one to say credits. And let's have another one, which is just quit. So quit button. And we'll have this one say exit game. And then we just need to drag that button down. Let's have it a little bit further down than the others. And let's press play and let's see how that looks. So you can see how this menu is coming together. Keep in mind it is a little bit, illegible at the moment. It doesn't look as fancy as what our other scene does. However, things will all come into place soon enough. So the idea of what we've got for a menu here is coming together. And I'm actually going to save that scene now. And I'm going to save that as main menu. And save. What we do need to do is we may need to readjust our scenes. We'll probably do that in the next tutorial, because the idea of what we're doing is going to kind of like flow from one scene to the next. But for now, I'm going to go to File, Build Settings, and click on Add Open Scene. So we have 3 scenes now. We have the main menu, the game over, and the scene 1, which is our game. So what I would do now is, it's up to you how you guys want your main menu to look. Admittedly, yes, this is not the fanciest looking main menu of all time. There's obviously better main menus out there. However, it is your game. You can design it however you want. And I've said it in different tutorials before, but what the camera never sees doesn't tend to matter. Because in the case of this, here, the texture obviously has gone squished. It doesn't look right, but the camera will never see that. So you don't need to worry about it too much. So next tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to take this main menu and we're going to make it look a whole lot better. We're going to make the buttons work, and we're also going to create a splash screen. So that is what I mean by flowing the game together. So the scenes will flow. So we'll start with the splash screen. That will go to this main menu, and then we'll be able to start our game. So from there, we're also going to start creating cutscenes and like a start scene with a story, and from there we're going to really build up our game. So like I say, next tutorial we're going to make all of this look way better. It's going to look a little bit more like how you saw the Unity short that I did. So this tutorial we're going to take a look at creating a splash screen. So we're going to create another scene. We'll look at making this menu look better than what it is, rather than just this kind of, well, plasticine-y look. And we'll also look at linking scenes together. So firstly, what I want to say about linking scenes together is if we go to File and go to Build Settings, we've added these scenes in here. And remember when we actually linked the game over scene? That was when we got hit too many times. So we're going to use the same sort of method to link our splash screen into our main menu. And then obviously further on, when we click, we can go into other scenes. So everything should start coming together quite nicely. So firstly, let's take a look at making this scene look better than what it currently does. And remember that post-processing we did a couple of tutorials ago? Yep, we can do that all over again. However, we may not be able to use the exact same settings. So this is going to be a little bit of an explanation on why we sometimes can't use the same settings. So let's go to the post-processing folder. Let's go to runtime and let's attach the post-processing script to our main camera. On there, let's drag and drop our profile settings right here into here. And then let's press play. Now keep in mind these are the exact same settings that we had in the other scene, and you can see here that they just do not work in this scene. There are many factors to consider. So firstly, let's take a look at getting rid of our directional light. Let's just delete that out of the scene altogether. And already we can see it's looking somewhat better. Next thing to do, let's go to Window, let's go to Rendering, and let's go to Light Settings. Now this also plays a big part in how our scene looks. If we were to change the intensity multiplier right down, obviously you would see quite a difference, but you would still have that effect of it's much too bright. So obviously our bloom would need changing. However, we can still get around that. If we go to our source and change it to color, we could always change our color to a kind of a grayish maybe color if we wanted to. I guess you could always change it here depending on how you want it to look. So I'm just going to undo that, come out of that, change it back to Skybox. And I'm going to go on the Skybox material here. And we could, theoretically, if we wanted to, change it to something else, something that isn't necessarily a Skybox. Obviously, you would have this kind of effect still going on. But if we change it to none, you can see this is how it would look yet again. And if you want to stick with that, that's totally fine. If not, again, that's up to you. So another way we could actually get around this is actually enclosing the space. And remember that whatever the camera doesn't see doesn't necessarily matter. So if we set that back to the default skybox, and I'm going to take these sections of wall and just duplicate them just to kind of close in this area. So if I place that there, place this over here, and then once again just bring that over here and then close it in. Now you'll have noticed that I do actually have the settings up here for image effects on whilst in my scene view. I think I'm actually going to come out of that just for now and work without them, just to see how this turns out. So all I'm doing, like I said, is just enclosing this entire area in. These walls here don't really matter because they never get seen. Let's take this here, hold Control, press D to duplicate, bring it up probably to about there. And I'm actually going to increase the size all the way along here on the X. So that will be 20, and let's just slide it into position about there. And let's press play. So already we can see that it's not quite as awful as it originally looked. And I guess there's different ways of doing it, but let's add a couple of extra things to this now to make this look a little better. Because if we were to turn off on our main camera, the post-processing, we can see exactly what it looks like. Obviously our eye is having a bit of a problem because there's nothing to help it illuminate as such. So to get around that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a light source inside here. So game object, light, and point light. Let's bring it inside and up. Now we can see our eye. So I'm going to increase the range on this to probably 20, just to bring a bit of illumination to the scene, and then press play once again, and let's check this out. Okay, so it looks like we need to modify our light. Let's bring it back a bit, reduce it to maybe 15, and let's bring it into the center a little more. And I'm going to save that scene now. And I'm going to go back to our original scene, which is scene 001. And if you remember, we actually had some particle systems in here, which turned out to kind of be our fog, if you remember, which is that right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these particle systems. I'm not quite sure which one I should take. I don't think it really matters too much, to be honest. Let's take this one. Let's take the original one. So I'll take that particle system, head to our main menu, zoom out just a bit, and let's place it here in this scene. So let's bring it this way, and I'm going to rotate by 90, and just bring it to about there, and press play. Okay, so looking at it now, we can see what we want to get to with our scene. However, it's probably not entirely how we would want it. So I'm going to increase this. I don't want to spend too much more time on this, but I'm showing you different ways if you can do things. So another good example would be to reduce the sensitivity of the normal map on here. So we could change this to 0.1 maybe, and change the wall also to 0.1 on normal map. And it might be wise to, in fact, let's press play and just see how that looks now. Okay, so I'm going to go on the main camera and I'm going to change the render path now to deferred. Obviously, because we spoke about that when we did the post-processing first time. And I'm going to take the smoothness off the wall here to about there and increase the metallic just slightly and press play. We should have a fairly decent looking scene now. So this is going to be effectively our main menu. You now take the time to build up your main menu how you would want it to be. Like I said, I don't want to waste too much more time on this because, quite frankly, I think I've wasted a bit too much time on this already because I want to get onto some cooler stuff now. Let me just have one last quick look at it. Okay, so this will be my main menu for now. You take the time if you want to. You could actually change your post-processing right there. So you could change that asset, the profile, to something different if you wanted to. Be careful though not to change the original one because you don't want to change this and then it completely ruins what you have for your original post-processing profile. So don't waste too much time on that. So we made our main menu look a little bit better. Let's now work on a splash screen. So make sure we definitely have that scene saved. Let's go to File and New Scene. So in here, I'm just going to have a real simple splash screen. I'm just going to have it completely black and then just have the Jimmy Vegas Game Studios logo, have a little animation, then takes us to our menu. So in order to do that, I'm going to quickly bring in a texture. So you would have whatever texture you would want for your splash screen. I'm going to go Game Object, UI, and let's go to Raw Image. I'm going to stretch the raw image, no problem, and zero out everything up here. So it basically covers our entire scene, or screen, I should say, not scene. Change the color to black, and in the middle of that, I'm going to have the logo. So UI again, another raw image. Let's drag and drop JV logo, so whatever logo you have, and there it is in the middle. And it's just a case of resizing to make it fit the scene properly. So I'm going to use the rect tool there. Stretch if need be, so about there. There we go. And let's have a look. Easy, nice easy splash screen. So what I'm going to do is add a quick animation to this. And if I go to animations, I'm going to have to store the animation here for this raw image. So F2 to rename that raw image, and let's name it as JV logo. You could do whatever you want with your splash screen. I'm just kind of giving you a couple of ideas. You could have an animated logo. You could have a bit of something going on in the background if you wanted to. Again, I like simplicity, so I'm going to go with that one. Initially, I'm going to have the rotation on the Y as 90. So technically, we shouldn't be able to see it. And I'm going to have it kind of rotate in. So animation, create, and we'll have JV logo anim and press record. So set the first keyframe. It's only going to be done on the rotation, so I'm going to have that set as 90, and then after half a second it's still set as 90 because I don't want anything to happen for the first half second. I want it to rotate over the course of a second after half a second has passed of just a black screen. So that means that we now need to go to frame 90, and then rotation is 0. So I want that to display for probably about, let's say 4 seconds. So let's go ahead 4 seconds on our timeline with our keyframe, which will be 240 onto that. So we'll need 330, and we once again have that as 0. So we've dealt with animation before. I'm not going to spoon feed you what to do now because we already know animation. We're in the 21st tutorial, so we're well versed on animation. And then finally, frame 360, it's going to rotate the other way. So we could change it that way to -90. And let's stop that animation and let's check it out. Hopefully it should be okay. There we go. Okay, so let's turn off the loop on that because that is just fine. So untick loop time, and let's save the scene, and we'll have it as splash screen. And now this is where we have to be careful with our scenes because we probably will need a bit of manipulation in some earlier scripts. So file, build settings, and let's click on add open scenes. Obviously we want this scene to be the first one that we see, so we need to move this to the top and make sure that that is scene 0. Scene 1 would effectively be the main menu, and then the main menu, yeah, so scene 1, like I said, there is the main menu, then scene 001 would be 2, game over would be 3. So obviously that now means that we have to change our game over from whatever we had it originally to 3. So just keep in mind these numbers just for now. So save, make sure we're all good there. And I'm going to go to the scripts folder. If I can find it. There we go. Right click, create folder. And I'm going to call this menu. In fact, I'll just call it menus. Keep it simple. And in here, right click, create C# script. And we'll have this as splash to menu. Or Munu for some reason. I've mistyped menu, I've put Munu. Never mind. Okay, so what we're going to do with this is something we have done before. So we're not going to worry too much about how we do this section because we're going to use just scene management to do a couple of things or a couple of lines. So at the top, we need to add in using Unity engine dot scene management semicolon. Let's get rid of void update and any annotations. Keep void start because we need it. What we do need to do is a coroutine. So enumerator, and we're going to call this take to menu, open close bracket, open curly bracket, and then yield return new, wait for seconds, and in here the amount of seconds that we have our animation running for. So our animation effectively runs for a total of is it 6 seconds it'll be, isn't it? So it'll be 6 seconds just over. So what I'd like to do is wait for probably about 7 seconds. And then after 7 seconds we have scene manager dot load scene 1, which will be our main menu. Which means in void start we now have to put start coroutine and in brackets take to menu semicolon. We need the open close bracket there as well, and save the script. And we just need to attach this script into this scene. Now I can't quite remember if I've mentioned something about scene switching within Unity before. I may have done, but if not, I'm going to repeat it. When we switch scenes, there is a little bug in Unity where the lighting doesn't display properly. This will probably be evident when we come across to our main menu when we test this out now. I'll explain a little bit more in a second. So empty game object, and we just need to attach our script onto there. No variables to set. So let's now press play. Okay, so far so good. There we go. Okay, so when I said about light in main menus, well, I'm not sure if it's quite evident there. When you actually build the game to play itself, the lighting will work just fine. For some reason, in the engine itself, it tends to not work as intended. Don't worry about that at all. It does happen. It's not you. It's not me. It's just a little bug that happens. Don't worry about it. So one last thing. Let's go to main menu. Save that. And I want to quickly add on full eye a normal map. So I'm going to create a normal map from full eye. Hold control. Press D. And texture type will be normal map. Create from grayscale. Apply. And yep, you've already guessed it. I'm just going to drag and drop that onto there. And let's have a look at our scene now. There we go. So it just looks like there's a bit more to that eye than, just flat and plain. Some of you may have noticed that from the little short that is on my channel. Okay, so guys, next tutorial, what we'll do is we will kind of start building another scene because I want to create a like a story intro scene. I'm not 100% sure on what we're going to aim for, but we're going to try a couple of new techniques in creating that, and we'll eventually create a cool cutscene, and we'll then get on to story. We'll be able to build up more voice work, more subtitles, so we can make this menu fade into the opening sequence, then into the game, so we can really start building up a game from the ground up from here on. So my intention is by about tutorial number 25, we should have our intro scene complete, and we'll be able to feed everything together and then start building up our main game with some puzzles and whatnot. So I'm setting out for the long run from here on in. We'll probably also have a couple of bug fixes next tutorial as well, because I know there are one or two here and there that we need to address. In this tutorial, we're going to create a new scene, and we're going to focus on something called terrain. So a terrain is basically something that enables us to kind of mold and create a world, but whether you want to use it as a world or not is entirely up to you. So don't forget, click the subscribe button, click the bell icon as well, stay up to date with every tutorial still to come in this massive series, and with that in mind, let's get to work. So, as I said with a terrain is a really cool object that we can use in Unity and do many different things with it. So let's create a new scene, so File, New Scene, and let's go to Game Object, 3D Object, and then down here you'll see Terrain. Now, terrain is huge. Compared to every other object we've used so far, it's huge. There's no real set where you should place a terrain, and there's no set where you should have the size of a terrain. But by default, if we go over here to this settings icon, you'll see the terrain size, if we go down here, is 500 by 500. Now, this may not seem a lot, but it is relatively big when we have our character or controller or whatever on here. I'm not going to change the size because there's no point, because all we're going to use this for is just a bit of an opening sequence. It's not really something we're going to play around in, but that doesn't mean to say that we can't reuse this terrain and the assets to create a world to walk around in. So by default, I'm going to leave these objects, these settings as they are on this terrain object, because there's no need for me to modify them just yet. I'm going to go through each of these options at the top though and modify what we have here. So the first one is a way of raising and lowering the terrain. And what I mean by raising and lowering is we can create, for example, mountains and or hills. So if we go to this first brush here, you can see, there we go. So all I've done there is hold down the left mouse button and dragged it upwards, and you can see that happens. It looks a little bit unrealistic if we pan around and take a look, but you know, this is just something we're playing around with and learning here. So obviously that's not something we'll keep. So hold Control, press Z to undo. We can obviously select different brushes, and if we just click, you'll see that we have the same sort of thing happen, but on a much lower scale. So clicking just does that. And the size of it is always determined by this opacity right here. So if we increase the opacity, it gets higher. If we decrease, it becomes much smaller. You can barely see the one I've just done there. Obviously, brush size is the brush size. You can see it's much larger. So if you have a large brush and you have massive opacity, you will end up with big bumps like that. So although we use the same tool here, the same brush, this one's much bigger than this one. Now, next one we'll move on to is this next one, which is paint height. And all this does is we set a certain height, let's say whatever it's set at now, and it will only raise it to that height, even though we have our left mouse button clicked down. Another great way of doing this is changing the height of the overall terrain itself, because if we go back to the first one, to lower terrain, we hold shift like it says here. So if I select this, hold shift, I can lower this terrain back flat, but we can't make a dip in the terrain. To make a dip, we need to go to this one, the paint height, set the height as whatever you want. Obviously 0 all the way down the bottom is where it is now, and you can change it all the way up to 600, and that 600 is dictated here by the terrain height in the settings, which again I'm not going to change. But if we go here and change it to, let's say 15, and click flatten, this will flatten the whole terrain out right there. So now we can actually go back to this, hold shift, and create a hole in the terrain. So it's always best to work out where you want your terrain to be first and foremost by going to the paint height, going to height, setting it there, and clicking flatten, because obviously you've seen everything has now disappeared. So we could theoretically go back here and just create our little section. So I'll do that right now. Let me change the opacity to be about 20, create just some little bumps. I don't want anything too silly. And I'm going to, around the edge, create a couple of mountainy, well, not mountainy, but larger kind of hills. So we can see that looks a little bit crazy here. So I'm just kind of clicking and moving like so. Now it looks very jagged indeed. And this is where the smooth height tool comes in. I've always found the smooth height tool to be best used with these first 4 brushes. And what they do is they smooth out all the rough and ragged edges that we see just here. So we could decrease our brush size to probably around 50, keep the opacity to maybe 50 as well. What we need to do then is drag our mouse over, and you can see it does smooth everything out that we can see. So if we change our angle and smooth everything out, it looks less jagged, less rough. It doesn't look so ugh. And obviously the higher the opacity, the more smooth it becomes and the more flat, and just best to play around with it and see what you can come up with. It looks a bit messy right now, but I am rushing through this, remember. I'm not taking the time. You should absolutely take the time to make sure you get everything right. So you can see now our terrain is slowly coming together. You can also do it down here. Let's increase the brush size, increase the opacity. Let's flatten all this here, just so it's not too lumpy and bumpy. And there we go. And next along, we have this paint texture. Now, this is a way of actually creating the image on the terrain. So, for example, a grass image. And what we'll need for that is a texture. So I'm going to drag and drop this grass texture into Unity right there. You can get this on the website. Head on over there, downloads and assets, survival horror, and tutorial number 22. So click on Edit Textures, Add Texture, and drag and drop this grass into here. And click Add. And it will give us a nice grass texture. Obviously, these aren't really grassy bits here, but we'll deal with them at another time because we may not necessarily have to do it, because the idea of what I'm going to do with this is add some post-processing to make it look creepy and eerie, which the color of this may not matter in the long run, but we'll see. We can add more textures if we want to by clicking add texture, doing the same again. I'm not going to add a normal map to this again, because I think there isn't much point, because we'll get to that in just a moment anyway. Next one along is the paint trees. So this is a way of creating trees on the terrain rather than having to manually place every single tree. And obviously to do that, we'll need a tree in our project. So I'm going to go to our assets here, right click, create, folder, and we'll call this terrain assets. So in terrain assets, I'm going to bring in two things. I'm going to bring in this tree and I'm going to bring in this grass. Once again, you can get them on the website if you head over there. And it'll take just a second to bring that in. And it's the tree we're going to use first, because this tree is going to make us able to actually create a bit of a wood or a forest. So click back on the terrain, click on edit trees right here, and click add tree. And if we go into tree 001, we can drag and drop this tree onto here and click add. So next tutorial we'll add some more trees as well. So we're not just going to stick to this one type of tree at the moment. We're just using this as the example to get this tutorial up and running. We can set our brush size once again, tree density right there. I always like to have the height randomized, and this little bar here dictates how random the trees can be. So if we have this section all the way to the top and this section all the way to the bottom, if we were to place some trees here now, they would vary quite drastically. As we can see, that looks a little bit over the top. So you're going to want to make sure your randomized height is much closer together rather than what it is here. So I'm going to undo that, and then I'm going to drag this to about there, and then this to about there. So although the height will be randomized, it won't be as glaringly daft as our first bit. So we can place loads of trees down. There we go. And same as always, we can actually hold shift and delete trees. So if we reduce our brush size, we can actually make a kind of a hole in the middle of the trees. So we can do that. We can make it a bit better. There we go. So that's how we can place trees down. Obviously, down here we have some more color variation. It's up to you how varied you want your color. If you go all the way to the top, it can make some trees look a little bit too black. And if you go all the way down to the bottom, they can make them all look the same color, which isn't quite right. But it's something you should probably play around with and see what you come up with. Next on the list is this one right here, which is paint details. And this is where that grass texture comes in quite nicely. So if we go to our terrain assets again, and then click on edit details right there, and click add grass texture, we can drag and drop this grass into here. And it doesn't necessarily have to be grass. Although it's called add grass texture, it doesn't have to be grass. It could be flowers, it could be small plants, it could be anything really. We want our healthy color to be kind of a nice green color. And the dry color I always like to have as either very light green or a white. And we can set our width, our height, everything here. So minimum and maximum. Generally, I do like to change the minimum height to be about 0.5 and the maximum height to be 1. So what this means is that we can change how tall the grass actually is. 1 would be its actual size here. 0.5 would be half of it. 2 would be double it. You don't want to have these two varied once again, because you'll have bits of grass which are huge and bits of grass which are rather small. Although you probably want them at some point, don't mix it together in one single texture. So let's click on add. And then if we zoom in, we can set our opacity. Let's set it as 1. Brush size as 100. And then we can set the grass texture just by clicking anywhere. And if we zoom in, we can see it right there. And if we go to the settings again, and you'll see grass tint, we can select this color. And then if we set it as white, you'll see how the grass changes from that weird kind of off dry brown color to something a little less awful. So heading back to the grass texture, and if we zoom out, you'll notice the grass disappears. It doesn't disappear in game. All that's dictated by is the detail distance. So if we zoom in and just paint our grass everywhere where we need it, this is pretty much where we'll be able to run our cutscene. So I'm going to make the cutscene kind of like in the woods, and we come across this creepy cabin, and there's fog and all kinds of stuff. So what I would recommend you do at this point is work with your terrain. If you want, find more assets, more grass, trees, whatever, and just work with it. So last thing I'm going to do is take the main camera, and I'm going to bring it to in the middle of the woods so we can see what it actually looks like when we press play. So let's bring it up to here and bring it just here. I think it needs to go down to the ground a little bit more. And turn it around 180, and let's press play. So we should be able to see the grass kind of flowing. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you what I mean by having the grass size randomized. So if we head to our scene view, while we're still in the game view, click on the terrain, head to the paint details, edit details, and then go to edit. And then let's change the minimum height from 0.5. Tell you what, let's keep it 0.5. Let's have max height as 5. And now already in the scene view, you can see that looks a little bit crazy. So I'm going to click apply and head back to game view, and we can see what that looks like. Looks like a sea of some kind. But again, that is entirely up to you if you want it to be that way. There's no right or wrong in game development, really. It's something that you develop yourself. So this is how it is looking right now. Again, it's not something I particularly like, having the grass like that. So what I'm going to do is change it back to something a little bit more realistic. So edit, and we'll have that as 1. And then click on apply. And I'm going to stop that there, and then head to my settings. And the last thing we'll play with is the wind settings. So you saw that was quite wavy and flowy. If we change the speed down a little and bending down a little, it doesn't look quite so wavy, as we should be able to see now. So you can still see it moving just a little bit, but it's not as crazy. So if you could imagine this being our wood, how we're going to set all this up, you can see where we're going to go from here. So next tutorial, what we're going to take a look at is we're going to make this scene foggy. We're going to build some post-processing effects into it to make it kind of a bit black and white and creepy. We'll start building up this scene and see where we get to. We'll probably deal with wind zones as well. This tutorial, we are going to make this scene look a little bit more haunting than what it does, because it doesn't really fit in with our game. So we're going to be doing some more post-processing, but we're going to experiment with something a little different with it. We're going to create a little bit of fog, basically bring some over from our other scene, and we're also going to deal with some wind zones. Don't forget, click the subscribe button, then click the bell icon to stay up to date with every tutorial still to come in this series, and indeed everything else I upload to my channel. With that in mind, let's get to work. So, how do we actually deal with post-processing to make this look a little bit more haunting? Thank you, Malwarebytes. I will update you in a moment. So, the scene itself is rather colourful. What I would like to do is actually bring in a nighttime skybox. And if we head to the asset store, and let's just search for night sky box. And as always, click on free. Now, the one I've gone for is just simply this one. Just because, well, it's a nighttime skybox. You don't have to use this one. Indeed, you don't even have to use the skybox, but I feel I just want to add a little bit more to this scene. So if you want this, same as me, click on import or download, bring it into your scene. And skybox, basically, you know, it covers the sky. What more can I say about it? So a skybox is going to replace all of this up here, because in our other scene, I don't think we actually had a skybox. I can't remember. Either way, basically, top and bottom of it, we need to go to Window, go to Rendering, and go to Light Settings. And here in our skybox material, we just need to set any skybox that we've imported, and we can just click the little button next to it and type sky, and there we are. So we'll go with night sky 2, I guess. Now, what we need to do here to give this even more of an eerie feel is we can actually kind of replicate a little bit of our post-processing that we've done previously. So with our camera, let's actually set this up in the correct way as we've done previously with other cameras, and set our rendering path to deferred and untick multi-sample anti-aliasing. So let's go to our post-processing, and is it in runtime? Yes, so that is our original post-processing profile. So I'm going to hold Control, press D to duplicate, and I'm actually going to leave it as it is but minus the space. So JVSH1. So let's now apply this to our camera. So let's bring over the script, and then on the main camera just apply that over there, and let's turn it on in our scene. So let's select this option here and change to add image effects so we can see it. So the best thing for us to do now is, I feel having it kind of a bit black and white and creepy looking is going to be the best way to open up a game, because as I said, this is the intro scene. This is what we're going to use to introduce to our game. And the whole premise of it is we're a guy creeping around in the woods, something happens to us, and then we end up being kidnapped, and that's why we built that other scene. So to do this, we can actually change a few settings within the post-processing profile itself. So let's get a black and white feel, and we can do this by changing a couple of options in the color grading. I don't think we need to have it quite as high with the post exposure, so if we set it to 0, a bit dark, let's have it as 2. So the key to getting this right is playing around with these options. Obviously you can play around with the temperature and give it that kind of vibrant look if you want to, but the one we want to play with is saturation. Saturation will remove all the colors and give it a monotone look. You can also play around with contrast to give you an even more kind of bleak look if you want to, but I'm going to leave the contrast fairly high and probably leave the temperature as 0 just to give it that proper black and white feel. Post exposure 2, I'm still not sure about. I think maybe 1.5 possibly. So next thing I want to do is add a dirt texture to the lens of this profile, and that is done in Bloom. So in Bloom, under dirt, select that option, and it'll give you a couple of options to deal with, but what we need to look for is dirt, and we have lens dirt. So let's add number 1. So lens dirt 0001, I should say. And you can see, hopefully, on the screen just how much of an impact that will have, especially if you change the intensity. So let's have the intensity up quite high and change through these, and you can see how it's affected the camera. So I kind of maybe want to go with 2. So let's go with 2, have the intensity as maybe 3 like it was originally. Again, it's your game. You play around with these settings, you know what you want, but already you can see how this game is looking. It's looking a lot creepier than what it was. So if we remove the image effects, we can see that's how it was, that's how it is now. So let's add some of those fog drifts that we have right here. So we created those in our first scene. So I'm going to save the scene. I'm going to head back into our original scene that we started creating, which is, I think it's directly in the top, isn't it? There we are. So we have scene 001, I think. It'll take just a moment to bring that up. So it's fairly easy to bring assets from one scene to another. So I'm just simply going to take the particle system, copy it, head back into our intro scene, head to where our camera is, and I'm going to paste it just in front of the camera here, or rather place it rather than paste. So let's see how this looks. If I bring this here and then press play, and let's just see how this looks from our camera's perspective. Can't really see much, can we? So let's click back on our scene view, our fog, and let's increase the start color to see where the fog is at. So I'm not convinced it's behaving the right. Oh, I think because it's below the terrain, way below the terrain. So let's press play again. Come back. So it is under the terrain. That's my fault. So let's bring it over here. If I can actually grab the arrow, there we go. So I'm taking more time than I would actually like at this point. So let's press play and try this out again, see how it looks. Still can't see it. How is it still under the terrain? I think it might be too high now. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to increase the alpha a bit. Maybe increase the size as well. Possibly decrease the alpha there. It's quite large. And let's see how this looks in the game view. Okay, so I can see the problem. We're kind of not where we should be. We need to be in this clearing right here. So again, I digress with this. You know, I'm wasting more time than I would like with this. So it's up to you if you want to have the whole fog effect thing going on. There are different ways of adding fog. You don't necessarily have to use a particle system. It really is entirely up to you. So let's increase the radius. Let's also rotate 90 degrees, bring it this way, and maybe duplicate, rotate by minus 90, and bring it completely the other way, somewhere here. So one more time, I'm going to check this one more time. We should see something now at least. I can just about see. Let's change the alpha so we can see where it's coming from. So this is the beauty of game development, or rather, not the beauty. You have to kind of take your time, build what you're doing, be careful with it, do what you need to do. So I think the fog effects here probably need to be much larger. So what I'm going to do is take them and finally maybe increase the size. So let's maybe have it, instead of 1, let's see what it looks like with 10. That might be a little bit much, but let's see. Might give some kind of effect. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that. That'll do. So if you want that kind of effect, work with that. So next thing we're going to take a look at is wind zones. What is a wind zone? A wind zone allows us to see these trees move with wind, as you would expect. So to get that, game object, 3D object, and we have down here, wind zone. Already we should be able to see some movement within our scene. Basically, there are 2 options we can have with a wind zone, a directional and spherical. Directional will affect everything in the direction that the wind is blowing. Spherical will create a kind of a sphere around where you would want it to be affected. So for example, if we had it on spherical and only had it in this section here, it would mean that only these trees would be affected by the wind. So if I were to press play now, the fact it's on directional, we should see all the trees affected by the wind. Now obviously we can change this as and when we need to, but you've got to be careful you don't end up freaking Unity out, because that just looks crazy. Unless you are going for that kind of effect, that's probably not the best thing to do. The default settings are fairly decent here, and it's not as though they're bad, but it's probably worth playing around with the wind zone, changing the rotation. And you can see if I constantly change the rotation, the trees are also affected. All that's doing is changing the literal direction the wind zone is. So if I double click on it and start changing it, you can see the arrow. That is the way the wind is facing. So even though it's all the way over here, it's affecting everything that would normally be affected by wind, as we can see. Hence the whole reason this is happening in our scene now. So play around with the wind zone, play around with the pulse frequency. You'll see what happens with that because, well, again, if we like I've hovered over the frequency of the wind pulses, that basically gives like blustery sections with your wind zone. So what I would recommend at this point is if you're going for the same style as me, play around with what you have, try and get the right kind of feel, the right kind of emotion in your game, and aim for it. Take the time, don't rush, work with light, work with everything you have to your disposal. There we go, now that looks kind of cool. Whether I'll stick with that, I don't know. But while I quickly play around with some of these settings, I might stick with that actually. So I have that as 1.5, but a very minimal directional light. So next tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to carry on with this. We're going to animate our camera. We're going to have some subtitles and we're going to have some ambient music, much like we have before. So maybe some blustery wind going on, maybe. And we'll see where we get with that. Let's change the light to brilliant white. Increase the intensity to maybe there. Rendering light settings. Let's have this as just ever so slightly, maybe there. And let's see how that looks. So yeah, next tutorial, we're going more and more into this and it's going to start looking really, really cool. In this tutorial, we're going to take a look at creating this intro scene with some camera animation. We'll create the sequence, we'll add some music and a couple of subtitles as well. So up until now, we have this creepy, eerie scene and it's all done mainly via post-processing. So there is one key aspect of what we're going to develop in this scene in particular, because ultimately we need some kind of story to feed into our game itself. And the idea that we're going to go with, at least for this tutorial, you don't necessarily have to follow it, is that we're in the woods, we walk around, we're investigating something, we come across a shed, and we end up being bashed on the head or something and end up in the game. So to do all that, what we're going to do is bring in a shed or a kind of a cabin or something here. So first off, let's head to the asset store. And in the asset store, I do know that there is a nice little asset that we can use, which is free. Again, you don't have to if you don't want to. You don't have to follow the exact same as me. You can change it if you want to, but these are the mechanics what we're going to go with. So I'm going to head to the old asset store simply because I prefer the layout. I feel it's much easier to use. I'm just going to type in the shed and click on free only. And it is this one right here. And I quite like this. I think it's going to suit us just fine because everything in it is pretty much as we need it. So we just import, download, whatever. I've chosen this on my own. I've not received any money for promoting this in any kind of way. This is something that I've chosen because I like it and I think it fits well with what we're trying to do here. So once we have that, as I already have, right here somewhere, well, I did have it. There we are, the shed. So I'm going to bring that in right there. So there's our shed, drag and drop into the scene, providing Unity doesn't go a little bit silly. There we go. Okay, so it's in the scene. Let's rotate it so as it fits a little bit more accurately. Probably about there. In fact, I'm going to turn post-processing off just for now so we can see things just a little bit better. It looks like it needs turning completely around because I want it facing this way towards us here. So let's turn around. Just make sure we have everything right. Let's bring it up to about there. There, that should do. So we can see the grass kind of growing through it a little bit. That adds a neat little effect. It's like it's growing through the bottom planks. Again, it's up to you if you want that. If you don't, it's your game at the end of the day, guys. Okay, so we have an asset ready. So our camera is going to take a route through round here, round through the trees, like it's investigating and whatnot. So we need to get our camera into its starting position. And I'm going to say the starting position is, let's say, here. So let's bring our camera to the start. Not the terrain, the camera. Camera. Unity is being very painful today. Painfully slow. So let's bring it over here into our starting position, and it's looking in the direction we want, which should be this way. So I'm going to start this as well with a fade in, and we've already created a fade in, so I'm going to save our scene and head to our original scene, which is scene 001. Now, the great thing about this is once assets or objects or whatever you want to call them within the scene have been created, we can very easily transfer that information to another scene. So if we take our canvas and event system from here, copy them, head to our intro scene, we can quite literally paste them straight there. So because at the moment all we want is a couple of things, we don't need to have everything here. For example, we don't need to have the action key because we're not going to have any control in this scene. It's going to be purely animation driven. So we can get rid of that. We can get rid of the action text and the crosshair and the extra crosshairs. We do need the fade in. We're going to create a fade out as well. Text box we are going to use because we're going to have subtitles. And we don't need any flash, and we don't need the ammo panel either. So if we press play now, we should be able to see that our fade in works just fine. Perfect. So now let's create the animation trail, which will allow us to control what we see. So let's head to our animations folder and let's take our main camera. Let's go to animation and click on create. And I'm going to call this one intro anim, just nice and easy. And then let's press the record button. So frame 0, let's set our first keyframe. So we're going to use the position up here. So we can copy that, paste it in, and it should turn it red. Perfect. Same again with the Y. Let's set that one and the Z. I also want to do the rotation as well. So if we type 1 and type 0, whatever it should be, just make sure it does turn red because that means it's setting that first keyframe. I'm sure we've spoke about it before. 180, and same with the Z, let's put that as 0. So there's our first keyframe set. So we need to establish now where our camera is going to go. And there are different ways of creating cutscenes, but ultimately I feel this way gives me, as a developer, more control, and I feel it gives me much more ability rather than cheat and do it the quick and easy way using any additional tools. If you want to use additional tools, that's absolutely fine. The end result is still going to be the same. We're still going to have an animated camera with a cutscene. So let's move to a different position after about 5 seconds. So let's head this way to about here. So after 5 seconds, which is 300 frames, because we're in 60 frames a second, let's have our camera here and rotated ever so slightly. Now, as we come down into this section, I want to rotate the camera a little bit more so we kind of look back on ourselves. So this one is going to be over the course of probably 15 seconds. So 15 seconds is 900. So which means that that's going to be 1200 frame. And let's move this over here. So I'm going to put that as 0. So we absolutely shape. Bring it this way. Over to about here. Probably a little bit further, I think. Yeah. Maybe about there. And over the next 5 seconds, I'm going to rotate this way and bring the camera to somewhere around here. So that makes 1500th frame, I should say. So we're going to rotate the camera probably to about there and walk down this way. So you probably guessed by now we're going to end at the shed. So I'm not going to take too much longer to kind of bring ourselves around. You take as much time as you need. So I'm just going to get to the point of this. Bring it to here with a rotation, probably to about there, maybe there. And let's say 5 frame 2500. We are over here, rotated again. And obviously we can see the shed at this point. So let's say by the 3000th frame, we've brought our camera to here, maybe looking this way a little bit. And by 3500, we are here, looking back that way. By 4000, we are somewhere here. Starting to look okay. It seems a bit out of the ordinary and a bit odd looking at the moment, but believe me, once we play this animation, it will look kind of cool. So by frame 4500, we're going to be looking into the shed. So let's turn that way. These are all ideas that you can use and you can interpret them in any way. So we're here. So then by frame, let's say 5500, we've come in to here and turn to face this way. So by frame 6000, we are over here. And then let's say frame 6600. Let's have a look, scroll across here. So frame 6600, we turn ourselves all the way around, and that will be the end of our cutscene. So the reason I've done that is because we're going to get attacked and hit on the head with something, and we end up in our next scene. So let's stop that. And before we put this to the test and play it through, I'm actually going to bring in some audio, which is going to be used. So in the music folder, audio, I'm going to bring in this. And you can get this on the website. Head over there, downloads and assets, survival horror tutorial number 24. And you can use this music as you see fit. It's yours to do what you want with. Use it in the game if you want. It's up to you. So I'm going to attach it to the main camera simply because I want the music to play the whole time. So main camera, and I'm going to play on awake, and I may turn the volume down to probably 0.5. Leave the pitch as it is. Main camera is set. Last thing we'll do is let's find the actual animation, intro anim, and I'm going to untick loop. We only want it to play once. Now let's press play and see how this all looks. If we notice something problematic, we can change it quite easily. So the lighting may need a change, which is something we can easily deal with. So far, so good. Yep. I'm happy with it so far. It doesn't look like it's intersecting any trees or anything. So we should come down this way and we should go straight down here. Obviously the light is definitely going to have to change because it's kind of distorting what the game is about. Or you could leave it as it is. It's entirely up to you. As I keep saying, it's your game. So we're investigating the woods. Just keep that in mind. This is an investigation. The woods. There's a cabin all the way through here. I think we may need to light up the cabin, but that could just be a quick little point light in there. So far, so good. Yeah. Inside the cabin. Yeah. So you could just imagine we'll have some voice and have some subtitles and have all kinds of things going on. Let's increase the directional light maybe a little bit so we can see. And then bang, it would end there. So that is how that actually worked out quite well. So you can see how we've made that cutscene occur really easily. And like I say, you can use different tools if you want to. I like doing it the manual way because it makes me have more control, and I feel it as a developer it's easier for me, but not everyone is the same as me. So next tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to put in all our UI for it. We'll have some information on the screen, like this is such and such wood on this date, and have some subtitles for our story. So we'll build that up. We'll get some voice in there. We'll link everything together as well, so as everything flows neat and tidy through the game. In this tutorial, we're going to add some UI to our intro scene right here. And we're also going to make our main menu link to this scene when we click on the new game. And we're going to add in some sound effects and a little bit of menu music as well. Don't forget, click on the subscribe button and click the bell icon as well to stay up to date with every tutorial still to come in this series, and indeed everything else I upload on my channel. With that in mind, let's get to work. So, adding some UI into this scene is pretty simple, and we've already done most of the work before. Anyway, we know how to add subtitles, and we know how to add in different bits of UI. I figured although we're going to have subtitles, there's a little bit of context I want to add to this scene in terms of UI first. Like, let's say a place that we can have and a date, because obviously we kind of want it to fade in. It says, whatever date we've got, the place we're at, and then we can start telling that story. So let's go to Game Object, let's go to UI, and let's go to Text. We're going to have the text top left, and let's double click to get it into focus. And let's move it into position using our rec tool right there. Let's bring it up to probably about there. And let's think of a place that we can actually have this set. So it's the whole thing is going to be kind of fictional. So I'm going to be a little bit vain and cheat a little bit and have this as Sagev Woods. And obviously Sagev backwards is Vegas. So this is the place. So I'm going to have it white. And let's have the font size a little bit bigger. So let's have maybe 30. Yep, that should do. So let's right click and rename this to say place display. And I'm going to hold control, press D to duplicate that. And I'm going to have this say date display. And essentially what you can do with this is you could use the same animation that we're going to create. So I want to have fade in animation, but it's also going to be controlled via a script when we get around to sequencing later on. For a bit of context as well, I'm going to add in a line between here. So in the first one, place display, I'm going to go to UI and have a raw image. I'm going to, oops, didn't mean to do that. So let's take this raw image, bring it to round about there, uncouple it from place display, shrink it, and then drag it across. So basically all I've done with this is create, think of it as like a divider. So now let's change the date display to a date. Let's have October 29th, I guess, 2008 maybe. So it's set in the past, or at least this section's story set in the past. It's your game. You design it however you want. And let's just have this as divider image. So now I'm going to take all three of those and change the color, the alpha, to 0. So 0 and 0 and 0. And now I'm going to take the animation on here, so place display, excuse me, into animations, and let's click animation. Let's click on, there we go, place display. We'll have this as fade text anim. So I'm going to have this, let's say, fade in over 2 seconds. So the first keyframe we want to reset as 0 on the alpha. So let's set that as 0. And then after 120 frames, we set the alpha as 255. And then stop. So let's do the same again with date display. You could theoretically use the same animation, just drag and drop over. I mean, there's multiple different ways that you can do, various different things. You can use the same animation. You can just create the same one again. Ideally, it's probably best to reuse animations, because that way you're reusing assets rather than creating new ones. But it generally doesn't matter, because we're still going to go along the same principle anyway. And we'll stop that, and we'll take the divider image and we'll do the same as well. So we'll have this divide anim. I am kind of skipping through all of this quite quickly because we know how to do animation. We've worked with it before, so it's not too difficult. You just got to remember to set those keyframes. That's the main thing, I think. So 255. And we'll stop that. So obviously I want to have all these animations only play for once for now. So divide anim and fade text anim. And obviously if you've done the same as me, created 2 animations, then you would do the same. So now if we press play, we should see these fade in. There we go. So obviously, like I say, this is going to be some UI that we'll control via sequencing. But I think the most important thing, and I've not really touched upon this yet, is linking these scenes together and getting the main menu working. And I wish that I've done it a little bit sooner than what we're at now. So that's what I want to get on with. We've created that UI, so we've created ourselves the beginning of a story, and that's where we're going to go from there. So let's save that scene, and let's head to our main menu. In fact, let me just double check something first. File, build settings, and let's click on add open scenes, because I've forgotten we need to add it to the scenes in the build. So intro scene is number 4. Keep that in mind. We'll need that. So let's go to our main menu, and let's actually get at least just this new game working for now. So let's go to our scripts folder, menus folder, and then right click, create, and C#. And we'll have this named as main menu function. And let's open that up in Visual Studio. So like I said, the idea of what we're going to do here is just basically get the initial button working. Clicking new game will take us to our intro sequence. That's the main thing that we need to get done here, but I want to add in a little bit of effect to this as well, rather than just click it and we go straight to it. So what we need to do is we need to get rid of void start and void update, and let's actually start, we're going down so we've got a bit of space to work with, and let's have public void new game button, open close bracket, open curly bracket. Now obviously, because we are changing scenes, we need to use using Unity engine.scene management. And then in our method here, scene manager dot load scene 4 semicolon and save. So this is the basics of it. However, I don't want to just click it and go to the game. I want more to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in 2 assets right here. So if we go to the effects folder first off, and I'm going to drag and drop this button hit, which you can get on the website. Head over there, downloads and assets, and the survival horror tutorial number 25, and it's free to download. And the music, which is going to be our menu music, I'm going to bring that in as well into here. And let's just add this menu music first off. So let's go to our main camera, and let's just drag and drop the main menu music over here. So it's a component. I want play on awake, loop, but I'm also going to decrease the volume quite a lot because I think it's quite loud. So I'm going to have it 0.15 for now, but I'm going to have the pitch quite low as well, so 0.4 maybe. Next thing I'm going to do is on main camera, I'm going to, and there's a hold control press D. We don't want to duplicate the camera, that'd be silly. Right click and create empty. And on here, we're going to have this as button click. And that button click is basically just like a jingle that will play when we've pressed a button. So let's drag and drop that button hit onto button click right there. Untick play on awake, and once again I'm going to reduce the volume because I think it is quite loud. So I'm going to have that as 0.2 just for now and save my scene. So you realize what's happened here. We're going to need to now declare a variable for when we click on that button, but there's more to it. I want to create a fade out screen as well, so fading out over, let's say, 3 seconds. So to do that, we do pretty much the inverse of our fade in screen. So game object, UI, and raw image. Let's rename this to fade out. And I'm going to set it to completely black. Let's set the anchor to stretch across the entire scene, zero everything out, and then set the alpha as 0. Perfect. So although it's covering the entire scene, we won't be able to click these buttons right here, but all we need to do is basically turn it off and only turn it on when we need to activate it. But we need to create that animation first. So let's go to animation and create fade out anim. I'm going to call this 3 because it's over 3 seconds. So then let's press record and let's set the alpha to 0 and then 180 frames because that's 3 seconds, and at 180th frame alpha is 255. So then let's press the record button to stop. Let's go to the fade out, if I can find it, fade out anim, untick loop because we only want it to play the once. Next I'm going to turn it off because we don't need it on. Now the last thing I'm going to do, although this isn't technically a loading screen, it might be wise to actually put a little text at the bottom that says loading, just so as it doesn't give the impression of the game has frozen or anything like that, because sometimes you'll come across games where it's actually kind of loading but it's just blank, and I kind of don't like that. So we'll just for now make things a little easier. Go to UI, go to text. I'm going to anchor it down the bottom right, and I'm going to have the text size 32. In fact, I'll probably bold it as well. Maybe bold italic, because why not? Have it white, and I'll just make it say loading. Just nice and simple. And let's bring this down to the bottom to about there. And I'm going to turn it off. Let's rename. So right click, rename. Let's have this as loading text. And now let's create those two variables in our script. So public game object fade out semicolon, and then public game object load text semicolon. Now because we're going to be dealing with time, we need to create a coroutine. So enumerator, and let's call this new game start, open close bracket, open curly bracket. And what we'll do is have fade out dot set active true semicolon, and let's actually add in another variable which is going to be our button click. So public audio source button click semicolon. So that means that as soon as we've initiated the fade out, let's have button click dot play open close bracket and semicolon. After that, let's yield return new, wait for seconds because we're going to wait for 3 seconds before we actually display loading. So let's have 3, and as soon as we've done that, let's have the load text. I can't think what it's called. It's right in front of me. Load text dot set active true semicolon, and then load scene down here. So now we can get rid of this line of code here and just have start coroutine new game start open close bracket close bracket, semicolon, and save. So you're maybe wondering at this point, well, what's the point of having the load text on the scene if we just instantly jump to another scene? Well, it takes time to load another scene in, obviously, and the last thing you're going to see on our screen is a black screen with the loading. So it gives the impression that it's kind of like a loading screen, although it isn't, but it's something we may have to do later on if something is quite large and we need to load it. But this is just like a temporary way of just at least displaying something that says loading. So let's head back to Unity. And we're going to need to add in a new game object so we can place this script on it. So game object, create empty. We'll have menu control. So everything within the menu will be controlled from this object. So now drag and drop the main menu function onto there. Fade out, let's set there. Load text, let's set here. And button click, let's set there. And now let's save our scene and test this out. Press play. There we go. So we can still hover over the buttons. So if we click new game now, we should have that jingle and it should start fading out. But it doesn't. Why doesn't it? Because I hadn't set the damn button. I tell you what, guys, this must be the biggest, silliest thing I ever do. I do it all the time and I realise, Jimmy, you idiot. So yeah, we know how to realistically set buttons up. So the idea of a button is you can click on the plus down here to add the idea of it being clicked, and in this little box it's just a case of dragging that menu control object. Then you click on no function and click on the script that we've got right there, so main menu function, and then click on the name of the method that we've created. In this case it's new game button. Kind of embarrassing that when you do all that work and then realize, oh, you didn't do the last step. Silly Jimmy. So then press play. Now we should be able to see all this in action. There we go. So that all works just fine now. So let's just try that out once again. Perfect. So you can see the sequence of events coming together now. And what I want to do in the next tutorial is I'm going to add in some voice acting. So I'm going to quickly write something together, that kind of, something relevant to the game because it's kind of creepy, isn't it? So we're going to have some subtitles. We're going to have the voice acting. We'll have a fade out in the intro scene as well and link that to the main game as well. So we're going to do the whole sequencing now. Probably fix a couple of little bugs as well. So this tutorial we're going to take a look at sequencing, and we'll also have the UI appear on the screen as well for things like subtitles, and also as well as the voice positioning within this intro sequence. So basically we're going to have the whole sequence complete by the end of this tutorial. Don't forget, click the subscribe button, click the bell icon as well. Stay up to date with every tutorial still to come in this series, and indeed everything else on my channel. With that in mind, let's get to work. So I'm hoping this doesn't drag on too long because we're going to basically do a couple of principles that we've already dealt with before. Things like the voice acting, we already know how to do it. I am actually in the voice acting section now. So while we're here, let's go to our voice folder in the audio folder. Right click, create, new folder. And we'll call this Scene 01. We may change these folders later on. We'll just see how many scenes we end up with. For now, Scene 01 represents the intro scene. So I'm just going to head over there now. So, intro scene. And I'm going to import a couple of voice lines that I have recorded, which are absolutely terrible. And I'm sure I said it before, but if you want to contribute your voice to this series at any point, get in touch. So there's also something else I want to import later on. If you do want to use these awful voice acting lines, please head over to the website, to the downloads and assets section, and to the survival horror and tutorial number 26. You can download these right there. So we should have 5 in total. And on the back of that, another effects that we're going to bring in is a big thud, because we're going to get through our sequence and then we're going to get hit on the head, basically. So we need to set a sequence for this as well. So let's head to our scripts and sequence folder. And I'm thinking now I might actually create a subfolder in sequences and call this one intro. And we'll contain our intro sequence in here, just in case we have any more scripts. We know, we might want to edit the intro a little bit more. So we've got a dedicated folder. So for now, let's right click, create C# script, and let's call this intro sequencing. Let's open that up in Visual Studio. Now we're going to be dealing with text elements. So obviously we're going to need to declare at the top in the namespace using Unity engine.ui semicolon. So that UI we're going to use is actually going to be the subtitles. So why don't we go back and add those subtitles now? In the canvas, we have pretty much everything ready. I don't think we need to add anything else in there for now. But for now, game object, let's go to UI, let's go to text. Let's anchor it, bottom, center. Let's change it to white. And let's position it in the center, down to there. Text box, have we already done that? We have, haven't we? Sorry, I'm kind of doubling back on myself. I believe the text box, it has been quite a while since I recorded this series. So do you know what? Yeah, we have set the text box up ready for subtitles, haven't we? So yes, my bad, my fault. I should have realized, I should have remembered, but hey, not to worry. We have that text box set up ready for our subtitles. So we're going to need to reference, let's see, what do we need? We're going to need the place display, date display, and divider. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have what shows the top one. So place display, I'm going to have the divider image in there as well. And or should we have it? I tell you what, let's do it this way, because why not? So let's turn the place display off, date display off, and let's just have those two variables. I'm just trying to think of the best way that we can actually get the most out of this script, that's all. There's different ways you can tackle various things. So we need to declare the subtitle box, display, and date display. Those are the three we need to declare right now as variables. So let's head to the C# script, get rid of void update, we don't need it. Any annotations, we don't need them. Let's start with public game object text box semicolon public game object date display public game object, and also that is place display, isn't it? So place display semicolon. So we're going to be doing this using a coroutine because we need to control time. So I'm going to go down a little bit and go enumerator, and let's call this anything. You can call it whatever you want. So let's make it relative to what we're doing though, just in case. So I'll have this as sequence begin, open close bracket, open curly bracket, and let's begin. First thing we're going to want to do is go yield return new, wait for seconds, and we'll wait for maybe 3 seconds, semicolon. At that point, we're going to have the top of this section kind of fade in. So that's going to be place display. So place display dot set active true semicolon. Then we'll wait for maybe 1 second. So return new, wait for seconds, and that's going to be a 1. Do we actually have the animation to fade that out? I don't think we did that, did we? I think it's irrelevant, to be honest. You can have it fading out if you want to. If not, just do it the same way as I'm doing. So then we will say date display dot set active true, and we'll have that display on screen for 4 seconds. So let's copy that line of code, place it there, and change that to 4. So these will fade in, stay on for up to 4 seconds, then disappear. Then at that point, after 4 seconds, we will say place display dot set active false semicolon and date display dot set active false. So you can already see the sequence that's occurring here. We've already pre-built all of this in, and it's so far going quite well. Now, the next bit is where we get into the realms of actually having subtitles match with the audio, much like we've done before. So we kind of know what we're doing here. So what we're going to say is yield return new. In fact, you know what? We'll just copy that line of code because I'll wait for 1 more second. And then what we'll do is we'll have the subtitles appear. So text box dot get component, and in brackets, sorry, spiky brackets, it's going to be text, close bracket, dot text equals. Now, I've pre-written this, and I'm hoping it does match our actual voiceover perfectly. So hopefully we'll see. But again, if you're doing your own voiceover, you type whatever your subtitles are meant to say at this point. So the night of October 29th, 2008 changed me forever. Semicolon. Now, at this point, we need to play some subtitles. Some audio source for our subtitles. So let's head back into Unity and let's prepare those voiceovers. So those lines, let's go to main camera, right click, and let's go to create empty. And let's have this simply named as voice over. And in here, right click, create empty. And we'll have this as line 01. Drag and drop line 01 onto there and untick play on awake. While we're here, let's duplicate a couple of times and do the rest of those lines. So we've got 5 in total. And there we go. So each one now has all of the lines. Let's quickly rename. Now, theoretically, you can have all of these voiceover lines in one single audio file. It is entirely up to you. So now let's head back into Unity and let's bring those into the script. So public audio source line 01 semicolon. Now, because we only have a couple of lines of code, it makes things easier. We don't need to worry too much about arrays, to be honest, because at this point, with only 5 lines of voice, there's no real point to trying to create an array of any kind. We may as well just do it simply in a way that we can visually understand. So at this point, after we've got the text to say this, line 01 dot play. Open close bracket, semicolon. Now, this is going to last for, I reckon, probably 3 seconds. So let's say after 3 seconds, we will set the text box back to blank. So that's all we do there. All we do, we can just copy that line of code and just remove any text in the box. So I'm going to save that script. And now in void start, I'm actually going to add in start coroutine and in brackets sequence begin, open close bracket, semicolon, and resave that script. So we're going to test out just this first line just to make sure everything is flowing as intended for our game. So let's add a game object. So game object, create empty, and we'll have this known as sequence holder. So this is going to hold that script that we have for our intro. So drag and drop onto there, and just be sure to set those few little variables. So obviously the text box is that, the place display is there, and the obviously date display, and then our few little lines of voiceover. I'm absolutely dreading this bit, guys, because the voice acting is terrible. I mean, we've done it before, haven't we? And it just sounds a little bit naff. So let's just see how this sequence plays out for the first 10-15 seconds.
The night of October 29th, 2008 Change me forever.
So there's the awful voice acting. It looks like we have to add about 5 there. So the first one is going to be about 5 seconds. That's fine. So the next line of code, we're going to wait for probably 3 seconds after that. After that 3 seconds, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this line of code. I'm going to bring it here. And I think the next line, let me just quickly check my other screen, should be, I headed out to investigate the haunting sounds in the woods. And obviously that is going to be line 02 dot, if I can actually spell, play, open close bracket, semicolon. And now we have to wait for, I think it's going to be probably 6 seconds maybe. So let's have that as 6. And after 6 seconds, we'll set that text box back to blank. Now, I'm going to wait a little bit longer for this. So let's wait another 5 seconds. So I haven't actually planned this out, so I don't know the timing. But this is a great opportunity for me to show you, even though the timing isn't correct, how easy we can actually fix the timing to make it seem like it's flowing nicely. So the next line of text is going to be, I stumbled upon a clearing, if I can spell it, clearing with a cabin in the distance. And then obviously that is line 3. Line 03 dot play, open close bracket, semicolon. And let's say another 5 seconds, I think. So 5 seconds, and then we set it back to blank. Now, we've got 3 lines now. I think I want to test again how this sounds, just to make sure everything flows as intended through our sequence. So let's press play and listen to the awful voice acting once again. So far everything seems okay.
The night of October 29th, 2008 changed me forever.
Okay, it's alright.
I headed out to investigate the haunting sounds in the woods.
Okay, so it looks like that needs to change to 5.
I stumbled upon a clearing with a cabin in the distance.
Okay. Because we can... So because there's the cabin. So that bit seems okay. So let's rejig this little section here. So I think this should be 4.5 F. F because the float, obviously. This should probably be about 5. But now I want to wait 7 seconds. So that looks like it'll flow quite nicely. That's fine. So after that, we have another line. We've done that. So we'll wait another 5 seconds. We'll take our subtitle line. And the next line is going to be... I could hear those sounds again coming from there. I could hear those sounds again coming from there. And I think that's going to be around 4 seconds. But we need to have line 04 dot play, open close bracket, semicolon. So let's wait for 4 seconds. That's all good. I'm happy with that there. So that means that after 4 seconds, we have text reset to blank. And then let's wait for another 5 seconds and play the final line of text, which is going to be, little did I know that this was only the beginning. So it's quite horrorish, I guess. Little did I know that this was only the beginning. So I think that's probably going to be 4 seconds again. So I'm going to copy that line make sure we play line 05, open close bracket, semicolon, 4 seconds, and after 4 seconds we have reset to blank and save the script. So you can see the sequence of events, which is flowing quite nicely. It also makes it real visually easy for us to understand what's going on and where things occur. I love sequence of events like this because it just gives us so much more control over what we're doing just within the C# script itself. So the idea of what's going to happen is after a while we end up getting hit on the head and it goes to a sudden black screen. So to do that, we're going to need to add in another audio sound. So public audio source thud sound semicolon, and we're also going to add in a completely black screen because the screen's going to go black as we get hit. So public game object all black semicolon and save. And on that topic, let's head back into Unity, add that thud sound in, and add that completely black screen in. Now we can actually kind of cheat a little bit with a black screen. You'll see what I mean in just a second. So let's add in the effects sound to the main camera. So on that main camera, right click and create empty. So it's underneath the voiceover. Let's just have this as thud sound. So the thud sound essentially is us being hit on the head with something by someone. Untake the play on away. Next, we can take this fade in screen or fade screen in, hold control, press D, and remove animation or animator, whichever one you have. Let's rename this to all black. Now, if we have this on, it will basically mean that all we can see is black, which is perfect. So we turn that off up there, head back into Unity, and after let's say another maybe 7 seconds after that, we will say all black dot set active true, and then we'll have thud sound dot play, open close bracket, semicolon, and save. Now, this is also going to take us to another scene, which is going to be the scene we play into. So what I think I'd like to do at this point is actually finish up this script to take us to that next scene. That means adding in another namespace at the top, which is using Unity engine dot scene management semicolon. So after we've been hit on the head by the thud sound, let's wait for a second. And what I might do to kind of bring things along a little better is something we did in a previous tutorial with a little loading word at the bottom. So I'm going to add that in as well. So I know this is getting a little bit crazy now, guys, but this is just the way we can create the sequence to make it perfect. Once we have that main sequence sorted, that's where you guys can refine it as much as you need to. So head back to the main menu, onto the canvas, and let's take that loading text, copy it, head back to our intro scene, paste it, and drag it onto the canvas. And finally, let's add that as an actual variable. So public game object load text semicolon, and down the bottom load text dot set active true, and finally scene manager dot load scene. And which scene is it? So I'm going to head back to Unity, go to build settings. It is scene number 2. So we have 2 in there, close bracket, semicolon, and save. That is our sequence. That entire sequence will do the whole intro scene and take us to our next scene. So I'm going to kind of hope for the best here. I'm going to try and get everything working quite nicely. So the sequence holder, let's add thud sound right there. All black. onto there, and load text onto there. I'm going to save, and I'm going to hope this entire sequence works. So let's go to our main menu, and let's start everything from there and watch our entire sequence of events. Okay. Fingers crossed, guys. Big moment for me. Okay, so far so good.
The night of October 29th, 2008 changed me forever.
Voice acting. Ugh, I don't like it.
I headed out to investigate the haunting sounds in the woods.
Okay. It's alright.
I stumbled upon a clearing with a cabin in the distance.
Okay, yep. Which we have done because we can see the cabin.
I could hear those sounds again coming from there.
Yep. Okay.
Little did I know that this was only the beginning.
Okay. So, I would have expected us to be inside that cabin.
Oh, where am I?
Okay.
I need to get out of here.
So, that does seem to actually flow quite nicely. So I'm quite pleased with how that works. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly modify this. So I'm going to wait for an extra 17 seconds. But before we start talking about the night of October changed me forever, I'm going to add 9 seconds to that. So I'm thinking now this entire sequence should be timed fairly well. I'm just hoping maybe add a little bit more because, like I said, that end bit I wanted to be inside the cabin for when we get hit with the thud sound. So one more try, and as we do this, I'll explain what we're going to do in the next tutorial. So between now and the next tutorial, I may actually kind of work a little bit with the timing just to get all the timing correct here for this scene, and you guys should too. So next tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to start building a new scene, which is after
The night of October
that
29th, 2008
initial zombie
changed me
jump
forever.
scare that we had in the first scene. I want it looking really cool.
I
Now, you
headed
may have
out to
seen
investigate the
from me
haunting
things like the
sounds
demons
in the
inside,
woods.
little shorts that I've created on my channel. That is the kind of atmosphere and effect I want to go for with this particular
I stumbled upon a
series.
clearing with a cabin in the distance.
Okay, so the timing is a little bit better. That's okay.
I could hear those sounds again coming from there.
Okay, yeah. So we should slowly get more
Little did
towards
I
the
know
cabin.
that this was only the beginning.
Okay, so we should go near the cabin. As long as we get near the cabin when we get hit, or in the cabin, any second now we should get hit. Perfect.
Oh, where am I?
Perfect.
I need to get out of here.
Okay, so yeah, next tutorial, guys. Basically, new scene. It's going to look really cool, and we're going to start looking into puzzles and stuff like that you'd expect to see in survival horror games. So one thing I would like to highlight is just how easy it is to kind of change assets between each scene, and it's something that's going to be done over the next couple of tutorials quite well. We do already have a fading out object, so if we go to our main menu, for instance, and if we press play, remember we get to this point, and when we press the new game button, we actually use the fade out there. So we're going to take that fade out from the canvas right there, and I'm going to copy that, and we're going to take it to our scene 001, and I'm going to paste it into there and just drag it into the canvas and make sure that it is at the bottom. So that fade out is going to be what we play in our scene. So for example, if I turn it on now up here, and press play, we should be able to see that it
where
does
am I?
indeed fade out. So we don't need to deal with the animation specifically in code. We just need to turn this on. That's all we're going to do for the fading out. So we almost have this scene ready. What we need to do is start building the second scene. I'm going to briefly create a second scene with a couple of different things in. So let's save that scene and let's go to File, New Scene, and File, Save As, and I am just going to call this Scene 002. And while we're at it, we may as well go to File, Build Settings, and then add Open Scenes. So Scene 2 is now number 5. So we just need to remember that. So we have a new scene. This is going to be like a kind of maybe a mansion kind of area. So let's quickly create something which is kind of cool. So game object, 3D object, cube. Let's zero out so it's in the middle of our screen. Scale, let's say 10 by 10. Zoom in. So this is going to be the floor. Now what I'd like the floor to be is, remember that main menu? So that main menu, I kind of want the feeling of being set in this section of the game. So we kind of replicate what we're doing there. So let's go to textures and let's just apply that texture onto there. How is our... In fact, do you know what we'll do? Let's play around with materials as well. So let's take that tile floor, material, hold Control, press D to duplicate. And let's drag that duplication onto there. But now let's set the tiling as... Should we do 5 by 5? Okay, that's not too bad. Maybe a little bit small, but we'll see how it pans out. We'll see how it pans out. I may change the size of this to be 20 by 20. So we've got a wide area to cover. It's just the floor, really. So I'm going to hold Control, press D to duplicate, turn this into a wall. Let's have that as maybe 10 high, 1 thin, and yeah, we'll keep it like that. So let's drag and drop the wallpaper onto there, drag it backwards, see how it looks. Let's have that as 10 as well. Still not wholly convinced, as it looks a little bit high. So let's have this as 5 by 5, and I think that should work just fine now. So much in the same way as we did with our intro scene, this is just something which we're throwing together quite nicely. And it doesn't necessarily have to be overly complicated, because it's something that we are going to build upon as we go through the development of this game. You'll see what I mean soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this to 5 by 5 by 5, so it looks like an actual corner. I'm going to expand this, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, anything that you see outside of what the camera cannot see doesn't matter to whether it's messy or not. So let's do that and then get rid of that, and there's like a passageway for us to go through. So already you can see that this area is becoming a little bit more, shall we say, active. There's a bit more to this now. So let's build up this section here, and then we'll look at adding a door in. Real simple. So I always like to kind of build my worlds in this manner, just because I feel there's much more you can add to a game once you've got the basics of it all set up. And so far, yes, it doesn't look fantastic, but that's because of how we are portraying all of this. So I'm going to add a door in. So door. In fact, I cannot. Is it this one? I think it is that door that is on in the other scene, isn't it? So let's increase the size. 20, 20, 20. Too big. 10, 10, 10. That's better. 90. And let's have this door just aligned with the wall to about there. So this door will never function at all. However, it's meant to give the impression that it's led from the area behind it. So now I'm going to bring in a couple of assets just to kind of build this scene up a little bit. So I'm going to go to my objects folder. I'm going to right click, create folder. I'm going to call this mansion objects. So anything that we deal with this section of the game is going to be contained within this folder. A couple of assets that I'm bringing in here. You can get these on the website. If you head over there, go to downloads and assets, go to the survival horror series, tutorial number 27, you can get an armchair, fireplace, and a wooden table. Now, it's up to you how you want to deal with this exactly. It's your game after all. You don't necessarily have to use all of these assets, but I'm just going to bring in a couple of these assets. 3 by 3 by 3. Let's rotate. See how it looks. It's just a chair. That's all it is. Nothing important. But you can see the process of what I'm doing here is creating an environment. And creating environments take time. You've always got to be mindful of that. You always have to be mindful. So let's bring in this fireplace. In fact, I'm going to add in a light because I can't see here properly. Light, let's have a point light. Let's bring it up to here so we can see. And let's set the render mode to important. And just illuminate this area a little bit more. Okay, so now we can see a little bit better. So, fireplace, let's bring it in. It's quite large. Let's decrease it. 0.01, 0.01, 0.01. Too small. Let's increase it to 5, 5, and 5. Still probably too small because I said 5, not 2. So 04, 04, and 04. Let's bring it down to here, to there, and we'll probably get some flames going, roaring with that at some point. So like I say, I'm just kind of glossing through a lot of this real quick just because I want to get to the point of showing you how we're going to do a lot of the mechanics here. So there's a table, 5, 5, 5, still too small, 10, 10, 10. Let's rotate by 90 degrees so we have a nice table right by the door. In fact, do you know what? Let's have it here. It'll make more sense. And we'll have like a candle on this table or something next tutorial or tutorial after, just to give it a bit more ambience. Let's also add a collider to it so we can't walk into the table. Probably decrease the size because it's quite big. Still quite big. Let's decrease again. And that should probably just about do the trick. Let's change on the X a little bit more. There we go. And you can also change where the actual, if I can get it just right, 05, 6, 7, 8. There we go. So there is the collider on the table, perfectly done. So now we have a very simple room, which we're really going to make look cool later on. So now let's get to the cool bit where we can actually come to this scene when we go through the door in the other scene. So let's save that there. But we need to bring our player in. So let's quickly go back to scene 1. Let's take our FPS controller, copy, go back to scene 2, paste, and bring the controller into the playable position, which is going to be just as we come through the door. So round about there. So if I press play now, we're able to see, yes, I know it looks crazy. That is basically because we have the post-processing on. And obviously things are just a little bit too large. But again, that's something that we are going to change. This is just the basic setup for what we need. So, save the scene, head back to scene 1. And now let's focus on the door, or the task at hand. So let's light up this little bit of the corridor. So let's take this light right here, this torch, hold control, press D, move it over into position, just so we can actually see when we go down here more than anything, to be honest. Let's have that there. Okay. Probably should block this up here with something, I guess. Probably just stick a cube there. Again, it doesn't really matter. You'll have taken the time to design at this point, and you won't have gaps in your, well, I'm hoping you guys won't have gaps in your scenes. If you've not taken the time to do so, now would be a perfect time to do so. And that should probably do right about there. And I'm just going to quickly add rock texture to it. There we go. That'll do the trick. So we have over here in this door, if I can find it, the trigger, which allows us to open it. This one, door trigger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this door trigger, hold Control, press D to duplicate, and uncouple it out of that prefab. Place it just there. And move back over to this door. And this is a great example of being able to take assets, reuse them for different ways. So I'm going to rotate on the Y because it is in a different angle, this door. Bring it into position, which is going to be about there. Does that look okay? Just move into place a little bit more. That should do the trick. Now, what we need to do is we need to make a modified version of this door cell open script. So if we go to it, click here, it'll highlight it yellow in your asset window. Hold Control, press D to duplicate. And I'm going to rename this to be cell exit door. And let's open that up in Visual Studio. So because we've changed the script name, we need to change it in the class name in here. So let's do that first and foremost. So it's cell exit door. Cell exit door. And everything should, let me save that script. Well, I say everything should resolve itself, but it doesn't want to right now. Let's clear all these errors, and there we go. That should do it. So although it's still highlighted, I'm not convinced. So I'm going to close it and reopen it. Still doesn't like it, but that's not to worry. Let's just press play and make sure everything does still work. So yeah, it's deciding to be a little bit silly. So what we're going to do is we'll say public float distance is fine. Public game object action display is fine. The door we don't actually need, so that can go. Creak sound can go. Extra cross, we're going to rename that to fade out. Now, we also need using Unity engine dot, what should we call it? What's it called? Oh, I know, scene management. Of course, because we're changing scenes. So as we go down, we don't need to play the animation. We don't need to play the creak sound. Void on mouse exit still needs to exist. What we're going to do is create a coroutine. And this coroutine is going to allow us to control time while we fade out. So I, enumerator, and we'll call it fade to exit. Open close bracket, open curly bracket. And we're just going to say yield return new wait for seconds, and in brackets we'll wait for I think it's 3 seconds. We'll say 3 for now, and then after that we will say scene manager dot load scene 5 semicolon, which means at this point we need to set the fade out on. So fade out dot set active true semicolon, and then we also need to say start coroutine fade to exit, open close bracket semicolon, and save. Now, what we need to do is head back into Unity. Wait for that to come. Oh, okay, extra cross. So we just need to remove a couple of variables. So extra cross does need to exist, doesn't it? Extra cross does need to exist because that is... Yep, that's my fault. Basically, all that was is the extra crosshairs that we see. Of course, I'd forgotten about that one. So, right, let's head back to Unity. Wait for it to compile. That's all good. So now let's attach that script onto our new door trigger, which is this one. And we'll call this exit trigger. So cell exit door onto there. We need to set action key. And then we need to set action text. Extra cross is the extra cross. Fade out is our fade out right there. And then we can remove the original door cell open script. Save the scene. And let's press play and try this whole thing out.
Oh, where am I? I need to get out of here.
So we should be able to go through here as usual.
Looks like there's a weapon on that table.
There is. So let's pick up that weapon, get the ammo. End the cutscene, the jump scare, and then... So it still says pick up pistol, but that's something that we can change because we need to change it in our scene. But either way, that should now say open door. And there we go. We've manually changed our scene. Now, I'm actually moving my mouse up and down. This is a classic bug in Unity. We can only look side to side. So let's resolve that and let's get our door to actually say the right thing before we end this tutorial. Honestly, I'm not sure why this is all highlighting as incorrect, because no other script is doing so. That's very strange. That is very strange. What if I close Visual Studio and reopen it? How very odd. Let's see what it does now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, very bizarre. Oh, still doing it. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with the script, but if you guys know why, let me know in the comments. So, what we need to do is void on mouse over. Let's add in a line at the very top to say action text dot get component text open close bracket dot text equals open door semicolon save. So that should now say open door when we go through this door. And finally, let's adjust that final bug which was in the other scene. So let's go to scene 2 and delete the main camera. So the reason that happens, the main camera seems to weirdly restrict your vertical movement up and down. Only gives you lateral movement side to side on your camera. So I'm not quite sure why that happens, but it's just a bug. If it happens to you, delete the main camera. So guys, next tutorial we're going to look at a little bit more detailed environment design. So we're going to have little things in there, try and make that place feel a little bit more lived in, if that makes sense. Bring over some more player stuff like attributes and mechanics, and we may start looking at actually implementing a puzzle. So the first thing I would like to do is just kind of close off this section for now, simply because I just want a section to work in so as we're not blinded by the light and the post-processing like this. So I'm going to take this ground, the cube, probably best to rename some of these as well. So you should probably take the time just to kind of rename some of these. I'm just going to call it ground 001, but I'm also going to duplicate it, hold Control press D, remember, and call this ceiling 001. I'm going to bring this up. So it's worth pointing out at this stage, this is, I'd say, not very basic level design, but it is somewhat basic level design in terms of how we're creating this. You could create levels in a 3D modeling application. It's entirely up to you. But there is a lot more you can do just using cubes like this and piecing them together. Even if it just means creating the general structural layout of a level. Like you see, I can just kind of design really quickly by doing this. It's kind of awesome. Let's see how this looks now. Okay, so we're getting there. We just need to kind of block off some of the light for now. But what I might do is turn off the directional light and see how that looks. Okay, so we're getting there. I want it to have a very dark and eerie atmosphere. So, I mean, later on this tutorial, I have a little lamp that I'm going to place on this table, and we're going to deal with that. I think that's how I would like the light source to be for now with it. So let's quickly add a texture to our ceiling. So let's just do a wooden. I'm sure we've got wooden somewhere in our textures, haven't we? If not, it'll be within something we've imported. So let's type wood in our search bar, and we can take this one from the door. So let's attach this to the ceiling. That'll do for now. I guess you don't have to have it exactly the same as me. Maybe you could find some other texture. It's entirely up to you. I'm going to turn the directional light back on so I can see what I'm doing. I'm just going to bring some things across just to lock all the areas off now. Let's duplicate this one. Bring it this way to here. Stretch it out to there. And finally, I am just going to put a wall across this section right here. So take this one, Control press D, bring it to about there. And let's close it off. So this first section is going to be where we focus all our efforts in this tutorial. And gradually, we open up more and more of this area. So now, let's bring in a little lamp and have something kind of cool here. So let's head to the asset store. And let's search for lamp. Now there is one particular lamp I do like the look of that I've already imported, but I'll show you which one it is. Let's go to pricing and let's go to free assets because we only want free. And the one I found, which I felt very fitting for the game itself, is this old USSR lamp. So if you want to do the same as me, have this lamp, import, download, whatever you want to. It's up to you. Bring it in. You can use a different lamp if you want to. Let's head back to our scene, and it's right here. So let's bring this lamp into our scene. Probably increase the size, 2 by 2 by 2. Let's rotate 180. And yep, that looks pretty decent. Quite happy with that. So now let's add a light source to it. So let's right click. And let's go to light and let's have spotlight. And all we're going to do is just aim this spotlight in the general direction of the lamp. So we just need to rotate like so. Bring it to around about there. Let's expand and let's have it a kind of a yellowy tint maybe. Yellowy orangey kind of tint. I think I want the range to be about 15 and intensity maybe 2. I'm going to turn this light off here. And I'm also going to turn off the directional light as well. Although it doesn't really matter too much. If we zoom out, for example, and turn the directional light back on, yes, we can see on the outside, but it's not going to make too much of a difference on the inside, as we can see. Let's turn it off for now, just in case. And let's see how this looks when we press play. There we go. So we can see the light bulb is illuminated and it is basically shining just there. So let's turn the light back on that we had over here. Point light back on. And let's rotate this just a little bit, maybe like that. And yeah, I'd say that's pretty decent. That looks okay. So the one thing I am concerned about is everything does look to be rather large in comparison to our player. So that's something I'm quickly going to touch upon now with our environmental design. As we can see, everything looks huge, where in actual fact it shouldn't be. So the way we're going to counter that is we're going to bring our first person character up a little bit, but also decrease the scale on just a couple of things because, yes, I do think they are a little too large. But again, this is all your game. This is the environment you're supposed to be designing. It's entirely up to you what kind of effect you want to go for. So while we're at it, I am going to add a collider to our fireplace here. Physics and box collider. It's not going quite well because it'll need to go on the child object, which is, let's see, going to be that one. So we'll take this one here. We will add the box collider to that. And I'm also going to increase the size on the Y, like so, to cover it. So now we can't walk into the fire. The chair here is probably a little bit too big, so let's decrease that to 2 by 2 by 2. Bring it back down to the floor. That looks okay, doesn't it? Yep. So let's check if that does look too big or too small now. Probably need to increase it a little bit then. I feel like I'm wasting a little bit too much time here, guys, so I apologize. Table, let's decrease that to about 8 by 8 by 8. That looks okay. Let's bring that lamp down just a little bit. Maybe too big. Maybe not. That might be okay. Let's have one more quick look. Yep, okay, things are looking a little bit better now. So let's bring in some more environmental design. Something specific that is going to be part of the puzzle. So I had the idea of there's a point where we can shoot something and it shatters. And I had a look around the asset store and I found something I think will fit in quite well. So let's head back to the asset store and let's look for breakable pottery. And you'll see the first result right here, ancient breakable pottery. It's free, as always. So we just need to import, download, whatever you need to. And if we head back to our scene, we have pottery prefabs. And here we are. So I am going to bring in a couple of these into the scene. So I'm going to bring in this one. It's obviously quite large. So I am going to rotate this 180. Scale is going to be 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. And let's just bring it into position here. Now, what we have to do at this point is we need to include a mesh collider on all the parts of this vase. So, add component, physics, and go to mesh collider, and then tick convex. You can see the collider encompasses the entire object now. Just make sure you do have all parts of any vase, or vase, however you want to pronounce it, selected, just so as every piece gets a collider. The reason being, which I will show you now, is we want to get to a point in our game where when we press play, we're able to say, shoot it, and due to the fact that we're going to have a rigid body on it, it will pretty much just do this. It will break apart. So we're going to make it do that when we get to a certain point in the game anyway, so you don't need to worry too much about that for now. But all I would recommend is just kind of set up your game, set everything up you need to, bring in bits and pieces, environmental bits and bobs. So let's bring in this one, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, and let's select each of the parts, add component, physics, mesh collider, convex. And let's bring in another one for good measure, shall we? Let's bring in this one and have that as 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. And same again with this. The vase itself is not actually breakable. So I brought in one that isn't breakable. So just keep that in mind when you're selecting it. So if we go through, we can see... these ones here, these ones. So I'm going to bring in that one, have it as 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, and once again, select those, add component, physics, and mesh collider, convex. So they'll do there for now. So next thing let's take a look at is some more kind of interesting things that we can have. In fact, what I'll do, I'm gonna stick a plate on there just for now, just to give it a little bit of something else, because why not? So let's head back to the asset store and let's search for another package which is going to be of use to us, and let's search for blacksmith forge. Now I am pretty sure some of you will have used this one before, because this is an excellent asset that we have used during development in a couple of things. I've used it myself. doesn't want to load. It does not want to load. Anyway, it's a free asset. Just search for Blacksmith Forge, and I've already brought it into my project. If we go to it, if I can find it. If I can find it, where's it gone? It's here somewhere. I know it's here somewhere. Gosh, there it is. 3D Forge. It's right at the top, Jimmy. You're blind. So in there we have the fancy interiors, villages and towns, and we have loads to choose from. So if we go to prefabs, and let's go to props, and we have a couple of different things that we can use here, like shields. Let's have something creepy on the wall. Why? Because we can. See what I mean? It looks odd, but it could be fitting to the game itself. And over on this wall, you could have something even creepier, like this thing. Let's have that 3x3x3, 180. It's just kind of stuck on the wall. Again, it could mean something. Who knows? There's props that you can use all over the place. Floors, doors, a dais. There's tons of environmental things that you can use in here. We have some lighting as well. So like a candle there, as you can see. So let's have this on top of the fireplace. It's already pre-built with its light, which is really, really handy. So if we turn this point light off now, if I can select it, turn it off, and you can see just how much of an impact this is now having. Yes, it's not fantastic, but let's change that. Let's have the intensity. Let's keep it as 5. Let's have the range a little bit higher. And render mode, let's have us not in, let's important. There we go. So you can have that right there. Now then, our hierarchy is getting a little bit messy, but I think we'll sort it out probably next tutorial. This light I'm actually going to have I'm going to keep it on, but I'm going to have the range as 10 and just move it into the center of the room just a little bit, just so as we've got a bit more visibility. This is all about environmental design and what you can do, so just keep that in mind. So let's take this table, bring it over here, and I'll tell you what, let's have another a little candle on there. So let's take our candle, hold Control, press D, and let's bring it this way, and we'll have it illuminating this section over here. So if we bring it here, up this way, and let's rotate this table 90, bring it against the wall, and this way. So now we can start really focusing on the environmental design of our game. It's starting to look kind of cool, and I'm quite happy with this. So the last thing I want to kind of put together is like some of these webs, because I've got another idea for some webs later on in this. You may have already seen why I planned if you're a subscriber on the channel. So let's place some of these webs into position. So let's have 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, and let's rotate and just place them in the corner. This one is a corner one, so let's have this in the corner. There we go. And what else have we got? So I guess you could have stuff on the floor as well. Let's bring this in. And let's have that as 5x5x5. Maybe that's too big. 3, 3, 3. Bring it up slightly. So hopefully, guys, you can see just how much this is all coming together now. I quite like how this is all piecing together. And hopefully very soon it will make sense. So what I would recommend you do at this point is to kind of build what you have. Use the assets that you can find. There's loads and loads and loads of assets that you can find. You just need to work with them. I would recommend exploring the asset store because there is a lot to find. There is a lot to find. Lots. So the last thing I'm going to do is quickly press play and test out how this looks now. I think work probably needs doing. Maybe we need to adjust our what's it called? I forgot what it's called. Post-processing. So let's quickly before we end this, just some post-processing. So I'm going to take this one, JVSH, which is our original post-processing profile, duplicate it once again, and we're going to call this JVSH Area 2. And this just goes to show how much of an impact using post-processing can have on your game. So I'm going to bring this onto our camera now, and then I'm going to press play, and I'm going to modify it real time to see what it looks like. So I do think we need a little less bloom because those flames are a bit too much. So let's decrease the intensity. Increase the threshold. In fact, we don't need to increase that really, do we? Because if we decreased it, it would look like that. But I think it's fine as it is. If we go down, I want to... let's increase the post exposure to 5. But then let's also bring the bloom down to 0.1. And let's bring the softening down and the radius down just a little bit. Let's increase the temperature, increase the saturation, but bring the contrast down just a little bit so we can see in our room. There we go. So now this atmosphere is becoming quite haunting, I think. I think we're also going to have a fire at some point. We might integrate that into an actual puzzle. But yeah, so far I kind of like how this is looking. I might have another light facing this way because it's kind of too dark over here. So let's quickly do that now while I tell you what we're going to do in the next tutorial. So next time what we're going to do is we are actually going to use those actual pots that we brought in. We're going to use them and we are going to create our first puzzle. So I'm thinking for our first puzzle, we'll have something here that requires a key or something. And the key is going to be inside one of these pots. So we get to shoot the pot. But what we might do is add a random function to it. Meaning it could be in any one of those 3 at any given time. So I'm going to save the scene, press play, check it out. And then, guys, we're looking pretty good now. I kind of like this. In this tutorial, we are going to look at bringing over some information from our previous scene, so our gun, our UI, our ammo, stuff like that. And we're also going to look at shooting these vases or vases, however you want to pronounce it, and smashing them. Don't forget, click the subscribe button and click the bell icon as well to stay up to date with every tutorial still to come in this series and everything about video game development on my channel. With that in mind, let's get to work. So it's actually fairly easy to bring over information from a previous scene, and we actually already have the gun theoretically because we have the FPS controller, and in the FPS character we already have the M9. So we have to remember that when we come through the door we'll have already got the gun, so that gun can always be active on screen. So we don't need to worry about having to work any mechanics to pick that up again. So I'm going to save that scene and then head back to scene 1. Which was the first scene, the one with the zombie that smashes through the door. And from this scene, we're going to take a couple of things. So let's take, first of all, the ammo. Because when we go over there, we're going to need ammo again. But don't worry, we'll eventually work mechanics so as they come over when we have this scene. I wouldn't worry about it at all just for now. I want to just bring the ammo over so we've got something in there so we don't have to go through this scene to get to the next scene. It's just kind of future-proofing in a way. So we need to take the ammo box, we need to take the canvas, and we need to take the event system. So copy those game objects, head to scene 2, and just paste them. There we go. So obviously we're going to have to move the ammo box into position because currently it is outside of the range of where we can walk. So I'm just going to go back inside and bring the ammo somewhere into the middle of the room. Maybe, probably about there. Is that good enough? I think that's good enough, isn't it? Okay, so probably best to drag it out of the floor as well since it's glitching into the floor. Well, there we go. And I'm going to save that scene and press play. And let's just make sure all the mechanics we brought over work as intended. So if we press play, There we go. So we've got our gun, but we can't actually fire it. So let's pick up some ammo. And it's not actually done what I thought it would do. So let's just check our ammo box. Ammo pickup. Oh, of course, we need our global ammo object as well so we can actually see what's going on. Of course. So I'm going to head back to the first scene. It would actually help, wouldn't it? Ammo control. That is the one we want. So let's take ammo control, head to scene 2, paste that in as well. And that should automatically fill. Well, it doesn't, so let's add that in. If we'd have brought the canvas over at the same time, it would have automatically filled it, so that's not to worry. We just need to add in ammo display to there. And let's try that out once more, and then we can get around to shooting stuff. There we go, there's our ammo. So, what we want to do is let's take this vase right here and be able to shoot it, and it breaks. We want it to just shatter. And I've noted a glitch there, which I've been meaning to fix for many tutorials now, where the muzzle flash is still left on. I know, guys, I know you mentioned it many tutorials ago. I've just not got around to fixing it. But we will do when we go through a nice bug fixing section. So we want to be able to smash this vase, and the way we're going to do it is actually really clever, because it's not this vase we're going to shoot, it's actually a fully rendered one. And what I mean by that is it's not split into the different sections. However, we are going to actually add the different sections on this with a rigid body. That will give it the effect of smashing or crumbling. So if we go to add component, type rigid body or just rig, and it will appear right there. So what will happen now is when we actually start the scene, they will just collapse. As you can see, they've just shattered, which is fine. That's exactly what we want. We're now going to replace that with a fully designed one. So it's going to be, I think, is it this one? I think it is that one. And we need to make it the same size. So let's have that as 0.2, 0.2, and 0.2. I think it's the same size. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add a light so we can actually see what's going on, because it's a little bit dark. I'm sure we added a test light at one point, didn't we? I can't quite remember. Okay, so I'm not quite sure which one it is, you know. It is Vase Broken 2. So, do you think it's that one we should use instead? Or is that the exact same one we just used? I think it's the same one, isn't it? Okay. I should have rehearsed this really, shouldn't I? So, it's gonna maybe this one? I'll get this right one day, guys. Okay. Well, I think it looks to be... It's one of these anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically align it to be around about the same. You kind of work this as best you can. I mean, don't spend too much time doing what I'm doing now. I'm just wasting time right now. But the idea is what we're doing is we've got our entire vase, whatever you want to call it. And from there, we're actually going to replace it with the broken one. So what we need to do is encase that in its own actual box collider. So if we take, in fact, we'll add it as a cube, because the cube gives us the ability to actually create a better prefab from it, because the cube can then be the actual collider rather than the object, because we'll need to get rid of the object ultimately. So what we're going to do is expand the cube over both of these vases. So we'll increase it to 0.3, 1.3 and 1.3. It's just peeking out a little bit there, but it doesn't matter too much. And I'm going to rename that as vase 001. And inside that, I'm actually going to place those two vases. So the first one and then the second one. Drag and drop those into there. And then turn off the mesh renderer and then turn off the broken vase so that can disappear. So the idea of what we're doing here is when we detect that we've shot this vase, which will be detected by that cube, we instantly turn this off and then instantly turn on the broken one, so it gives the impression of it being shattered. There's also something else that we can do to it as well to make it kind of give an explodey kind of effect. Explodey, is that a word? but you don't have to do it. But I'm going to do it now so you can have it if you want it. So inside that cube, right click, 3D object and sphere. And then that sphere can sit round about there. Turn off the mesh renderer and then turn it off. And then I'm going to rename the sphere to just say explode effect. And it's a really simple mechanic that will just make it look like it just goes shatter everywhere. So the next thing we need to do is create a script. Now we have to be careful what we do here, simply because the whole idea of what we've got with our guns so far is when we shoot, we actually we're looking for something called damage zombie. And we'll probably change this to be more generic as we go along. The only reason it's called damage zombie right now is because the first thing we shot at was a zombie. So if we go to its zombie death. So I'm going to open up the zombie death script. Try and explain this best I can as well. So we'll kind of be taking a little bit from this script, mainly the idea of being able to receive from the weapon. So basically a line or two. But I just kind of want to go over it to explain why it's damage zombie and why we do need to change it when Visual Studio eventually loads. When Visual Studio eventually loads. Do you know what? I swear it takes longer and longer every time. I feel like I waste half my life waiting for Visual Studio to open up. I really do. Okay, so. Oh, it's preparing solution now. Good lord. Okay, so remember guys, this is attached to the zombie, and it is this method here that basically means that we get to harm the zombie. So we need to take this exact method and place it into a brand new script. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder in the scripts folder and call it environment. So anything we deal with the environment, we should put in this folder. So right click, create C# script, bars, break. And then when that opens up in Visual Studio, we just need to copy over from the zombie death script that method. So take that and let's place it. In fact, let's get rid of void start, void update because we don't actually need them. Let's place it there. And we are going to need to declare a couple of variables here. So obviously we're going to need to declare the vase, the broken one, and the sphere object. So public game object fake vase semicolon, which is the fully rendered one, the one that doesn't have the breaks in it. And then public game object, and that's going to be a broken vase or vase. How do you pronounce it? Is it vase or vase? I think I say vase. Public, and then it's game object, and then we'll just call this sphere object because that's the one that's going to give it that shatter effect. So basically when we receive this damage zombie, we'll keep that in for now because I guess the damage amount may come in handy at some point. But what we need to do is get rid of that line, and let's say start coroutine, and then we can call this anything we want, but obviously it should be sensible. So I'm going to call it break vase, open close bracket semicolon. That means that we then have to create a numerator, and that will be break vase, open close bracket, open curly bracket. So in here, the first thing we need to do is disable that game object. So this dot game object dot get component, and in spiky brackets box collider, open close bracket dot enabled equals false semicolon. The reason is we don't want to continually be able to smash that pottery up and make it just glitch, because it will glitch. At the same moment, we need to say fake vase dot set active false semicolon. Reason being, we want to turn off that fully textured, fully rendered whatever vase, and at the same time turn on the broken one. So broken vase dot set active true, semicolon. Now, this is where you can have the whole turning the sphere object on and off to give it the shatter effect. What I'm going to do for now is I'm going to show you it without that sphere object and then show you it with the sphere object, and you can determine which one you want. But I'm still going to have yield, return, new, wait for seconds, 0.05f, semicolon. And I'm going to save that script. So just to make things clear here as well, the reason this is in a coroutine is because of that sphere object. If you don't want the sphere object, you don't have to create this coroutine. You just don't have to create it. The reason it is as a coroutine for the sphere object is because we turn it on then off real quick, like in a short phase of time. So we need to use the yield, return, new, wait for seconds bit. That's why we use the coroutine if we are using the sphere object. So either way, let's now put that script onto our vase right there. And then we just need to add in fake vase, which is the one that is on, the broken vase, and then the explode effect, which is the sphere object. I'm going to save that scene and press play. And let's check this out. Hopefully we get the desired effect. Yes, I know it is very bright right now. That's because we turned on a light. So let's try this out. There we go. So one more time. I think that first it didn't work first time is because it's clipping kind of through and we didn't fully shoot it. There we go. So that is how we shoot the vase. Now let's try it with that extra sphere object to show you the different effect that we can achieve here. And then we say sphere object dot set active true semicolon. Another yield, return new, wait for seconds, and then we turn it off. So it's just 3 extra lines of code and save. So what should happen now is when we shoot it, it should just shatter, like, wow, just go everywhere. And yes, that is the technical term, wow, go everywhere. So let's pick up some ammo and let's shoot the vase. So you can see the effect it has there kind of just throws it a bit further out, and you can actually change the size of that by changing the size of the sphere. So if we have, let's say 1.2 by 1.2 by 1.2, it should give us a little bit more range when it explodes. Oops, I didn't pick up the ammo. It would help if I did. There we go. So the wider, bigger that sphere, the more it will shatter. So I'm actually going to not have the sphere as big. So I'm going to reduce it, just keep it as 1. Or should I even have it on at all? I don't know. It's up to you guys at the end of the day, really, isn't it? It's your game that you're developing. So I'm going to turn that directional light off, get rid of it. And let's try this one more time with the effects that we're supposed to have. Oop, see, I've done it again there. Okay, so it's shattered. Perfect. So what you should do at this point, guys, is make sure your box collider actually covers, there's nothing peeking out, because I have a little bit peeking out there, so that kind of stops the gun shooting it. Best way to do it is just make that cube a little bit bigger. That's all you really need to do. So next tutorial, what we'll do is we'll add some sound effects to it. So like a braking sound effect. And we'll also probably deal with some velocity as well. So as when it hits the ground, it still makes a noise. And we'll also put a key inside our vase ready for our puzzle. So in this tutorial, we're going to add some sound effects to our braking vase, or vase, whatever you want to call it, over there. And we're going to add in a key, as well as making like a little bit of a flashy thing, like you see in something like Resident Evil or something like that. So this vase right here, or rather the broken one, has a key inside of it. So we are going to have a key inside of here. So in order to do that, we are going to need a key. So we're going to need a model. And I am going to go down the Resident Evil route a little bit here, because we're going to have a key that's shaped like a heart. So we're going to have that. that will feed on to the door that we have over here, because I think probably next tutorial we'll have a door here that says door's locked, the key looks like a heart kind of thing. So let's get ourselves a key inside here and get the sound effects working. So firstly, I'm going to go to Objects folder, and I'm going to import this heart key folder. And this is on the website. If you head over there, links in the description below. Go to Downloads and Assets, Survival Horror Series, and tutorial number 30, and you can download all of these assets all in one go. So let's bring in the next thing, which is the breaking sound effect, which is the pottery smash. And the final thing I'm going to import is that texture that you saw in the folder as well. So let's go to our textures folder and bring in metal 001. This is going to be the texture basically for our key. So firstly, let's add the breaking sound to the pottery. So let's go on vase 001 and let's open that vase or vase break script. And there's a little side note here. What do you say, guys? Is it vase or vase? Let me know in the comments. I guess it just kind of depends where you come from in the world. It's like aluminium or aluminum. Anyway, all we're going to do to this is add in an extra variable when it's loaded up, which is basically going to play that pottery smashing sound as soon as the actual pottery smashes, just to make it seem a little bit more realistic, as it were. So Visual Studio is starting up now. It's a little bit slow, as always. Preparing solution, yes, get on with it. We have a game to develop here. We have a game to develop. Get a move on. Perfect. So let's add in at the top, public, without the Y, obviously, or the U, the second U. Oh my god, I was wrong on my typing today. Public, audio, source, and let's have this pottery break, semicolon. And what we'll do is, as soon as we have disabled the collider, we're going to say pottery break dot play, open close bracket, semicolon, and save that script. We are going to deal more with this script, I think. We might just have the key there straight away. We'll see what happens. We may decide to activate the key through the script, or we might just have it there to begin with. We'll see. So that's compiling now, and we just need to add in the audio for that. So let's go to our FPS controller. When Unity decides it's finished compiling. It is on a go slow today, this. Let's go to Effects, and I'm going to duplicate Hurt 3. So hold Control, press D, and change this to pottery break. And then I'm going to just drag and drop that effect onto it right there, pottery smash. Okay, so let's attach that to the script over here. And let's press play. And hopefully this should work first time, because it's just something nice and simple. So let's get our ammo. What? There we go. It's a nice smashing sound. Let's try that again. And okay, I've noticed this is happening, and I'm not entirely sure why. Not sure why. I suspect we may need to change something. So we may have a bit of a debugging episode as well, because obviously the light is still on for the muzzle flash. So we'll sort that. So what we're going to do next is deal with a key right there. So let's have the key in there. I might actually turn up the lighting a little bit. Let's see if it's not going to work there, is it? Of course not. Let's add in a test light so we can see a little bit better. Let's have a point light. Bring it in. I'm sure I've had one of these at one point in this level anyway. We can always disable it. Range. There we go. So inside here, we are now going to have a key. And then I'm going to decide if the key should be activated after we've smashed the pottery, or whether it should always be there. But either way, whenever it's smashed, we're going to see the key. So let's go to our objects folder. Let's go to the key, the heart key, and let's bring it in. Let's shrink it down. So 0.7 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. Still looks a little bit big, really. Let's try 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Let's see if this will genuinely fit in the pottery without us. It seems like it won't. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have that key activated after we've smashed the pottery. I guess it's a good way of learning something new. Let's apply the metal texture to the key as well. So let's apply it to this. So drag and drop metal onto there. And maybe let's play around with the material a little bit, make it a bit more metallic, make it smoother, and let's have albedo alpha, maybe about there. Okay, there we go. So before we set this as an object inside the vase after we've smashed it, let's have the little glowing thing to say this is an item that you can pick up. So let's go to Game Object, let's go to Effects and Particle System. And this particle system is going to be used very cleverly to actually say this is, flashing to say this is an object we can pick up. I'm going to tick on pre-warm simply because we want it to be flashing as soon as it activates. We've dealt with particle systems before, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing all over again. But I'm just going to go through a couple of things to make sure that the flashing does look right. So start lifetime. Let's set this as 0.1. Start speed. Let's have this as 0, to be honest. Start size is going to be, in fact, I'm just thinking, what's the best way to do this? Because I want it to be kind of, in basically just nice slow flashing rather than the way it is. You see that right now, that's probably not the best way to do it. So let's have start lifetime. Let's have it as 1. That's fine. And let's have emission and rate over time 1. And shape, we'll have it as a sphere. And radius is very, very small, literally the smallest you can get. So at this point, you should have what looks like a glowing orb. So now, best thing to do is just to align that there with the key, like so. Probably about there, I think, maybe. What does it look like from above? Yeah. So you should take the time to, just align that just right. But you have to make sure that you are working on a sphere and the radius is small, as well as start speed 0. So what we're going to do now is we are going to change the size over lifetime. So if we go to size over lifetime right there, make sure we tick it. And already you can see how this is going to work. If we select this here and add key, so right click, add key, and let's increase it to there. And then bring this end key right down. So you can see that flashing. Cool. Now, if we want to slow it down, we can change the start lifetime to 2. That's not going to do it for us. So let's press play and let's have a look at it in the scene view. Okay. Yeah, I think that should do. Maybe if I don't want to mess around with it too much because I feel like I'd be wasting too much time if I do it. Because that's just, it's a complete waste of time because you guys know how to use this anyway. Let's actually change the start size to 0.5, so make it a little bit smaller. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach that particle system to the key itself. That bit is crucial because then we can move everything together quite easily. So yes, that's fine. Dear me. So it's complaining basically because obviously the way it works here is you can't be changed or deleted, moved, components reordered. So this is something that happens with later versions of Unity. If you're in like Unity 17 or 2018, you're not going to have this problem. This is something that is fairly new to Unity, and quite frankly, I do find it a bit of a pain sometimes. I hate having to deal with unpacking prefabs, but if you do get that, all you need to do is click on Unpack Prefab. It's just an extra little thing. It's like, yeah, I don't feel it was necessary to actually, implement that, but it doesn't really matter. So we've added that now, which is all fine. And it is a little bit crazy. Let's change the scale of it. There we go. So all I've done there is just change the scale of the glow itself up here. So rather than be huge when it's inside the key, it's just a little bit smaller so it doesn't look quite as silly. So next thing we're going to do is I'm going to place this inside a trigger. Well, I say a trigger, more like an object that we'll be able to look at and pick up ready for next tutorial. So game object, 3D object, and cube. And this one we will call heart key obj. Obviously obj is short for object. So I'm going to place that up there and then bring the heart key inside. In fact, we'll just bring it straight inside there and zero out the position. So 0, 0, 0. And then that cube we're going to place just here. I think the cube might be a little bit too big. What I will do is uncouple the key from it and then shrink the size a little bit. So let's have that as 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Make sure that is on the ground there. And heart key back inside and just quickly zero out the position again. And let's turn off the mesh renderer on the cube. And I'm just going to turn off the vase for now and make sure the key is indeed on the floor, which it isn't, so we can just move that. So things like this now do take a little bit of time to kind of get just right. You need to take the time to, build this up and do what you need to do. I'm kind of rushing this to, get things moving along quicker. That's all. So let's put the vase back on. This one, I think, is it? Yeah, there we go. And key inside there. Probably need to move it along just a little bit. So let's take the key in the particle system, move it to there. Perfect. And then I'm going to turn off that key. Now let's head back to our script that we added the sound into, and then we're going to have public game object and key object semicolon. And all we'll do, as soon as we've broken it, we will say key object dot set active true semicolon and save that script. And hopefully you guys are probably ahead of me now and you're already adding that heart key object to the script. So on var001, drag and drop, and let's turn off that point light. And I'm actually going to rename this to say test light and bring it just to the top of our hierarchy. There we go. So now what we should be able to do is smash this vase and the key will appear. So I'm going to save my scene and I'm going to press play. Helps if I press W rather than E. Oops. There we go. So there's our key on the floor ready to pick up. So that brings us on to what we're going to do next tutorial. That's pretty good, that. I'm happy with that. So we're going to have a door over here, like I said, and this key is going to be what we pick up to get through that door. So we are going to do two similar things next tutorial. We're going to have the door and we're going to have it say it's locked, looks like we need a key, and then we're also going to be able to pick up that key as soon as we have smashed the vase. That's why we had the cube called heart key obj, so we'll be able to pick it up. Awesome. in this tutorial, we're going to carry on exactly where we left off last time, and we're going to be able to pick up our key over here, and we're also going to insert a door over here, as well as being able to try and open it, and we just get a locked sound. Don't forget, click on that subscribe button and click on the bell icon as well to stay up to date with every tutorial still to come in this series, and indeed everything else about game development on my channel. And if you've enjoyed this series so far, please feel free to check out my Patreon or YouTube memberships, where you'll earn things like early access, exclusive content, project files, and so much more. With that in mind, let's get to work. So basically, all we need to do is to be able to pick up this and theoretically use the same sort of code to have a door here and have it locked. And the great thing is we've already written these lines of code elsewhere in the game, so this makes it a little bit easier for us. So first things first, I'm just going to illuminate the area with my little test light. So if I just turn that back on and illuminate, I'm going to get rid of this wall here because we're going to have something that goes through to there. And I'm also going to close this gap a little bit when I've got my door in, because I want my door right here. So first things first, let's bring that door in. And I believe it's in objects. We've got door or door one. So not sure which one we're going to use. I guess we're going to use door one because that one doesn't really fit in with the theme of what we're creating here. So let's bring door one in here. Let's increase the size, 10 by 10 by 10, and let's bring it into place. Now I guess it's up to you how you want your door to look. I think we kind of did it with the other door in the other scene, but the frame is not really something I want to deal with, so I'm kind of going to blend the frame into the floor just a little bit so we don't have to deal with it. So I'm going to bring it down to just about there. And that looks okay. So let's just check, does the door look relative to everything else? I'm just going to quickly press play and make sure it does look relative to our player. And it does. That'll do just fine. So next thing would be to bring in this right here and just zoom in so I can see what the gap is. So this is where the refinement of your game would come in. It's obviously entirely up to you how much you refine your game. I do rush things a little bit here, but that is simply because we are short for time most of the time. So that should do it. And I'm going to duplicate this once again and close that gap. There we go. So now we have a door. And we have the key placement right here. So first things first, let's have the door, let's try and open it, and we are presented with it's locked. However, in order to do that, we also need to make sure that the door itself, which is this P cube, needs to have a collider on it. Remember, we don't want to be able to walk through the door, so let's just add a collider. A simple box collider will do the trick. So now, if we try walking through, we should not be able to. And yes, I am aware our gun is glitching. Don't worry, we'll eventually sort that out. Because I think we're going to go through a little bug fixing session at one point. And it's not really a bug, the gun glitching through things. It's all to do with layers. And yeah, so don't worry about that for now. So next thing what we'll do is let's add a collider once again around the door to be for the idea of it's locked. So game object, 3D object, and cube. And let's bring it into position. It's amazing how often you will use cubes as a sense of maybe it's a trigger or an object to pick up. They're so easy and so versatile in so many different ways, and that is why I like to use them more than anything in this instance. So let's make sure the cube fits. So about 1.8, too big, 1.7. Yeah, that should do. And let's increase the size to probably about 3. Maybe 4. Yep, that'll do. And let's turn off the mesh renderer. And also, I am not going to take is trigger because the door is not going to be a trigger. We are just going to be able to look at it and be able to say, oh, yeah, let's do this. So I'm going to save that scene now. And remember I said we've already written the pieces of code that we're going to use. Well, let's head back to scene 001. And if you remember, quite some time ago, we were able to pick up this gun right here. And surrounding the gun is, if we can find it within our hierarchy, So let's search. Is it trigger? Pistol trigger right there. So if you remember, we attached this pick up pistol script. Now, if we go where that script is, right there, great thing is I'm going to hold Control and press D on that pick up pistol script, and it's created a copy of it. Obviously, we've done that before. However, I'm now going to change this to locked door. And I'm going to place this in, I might put it in the environment folder. Yeah, let's place that in the environment folder. And then let's go into that folder and open up that locked door script. So currently, remember, it is still set up to basically receive a gun. So what we do is we go through it, maybe not line by line, but maybe section by section, and review what lines of code we still need and what lines of code we no longer need. Because there's no point rewriting an entire script all over again when we can just modify a script we've already used, because the premise of it is going to be the same. We look at it, it says whatever it needs to say, and we can do what we need to do. So as soon as this loads up, there we go. Let's take a look. So the distance, we're going to need that. Action display, we're going to need that. Action text, we're going to need that. Fake pistol, we're not going to need, because this script is going to have nothing to do with a pistol. Same with the real pistol, same with the guide arrow. And extra cross we do need, because when we look at this object, we want that extra crosshair to appear. So we do need that. However, we don't need the jump trigger, so that can go. You'll notice all these lines currently over most of everything here. That's because we just need to change the class name. So let's change it to the same as the script name, locked door. And you'll still see a couple of red lines. Reason we're seeing them is because these no longer exist in the script. We've just deleted them. So let's get rid of fake pistol, real pistol, guide arrow, and jump trigger. They can go completely. So let's carry on going through. Let's get rid of those blank lines. And next we have the update method. Yep, we still want that. On mouse over. Yes, we want the extra crosshairs to come over. Yes, we want the action text to display something. However, we want it to say open door. So action display dot set active true. Yep. Text true. Yep. So if we do press the action button, we want the box collider to say nope. We want that to go off. And we still want these to disappear, so that's fine. However, we're going to add one extra little section in this script, which is going to be a coroutine. The reason we're adding a coroutine is because we want the text to disappear off the screen and then come back on, maybe half a second later. And to do that, obviously, we're going to need to use the yield return new wait for seconds line that we've used a few times before. So let's start with enumerator. Also, I'm going to point out here that when we pick up our key, we can actually modify this script as well, so we don't need to create a new one all over again. Like I said, the key to all of this is we've already written the code. Let's reuse it. So enumerator, door, reset, we'll just call it, open close bracket, open curly bracket. And because we're going to play a sound, let's add that as a variable. So public audio source and locked door semicolon. So when we do this, we're going to have first and foremost locked door play. So locked door dot play open close bracket semicolon. After that, we're going to yield return new wait 4 seconds. And we're going to wait for, let's say, 1 second, semicolon. And after that 1 second, we're going to do the inverse of all of these. So, well, basically just this one, because this is going to disappear and then it's going to reappear anyway because the collider is going to be reattached. So if we place that there and have that set as true and save the script. It really is as simple as that to create a script which allows us to play a locked door sound and actually have text on the screen to do so. So let's head back into Unity. And the error should disappear once the script has compiled, and it does. So let's head to scene 002, which contains our door. Let's head to the door, and now we need to attach the script to this cube. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this cube to locked door trig. And yes, I know trigger is short for trigger. Next, we're going to add that script we've just written. So let's head to our script folder down here, environment, and locked door goes onto the locked door trig. Then obviously we just need to set those 4 variables in place. Canvas and action key onto action display, action text onto action text, extra crosshair onto extra cross, and locked door. We need to import that. So let's go to our audio effects folder, and I'm going to drag and drop this sound that you can get on the website for free. Head over there, downloads and assets, survival horror, tutorial number 31, and you can download that locked door sound for free. So let's place that onto our player. So FPS controller, effects, and pottery break. Hold Control, press D, and drag and drop the locked door sound over here. Make sure we don't have play on awake ticked. And let's rename this to locked door. And then finally, let's add that to the final variable. There. Next, I'm going to turn off that test light and test this sequence out. So we should be able to go to the door and try and open it. Of course it's not going to work, is it? Why doesn't it work, guys? Come on. Give you a second. Why do you think it doesn't work? And it doesn't work because we didn't start the coroutine. Yep. So if you put that in the comments before we actually got to this point, well done, you get a gold star. So the reason that didn't work is because we basically didn't start the coroutine. So these lines of code never executed. So all we need to do is put start coroutine and in brackets door reset, close bracket again, semicolon, and save. So just to quickly reiterate, yeah, it didn't trigger. It got here, did this, did that, but never actually got to this section here because we didn't tell it to. So now, when we press play, one more time, we should be able to see this in action. There we go. There we go. So the door will not open. And there is the key for us to pick up. So let's utilize what we've already created. I'm just going to put the test light back on. Utilize what we've already created with the locked door trigger. And instead of it being a locked door trigger, let's now modify that script to be able to pick up the key. So in order to do so, let's go to where the script is. Locked door. Let's hold Control, press D. And let's rename this to key pickup. And let's open that up in Visual Studio. Firstly, let's rename the class to the same as the script name. So key pickup. And once again, we'll go through these little sections here and just add and change what we need to. So we've got distance again, display, and crosshair. Yep, that's fine. We don't need the audio source anymore because this isn't a door. We need to change this to take key or pick up key. Pick up key. And next thing, we don't really need to have a coroutine on this one because we're not going to deal with any time. The key is going to disappear as soon as we pick it up. So that means that we can get rid of the door reset coroutine, and we can also get rid of the start coroutine line. We do, however, need to add in a variable for the key itself. So if we head back into Unity, and if we go to this here, the heart key object, that appears when we shoot the pottery. However, we need to disappear again when we've picked up the key. So to do that, what we do is add an extra variable for it. Public game object the key semicolon. Now down here on the action section, we can say the key dot set active false. Now obviously this script is going to be modified even more probably next tutorial when we get the door opening, move on and unlock with the key and whatever else. But for now, this should just make the key disappear, which is good enough because it gives the impression that we've already picked it up. So save that script and head back into Unity. Once again, let's place a cube. So 3D object and cube. Round where the key should be, which is right there. So I'm going to shrink that down. 0.2 should probably do the trick. So it's covering the general area where the key lies, so we shouldn't have any problems picking it up at all. So the key is, if I select the right object, right there in the middle, which is completely fine. And let's turn off the mesh renderer. And let's attach the key pickup script. So over here, drag it. And let's rename this to key pick trig. And I'm just going to bring it up to the top of the hierarchy next to where the key actually is. And then let's add everything from the canvas. So action, key, action, text, extra crosshairs, and of course the key itself. Right there. Now, the eagle-eyed viewers out there will have noticed that we can theoretically now pick up this key without even smashing the vase or vase. Now, to get around that, we need to turn off that key pickup trig and then only turn it on when the key appears. So we need to now make sure that destroying this vase has an extra variable which will display, or rather make that trigger appear. So now let's go to the vase break script and add that extra variable in. So public game object key trigger semicolon, and as soon as it's broken and we have the key object set active true, let's also put key trigger dot set active true semicolon and save. So then the final thing we have to do is add that key trigger over here. So drag and drop key pick trig there. So we'll smash the vase, vase, whatever, and it will make the key appear and the trigger, which means this trigger, as soon as we activate it, will make the key disappear. So we've theoretically picked up the key. So now let's test this out. Let's turn off the test light, pick up our gun, pick up the ammo, and let's try this out. Okay, there's that. And okay, it is not working. So let's see why this isn't working. Key pick trig. It could be, let's increase the size. So let's have 0.5. It may be too small. Interesting. It isn't working. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to take a look at my scene view and try and see why this isn't working. So if I move this upwards, come back to the game view, move back. Now there we go. See, this is where the problem lies. It looks like what we're going to have to do to make this actually work is just to basically increase the size of it. That could be all it is. Generally, you're going to want a certain area where you're able to pick up the key easily, and sometimes your own collider can get in the way of things. So if I go to the FPS controller, and we have player casting right here. So the player casting is doing whatever it needs to do. However, this is getting in the way. So this section here, oops, I've clicked off, I didn't mean to do that. Where is it? Cylinder here is getting in the way. Now, remember what this cylinder's for. This cylinder helps us, trigger different things around us, which is perfectly fine, but we just need to be mindful that it may get in the way. So it's always going to be there, so we may have trouble looking down. So just to kind of prove that fact, what I'm going to do is actually turn the trigger, that cylinder trigger, off for now, and place the lock door trigger, not the lock door trigger, the key pickup trigger back down on the floor. So that's the reason why we couldn't pick it up, basically, because other triggers were getting in the way. So I've got the ammo, shooting. There we go. So there we go. So now you can see that we can actually kind of pick it up because that's not getting in the way. So the way to get around that, if I undo, 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 and re-put the cylinder back on, if we have the heart key pickup trigger a little bit higher, it's always worth playing around with these triggers to kind of work yourself out and get it just right. So if I put that as, oops, that's a bit much, 1.5 should do the trick. And if I pull it down to about there and turn it off, we now should be able to pick up our key, no problem. Let's make sure the door still works at this point. Yep, that's all good. Okay, so it is a little bit glitchy, but so the principle is there. We've taken the key now. So obviously the door still won't open because we haven't programmed it to open, even though we have the key. But I wouldn't worry about that at all because that's something that we have to code ourselves. So what I would recommend is you work on your triggers, get them aligned perfectly. Can be a little bit fiddly, but don't worry too much. I've rushed this, so that's why it's a bit skewy for me. Next tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to take that and we're going to be able to unlock the door and go from there, build up the next area. So up until this point, we've been able to break this pot over here. And when we do, out of it comes a key. And that key obviously is very important. We pick it up and it basically just says, yep, perfect. Let's, yeah. So let's open up the key pickup script that we have attached to our trigger. That is going to be crucial to enabling our door to actually be open. So we can set a specific value in here to allow ourselves to say, well, actually now we have the key, so we need to do something else with our other door. So what I'm going to do just for now is I am going to open this script and we're going to locate a certain area where we can actually place this line of code to say that we have something in our inventory. So ultimately, we're going to create a very, very, very basic inventory script within this tutorial. And when I say basic, I literally mean probably 3 lines of code just to make sure that it knows that we have the key picked up. So as it loads up, we get down to where we say pick up key. That's all good and well. So yeah, we pick it up using the action key. So here is where we're going to say, yes, we can add this to our inventory. So I'm going to add the extra line there. So we've got that in place, ready? Let's go back to Unity and let's go to our scripts folder. And let's add a script specifically for storing that information. So create C# script. And I'm going to call this global inventory. And let's open that up in Visual Studio. So realistically, I don't think we particularly need to have too much to this script. The only thing we really need, because we're going to build upon this at some point during the series anyway, but what we're going to do is we're going to have that key pickup script tell this script that we now have the key. So in order to do so, we're going to say public static. And I guess it doesn't really matter what this could be. We could have this as an integer, a float. It could be a bool. It could be anything, just as long as we are able to change whatever it is to something different so the other door can detect that we have it. So in this case, I'm going to have it as a bool, but we may change it at some point later in the series, like I say. But you'll see how this works as we go along. So public static bool, and let's have first door key. Although it's not the first door, technically, it's the first one that would require a key. By default, we'll have that equals false. Semicolon. And we don't really need anything else within the script, but just for clarity's sake, just so I can see it update in the inspector panel itself, I'm going to have public bool internal door key, semicolon, and that's probably going to be removed at some point. Let's get rid of the annotations and void start because we don't need them. And in void update, I'm just going to put internal door key, didn't actually mean to put a double K there, equals first door key, semicolon. I'm not going to have that equal to anything by default. I'm just going to leave it as its own variable. So let's save that script, head back into Unity, and I'm just going to attach that global inventory script to a random game object. So game object, create empty, and let's have that at the top, somewhere there. And I'm going to rename this to, let's call it the same, global inventory. And let's add that global inventory script to that object. And obviously, as always, we know by now if it's static, it's not going to appear here. That's why we have that internal one, just so we can see the change occur. Now, that also means that we need to go back to our key pickup script. And in that extra line that we placed, we can now put global inventory dot, and there it is, first door key equals true, semicolon. Save that script. So that's now said in our inventory, yes, we have that key. So let's head back to Unity, wait for it to compile, shouldn't have any errors. Perfect. So that key obviously is for this door right here. Now the door itself does have an animation, divide anim. Don't think that animation is going to be of much use. However, the actual door, if we remember something we did, oh god, it was a good few tutorials ago where we animated the door. Obviously, we have the ability to move the door, so we're going to need to create a quick animation for that door as well. So, same thing we did with the other door. Let's right click, add a 3D object, cube, and I'm just going to shrink that down because it is way too big. So that's taken out of there into the door itself, and let's reduce this to 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. And again, it doesn't really matter too much about the cube because the cube eventually becomes obsolete because well, I say obsolete. Obsolete is probably the wrong word to use, but invisible maybe. 0.01 and 0.01. So again, this is our hinge. So hing. I didn't mean to put hing, I wanted to put hinge. And so the door obviously attaches to this hinge. There's obviously other ways of animating doors as well. It's, you know, entirely up to you. If you're used to animating doors a different way, stick with that way. Let's turn the mesh renderer off and let's attach our door to the hinge. Oh, yeah, of course. I forgot we need to unpack the prefab and then do it. I'm not quite sure why that was ever added into Unity. It's one of the things that I just felt kind of didn't really serve a purpose. So there's our door animating. Obviously, you need to go a bit more refined with that. We need to place that in there as well. Obviously, so that moves. There we go. Perfect. So now let's quickly animate that door. Animations, and you know what, I'm going to create a new folder at this point, try and tidy things up a bit. We'll call this mansion anims. So anything exclusive to this mansion area that we're creating goes in here, i.e. this door. I'm going to rename the door as well, as a matter of fact, just to say first key door. So let's take our hinge and let's animate. Create it. New animation we'll rename to first key door. Save and record. Let's set that first keyframe. Obviously, everything here is going to be done via the Y rotation. So let's set that as 0. And I want this to open over the course of maybe 90 seconds. So 90 frames, I mean, not 90 seconds. So frame 90. So by frame 90, we expect our door to be about there, which is good enough. So let's stop that animation. Let's go back to the project window and turn off loop time. Press play. And the door. Perfect. So if we now go to the animator for it, for our hinge. It's doing that. So let's get rid of, if you've got that just like I have, then get rid of that. Not quite sure why that is, but let's add the first key door and just make sure the animation does indeed work for the door. It does not. Our door is not playing ball. I may have animated the wrong thing here. Oh dear. I have. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the animator on there. Let's add the animator onto... Yeah, this has not quite gone as I expected. Not to worry. Animator on there, and let's add that onto there. I said add onto there. There we go. So let's try that one more time. And it is not doing it. Why are you not doing it? This is not being fair to me. Okay, so the hinge itself. What if I take it out of there, place it there? Out of the door frame, just its own object. It still doesn't work. Why do you not work? Okay, so obviously this... Oh, okay. Oh dear, don't you just love it when this happens? Okay, so I'm going to start that again, basically. It's decided that it does not want to be nice to me. So it's been a bit silly. So let's try that again with the hinge. Let's go to animation, create the animation, first key door. You can by all means leave a dislike for this silliness. First keyframe, let's set as 0. And so by the 90th frame, we're setting the rotation on the Y to whatever, about that. Let's stop that there. Let's set that loop time off. And we do have our animator attached now. So let's check our door opening. There we go. So we have that in place. So let's go to our animator. Let's right click, create an empty state, and right click on the empty state and set as default. Now, obviously the reason we do that is because we only want this to play when we trigger it. So everything is in place now. We now need to go to the lock door trigger and let's open up the lock door script. So in here, we have the open door bit, and the audio source plays that lock door, which is down here. And the way we're going to do this now is we need to get this to reference a particular part of the global inventory script, which is that bool. So what we do is on the lock door script, we have the start coroutine door reset. So here, let's have if, and it's going to be global inventory dot first door key equals false. Then we do this bit right here. And then we'll have else, open curly bracket. And in here, we need to reference, or rather add in, the variable for that hinge that we created for the door. So public game object, and what can we call it? Let's just call it first. Let's put a space there. First key door semicolon, and here we'll put first key door dot get component. And in spiky brackets, let's simply call this, what is it, animator? I have to think then. Animator, open close bracket, dot play, and in brackets and quotes, the name of our animation. So I am going to actually copy the name of the animation so I don't misspell it. Quote, close bracket, semicolon. And after a second or so, I am going to set the entire box collider as off. So I'm going to have that once again, just in case. I don't see any reason why it would fail. In fact, we'll just have a split second for that one, so we can have time for the door to fully open. So maybe 0.9, 1.1 F, because we had the animation as 1.5 seconds, didn't we? So save that. Let's head back into Unity, press play. And now we're going to see a glitch we've seen before while we do this as well. I'll explain a bit more in a second. Door won't open, so let's pick up the key. And now let's try and open the door. Oh, of course, Jimmy's been silly once again. We didn't actually assign the hinge. It would help. So we know the door won't open when we go over to it. So let's take the key and the door should open. Perfect. So next tutorial, what we're going to do is let's add a sound effect to that door opening. We'll build up a little bit more of our area. And I did say I was going to mention something about the glitch. Obviously, we've seen it before, the gun going into the wall. We're going to sort that out in the next tutorial. So, like I said, the plan is that once we get through here, I want to work on a jump scare. But this isn't going to be a jump scare where you, like an enemy suddenly appears, that kind of thing. I kind of want to go for maybe you walk into a room and something just kind of falls off a shelf kind of jump scare, just to make you stop and think, oh, what was that? So eventually we'll next tutorial, we'll get onto that. So for now, let's fix our gun. So at the end of last tutorial, we kind of, or rather I kind of showed you that at the moment, our gun just kind of goes through everything. So I want to fix that first thing. Now, we have dealt with a couple of different things here and there. We've done tags and whatnot. But we're going to use layers to actually allow this weapon to be on top, so it doesn't glitch and clip through everything in the scene. So to do that, we have to follow a particular little order of cameras, and we need another camera in the scene. But obviously the camera needs to be in the same position that our first-person controller is in. So to do that, let's go to our first-person controller. Let's go to our first-person character, and on there, let's right-click, and let's go all the way down to camera. Now this camera will render the exact same position of our first person character. So the good thing about that is that we don't need to worry about adjusting a camera, making it go forward, backwards, anything. It's going to be in the exact place that we need. So next thing we need to do is on the gun itself or weapon, this will apply to any weapon we go from here. We need to go over here in the inspector panel and change the layer from default to one that we create ourselves. So let's go to add layer. Let's go to the next available layer. In this case, it is layer 8. And we'll simply put this one as weapons. So anything we create in the future, which is classed as a weapon, will go in layer 8. So we just need to make sure that we do set that M9 as 8 weapons. There we go. And yes, change children as well, because there are a couple of different objects on here and we want everything to appear on top. We don't want it to look a bit silly, like the trigger or something appears wrong. So just make sure we do set all the children objects. So next thing we need to do is prevent the first person character camera, which we can see right here, from rendering the gun itself. So we need to go to the culling mask right here. And you'll see all of these layers, and we need to untick weapons. Now, if we turn the camera off that we created and press play, we should see that our gun is no longer rendering. However, if we go and pick up some ammo, we can still fire the gun. So it does exist. The reason it's not displaying is because this camera is now not including that gun in what it can see. So we need to do the complete opposite now of what this camera can do. So we need to make this camera only see that gun. So to do that, we need to go to culling mask and click on nothing, and then click on weapons, and then let's reactivate it. So hopefully the camera preview should now look like that. It only sees the gun, and obviously the skybox as well. So why do we have the skybox there? We don't need it there. We can go to clear flags right there and have depth only. It'll still appear for now. However, the reason we have depth only is because we only want it to render this particular layer. So in this case, weapons. Final thing to do, if it's not appearing quite as it should do, we need to change this depth to, let's say, 60. 60 should do the trick. So now what's going to happen is this camera will render only the weapon, and this camera will render everything except the weapon. So when combined, this layer will always be on top. So let's quickly check that out and make sure this works as intended. So far so good, and there we go. The gun no longer clips into the wall. Excellent, that is exactly what we wanted. So you're going to have to do this to all the first person controllers, and luckily we only have one other scene, is it? The first scene that we created. So let's quickly go and adjust that and make sure everything is okay. So remembering now, when we adjust the game later on, add more scenes, we can easily just bring in the FPS controller. We don't need to do this routine again for any new scenes. So let's go to our FPS controller and let's do the same again. So we can see just how quick this is. Let's go to the gun itself, set the layer as weapons. Yes, change children. And then on first person character, let's create that extra camera. And then on first person character, let's remove the weapons. And then on the camera itself, let's have depth only. And then culling mask, click nothing, and then click weapons, depth, let's have 60. So now let's try all of this out. So I'm just going to save that scene, press play. Remember, we don't have the gun straight away, so we need to go through that door and pick it up.
Where am I?
And just make sure this works.
I need to get out of here.
So let's head over here.
Looks like there's a weapon on that table.
I think we need to sort the post-processing out. It's whoa, mad. Okay, so there we go. No longer glitching through walls, and that's exactly what we wanted. So that's how we can fix our weapon. So let's head back to scene 2, and let's work on this door, isn't it? So let's basically just have that creak sound. I'm sure we've had a creak sound before on here, so that's fine. We can deal with that. So that means we need to go to the locked door script, I believe. So let's open that up in Visual Studio. Now, I cannot remember if we do have the creaky door sound on our player. I don't think we do, because I think we used it in the intro sequence, didn't we? So let's go to our first person controller. Effects, creak sound. I think that is the one, actually. I'm going to have play on awake and just have it play. Yeah, okay, we do have it, because yeah, we used it in the first scene, didn't we? So let's do the creak sound on this door as well. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do this a little bit different. I'm going to increase the pitch here to 1.2, because this will sound a little bit different now, which is kind of what we want. This is a way of showing that the same sound effect can be used but modified very slightly to seem like a completely different sound effect. So let's go back to our script and let's add in public audio source, and we'll have door creak semicolon. So obviously when we open the door, that's exactly what we need to do. So we need to find the right section. If input action, distance to enable false. Okay. Did we... Is that the right one? I'm thinking because... Yeah. You know what, it's been a while since I've recorded, because I've been trying to upgrade to 2019.3 and checking everything works. It's been a while since I've done this. I think this is the right one, isn't it? Should be. Yeah, it definitely is the right one. Because we deal with that, the trigger, and where's hinge? So first door key, So first key door. So that opens the door, doesn't it? Okay, yes, that opens the door. So, okay, I'm with it now. Apologies, guys. I really should have kept up to date with this. Yeah, like I was saying, we need door creak dot play. Oh, close bracket, semicolon, and save. So I was saying about this is 2019.3. So those who follow the series have probably noticed a difference between the last tutorial and this tutorial. That's simply because I've spent some time upgrading to 2019.3 and just making sure all my projects work okay and as intended. So if you're kind of new to this series and you're already using 2019.3, no problem. So anyway, let's add that door creak over there, right there. Didn't want to go over, but now it will. There we go. So let's save our scene and press play. Let's just make sure that works. So firstly, we need some ammo. Let's pick up that key. There we go. Perfect. So, like I was saying earlier, I would like some kind of little jump scare here where something falls off here and suddenly, whoo, scary for us. So I am quickly going to bring in a light source so we can kind of see in that section over there. But all I'm going to do is just bring in this little candle here. So I really like this candle. So let's bring that into that little section over here. And I might turn off the post-processing for now, just so we can see everything a little bit better. Test light, let's turn that on and bring it over here. It's amazing what post-processing can do sometimes. It really changes the dynamic of a level. So I'm just going to quickly build up this little section of the room while I explain what we're going to do in the next tutorial. So as I said, this is probably the third time I've said it now, we are going to have that little kind of, you can call it a jump scare, I guess, but it's going to be something that stops us in our tracks. So we'll do that, and we'll probably also start looking at a puzzle. So what I mean by puzzle is I have an idea where I want to bring together two parts of an eye, and that'll open up some kind of secret passage for us. So we'll start work on that maybe in the next tutorial, maybe the one after. I'm not 100% sure, but we will soon see. Let's turn test light off now and probably bring in a bit of light to there. So I'll duplicate that light, bring it into our other room. If I can find it again. There we go. And let's put post-processing back on. And in fact, do we even need that light? Yeah, I think we do actually, but I may dim it. Let's have intensity 0.5. Okay, there we go. So I'm happy with how that's going. So yeah, next tutorial, guys, is going to be fun. So the idea of what we're going to do is we are going to create, let's say, one of the objects we already have from an asset pack fly off this table whenever we walk near it, let's say through the door just here. And the way we're going to do that is a little bit of physics and a trigger as well to get it working. So first things first, let's set everything up. Let's have a cube which is going to represent the object which goes flying. And obviously we can put the object inside that cube later on. We just need to have some pieces in place first. So game object, 3D object, and cube. And let's place it somewhere on this table. Probably reduce the size just a little bit. It is too big. That probably should do the trick. So let's have it roughly there on the table. Next, what we need to do is add a rigid body. So let's add component and type in rigid body, and there it is. Next thing we need to do is add in, let's say a sphere, for example. So that's going to be the object which triggers the movement. So game object, 3D object, and sphere. And let's place that somewhere here, but make sure it does kind of intersect very slightly with the object. So we can see here that the sphere is kind of inside the cube. That is what we need. So let's have that roundabout there. We also need to attach a rigid body to the sphere as well and turn that sphere off. So I'm going to rename both of these. Let's rename the cube and call this, I'm just going to call it flying object because it's going to go kind of tumbling a little bit, flying across the room. And this one will be jump activator. So I'm going to demonstrate how this is going to work quite simply without code now. So if I press play, and I'm going to head back to the scene view so we can actually see it, so we don't need to play through. What is going to happen here is when we activate this jump activator, you can see that that goes flying across the room. So on the same premise, what we need to do is turn off the mesh renderer of that sphere. So if we press play again, let's head to the scene view and have a quick look. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So that sphere is no longer visible when we activate it. So what will happen is when we come in, that will all of a sudden just do that across the room. And we won't see this at all. We'll just see that come flying across. So now let's put an object inside this cube itself, just so as something actually happens. Not sure what we can put. Let's have a quick look at what assets we have. I know we've downloaded quite a few different ones, and I guess at the end of the day, it's entirely up to you what asset you want to put in there. Let's put this little cup in there. So I'm going to put this inside there, and probably align it a little bit more. There we go. And now turn off the mesh renderer. So now what should happen is this little mug or cup or whatever you want to call it is going to go flying across. So we can't see that cube anymore. So that's going to go whoosh across there. So how do we get all of this working as we want it to? Well, we've done it many times before. Let's create a trigger when we come through this door. So right here in the doorway, we're going to have that trigger. So game object, 3D object, and cube. And let's place this, make sure we can actually trigger it. So somewhere around about there. It doesn't need to be perfect, as always. Untick mesh renderer and tick is trigger on the box collider. Obviously they are important. And let's rename this and let's call it minor jump trig. So now let's create the script which is going to be attached to this trigger. So let's do this in environment and let's right click, create C# script. And again, we'll just call it minor jump. And obviously you can create many different variations of this. It doesn't always have to be in the same setup that we have here. You know, use your initiative a little and see what kind of things you can come up with, because when this is done, this is going to be kind of cool and you can modify it in different ways and come up with different effects. So yes, we have the trigger there. So all we need to do is we need to declare a couple of things. We need to get rid of void start, void update because we do not need them. And let's have couple of let's have the cup one first. So public game object and cup object. Next, public game object, and let's have the I'll just call it sphere trig. And realistically, that's all we actually need, because we're going to be doing this in void on trigger enter, and those are the only two objects that are ever going to be used within this particular sequence. So on trigger enter doesn't need to be private, so we can get rid of that. So what do we want to happen when we trigger this object? All we need to happen is in fact, you know what, now I think about it, I don't even think we need that cup object, unless you want to, I don't know, make it disappear or something. Maybe we could do that, so let's keep it there just in case. So all we really need to happen is the sphere trigger needs to activate as soon as we enter this particular trigger. So sphere trig dot set active true semicolon. Now that sphere will also stay in the scene. So what we kind of need to do is after a split second, let's say half a second, we need to deactivate it. Reason being is because it's still going to be in the scene. It's probably going to roll around a little bit, get in the way. And even though we can't see it, it's probably best to deactivate it as soon as we've triggered all of this. So to do that, let's start a coroutine. So enumerator, and let's call it deactivate sphere, if I can spell. Open close bracket, open curly bracket, and then we need to yield, return new, wait 4 seconds, and we'll wait for half a second. So 0.5 f because it is a float, semicolon, and sphere trig dot set active false, semicolon. Now at the same time, we need to not be able to trigger this trigger. I keep saying trigger because we have 2 triggers here technically. We only want to be able to do this once. So what we'll do is as soon as we activate this, we will say this.gameObject.getComponent, and in spiky brackets, box collider, open close bracket, .enabled equals false. And then obviously after we've set this sphere trigger on, we need to then run that coroutine so as it actually turns itself off. So we need to say start coroutine, and in brackets deactivate sphere, open close bracket, semicolon, and save. So let's head back into Unity, give it a moment to think there. And we need to attach that script to our minor jump trigger. So drag and drop onto there. And let's attach those 2 objects. So the flying object is going to be the cup object, even though we haven't used this just yet. And the jump activator is going to be the sphere trig. Perfect. So what we need to do now is test this out. So I'm going to save my scene. And now I think about it, I might can turn that volume down just a little bit. It was a little bit loud for me there. So let's try this out. So we know in this area what we need to do is pick up some ammo. We need to pick up our key and then open the door. So let's see if this actually works. Fingers crossed. There we go. So that only happened once, and you can see in the inspector panel that jump activator now is disappeared again, so it's off. So that has only happened once. We cannot trigger that again. We can look at it, it's very nice, but we can only do it once. So like I said earlier, what if we want to, I don't know, make it disappear or something? Well, what we need to do is still in this deactivate sphere, let's make it disappear after, let's say, 3 seconds after we've initiated the sequence. So we've already gone half a second, so let's wait for another 2.5 seconds. So yield, return new, wait 4 seconds, and in brackets 2.5f again because it's a float. And then we'll say cup object dot set active false, semicolon, and save. Again, you only really need to do this if you want it to disappear. If you don't, then you don't need to do this bit. So let's give this a quick test. Let's get the ammo, pick up the key. Ooh, knocked my mouse there. And through the door. And there goes that. And it disappears. So like I say, you only need to do that if you want it to disappear. I kind of don't. I think I want it to stay in the scene itself. I think it serves its purpose well enough. So what else can we do? Well, as you saw there, the way it reacted with its physics was very slightly different that time. I don't think it'll do the exact same thing multiple times, and I guess you can play around with a couple of different pieces of this to see how it reacts. So for example, let's change the sphere size to be let's say 2 by 2 by 2, and let's place it below the object, so kind of maybe about there, just out of curiosity. And let's turn it off again, and let's press play and just see how it reacts now. So once again, through here, and let's see what happens. Hey! So it slammed into the roof and then slammed over there. So the best thing to do is work out how you want this to react. I kind of like it just tumbling right in front of me. Again, if you want something different, you do something different. It's your game at the end of the day. But that's how you achieve different effects using the same technique. You can just move that around a little bit, and you can kind of determine basically the whole routine of what's going to happen. So if you've got the sphere where I've got it there, it's going to go this way. If you had it underneath, it's going to go upwards. If you have it this side, it's going to go into the wall. So you could theoretically have this activator here, have it quite large, and then the cup would slam into this wall, slam into the ceiling, and slam into the floor. So that might be something to try out and see what you can come up with. I love all kinds of different effects, especially when it's as easy as this. So next tutorial, what I'd like to do is I would like to add in some sound effects for that, some collision sound effects. So when it lands on the floor, it actually makes a noise. And basically we can use that C# code. In fact, we'll create a new C# code for that one, I think, because we'll attach it to the object itself. But basically, it'll only make a noise when it collides with, for example, the floor, the wall, wherever. And I also want to bring in the next part of our game, which is going to be like an eye puzzle. So we'll have one half of an eye that we'll bring in next tutorial as well. So the idea of having a sound play when this lands on the ground is actually very simple. A lot of people think that that kind of stuff is very complicated in terms of programming, but it honestly isn't. So we are going to attach a script to this object now, which will have a sound play. So I'm going to use a sound effect that I already have within here, so probably this bang sound, but I may modify it. You can use a completely different sound if you want to. So for now, I'm going to duplicate that bang sound that is in the effects. So let's change that to collide sound, and obviously it can be called anything you want it to. I'm going to change the pitch to 2 just to make it a little bit different. It's going to be a bit higher pitch, obviously. So let's create that script. Let's go to our scripts folder, into environment, right click, create C# script, and we'll call this collide cup. Let's open that up in Visual Studio. So the way it's going to be done is we just need to have one single variable, which is going to be the audio sound itself. So public audio source, and we'll have this as impact fx semicolon. So the way it'll be done is inside a void on collision enter method. So void on collision enter does not need to be private. And you can also change this variable here if you want. You can keep it collision if you want to. You can name it, I don't know, drive. You can name it wall. I don't know, whatever, but probably something relative to what we're doing here. I'm going to leave it as collision. What we need to do here is an if statement. If collision, and remember, if you've changed it there, you need to change it here as well. Dot relative velocity dot magnitude. Now we need to determine when we want a sound to play. If we have this very, very low, chances are it will play as soon as we start the scene. If we have it 1 or above, then that's probably about right. But if we have it kind of like 10 or something, it's going to have to do a lot of impact before it makes any sound. So for now, for testing purposes, let's just have this as 1. Close bracket, open curly bracket, and in here we have impact effects dot play, open close bracket, semicolon, and save. And honestly, it is as simple as that. So, well, I say it's as simple as that. Fingers crossed it works. It should do. So all we need to do is attach that script to our flying object. So drag and drop. And let's attach the sound effect, which is going to be that collide sound. And let's press play and let's try this out. Okay, so far so good. That sound hasn't played. So it should make a collision sound. What is going on? Oh, shoot. So it should make a collision sound as soon as it hits the ground. Yeah, that's okay. So what we could do is change that to maybe 0.75 F and save. And let's change our sphere a little bit as well. Let's have it inward just a little more and see if we can get a different effect to occur. So, like I said in the last tutorial, it's all about the effects of being able to do that. Just change that sphere and yeah, you'll see what happens. So let's see what we get now. Yeah, that's okay. So you just need to play around with that magnitude setting, and we at least have a sound now when it lands on the ground. So I'm happy with that. So I'll put this script on the website as I always do. If you have any problems, you can head over there, go to Downloads and Assets, Survival Horror, and get it from there. So where do we go from here? Well, I want to add in a puzzle now involving that eye that you remember we have on the main menu. So we're going to have half of an eye that you can pick up over here. So I'm going to take this table, I'm going to duplicate it, I'm going to bring it over here. Let's rotate it as well. And we're just going to place an eye on it. Now, we already have the eye in here. There's a whole eye, but what I want to do is kind of split it into two. So we pick up half of the eye here and the other half somewhere down here when we've built up that area. So for now, I'm going to go Game Object, 3D Object, and Cube. And let's kind of make this a bit small. So we need to make it a lot thinner. Let's have 0.05. In fact, that's still probably too thick. 0.01. And let's decrease the size on there to probably 0.5. Yeah, that should do. Maybe rotate it a little bit. So now I want to attach an eye texture to there. And I've already cut out the eye. You could probably just take this eye and do anything you kind of want with it. But basically all I've done is just take the eye, split it in half, left and right. I'm probably not going to put this on the website because you can still use this eye and obviously modify it yourself. It was just a quick way of me doing this. And all I'm really going to do is just put left eye onto there and we can see it perfect there. Let's add a normal map on there as well. So hold control, press D, and let's change eye left 1 to _N. Again, this is all something that you don't necessarily have to do. It's just me doing a couple of different things and seeing how it looks. So let's attach that to our material in normal map. That's okay, I'm happy with that. And let's rename this to left eye short for object. What I am thinking though is the way it looks right now, it looks like it's the right eye just because of the way we're going to approach it as a person. So maybe we should rotate it that way maybe. Let's add a very small amount of light to it. So let's possibly bring it this way. There we go. Okay, that should be relatively decent. I guess we could always add more light to it if you want to. Lighting is so important, as I've said many times, and it's something that you could probably work out however you want to. So I might reduce the range on that to just, in fact, 3. So it's just very minorly on the eye. So I'm going to save the scene. So basically, we have the eye there. We can see it. We should be able to see it when we walk in. Yep, we're probably going to be distracted by this little jump scare, but we should still be able to see it. So we want to do basically what we've done previously, for example, with the key over here. And if we go and search in our hierarchy for the key, and let's have a look. There we are. So key pickup script. Now, if we click that key pickup there, in the environment, it's taken us straight to it. So let's hold control, press D on that script, and let's rename this to left eye pick up. Now there's no point retyping all of this script when we can basically just use this script again. So let's change the class name to the same as the script name. So left eye pickup, if I can spell it. There we go. So a couple of things we need to change here. Basically, pickup key. Let's change this to pickup left eye. And if we scroll down, there's not much more that we need to change here. Only things we do is this right here. So we've got game object, the key. Let's change this to the left eye. And down here, it's highlighted saying that doesn't exist. So we just need to change it there as well. The left eye. And let's save that script. So at this point, we have basically got half of our puzzle in place, even though half of the puzzle is pretty obvious, it's right there. So the second half, picking up the right side of the eye, obviously that comes a little bit later in this series when we're going to create something a little further on. But for now, all we want to do is be able to pick up that eye. So let's attach the script to that left eye object onto there. And let's add in those variables. Let's see if I can remember. So we need the canvas, but I cannot see, so let's... There it is. So the canvas, expand. So there we are. So let's try again. Action key is, I think it's action display, isn't it? Action text is action text. Extra cross is there. And the left eye is going to be the object itself, which technically I know we don't really need to have there because we could just reference the object itself. But for all intents and purposes, let's try this out and see if we have the desired effect. So I know throughout this series there are little bugs here and there. It's because a lot of the time I kind of rush through this just to get onto the next thing, but I always get questions, why didn't you fix this, why didn't you do that? Now's probably a good time to kind of mention that a lot of the stuff that you see here you should be taking a lot more time to do rather than what I do. I show you how to do it, you spend the time doing it. Cool. And now pick up left eye. Awesome. I'm happy with how that goes now. So where do we go from here? What I want to do in the next tutorial is kind of flash up on screen and say, you know, you got the left eye, kind of faded a little bit, kind of, you know, in the style of maybe Resident Evil-ish. So I want to do that. And I think we might start designing the next area. I'm thinking of having like a stalking kind of enemy, where as soon as you enter an area, that enemy constantly follows you. In this tutorial, we're going to work a little bit with some UI and make it flash on screen to say that we have picked up this puzzle piece over here. And we're also going to start looking at building our next little area over here, ready for our stalking type enemy. So what I want to do with this is I want the screen to be a little bit faded for probably roughly 4 seconds and have an image of that half eye and also text to say that we have picked up this particular object. And it's basically down to a sequence of events again, which is going to be within this left eye pickup script that we have. So firstly, let's add in that faded kind of screen. So let's go to game object, UI, and let's go to raw image. I'm going to rename it to say, I'll just say half fade for now. You can call it anything you want really. We need to stretch this across the entire screen. So stretch on the anchoring and 0 on all those. Let's change it to a black color and let's change the alpha to maybe about 100. And I'm going to press play and just see how faded that is. So you can always turn it on and off to see how faded the screen is. So maybe a bit more. Let's try 130. And I think 130 should do. So you work with it a little bit more if you want it more faded. Again, take your time with this. I think I mentioned it last tutorial where you should be taking your time with a lot of this stuff rather than rushing it like I do. I show the mechanics, you do the mechanics. So we've got that in place. Now what we need to do is have on screen the image of that eye. So let's go to Game Object and let's go to UI and Raw Image again. I'm going to double click on this one so we can see it in place. And let's attach the texture, which is the left eye, onto there, and we can see it all good. Let's increase the height to 200 so we can see it. Maybe put it into place about there. Maybe increase a little bit. So I'm thinking maybe width 200, height 400. About there. Yeah. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's rename that as left eye img. And finally, we just need the text at the bottom to say we got the eye. And I think there is some somewhere, is it? I think it is. Oh, I'll tell you what, we'll just add new text in there for now. Again, it all comes down to what you want to do with it. So for now, Game Object, UI, let's have text. I want it to be quite large and I want it to be white. So let's start with the white color. And let's add text to say you got the left eye piece. Let's reposition it down the bottom, so about center, and let's also align it in the center and increase the font size to, let's say, 40, and recenter. All good. So when we pick it up, it should look roughly like that. Now I know we've not really dealt with fonts or anything like that realistically, but I'm thinking maybe we kind of should, just a little bit. So we may do that next tutorial, because there are many fonts out there and it is pretty easy to work with them. But yeah, for now we'll just stick with what we've got here because we just want to get the effect and the mechanics in place. So now we have those. Let's rename that text to say, oops, let's turn caps lock off. I text, and then I want to turn all three of those off up here so they don't appear at all when we play the game. Good. So, like I said, it comes down to a sequence of events in that left eye pickup script. So let's head to that script itself, which is here, left eye pickup. So we're going to need to declare those three extra variables: the half fade, the image of the eye, and the text. So public game object, and I'll just call it half fade semicolon, and then public game object. I will just call it I, and then img, short for image, and public game object I text semicolon. So obviously we only want these to appear when we've picked up this eye, and we're going to need to do this inside a coroutine because we need to work with time here, because after 4 seconds we need it to go off the screen. So down here, I enumerator, and we'll call it I picked up, open close bracket, open curly bracket. So as soon as we've picked it up, we want everything to come on. So we want half fade to appear. So half fade dot set active true semicolon. I image dot set active true, and then I text dot set active also true semicolon. And like I say, we want it to be about 4 seconds. That 4 seconds is the number I kind of came up with. You can have it for as long or as short as you want. So for now, I'm just going to have yield return new, wait 4 seconds, 4 semicolon, and then we just basically need to turn all of those off. And I know there's multiple different ways of doing different things. I think it's all down to how you want to do it. These are the basic mechanics. This is how you can do it. You can find different ways, make different effects. So I'm going to save that script, just make sure everything is okay. So we turn it on and we wait 4 seconds and then we turn it off. So the last thing we need to do is tell the script to run this coroutine, which is going to be down here. But I have also noticed this global inventory.firstDoorKey equals true. Now, this is something we didn't touch upon last time. We need to make this global inventory have a new variable. So if we go to the global inventory script, we now need to add in another variable in here, which is going to be representative of that left side of the eye. So public static bool left eye, and by default we'll put that as false, semicolon, and save that script. Now that does also mean that back in our left eye pickup script, we now need to change global inventory.firstDoorKey to be left eye equals true. So that's telling our global inventory now that we have picked up that left eye, and in which case let's now run that coroutine. So start coroutine, and it's going to be eye picked up, open close bracket semicolon, and save. So that's all we really need to do in terms of showing on screen that we have picked up this piece of the puzzle. And I guess you can add some sound effects to it if you want to. I'm not going to for now, but I guess if you can find a nice sound effect somewhere, add it in. All it is just a little variable, and then play it. So let's make sure that this all works as intended now. I am starting to think I might bring the play. In fact, you know what? Because we're not really going to be dealing with that side anymore, I'm going to bring our player into this room so we can skip a little bit of the game, you know, because we're testing here. So let's bring this into this room. Is that about right? Is that in the door? Not quite. Let's put him about there. Okay, so let's try this out. Okay, so that's that. Oh, we've kicked it. I forgot to mention that, didn't I? We can actually kind of kick it a little bit, because if we're walking and it hits us, we can it kind of bounces off us and makes more of an effect, which is kind of cool in some ways. So let's pick that up. Of course, that's not going to work. Why is that not going to work, Jimmy? Because we didn't set the variables. Jimmy, come on. Come on. We're 36 tutorials in, Jimmy. Stop being silly. Yeah, so let's add the half fade. Let's add the eye image, and let's add eye text. Save, and let's get this show on the road. Let's test this properly. Oh gosh. Okay, so that... Oh, of course. I have just realised. So the way this all works is a little bit strange. Okay, so we get to this point and we do set it as true. So, yeah. Let's turn that line off for now. Realistically, what's happened here is the fact that we have turned the left eye off and we can no longer run the script. But because we've disabled the box collider, we can't pick it up again. So what we might do is actually move this line of code down here and save. And let's try that again. Tell you what, let's clear out the console. So this is a classic example of the code theoretically working, but it won't work correctly due to the fact that it turns itself off. Got the left eye piece. There we go. So 4 seconds might be a bit too long, but it still works. So I'm quite happy with that. Let me turn, in fact, let me put that to 2.5 seconds. Test again. You'll always find this when developing. You're forever in and out testing, debugging, changing things. Left eye piece. Perfect. So we've got the left eye piece. I am happy with that. And I mentioned that we are going to have the next area where we've got a stalking enemy. The idea is I want to have some ground that the enemy will walk around and he will constantly follow us. So I'm going to set all that area up now before we move on to it. We've been in this toy, what, 12 minutes? So yeah, let's create this next little area. So I'm going to save it, and I'm actually going to turn off my post-processing a little bit. It's kind of glaring in my eyes. So let's duplicate this section here and move it in place. Do we have a test light? I can't remember if we had a test light. We do, don't we? The directional light. So I'm going to turn that on so we can see a little better. Let's rotate it so we can accurately see. There we go. And let's put that there. So this whole area, I want to have the enemy following us, but I think it's a little bit too small at the moment for what we want to do with it. So let's look at changing it ever so slightly. So let's go and find this particular floor material. So it's tile floor 002. So let's go to our materials, and it's tile floor 002. I'm going to hold control, press D to duplicate that. And we've dealt with tiling before, so I'm quite simply just going to change this to 10 by 10 and attach that tile floor 003 onto there, and then double the size of this to 40 by 40. And obviously that'll fit just nicely with everything else. It'll align perfectly. So let's have this round about there maybe. So we're going to have another section over here, let's say, where we can pick up the next piece of the eye. So let's take this piece of floor, let's bring it over here, and let's have that about there. So this whole area, like I say, is where we're going to be stalked, and I want to have different, like a different route kind of thing. So I want it to be a little bit enclosed in some ways. So what I'm going to do is just quickly enclose all of this here while I explain what we're going to do in the next tutorial. So as I've said multiple times, what we're doing is we're creating that stalker type enemy. And the idea of what we're going to do there is something called nav mesh. Now, I know we've dealt a little bit with AI previously, and we can effectively use the same style of AI, at least to make the enemy hurt us or whatever. But for now, we're going to do something a bit different. So let's have that there, that there. And this here is going to be where we get into our next section where he can no longer stalk us. So what I would recommend you guys do before the next tutorial is just quickly build up this area enclosed. I'm probably going to end this tutorial now because I don't want to bore you guys anymore with all this, because this is just monotonous in some ways. I'll just enclose it, but then I'll explain what we're going to do in the center of this. In this tutorial, we are going to bring in our stalker type enemy into this area and get him ready to stalk us from the next tutorial onwards. So last tutorial, at the end, I kind of started building up this area a little bit, this kind of arena, I guess you could call it. And it's basically one area where the enemy is going to kind of stalk us, maybe a couple of corridors we might build in. But let's bring in an enemy which can actually, you know, provide us with a bit of a scare. So we're going to head over to mixamo.com. Now, mixamo.com is something I have kind of talked about maybe in 5, 6, 7 tutorials on my channel. There are some which are much more in depth than what we're going to go into here. But the premise of all of this is we can download some free characters and free animations. So I kind of like this character to be the one that stalks us. So what you need to do is head over to Mixamo, create yourself a free account, and click on whatever you want to use as a stalker enemy. In this case, it's going to be him. So at the top, you see you've got characters and animations. So we've selected our character. Perfect. Now let's select some animations. So let's head over there. Now, I'm not going to download all of the animations we need. However, there are some which you will need. We're going to need an idle animation. we're going to need a walking animation, an attacking animation, probably a death animation at the very least. So let's start with an idle animation. So we can go to the top and just type in idle. And we can pick any of these animations at all. I guess you can pick that one. So he's waiting around, waiting for someone to, come at us, whatever. So once you've found an animation you're happy with, what you need to do to get this into Unity is click on download. And in the format, make sure you click collider. That's important. I cannot stress how important that is. The way all of this works is a little bit peculiar. So I'll explain what I mean by peculiar. The fact that we can't actually physically bring in an FBX for Unity on its own. Whereas if we click this and click download, we're able to get the actual textures for this particular bad guy. You'll notice it downloads a zip file, which is all good. And in that zip file, you'll have, well, you should have, but it didn't want to. We need to make sure we have with skin. I think by default it does come with skin. If it comes without skin, just re-download like I've had to here. Just make sure it does come with the skin because it comes in a folder literally called textures. You can see it's much bigger now. So it's just downloading. And essentially, when you open it, it does have that folder. There we go. So textures folder. Just keep that in mind. Next thing we need to do is click download again and then go to FBX for Unity and click on download. And then it will download the actual model itself, again with the skin. So the next thing we need to look for is a walking animation. So walking, let's have a look for that. I guess there's tons of different animations. You could go for that one if you wanted to. But the most important thing that you need to do at this point is to click on in place. Now, it looks like he's sliding across the floor. That's fine. We're going to simulate him actually moving anyway in our scripts, so we don't need to worry about that at all. So if we click download now, we can change with skin to without skin and click on download. And all this will realistically do is download the animation that we need. So I have two there. All you need to do from that is drag them into the same folder where your textures are. So for example, my mutant folder here has the textures, crouch walking, idle, and zombie attack. Those are all the animations. So this idle one has the skin. You can tell just because it is much higher. So keep in mind that you need to bring in the textures and any additional FBX files. So they're in that mutant folder. I've already brought that mutant folder into Unity, as we can see here. And you can see that one there, that's the actual character himself. Now, as I said, I have plenty of tutorials on Mixamo. I don't really want to delve in too much to Mixamo at this point. If you search on my channel, you'll be able to find much more in-depth single mini tutorials on Mixamo. There's a lot you can find there, but as long as you have your character or enemy, whatever you want to call it, and as long as you have all the animations you need, you shouldn't have a problem. So once we have everything in Unity with our textures, our models, our animations, if we click on the arrows next to it, you'll see the little animation file. We need to hold Control and press D to duplicate that. And what that will do is it will extract it out of this FBX file, which is what we need. We need this animation file on its own. So this one is the crouched walking, and we need to make sure that we tick loop time on that because we need that to constantly loop. The next one is idle. So if we hold Control, press D on that one again, we need to make sure that is also looped because he can stand there idle for minutes, I guess. So we need to make sure that it does play over and over and over. The zombie attack, hold Control, press D. That one does not need to be looped. The reason that doesn't need to be looped is because every time we go to attack, or rather the enemy attacks us, we have to trigger that animation in the script anyway. So that does not need to loop. So how do we get all of this in here and how do we make him stalk? Well, what I want to do is just bring in this enemy because it's going to work a little bit differently than it did with our original zombie. but the mechanics that we use to kill our original zombie and the mechanics that our zombie used to kill us can still be used in this. I'm not going to apply them, but you can use the exact same mechanics to make that zombie, or rather make the stalker, attack. There's no point me repeating the exact same code again. So let's drag and drop this guy into our scene. And obviously, I think he needs to be a little bit bigger because he's not that scary like that. So let's have him as 2 by 2 by 2. And I think that looks okay. What I am going to do is just walk up to him with my first person character and just make sure he is kind of a relative size. It's always wise to do something like that because you could build something, take ages to build it, think it looks awesome, but then work out, oh, actually, it's not quite the right size. So I think that looks okay as a size. That should do the trick. So you'll notice, although he has an animation in him, which is the idle, it doesn't actually work. So we're going to make all of this work. But before we do that, we actually need to encase him in an object. That object is going to be the main one, which allows him to kind of walk around in something called nav mesh, which is what we'll be doing next tutorial. So for now, on our mutant, let's right click and let's go to 3D object and cube. Let's bring this cube up to ground level about there, and we should probably increase the size just so it encases all of him. It does look like it's a bit big, so I'm going to turn off mesh renderer. Let's put it to 1.5. That should just about do it. So let's bring it down to the floor. I think that should do. So he's all the way inside that. Yes, his head pokes out a little bit. Yes, his sword arm thing, whatever it is, pokes out a bit. But that doesn't matter too much as long as he is surrounded all four corners by this cube. That's exactly what we need. Now what we need to do is uncouple that cube from our enemy himself, the mutant. And let's call this Stalker Enemy. And then drag and drop that mutant idol into Stalker Enemy. And I think we should name him. Let's just call him Mutant. Hey, muty. So if we go further down onto Mutant Mesh, you'll find everything you pretty much need to work with at this point. You can see that realistically everything is as it should be. You can play around with it if you want to. So where do we go from here? Well, what we'll do is let's attach that crouched walking animation to the mutant directly. So drag and drop onto mutant. Now if we click on him and click on our animation tab, we should see it looks absolutely crazy. That's normal. Because the way this is rigged and how the animation is created, it's normal to see all that because it works with all the different aspects of each part of his body. So don't worry about that at all. So if we go to the controller, which is the mutant there, we can also see that we now have crouched walking. And hopefully, if we press play, and I'm just going to go back to the scene view, we can see him walking. Perfect. So I'm happy with how that looks right now. Yes, I know he's still sliding along the floor, but don't worry about that. Our script will make him walk normally. Now, I think he might be walking a little bit too fast. So I want to play around with how fast he's actually walking. Let's slow him down half speed. So on here, on our animator, not animation, animator, make sure we have crouched walking selected, and let's change the speed to 0.5. And now let's press play. And let's see if he looks any different. He should do. There we go. So I think that's the kind of speed I want him to stalk us at. You can obviously change it if you want to. It's your game. You can do whatever you want with him. So now let's attach some of the other animations to him. So make sure we drag and drop the idle animation onto mutant, not mutant enemy, remember. That's the cube which encases him, which is going to contain the AI scripts. Make sure we're on the actual model mutant. And then the attack. Perfect. So if we go to animator and let's set idle as the default, and let's just have a look at his idle animation. Again, I'm just going to head back to scene. Perfect. So I'm happy with that. So what I want him to do is I want him to be maybe somewhere over here. And as soon as we enter this area, he becomes aware of us. And I want him to walk through whatever corridors or arena we've built here to come and get us. So that's what we're going to do at this point. Let's set, in fact, we'll keep it as idle. I think it's best to keep as idle. Let's move our stalker enemy into position somewhere here. And before we end this tutorial, let's build up a quick little arena area. Now this is going to look utterly ridiculous, believe me, simply because you guys need to take way more time than what I do with so many of these tutorials. I know I've said it repeatedly over the past couple of tutorials, but I cannot stress enough just how important it is. So while I build this quick little corridor arena, I am going to explain what we'll do in the next tutorial. So next tutorial is going to be all about something called NavMesh. And NavMesh is a fantastic way of creating some AI which will allow us to control our little mutant fellow much more easily, because at this point it becomes difficult to effectively control him without the NavMesh components. And that's why I like NavMesh, because it allows us to control so much more of the game without too much effort, in all honesty. So I think that looks okay, and you can hopefully see how this is going to work. We'll have to run around and make sure we don't get caught out by Mr. Mutant, and hopefully by the end of next tutorial we should have a cool little arena going on with our new friend. In this tutorial, we're going to play around with some more AI and get our little stalker guy over here walking all the way around here trying to get to us. So how do we establish this? Now, the general idea is that we want this guy to be able to walk around here of his own free will trying to get to us. And the way we're going to do that is using something called NavMesh. And NavMesh is a great way of allowing us to control where our guy can walk on this particular area. So to do this, you need to go to Window, go to AI, and click on Navigation. Now by default, it will be over here. Some people do prefer it over here next to hierarchy, down here. It's up to you where you want to have it. But essentially, all we need to do is when we have the navigation there, in its simplistic terms, we just need to make sure we have the object selected, which is going to be the floor he's going to walk around on, and click on Navigation Static. Now the reason we click on Navigation Static is it means that this area is never going to change. He's always going to be able to walk around there. Just make sure you also have walkable in this navigation area selected. Then if we click on Bake and just click Bake, you'll see that the area turns a nice blue kind of colour. Now, there are bits in here which will prove to be a little bit of a problem. As the whole area is selected, it means that he can walk around here no problem. It does also mean that he can pass through these particular objects here, and that can pose a slight problem. The reason being is because they are not selected as not walkable. So to get around that, all we need to do is click back on Object up here, and then select the objects which are not walkable. So for example, all of these here within our arena. Next, we need to click on that Navigation Static, obviously because they're not going to move, they're walls. And we need to select Not Walkable from the navigation area. At that point, we can then click on Bake and then click on Bake once again. You'll notice that a line and outline kind of runs around each of those objects. That now means that our little stalker can only walk on blue areas. So if you've got other places within your arena, for example, all of these realistically could do with being changed as well. Although they're right at the edge, it's probably best to, because it still means that he could slightly pass through the wall. And it's always just a case of clicking static and then clicking not walkable and then baking the area. You can see that works. So I'm not going to do all of that because that will just add more time to this tutorial than is realistically necessary. I might just do those two just to be 100% sure. But that's how quick it can be. Just couple of mouse clicks, perfect. All of this area is walkable for our guy. It also means that it's, well, whether we've got this here or not, we can still walk on it. So we have the area set up. How do we make it so as our enemy over here walks around it? It's actually a lot simpler than what you would think. And we're going to do this in 2 stages. So the script is going to be a simple script, which allows him to walk. We're then going to advance the script so he only walks when we're within this vicinity. So if we're not there, he'll just stand idle. So how do we do this? Let's go to our scripts folder and let's go to, what should we go to? Let's just create it here. So let's go to create C# script and we'll have this as Stalker AI. And let's open that up in Visual Studio. So to do this, we also need to attach, are you going to open for me? There we go. We also need to attach, Unity is not playing ball today. There we go. I'll try this sentence again. We need to attach something specific to our Stalker enemy. We need to go to the inspector, click add component, and we need to type in, if we type in AG, we should have right there, navmesh agent. So we need to attach this agent to the actual cube that encases our enemy, because this is going to be what controls the enemy itself and the ability to walk around. So we have the agent attached. In the script, we need to declare that it's there, basically. So in its simplest terms, like I said, this script comes in 2 phases. The first one is going to be the simplistic one, and then we'll advance it. So first things first, let's get rid of the annotations because we don't need them. We do, however, need start and update. So let's start with the 2 variables that we need. We need a destination. The destination is going to be where our Stalker enemy can walk to or will walk to. So public game object, and we'll call this Stalker dest, just short for destination. Next, we need to say that we do have a navmesh agent. So we need to say navmesh agent. And we will also need to declare this as a namespace as well, because we need to tell the script that we are using some AI here. And we'll just call it the agent, just for simplicity. So up at the top where we've got using Unity Engine, let's add in the namespace for AI. Using Unity Engine.ai, semicolon. Perfect. Now I'm thinking it should be really changed. Let's have this as Stalker Agent. Sounds kind of cool, I guess. So next thing we need to do is say Stalker Agent equals get component, and it's going to be navmesh agent. If I can actually spell, I've done this the past couple of tutorials, haven't I? Just can't spell. Navmesh agent, open close bracket, and semicolon. And what that will do is it will tell the script that here is the agent, you can carry on as normal. Now what we need to do is in update, we need to tell it where to go. So by that standard, we just say Stalker agent dot set destination, and then we need to work on a destination. So it's done by the transform position. So we're going to say Stalker dest dot transform dot position, close bracket, semicolon, and save. So like I say, this first phase is a simplistic term. It's done. That's as simple as it gets. Now, what I'm going to do here is it's going to look a little bit strange, but we set the destination as the player, and realistically it should always be the player anyway. But like I say, the second phase, we're going to control what's what. So let's attach the Stalker AI script onto our Stalker enemy. And I know we have some stuff here to play around with, but I'm not going to go into this just yet. We're going to leave it as its default settings and then see what needs changing. So Stalker dest, let's have that as our FPS controller. And press play. let's just get straight into it and see how this looks. So I'm going to switch back to the scene view. So you can see already it looks a little bit strange. So we can see that he's got basically stuck. He's glitching through here because I haven't set these areas as not walkable for him. He's also gliding because his default animation is idle, not crouched walking. So let's set as default state. So now he should play the walking animation. Next thing we need to do is we need to establish his speed. His speed was a little bit fast then, so let's tone that down a bit. We have speed as 3.5 by default. Let's have that as 2, and let's see how that reacts now. Let's also keep an eye on where he's walking. So he's just going around there, so he's clipping there, which is fine, but he is walking through here. So I know I said I wasn't going to, but I'm going to click back on navigation, and I'm actually going to set all of these as not walkable. So object, static, not walkable. Let's go into bake. And what else can we do here? Let's just click bake. I'm thinking maybe we could actually advance this a little bit more. For example, he kind of walks through this just a little bit, but we could actually work around the radius of it just a little bit. I mean, you could work, for example, here. You could change that, and you can see just how much he has to go around. So if we press play, let's see how it now reacts. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Yeah. I'm quite happy with how that's now looking. You can see he is obviously making a decent attempt at avoiding the obstacles that he needs to. So you should play around with this a little bit more than just what I've done. I've done a quick kind of judgment there to do that, but I might put that as 1.75 and rebake. Just always remember to rebake once you change something here. So that should be okay. He looks like he is stalking there with the way he's walking around. So I'm actually going to go into the game view and see how he reacts to us walking through these halls. There he is. He's coming after us now. So if we run down here, there we go. So you can see he's stalking us wherever we go. So if we go through here, let's see what he does. Will he come through here? He will. Awesome. So next what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add the ceiling on top there, just to kind of not make it look so bright. So hopefully this should look a little bit creepier if we press play and try and go through now. A bit more horror-ish, I guess. So you come here and then you see that, you think, oh gosh. So always work with the lighting. Perfect. So let's have a look. Is he sliding across the floor a little bit? I think his speed may need to be decreased ever so slightly. But again, that's something you guys should work on. Probably 1.75. Now, you can play around with some of these. They are pretty self-explanatory. You've got your obstacle avoidance there. That one is probably going to be what you'll play around with the most. It basically means how much is he going to kind of swerve around some of these obstacles, i.e. the walls. The higher it is, the more. But I wouldn't recommend playing around too much with these. I think its default settings is pretty decent, to be honest. So let's get on to the second phase of this. Let me turn that off again so we can see everything. The second phase revolves around us being able to get away from him. And there's obviously different ways of doing this. There's obviously different ways you can do this. But I'm going to go for a simple way of doing it as, for example, when we're here, he's not interested in stalking us anymore. As soon as we enter his arena, his domain, that's when he will do it. Now, to do that, we are going to add in a variable into our stalker AI script, and that is going to control whether he is after us or not. So if we go to nav mesh agent just below it and say public game object, and we'll actually refer to him directly, stalker enemy, because we're going to control his animations. And we'll also have public static bool is stalking semicolon. So by default, this is going to be false, which means that he's not going to do anything. So in void update, we need to say if is stalking equals false, which it will be when we start the game, then all we need to do is say that the animation to play is going to be idle. So stalker enemy dot get component, this breaky brackets animator open close bracket dot play, and in brackets and quotes the idle animation, which I believe is just called idle. I will double check that. It is indeed called idle. And semicolon. So that now means that he's not going to walk to the destination. We're going to say else after that statement, and then open curly bracket, and then a close curly bracket after it. But we also need to make sure that we play his walking animation. So I think I'm actually going to copy the name rather than type it. It's always best to copy in cases like this, just in case you end up with a typo. And let's save that script. So if we head back into Unity and press play now, and head back to the scene view while it's playing. So he isn't doing anything, but by default, right, I've just established, yet by default, he is walking anyway. So let's set his default animation back to idle and try that again, and he should just be stood there. Even when we walk up to him, he's not going to do anything. Although, now I think about it, we probably should have assigned, if I can find him again, we probably should have assigned that variable, because stalker enemy, it should be there. But we will keep it as idle by default. So let's press play and just make sure everything is as intended. Idle. Perfect. So next, what we need to do is let's have it so as when we enter this section here, he then starts to come after us. So just to kind of prove it, what I want to do is I'm going to start it, walk this way, and wait here for a second so he's not following us, there's nothing. He should just be stood there, which he is. So now let's have that trigger here so he starts following us. So game object, 3D object, cube. Let's bring that into position through this little corridor. Somewhere about there, I think. That should do. And let's stretch it across the hallway so we can trigger it. And it's going to be on the Z, so let's have that as 4. Probably needs to be a bit bigger, but I guess it doesn't matter too much for now. Let's untick mesh renderer and let's go to our scripts and create a new C# script. And this one is called activate stalker. And let's head into that script. Now this is going to be done on a void on trigger enter. So void on trigger enter. And it doesn't need to be private. So as soon as we enter this trigger, we need to disable the actual collider because we don't want to be able to keep doing this. So this dot game object dot get component in spiky brackets box collider open close bracket dot enabled equals false semicolon. And at the same time, we need to reference that stalker AI because we need to turn that bool to true, which means that all this is going to work down here. So stalker AI dot, and then we can find it in the list, is stalking equals true. Semicolon, save. Head back into Unity. Let's rename this cube down here and have stalker active. And then we just need to attach that stalker script. Where is it gone? Activate stalker onto there. And make sure we tick is trigger. And let's give this a go. In fact, let's put the ceiling back on. Hopefully, we should be able to see him come after us. So far he isn't, because we've not crossed that trigger. But when we do, we've entered the area. And he's not coming. Oh, there he is. He got me there. He didn't come the way I was expecting. But there we go. We now have him coming after us. So obviously at the moment, being able to shoot him, it's not going to do anything. He's not going to do anything. You just need to apply the same logic. I'm sure I mentioned it last time. The same scripting, same principles as you did for the zombie. Like I say, I'm not going to do that again because there's no point repeating the same tutorial over. You can always just head back to that one and just use the same scripts. So yeah, so far we have that working as intended. Now I'm happy with that, how that's working. And I think realistically there is more that can be done. Obviously we want him to stop stalking us when we get to a certain point. So we'll probably work on that next tutorial. Speaking of next tutorial, what we're going to do, we're actually going to build up the next little area here, which is where we get our right part of the eye to complete the puzzle. So this tutorial, we're going to add in the second piece of our eye. And we're also going to add in, not really a jump scare, but it's going to be a bit of an environmental change, i.e. when we've done something, something on the wall appears. So another thing I actually want to work with is we have that trigger which allows our dude to kind of walk around. And I want to just do another trigger to do the inverse of that. And I guess it doesn't really matter too much if you do it or not. But I just want to maybe explain how you would do it. So here, for example, when we come into this section where we're going to pick up the second piece of the eye, you would have another trigger which says basically stalking equals false in the stalk AI. So I'm probably not going to do it because it's the same kind of thing, but it's the principle. I just want to explain to you that you can do that if you want to. It's just an extra little trigger to stop it walking around. So I'm going to build up this tiny little section here, and I'm going to explain what we're going to do with this environmental change. Now, what I mean by environmental change, like I say, we do something and maybe something appears on the wall. So I want to basically, when we get back to that area where we just were, you know, where we have the first piece of the eye, we also have something there which has suddenly appeared on the wall, the words "get out." So it's kind of not a jump scare, but it's something a little extra that has happened. So with the eye and picking it up, we can actually kind of cheat maybe a little bit. We can use the same eye and use the same script technically, but if we're going down the route of picking up both pieces of eye, we probably need a separate script. But what I am going to do is I'm going to duplicate that left eye object, and let's call it, if I can press the right buttons on the keyboard, let's call it right eye object. And I want to move it over into that section from earlier that I've just put those walls around. Probably best if I rotate everything as well. So if we have 90 and 90 there, that should do. And let's move it so we can pick it up straight off the wall. Let's bring it this way. All the way here. Probably about there should do the trick. There we go. So like I say, you can use the same script if you want to, even though it's defined as the left eye pickup, but I'm actually going to hold Control, press D and duplicate, because realistically this script is also going to allow us to change the wall, as it were. So this one is right eye pickup. So let's head into that right eye pickup script. And we need to change the class name up here. Right eye pickup. And obviously we need all those again, so we need the eye text to come up, we need the half eye to appear, except we're going to make this pick up right eye. And we also do need to make sure that eye text says picked up the right eye. I think it says left, doesn't it? You got the left eye piece, so we need it to say you got the right eye piece. So what we need to do is down here where we have I picked up, we need to say I text dot, in fact, you know what, why don't we just copy this here? Simple as that. Why type it when we can just copy? And I'm going to copy this, I'm going to place it here, and that's now going to say right eyepiece. So we've got that, that's fine. Now at the same time, we also need that wall. So we're going to add in 2 extra variables. So public game object, we'll put, in fact, we'll put fake wall, because the wall that's there at the moment is going to be the fake one. The real wall will have all the writing on it. So public game object real wall semicolon. And all that means is that down here, we just need to put fake wall dot set active false semicolon, and then real wall dot set active true. And all this will make sense in just a moment when we piece everything together. So let's save that script, and we need to change this as well, the global inventory, don't we? We need to add that in there as well. So public static bool right eye semicolon. Oh, by default we will make sure that is false. And let's head to the right eye pickup and change that to right eye. Resave that script, head back into Unity, and do we have an error? We do have an error. Oh, it's because we didn't save global inventory, that's why. So that's a good thing about the console. You can always double click, it'll take you to where there's an error, trace it back, sorted. So that should disappear, perfect. Now let's attach that to the right eye. So right eye there. And let's attach everything that we need to here. Let's close up that material. So action key needs to go in there. Action text. Extra cross. And although it says the left eye, we know it's the right eye. It's because we've copied it over. Realistically, you should change that if you want to. I'm not going to because I'm a bit lazy. But essentially, it's the same kind of principle. Half fade, then eye image, yep, and then eye text, yep. Now, before we do these last 2, let's deal with the wall. Over here, I can already see the comments after that. So this right here is going to be what we need to change. So this wall is going to have the words written on it. And to do that, all we need to do is bring in a new texture for that wall. So I'm going to bring in this texture, and I will have it on my website if you want to. All it is the exact same texture for the wall, but with the words get out written on it. So we need to make sure that cube 20 in this case, I'm going to rename as fake wall, is indeed still there. We need to duplicate that, and we'll have that as real wall. Next, what we need to do is put that on to there. So drag and drop onto there. And while we're at it, we'll actually turn off the actual fake wall so we can see. So we just need to turn that around a little. So we're on the real wall. Let's rotate -90. That should still line up perfect. Now all we need to do is just make sure that we get the normal map the same, so it kind of blends in a bit better than what it does right now. So if we take that wallpaper with a get out on, duplicate, and let's set that as normal map, apply. And we need to replicate what we have in wallpaper 001. So we need to make sure that these settings are going to be the same for this one. So let's attach the get out. In fact, I think we need that grayscale, to be honest. There we go. So let's attach that get out normal map to the get out. There we go. We can see that's changed. We need to set it to 0.1 so as it matches the same as this. See, 0.1. And then 241 and 338. So 241 and 338. And it should blend in absolutely fine there. So it's seamless. It still says get out and it is seamless. So let's turn that off. So real wall off, fake wall back on. So hopefully now you can see what's going to happen with this sequence of events. Once we pick up that second eye, that wall is going to change from what it is now to the one we've just created. So let's add those variables into the right eye object. So real wall goes over there, and fake wall, which is the one that disappears, goes into there. And finally, let's remove that leftover remnant of the left eye pickup. So now we only have the right eye on there. So save, and I'm going to play this whole section and just make sure that everything works as intended. So wall looks fine, that's all good. Let's pick up the left eye. We got the left eye piece. Let's go through here, and let's hope we don't come across our new friend. Where is he? There he is. So let's go and pick up that right eye piece. That is on the wall. Let's take that. Got the right eye piece. Perfect. Now, oh, hello, here he is. Let's head back through here and we should see the writing on the wall. Perfect. So, all of this sequence now is coming together and I'm quite happy with how this is looking. So the next thing that we're going to do in the next tutorial is we are going to have a place where we can put both of these eyes in, and then that wall where it says get out will open to the next area. For this tutorial, we are going to bring together those eye pieces to finish up this puzzle and probably start making it so as this wall here slides upwards into the next area. So we're at a position now where pretty much this whole section is going to be done. And I essentially want to get these eyepieces together in this section here. So we're going to have like something stuck on the wall where we can put in both of those pieces, but only when we've collected both of them. So the easiest and simplest way to do this for now, I mean, you can take much more time doing this, but we're going to create a little kind of a platform on the wall where we can put them in. So let's go to game object, 3D object, and cube. Let's bring it into position. It's quite far away. So like I say, essentially what we're going to do is create an area that we can hand both of these in, and then this wall will slide upwards. At least that's the plan anyway. So that is roughly where it's going to be. So let's place it about there. And let's have a look at our textures. Have we got anything useful in the way of textures? Let's add this metal, I think. So metal texture onto there. Hold control, press D to duplicate. And let's bring this out a little bit so it's like the platform for them to sit on. Let's have the size as, let's say, 0.1 maybe. And bring it down and slide it out just a little. So you can see the platform there is where the eyes will sit. Perfect. So the next thing we need to do is create the actual object where the eye will appear. So I'm going to take that cube that we created first, hold control, press D, and I'm going to slim that down to 0.02, so it's quite thin, and we'll have it roughly there. Probably scale it down a little bit, 0.9 by 0.9, and let's attach that full eye onto there, and we should be able to see no problem. So if we zoom out a touch, what I want to happen is the wall that will move is going to be somewhere here, and that will move us into the next area. So what we're going to do is create an animation for that wall so as it will move up. And if we just pan around, we can see everything should be okay because we can see where the eye goes there, but we don't want the eye to actually appear right now. So let's turn the eye off. In fact, we need to bring it down just a little bit so as it sits on. There we go. So it sits on the ledge. And I'm going to rename that as eye object. And I'm going to turn it off. Next thing I'm going to do is create an animation for the real wall, which is this one. Because remember, this is only going to happen when we have the words get out written on this section of the wall. So it's that one that we have to actually create the animation on. So let's make sure we're in our animations folder and let's create the animation. Let's bring this tab down here and call this animation anything we want. So I'm going to call it real rise, just because I can. Because it's the real wall that's going to rise upwards. So if we do that and press record, and its default position at frame 0 is going to be where it is now. And we're only going to be dealing with this on the positions. So 10.5 by 3. In fact, I will just type 0, then 3, just to make sure we double check that. And then 26.5. And what I want to happen is after 3 seconds, I want it to be somewhere up here. So by frame 180, we have it about there, I think. Let's stop that animation by pressing the record button again. Now we need to go to the animator and we need to right click, create, in fact create state will do, and then empty, because we don't want it to play. We only want to be able to play it when we say. So set that as the default. So new state is default. The animation we've just created, the wall that rises, will only be played when we tell it to. So that also means that we have to change it down here and untick loop time, so it only plays for once. So again, you can see that this sequence of events should come together fairly well. Let's just make sure we turn the real wall off again. I just want to press play and just make sure everything does look okay at this point. Yeah, that's fine. No worries there. So how do we do this? Well, best way of doing it is creating an object on here which says basically when we've picked up those 2 half eyes, we can actually place the full eye here. And we can pretty much use this left eye pickup script again, except we're going to change it a little bit more. So let's hold Control press D on the left eye pickup script, and we'll change this to eye placement. And let's open up that script in Visual Studio and change the class name. So eye placement. And let's change what the text says to place eye pieces. And at this point, we can then do what we need to get that wall to raise upwards. So theoretically, we don't actually need to worry too much about this coroutine down here, because the sequence of events that's going to happen is when we actually place the eye, we need to make it appear, and then we need to raise the wall. So rather than have the left eye here, let's have eye pieces. And obviously that will highlight down here, but we can get rid of that in a bit anyway. So when we press the action button, we need to disable the collider. We need to get rid of all that. And instead of starting the coroutine and having the left eye equals true, we can get rid of those lines and basically just say eyepieces dot set active true, semicolon. So next thing to do is to play the animation of the wall. So let's get rid of those 3 variables because we don't need them. And let's have public game object real wall, semicolon. And then after the eyepiece has been set active, real wall dot get component, and in spiky brackets animator, close bracket, dot play. and in brackets and quotes the name of the animation we just created, which was Real Rise. Obviously, if your animation name is different, you just change that there. Finally, let's get rid of this coroutine down here because we don't need it. And I'm sure I've mentioned many times before the fact that we've not written this script from scratch because we don't necessarily need to. If we've created a script previously that we can modify just slightly, we may as well. It'll save time in the long run. So let's save that script and let's head back into Unity. Now, this is going to instantly work, so we're going to need to modify the script a little bit more later on, but basically we're just kind of testing at this point. So this cube object right here, let's hold Control, press D, and we're going to need to rename this as trig, and I'm going to turn off the mesh renderer and I bring it outwards just a little bit to about there. And that is what we're going to attach the eye placement to. So now let's set those variables. If I can find my canvas. So there's the action key. There is the action text. Extra crosshairs. Eyepieces is going to be this eye object. And real wall is this one here. So I'm going to put real wall on and turn the fake wall off. So we're going to simulate the fact that we have, let's say, picked up both of those eyes, and we'll be able to place this here. So I'm going to save the scene and let's test this out. So yeah, imagine that we've picked up both of those halves and let's place that there. Cool. I'm happy with that. And obviously you can add in sound effects if you want to. It's entirely up to you. You know, it's probably a good idea to go on something like free sound and get a sound effect which all sounds like a wall moving upwards. You could do something like that. So the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to add some code in which allows us to only place those eye pieces when we have them. So we need to undo a couple of things that we've done there. So real wall goes off. iTrig will also go off. In fact, no, do you know what? We'll keep iTrig on because I've got a good idea here. What we'll do is we will modify in this script a little section which allows us to check if global inventory, left eye and right eye are both true. If they are both true, then we'll run this section here. I think that might be the best way of doing it, to be honest. So let's keep that object active, iTrig. All good. So in void on mouse over, let's add an extra if statement. If, and we'll say global inventory dot left eye equals true, and, which is the double ampersand, global inventory dot right eye equals true, then do the following. So open curly bracket, and then here, just before the last curly bracket of that method, we need to place the closed curly bracket, and that will encompass everything that we would normally have in void on mouse over inside that if statement. So if we save that and press play, we should be able to head over to that little platform plaque thing, whatever you want to call it, and we will not be able to do anything with it, which is good. So even if we pick up this eyepiece, yep, we got the left eyepiece, we still cannot place it there. So let's see what happens if we head over and pick up the other eyepiece. We should be able to. Yep, so we've got it. Oh, hello there. So let's see if this works. And it does indeed let us place it there. Excellent. So then this would be the next area that we would go to. So I think you guys need to refine this just a little bit more than what I have done. Obviously I've kind of not rushed it per se, but I've taken a lot less time on it than you guys should, because realistically you need to work with this a lot better than I do. As I always say, I show you the mechanics, you put those mechanics into practice. So I'm just going to move this section of floor into place, ready for what would be the next area. So probably about there. So I am probably not going to really create the next area, as it were. And that's something that you guys can look into yourself and develop. So I think we are at a point now where we should probably look at saving the game and loading the game. And the most common aspect you'll find of saving and loading is going to be autosave. So I think next tutorial we will start looking at autosave. So for example, when we have got past the intro sequence, it'll save for us. When we get into this next area, it will again save for us, and we'll be able to load from the main menu. So yes, next tutorial is going to be all about saving and loading. So until that next tutorial, guys, you just kind of work with what you've got. Everything here, change things a little, work with it a little bit more. Don't rush through like I've done. As I say, these mechanics are going to be vital to creating this survival horror game, and we've learned so much in this series so far that there probably isn't going to be too much more that I can show you. You'll be able to manipulate everything you've learned and create your own fully fledged game. But this tutorial, we're going to focus on saving and loading our game. So saving and loading, as I explained last tutorial, is most commonly found in autosave, and that is the method that we're going to utilize here. And obviously different ways can be done if you want to modify versions of the script that we're going to create. So as I said, what I want to do is I want to get to a point where we get to, say, the first level after the cutscene, the initial cutscene, and it saves, so when we load we can actually start there. So what I am going to do is bring our first person controller back to its original position in here. And that is going to be where we would load the game if we were loading from here. So about there seems about right. So everything is now set in place. So let's head back to our original scene, the very first one we created, which is the main scene that we go into. And this is the room we start in. So I'm going to go to scripts and I'm going to create a new folder. And let's call this folder Saving Mech. And mech is just short for mechanics. Now, if we go to File and Build Settings, you remember we have all of these in here, and they reference different things. Now, the best way of doing this is when we first come into a scene, we need to save something somewhere which we can always reference even when the game is closed to remember where we were, which scene we were in. And the best way of doing that is called player prefs. So what we will do is let's right click, create, and let's have a new C# script. And this will be an auto save. So I'm going to call it auto 01. So this is going to be the first auto save. Now, logically, you could have the same script over and over if you want to. By all means, it's not going to make too much of a difference. These scripts are going to be that small that it really doesn't matter too much. All we're doing at this point is getting rid of void update and getting rid of the annotations. So this script is going to save our game. And all we do is we say player prefs dot set int, and I'm going to set this integer as an actual number, but that number doesn't necessarily have to reflect the scene number. So for example, I could set this as 52, and then we would end up creating a script which would basically interpret 52 as scene 1. But realistically, we don't really want to do that. Best way to do it is actually reference that integer to the true scene number. So for example, scene 1, where this script will only exist, is scene number 2. So scene 1 is actually scene 2. I know it sounds ridiculous and crazy, but the name of the scene that we're in, scene 1, is actually scene 2 of the build. So we can use that to our advantage. So set int, and we can call this anything we want. So in brackets, the name of the actual player pref you want to create. And basically what this is like an external variable. So a variable that Unity will remember even when it has been closed down. So let's call this auto save and comma, and then the number we want to place into that variable or player pref, you know what I mean. And we'll do number 2 there. Close bracket, semicolon, and save. That's all there is to that. So if we place that script in this scene, that player pref will remember scene number 2. So let's go to, in fact, let's create a new object. And let's name this as auto save. And then we'll have auto 01 on there. And save the scene. Now, I'm not going to play test this just yet, simply because we need to also account for the fact that scene 0 is a new game, as it were. If I go to the menu, I'll show you what I mean exactly. So, main menu, we have new game and load game. So we are going to end up creating a script which, when we're here, if it detects that the autosave is 0, we won't be able to load the game. We will only be able to click new game. And obviously when we click new game, that all starts the sequence again. So for now, we're happy with what that is. Next, let's go to our second scene. So let's go to scene 002. And in here, we need to create the autosave for this scene. So just hold Control, press D to duplicate, change it to auto2, and set the integer for the same one, the same player pref, as whatever scene number this is. So build settings, scene 2 is number 5. Obviously, you'll know your game a lot more than other people. And by the time you start creating, you know, scene 3, 4, 5, 6, the numbers will probably end up being sequential. The only reason they're not right now is because we have the various scenes in between. So let's save that. And let's add that auto save object. So game object, create empty, auto save, and drag and drop auto 02 onto there and save. So I'm happy with the fact that these two scenes will auto-save now. It'll remember where we are. So let's create the script which will allow us to actually load the game itself. So right-click, create C# script. We'll call this load script. If I can actually spell it, I've put script, haven't I? I should rename that. So load script. Let's open that up. Now, I'm going to head back into our main menu here because this bit becomes important. So let's go to main menu, and I'm going to do this the way I want to. I'm going to have load button as not there. And I'm going to have it as well to detect that if we have already started a game, load button will occur. So this script is going to be doing a couple of different things, but keep with me, you'll understand how it works. So first things first, let's declare that load button as a variable. So public game object load button semicolon, and next public game object, and we will have let's have load int. So that's going to be the integer that we load. So what this means is that in void start, we need to say load int is equal to player prefs dot get int rather than set, and in brackets and quotes the name that we have referred to in the autosave files. In this case, it is simply just autosave. So what that will do is it will bring in, I've actually set that as a game object when I should have set that as an int. That's my bad. So what will happen here is when the script starts, it will set whatever is in this player pref into here. At that point, what we can do is we can say is if, in brackets, load int is greater than 0, then we have the load button dot set active true, semicolon. And I'm going to save that and we're going to try this out now. So fingers crossed the load button should not appear when we start the game. So let's take that load script and place it on the menu control. And we just need to set that variable for load button. And let's press play. So indeed, load int is still 0. Now, next thing we need to do before we actually test any more of this is we're going to get that load button actually working. And to do that, we need to add in a namespace at the top. This namespace is for the scene management as we've dealt with previously. So using Unity engine.scene management, semicolon. Let's get rid of void update because we don't need it. And you know, actually, now I think about it, let's have a look at our previous main menu function. Because we might be able to actually merge these scripts together rather than have that load script. I think that might actually be a better option, if I'm honest, because then we keep everything together, don't we? Rather than have multiple scripts that do a couple of different things. So while we're at it, let's bring over these variables into main menu function. And let's also bring that start method as well. So rather than have that extra script, we've actually got everything in here. So I'm going to save that load script there and save the main menu function there. Let's remove that load script. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. Remove. And let's add that load button. Just make sure this still works. Perfect. So what we do now is we create a new method and a new coroutine for loading the game. So let's go public void load game button, close bracket, open curly bracket, and we will have start coroutine, and in brackets it'll be load game start, close bracket, semicolon. And I'm going to copy this coroutine for the new game and paste it, but call it load game start. So it functions the same way as our new game button, but instead of actually changing the scene to number 4, we are going to change it to whatever is in the integer in autosave, which is currently in load int. So instead of the number 4 down there, we have load int and save. So all of this now is going to function as a true load and save system. So if we head back into Unity, let's go to our load button. And we just need to set that up. So click plus, menu control, and change that to load game button and save. So I am fairly confident now that this whole sequence of events should work. There is one thing I probably do need to do ever so slightly on scene 1. If I recall, the post-processing here is a little bit too much, so I'm going to get rid of that light because it is a bit of a pain. And save. Okay, so let's head back to main menu and let's see how this, there's that eye. Let's see how this all looks now. Fingers crossed. So the load button should not appear. It doesn't. So let's go new game. Now unfortunately we are going to have to sit through my terrible voice acting here that we did quite a while ago. But what should happen now is when we get into our next scene, I am going to stop gameplay and I am going
The
to
night of
try and
October
load the game
29th,
from the main
2008
menu, and we'll
changed
see
me
how that
forever.
goes. I do apologise for this awful voice acting, guys.
I headed
I'm so
out to
sorry.
investigate the haunting sounds in the woods.
Those haunting sounds, indeed. You probably skip ahead about 30 seconds or so if you want to.
I stumbled upon a clearing with a cabin in the distance.
As we've seen this before, haven't we? We end up getting close to that cabin and then smash on the head.
I could hear those
with
sounds
something.
again coming from there. Little did I know that this was only the beginning.
It was only the beginning. So far, no save has occurred because we are in this cutscene. There's no autosave. But as soon as this ends, right here, we go into the next scene.
Oh,
and
where
we
am
will
I?
have generated that autosave
I need
now.
to get out of here.
So, yep, we're in this level. So if we press play now, we should see the load game button. And we do. So if we press this, we should be able to go straight into where we've just saved. And we do.
Oh, where am I?
Perfect. So let's go a little bit further here and just make sure it works as intended. So if we were to quit the game now,
Looks like
we'd
there's
start
a weapon on
back
that
at the
table.
beginning of this particular section where we auto-saved. But if we pick up the pistol, and let's sort out this zombie. So if we go through here now, into the next area, we'll generate that second autosave. So if we stop the game there, press play, load game should still appear, and we should load into that second area. And we do. It should also be noted as well that if we do go new game, we don't actually create a new game file until we get to that first area. So if we start a new game, stop it, and then try loading, we will actually load our original save just before we got to that menu. So second area. It's only when you get to the first autosave that you will erase everything. You can change that if you want to, but it might not be worth it just in case. So that is how we can basically create a load and save system. And you can obviously do a couple of things extra to that to make it more intelligent, but you've got the basics there. That's all you're really going to need. You can work with those basics and build a really good saving and loading system. So the next tutorial, guys, we are going to create a credits scene. We will create probably some links on the main menu, and we will look at actually building the product. And don't forget, click subscribe and click on the bell icon as well to stay up to date with every tutorial I upload to my channel, because there's always a lot to see, a lot to learn, and a lot to do. And if you've enjoyed this series, then please feel free to check me out on Patreon or YouTube memberships, where you'll earn things like early access, exclusive content, project files, and so much more. With that in mind, let's get to work. So let's create a quick little credit scene, and they're actually a lot simpler than most people would assume. So let's go File and New Scene, and all I really want on this is something simple. Black screen with some scrolling names. So let's go to Game Object, UI, and let's go to Raw Image. Let's change the color to be completely black. Let's stretch it on the anchoring so as it goes across the entire scene, the entire screen, I should say, and zero everything out, and we should end up with completely black. Now, all we need to do is Game Object, UI, and let's go to Text. Let's position the text center and below the screen itself. So let's have the alignment center. Let's also have it white. And probably best to increase the size because we want it quite large, and it's going to be about there. Should actually probably have the alignment at the top, maybe. So let's say the credits are designer Jimmy Vegas, graphics. I don't know. Let's go with Todd Howard. What else can we have? Story. Randy Pitchford. You see where I'm going with this. Not Itchford. Pitchford. Okay, so you would just basically carry on with this as normal. So another little trick that you can use is change the canvas to be, rather than consistent pixel size, change it to scale with screen size. And set this to 1920 by 1080. So that means that whenever we create the animation for this, it's going to stay relative to the screen. So let's create the animation. So let's go to the animations folder, make sure we have the text selected, animation, create, and let's say credits scroll, save, and start recording. So obviously the beginning is going to be on the Y position. So let's copy that and repaste it so as it stays at that position. And let's say we have the credits scroll just for, because they're small, 10 seconds. So let's say 600th frame. We want them to be up here. So make sure the whole thing is off screen, and then stop the recording, and then head to the animation itself and turn off loop time. And if we press play now, we should see some simple scrolling credits. Obviously, you should take a lot more time doing this, but that is effectively how we can just make credits scroll quickly and easily. There's nothing really more complicated to it. It's as simple as that. So all you would need to do now is link this in the same way that you would link everything else to the main menu. So we'll save the scene. So save as, just call it credits. And I'm not going to link it to the main menu, but I am going to add it to my build settings. So add open scenes. So on the main menu, all you would need to do is, just like everything else, use the scene management and link it to your credits button. So what now? Let's look at adding in some links to our main menu. So for example, if we go to our canvas, and I'm going to turn off post-processing so we can see it a little better. Let's have a link down here which links to your website. So game object, UI, and let's go button. I'll leave it titled as button, but let's make this button say something like website. So you could link to your development website, or even your Itch.io page or your Steam page or whatever. Let's go to scripts. And let's go to main menu, if I can find it. In fact, let's click on main menu control, main menu function, right there. And in here, let's add another method. So public, load site. Helps if we have a void there, doesn't it? So it knows. And then open close bracket, open curly bracket. And to do this, all we need to put in is application dot open URL, and in brackets and quotes the name of where you want that to be. So for example, my website would be http://jvunity.com. Semicolon and save. Head back into Unity, and then you would just need to set that button up with that method. So I'm going to actually anchor that down to the bottom there. And button, let's click on the plus, drag over menu control, click on no function, main menu function, and load site. So now, whenever we click that button, it will load up my website because it's linked right there. So whatever website you have, you just have it right there. So now, let's save it, and let's take a look at some of the build settings before we build our actual game. So let's go to, if I click right, let's go to edit, and let's go to project settings. So you'll have a list here of a couple of different things, and to be honest, a lot of them for basic development aren't too important. The ones you might want to play around with are possibly some of the physics, but again, that's not something we're going to touch because realistically, a lot of this is a lot more advanced development. But I'll explain a little bit more of that later in this tutorial. The one we're going to focus on more than anything right now is this player. The player is the actual physical application, not the player in the game. So, for example, our company name would be JB Game Studios. You put whatever yours is there. Product name, survival horror game, whatever your product name is. It could be, like, for example, mine was the Demons Inside for something I made a while ago. And version, you can use version on this if you want to. If not, just keep it as version 1.0. Default icon. Now this icon is going to be displayed on the actual application file itself, and down here in the taskbar you'll see, like, for example, the Unity logo there. That's the icon it's going to use. So you could use any texture, you could create your own, you could use one we already have. Let's use that full eye. So that can be our icon. We have the build settings down here for a couple of different platforms, obviously. We have PC, so there's our icon that will appear. Resolution and presentation, I always like to keep it full screen window just because everyone loves full screen. Why would you want it in a window? But I guess some people do. So feel free to play around with some of these. By default, Unity is pretty good at everything it has. I mean, its default settings are pretty much good to go. If you wanted to build the game now, you wouldn't really have a problem. Everything would be completely fine. So just check out a couple of those. Generally, I'd say leave it as its default settings and maybe come back to it when you've built the game and played around with it. Next, we have the splash image. Now, the splash image, I don't think really matters too much at this point. Back in the earlier versions of Unity, it kind of would, because it'd be that little application box when you started the game where you could choose a couple of different things like the quality and whatnot. But for now, I'm just going to place that in there as well. I wouldn't worry too much about the splash image. You've got your other settings and then your reality settings down here. Again, if you're doing something like virtual reality, then yeah, obviously, but I am not. Like I say, a couple of other settings here to go through. By default, once again, I honestly think everything should be fine. You don't need to worry too much. Going through all of this would be a whole series in itself, if I'm honest. Other platforms, if you do want to build for them, for Apple devices or Android devices, same kind of principle applies on all of them here. You can see it's just pretty much the same thing. We are building for PC, so we are only going to focus on the PC settings for now, but never be afraid to play around with some of the others. So the other setting we're going to look at here is quality. We can actually select what kind of quality we can have for our game. Again, by default, it is pretty much spot on. You don't need to change anything here. And if you do want to play around with anything, don't be afraid, because you can always reset them. Another good indication of using something is if you hover over it, it will tell you what exactly it does. For example, soft particles, use soft blending for particles on. Yeah, I would say that's pretty good, because it's going to make it at least mesh together a little better, if that's the right word to use. You can also rename some of these settings. So if you click the settings up here, for example, Ultra, you could rename that to Epic or something like that. And you could also change a couple of the settings down here if you want to. But like I say, for now, let's leave it as default. Maybe change this, like I say, to Epic, because why not? And we'll see how this reacts when we build the game itself. So, like I say, feel free to play around with some of the others. You don't necessarily have to. Default is great, and I will show you why default is great now. So I'm going to save my project again. And now I'm going to go to File, Build Settings, and I'm going to click Build and Run. And what this will do is it will compile everything we've created into a playable version that you can upload wherever you want to, so other people can play it. So build and run, and it will prompt you for a folder. So right click and let's go to New and Folder. I'm just going to call this SH, short for Survival Horror, and then select folder, and it will start building. It may take a little bit of time, especially if your project is quite large. I'm hoping this is not going to take too long to build, but while it is building, I'm going to discuss where to go from here, development-wise. So over the past 12 hours of this series, We've learned a lot of different things. We haven't necessarily learned everything we need to know. However, we've learned different chunks, which would be enough to combine and build together an entire game. For example, we have a little kind of puzzle element to it where we shoot the vase to get the key and where we've got the eyes. So you could combine those two to create another type of puzzle. We've got the basic elements for enemy AI down, so you can add in enemies, you can add in bosses. We know how to use UI, so you could add in a more visual UI element for health or something like that. So realistically, all you need to do at this point is figure out what you want to do with your game, where you want to build it. If you want to build a huge game that sprawls everywhere, something like maybe you look at something like Fallout, then obviously this is not quite going to fit that. If you want to build something like Resident Evil, Evil Within, something along those lines, then obviously you could just go back and forth through this series to learn different things and combine them to create your game. So a good example would be, what can you do next? Because we left it where we put the eye in, that wall went up. You could build a new area where some steps go down underground into some kind of cave, and there are like 7 zombies in there. You could use the nav mesh, and you could use the AI we created on the first zombie to have those zombies wander around, and when you get close enough, they come and try and get you. So you see what I mean with this kind of development? You can combine so many elements together to create that finalized game. And another good thing would be, well, the fact I have many hundreds of tutorials on my channel, you could cross-reference that with a lot of different tutorials. So you could go maybe to the Wolfenstein one, you could even go to the RPG one and take some elements of that, bring them out and place them into a survival horror game. I mean, don't forget, I do have so many assets that you can use as well. So you could head over to maybe one of the first-person shooter series I have and take some of the assets from that and place them in this series. Never be afraid to go as far as developing what you want to see in the game. And what I mean by that is there are no limits. There are no limits at all. So once you built your game, where can you put it? I recommend Itch.io. The reason I recommend Itch.io is because I find it an easy, free and quick platform to use. And I'm not sponsored by Itch.io. They don't pay me to say that. That's my own opinion. I've come to that conclusion myself, and nobody else has made me say that. So Itch.io is probably the best platform. You've got other places like GameJolt and Steam. They are good to an extent. Steam can be a little bit of a difficult platform, but if you can get in with the big guys, Sony and Microsoft, there you go, Xbox and PlayStation for your game. So yeah, that is pretty much all I've got to say on where we can go development wise. If you need to know any more, please let me know in the comments. I know I waffle on sometimes a little bit, and sometimes it doesn't make quite so much sense, but if you leave a comment, I will try and get back to you as best I can. There are also many other people that watch this as well, not just you, so they should be able to help as well. They can give guidance, because there are some very intelligent people around. So if I don't answer, I'm sure they will. So this is hopefully coming to an end building now. I did kind of want to leave this building real time so you can gauge just how long it should take to build this game. And if you at this point you're thinking, I'm bored of listening to you now, Jimmy, just skip ahead probably a minute or two, because it shouldn't take much more than a minute or two. And that's my alarm going off. That's telling me I've done this too long. Thank you, phone. Bit of humour there. Well, not really humour, it wasn't funny. So yeah, just skip ahead a little bit at this point. I think generally, I'm going to talk a little bit about how long it takes to build projects at this point. A project of this caliber will probably take between 5 and 10 minutes to build, because there's only a couple of scenes. It's not too strenuous. There's only a little bit going on. And I think if you're going to have a massive game, if you consider, for example, something like Resident Evil 7, if we decide to build all of that in Unity, how long do you think that would take to build like this, to compile? That would take a considerable amount of time, because the game is huge. There's a lot to it. and it's quite intensive. And as I said, it's pretty much done now. You can see once you get to the post-processing player. Oh, we're done. There we go. So that was all real time. That was me waffling for 320 seconds. And there we go. Straight into the game. We can see it's all good. So this is a good chance to play test your game. Now it may be a little bit jittery at this point. It is not the game, don't worry. It is OBS. OBS decides every now and again that it does not want to record things properly. And it can be a little bit jittery, but don't worry about that too much. So you can see even in full screen, everything looks relatively decent. It seems okay. I'm quite happy with how that looks.
The night of October 29th, 2008 changed me forever.
Okay, it changed you forever. Brilliant. You as the developer should probably go back.
I headed out to investigate the haunting sounds in the woods.
Shh. You should probably go back and maybe tweak a couple of things. It's always good to see what the game would look like fully built as it is now.
I stumbled upon a clearing with a cabin in the distance.
And we'll probably see that as we get to the next scene, because I expect to see some kind of bug somewhere.
I could hear those sounds again coming from there.
So what I'll do is I will play this up until the first section, just to
Little
make
did
sure
I know,
it's all okay.
This was only the beginning.
So it seems okay. Obviously I've rushed a lot of this. Hopefully yours looks a lot better than mine does. Boom.
Oh, where am I?
Okay, so it's looking okay so far.
I need to get out of here.
Looks okay. Happy with that.
Looks like there's a weapon on that table.
Okay, so I'm going to come out of that now. So you can see we're... Oh, thank you, I've asked. So we're on here now, and down here it took 320 seconds to build that, which, okay, fair enough. I waffled on for about 5 minutes, but I did say it would take about 5 to 10 minutes, and it did. It did take 5 minutes, 20 seconds. So that is a good way of judging how long it's going to take to build. And if I go to this folder here, you can see there's our folder for the survival horror, and there is our icon right there, that little eye. So that's pretty much all I've got to teach in terms of survival horror. Like I said, you can go back and forth between different tutorials to learn different things, but realistically, from what we've learned in the last 12 hours, you can quite easily create a fully fledged survival horror game. So I hope this has been helpful to those of you who've stuck around for 12 hours. And if you want to know any more, please leave a comment. And I do hope to see you in some of my other tutorials. Thank you very much for watching, guys.